In Washington state, home to tech giants, a new law requires anyone selling a house to disclose whether the property has internet service. Florida will now require child care providers to install alarms in any car, bus, or van that will alert drivers to make sure everyone is out before locking up to reduce deaths from children stuck in hot cars.
It's going to be maybe a financial burden. We don't really know yet, but if it's going to keep the children safe and save lives, we'll do it.
And Oregon says cheers by allowing the sale of cocktails to go even after the pandemic ends.
We do need to improve upon that portion of our business, and certainly will be doing so in the future.
Drinks must be sold in a sealed container to be opened at home. Pete Williams, NBC News, Washington.
This morning, a winter storm affecting millions of post-holiday travelers on the ground and at airports, where thousands of flights are delayed and canceled due to the weather, along with a surge of COVID cases. And many schools around the nation are returning and reinforcing mask mandates as students head back to the classroom, but others are delaying and choosing instead to switch to remote learning. Plus, a blanket of snow covers hundreds of homes decimated from wildfires in Colorado, with 2 people still unaccounted for this morning. And all your NFL Week 15 highlights, including the bizarre likely end of wide receiver Antonio Brown's career. It is Monday, January 3rd, and early today starts right now. Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Romo. It is a new year, a fresh start, but many people are still seeing those same holiday travel nightmares. At least 1,500 flights have already been canceled for today after thousands were grounded over the weekend. Airlines are battling COVID outbreaks and wicked winter weather. United Airlines tells NBC News that their safety is their top priority, and they reached out to the Aspen airport, where these passengers, take a look at them. They are just sliding down that walkway after leaving their plane due to icy conditions. Ice also made roads hazardous for millions who chose to drive instead. Traffic backed up for miles in Arkansas after multiple accidents there. The governor of Kentucky, meanwhile, declared a state of emergency after even more tornadoes and heavy rain in some areas. High water rescues were also needed after severe flooding. NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb has more on that ahead of what's coming today. Good morning to you, Janessa.
And good morning, Stephen. Yeah, we have a very robust storm system that's already dropping a ton of snow across Alabama, already making its way into Tennessee, and it's going to continue its trek north and east on the warmer side across the Carolinas, just getting over tornado warnings in that area. And we're going to continue to watch the moisture really filter as it transitions between rain and snow. So this will be a quick mover, but it will impact your early morning commute into early afternoon, dumping snowfall rates of at least 1 inch per hour across Virginia to D.C., even portions of New York to the Boston area. Then it starts to move offshore. We do have thousands of winter weather alerts. We'll talk about that coming up. Stephen?
All right. Thank you so much for that update. We'll check back in with you. Meanwhile, the CDC could continue to change its COVID-19 protocols yet again. In an appearance on ABC's This Week, Dr. Anthony Fauci said the agency is considering adding a negative test to its new isolation guidelines. It comes after the CDC got pushback for reducing isolation days in half and not requiring a negative test from asymptomatic people before those 5 days were up. This as the U.S. surpasses 55 million COVID infections. According to an NBC News count, the pandemic milestone was actually reached on Sunday, which is just 3 days after the U.S. hit 54 million COVID cases. Also on Sunday, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who is vaccinated and boosted, tested positive. In a tweet, he noted he was experiencing mild symptoms while quarantining at home. Austin said he now plans to attend key meetings and discussions virtually in the coming week. Meanwhile, this latest surge continues to disrupt America's workforce and healthcare system. Here's NBC's Ann Thompson.
New year, new rush for at-home COVID tests.
How are you? Happy New Year.
Cars lined up in Bethel, Connecticut for 1 per household. Others waited in long lines over the holiday weekend to be tested as the Omicron variant surges. While Omicron's infection may be less severe, because it spreads so fast and infects so many, it's already straining a healthcare system struggling to treat the unvaccinated.
Even if you have a less of a percentage of severity, when you have multifold more people getting infected, the net amount is you're still going to get a lot of people that are going to be needing hospitalization. And that's the reason why we're concerned about stressing and straining the hospital system.
As for the much criticized and shortened 5-day isolation period for people who test positive, Fauci says there could soon be a new requirement.
There has been some concern about why we don't ask people at that 5-day period to get tested. That is something that is now under consideration.
A nation barreling toward peak infections, suggest models from Columbia University. This week for New York City, next week for the rest of the country, with anywhere from 2.5 to 5.4 million cases during the peak.
We can just hope that it's going to be mild and that it doesn't strain our hospitals the way they were last winter.
In New York City, the virus shredding the ranks of frontline workers. 30% of emergency services employees are out, 21% of the police department, 18% of the fire department. A lack of employees impacting subway and bus services as well. And this morning, the MTA says it anticipates suspending service on 3 lines as both the subway and the bus services try to do the best with the people they have. I'm Ann Thompson in Grand Central Station. Now back to you.
A lot to keep up with, and thank you. Well, the holiday break is over for teachers, school staff, and children who are set to restart classes today. But while most will return to in-person learning, many are going back virtually. Yasmin Vasugian has more.
Good job.
New concerns as children nationwide prepare for back to school amid an Omicron-fueled COVID surge.
I'm horribly nervous to send them back to school on Monday.
Many districts now responding. Atlanta, Cleveland, Newark, and others going remote for at least the beginning of January.
It sets people back a lot, like with the time framing, it really does.
In other cities, districts are hoping to ramp up testing instead of going remote.
Thank you.
Delaying classes till Wednesday in D.C. and in Massachusetts, the National Guard handing out tests to families ahead of their return. But parents worry with the testing backlog, the results will not come in time. In Chicago, video of a testing drop box for students and staff overflowing, now sparking concern. And while the Biden administration has vowed to help increasing the supply of at-home tests, it won't come in time for many. Even colleges and universities delaying their return, with at least 70 schools going remote as the semester starts.
I still believe very firmly and very passionately, not only as an educator but as a parent, that our students belong in the classroom and we can do it safely. We have better tools than we had in the past to get it done. We know what works.
And mental health experts agree. This pandemic has taken a toll on children and they belong in the classroom with safety measures in place.
There's the psychological and social pieces of providing comfort, routine, structure, mental health treatment, peer-to-peer support. And all of this is getting lost as a result of remote learning and the isolation that it brings.
A tough time for parents and administrators as they try to put the safety of kids first amidst a raging pandemic. Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Turning now to the escalating military crisis overseas. Yesterday, President Biden attempted to ease those tensions, speaking with Ukraine's president and reaffirming support for the country. The Russian military has been beefing up their presence with over 100,000 troops along the Ukrainian border, prompting fears of an all-out invasion. Joining us now from Moscow is Matt Bodner. So, Matt, what can you tell us about these discussions?
Stephen, thank you and good morning. Well, this is definitely a positive development, I think, for President Zelensky. One of the things that Russia has arguably been very good at in this crisis is reframing it less as a Russia-Ukraine crisis and more of a Russia versus the West crisis. They've come at the United States and NATO with a number of demands about NATO's presence in Eastern Europe. So we saw President Zelensky come out with the tweets celebrating that his first foreign call in 2022 was with President Biden, thanking the West for its support. President Biden, for his part, according to a White House statement, reaffirmed that the United States supports Ukraine and will, quote, act decisively if Russia does invade Ukraine once again. This talk, of course, setting the stage for a larger meeting next week between U.S. and Russian officials in Geneva without Ukraine to talk about the situation, hopefully defuse some of those tensions. But we very much appear to be in a holding pattern right now. All eyes on Geneva next week. Back to you, Stephen.
All eyes certainly on that. Matt reporting for us from Moscow. Matt, thank you. Meanwhile, we got to talk some weather. It has been an active few days as we start the new year. Checking back in now with Janessa. What can you tell us about the day ahead, Janessa?
Yes, Stephen, everybody's worried about totals. You know, just the other day we're talking about temperatures in the mid-70s, and this snowfall will hit the ground pretty fast, and we're already seeing that across Alabama to the Tennessee, Kentucky area. Today, as the storm system continues to lift to the north, we're looking at some isolated areas up to 8 inches of snow, but as it continues to rev up, we're also going to watch the northern side. If you're across the Carolinas this morning dealing with flash flood watches and concerns as it makes its way to Philadelphia, Washington, to New York City, could see a possible 1 to 2 inches. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Temperatures as well. You know, we were soaking in the 70s, upper 60s in some spots. Now we're back down to daytime highs in the 30s. So very chilly and windy conditions on the way. A ton of sunshine for the south. And this is just round 1 this week of snow. I do have another round coming. I'll show you that coming up.
Another round. All right, we'll check back in. Janessa, thanks. Well, the Powerball jackpot has climbed over $500 million at $522 million after no win on Saturday night's drawing. However, there are 4 new millionaires out there in Arizona, California, Florida, and Maryland who matched all 5 white balls to win the second-tier prize. Meanwhile, a lucky person in North Carolina purchased a $2 ticket and won $1 million in the process. The next drawing is tonight. Preparations underway as we approach the January 6th anniversary. We'll be back to talk about that in just 60 seconds.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome back. Hard to believe, but Thursday marks 1 year since the Capitol riot. Lawmakers are planning to commemorate that date with a series of events. The National Park Service issued a permit for about 500 people to gather at the National Mall for a candlelight vigil in remembrance of that attack. House and Senate lawmakers are also planning to hold a prayer vigil. And this morning, we're also hearing from the newest members of Congress who were just starting the job back on January 6th. Our Ali Vitali has their stories.
January 6th, 2021 was Sarah Jacobs' 4th day on the job.
Really didn't know my way around the complex yet at all.
After an alert that the nearby Madison building was evacuated,
I screenshotted it and sent it to my chief of staff, and I was like, who's Madison?
Jacobs was in the House chamber. Her parents, used to her being in dangerous situations during her stints overseas, were worried.
And I'm like, don't worry, I'm in the chamber. I'm in the safest place I can possibly be.
Everybody stay down! Get down! As insurrectionists neared the floor, Jacobs donned a gas hood.
It was this buzzing that I will never forget. Actually, I can't watch the clips of that day with the sound on.
On the floor below her, another freshman, Texas Republican Troy Nels, a former sheriff. That's him in blue.
That was day number 3. I think that you know, again, I believe the good Lord put me in this position.
He took off his jacket and prepared to hold the chamber.
I am going to stay right here with my brothers and sisters in blue.
He felt the doors, the ones presidents have used for decades, shaking, and armed himself with a hand sanitizer dispenser. Were you prepared to use that?
Well, that's what I had.
When a rioter shattered the window, Nels engaged him.
I had my Texas mask on, and he looked at me through that broken glass, and he said, "You're from Texas, you should be with us." And at that point in time, I said, "No, sir, I cannot support what you're doing. This is criminal."
There were 64 freshman members whose first week on the job here became one of the darkest days in American political history. For both Nels and Jacobs, the 6th has shaped every day on the job since. But despite experiencing the same day in the same room, their views of what happened couldn't be more different.
There were several people inside that building that really did not commit any criminal violation of the law other than entering the building.
I was convinced that someone was going to open a door with a machine gun, and that would be it.
This freshman class and their mission in Congress forever linked to those first days.
And now it's my job to do everything I can to make sure it never happens again.
They say whenever you stop feeling that feeling inside of seeing the Capitol Dome, that's when you need to leave Congress. And I'm sitting here like, well, they tried to kill me here on my 4th day.
Ali Vitali, NBC News, Washington.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Nathan Chin equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Nathan Chin equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
He tossed his shoulder pads, stripped off his shirt and glove, threw those into the crowd, then ran across the field while the teams were still on the field.
Wide receiver Antonio Brown's sideline meltdown was the talk of the league on a busy Sunday in the NFL. He did not return to the field in the Bucs' win over the Jets. And after the game, Coach Bruce Arians said Brown was no longer a Buccaneer. Brown, meanwhile, took to Instagram with a photo from that game, writing, quote, "Big mad, making a difference. Thanks for the opportunity." And from a controversy in New Jersey to an incident in Landover, Maryland, with fans falling out of the stands. At least 5 of those fans at FedEx Field were waiting for Philadelphia quarterback Jalen Hurts to walk by after his win over Washington when the railing they were leaning against collapsed. The fans fell, nearly hitting Hurts in the process, but none of them actually appeared to be injured. They were able to get up after that fall. In a statement, the Washington football team said they're glad no one appeared to be seriously hurt, and they are investigating that incident. Now to the action on the field as the playoff picture began to get a little clearer after an intense Week 17. On a chilly night at Lambeau Field, Aaron Rodgers turned up the heat against the Vikings. The Packers got out to a 20-0 lead under the arm of Rodgers and did not look back. Green Bay won handedly 37-10 and clinched the NFC's top seed in the process, but it was another team in the Midwest turning heads on offense.
There's a 2nd and 7.
Target is Chase at the 40. Look at that move. Look at Chase go. Oh, my goodness. What a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow. Chase is on the case.
Wow, there he goes. Jamar Chase clawed his way through the Chiefs' defense in Cincinnati, catching 11 passes for 266 yards and 3 scores. The Bengals outscored Kansas City by 14 in the second half, kicking a field goal as time expired to win 34-31 and clinch the AFC North. Well, the Cardinals got out to a big lead in Dallas, trying to end a 3-game losing streak. The Cowboys came back to bring the game within a field goal, but they never got that chance. Arizona runs the clock out and runs out of Dallas with the win, 25-22. And the Chargers defense had themselves a party in LA. Justin Herbert broke the franchise record for touchdowns in a season as the Chargers eliminated the Broncos from playoff contention with that win, 34-13. Well, Janessa is next with a snowfall outlook for the week ahead.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hi everyone, let's get your week going. We do have this quick moving system making its way across the mid-Atlantic. If you're in the plains to the southern plains, clear and pretty chilly across this area. Out of the 80s, back in the 50s today, and snow returns to my friends in the Pacific Northwest. Enjoy your day. We'll be right back.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories, a winter storm is complicating recovery efforts in Colorado. About 8 inches of snow covered the scorched debris after wildfires quickly tore through suburbs between Denver and Boulder. This as the search continues for 2 people who are still unaccounted for. The blaze consumed nearly 1,000 homes and other buildings, making this the most destructive fire in Colorado's history. Investigators initially thought downed power lines were to blame, but say that theory is becoming less likely. In Louisiana, a U.S. Marshals operation has ended with the rescue of 5 missing teenage girls. The months-long Operation Boodat involved several other law enforcement agencies and resulted in the arrest of 30 people. 17 of them are suspected of felony sex offender registration violations. Among those victims is a 16-year-old girl who'd run away from home. The agency said she was found in a New Orleans residence living with several adults, including a dancer at a strip club. Well, 3 days ahead of the anniversary of the Capitol riot, we're learning new details from the House panel investigating the insurrection. Republican Liz Cheney confirmed yesterday that former President Trump's own daughter asked him to intervene on January 6th.
We know his daughter, we have firsthand testimony that his daughter Ivanka went in at least twice to ask him to please stop this violence.
Well, the Congresswoman added that Mr. Trump could have walked to the press briefing room and appeared on TV to tell the rioters to stop at any moment. Well, the high-profile trial of Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes is entering its final stretch now. Jury deliberations will resume today after a short holiday break. Holmes is facing 11 fraud charges alleging she misled investors, doctors, and patients about the blood testing capabilities of her company. If convicted, she could face up to 20 years in prison. On his first day as New York City Mayor, Eric Adams had to call 911 to report an assault in progress. The new mayor was taking the subway to work with reporters in tow on Saturday morning when he saw 3 men fighting on the street by his station. All of them fled the scene before police actually got there about 5 minutes later. The mayor appeared to criticize the responding officers for not making any inquiries at the scene. Adams, as you may remember, ran on a platform of lowering the city's crime rate. Well, the country is still mourning the loss of America's golden girl, Betty White. With a legendary career spanning decades, White played iconic character on The Mary Tyler Moore Show and on Golden Girls. She died just a few days shy of her 100th birthday. It's not confirmed yet where she'll be buried and whether services will be open to the public. One thing we do know, the entire nation is remembering Betty White, who was just days short of that 100th birthday. We'll miss you, Betty. It's Monday, January 3rd, and the only thing surging faster than airline cancellations or delays are new cases of coronavirus as schools from coast to coast juggle a post-holiday return to the classroom or moving to online learning.
It's tough. I mean, you spend 30 plus years of your life there and it's all gone. I mean, it's ashes.
1,000 families are left homeless after Colorado wildfires devastate an entire neighborhood as a blanket of snow now covers the ashes, and 2 remain unaccounted for this morning. In the lead up to the 1-year mark of the Capitol insurrection, a permit allowing 500 demonstrators has just been issued for January 6th. And a whole new set of laws are just settling in from coast to coast. Our Pete Williams will give us a look on that. And new details on one of the most bizarre exits from professional football that we've ever seen. Antonio Brown Jr. out, and early today starts right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Stephen Romo, and we begin with this morning with travel chaos. It's just unfolding from coast to coast. A combination of extreme weather and those COVID outbreaks lead to thousands of flight cancellations over the weekend, and hundreds more have already been grounded today. NBC's Morgan Chesky leads us off.
The post-holiday travel rush from coast to coast. Long lines from Los Angeles, Fort Lauderdale, Cleveland, and Denver, where weary passengers grabbed a nap wherever they could.
I had a couple of flights canceled yesterday, so I got moved to today.
Nationwide, on top of the cancellations, more than 4,000 other flights have been delayed. Airlines crippled by COVID cases among their crew and severe weather. Some families facing worst-case scenarios.
I don't think we're mentally prepared to make a 24-hour drive back to Iowa.
But that's reality for the Lundberg family, who told us their flight from Orlando was delayed, then canceled, with no option to rebook. Even finding a rental car took hours.
Just kind of feel helpless. Like, as a parent, I have 3 children down here, my husband. You know, you want to be able to get everyone home safely, and there's just is no answers.
In Chicago, snowy conditions prompted Southwest Airlines to cancel all flights in or out on Saturday. AAA calling this Sunday the end of the holiday travel season, but stresses check and recheck travel plans that could change at a moment's notice.
Well, I think the wild card that we've been warning all along has been COVID. We always want to remind folks, if you are booking, don't skip that box for flight insurance anymore. Get flight insurance.
Even more people will be driving home, those on the roads facing their own issues. In Arkansas, an icy buildup led to this massive backup. And in Kentucky, the governor declaring a state of emergency after heavy rain, thunderstorms, and even more tornadoes pummeled the state. In some areas, floodwaters swallowed entire streets, leading to high water rescues. To the west, an incredibly close call in New Mexico. Rescuers saved 21 people trapped in a tram car for more than 12 hours after the cables froze over. Fortunately, no one was hurt. 39 million people are under winter alerts from coast to coast. And with rain from the mid-Atlantic expected to turn to snow, Monday morning could make for one treacherous commute. And with winter conditions, some airlines are already proactively taking measures. At last check for Monday, there have already been 800 cancellations and nearly 300 delays. We'll send it back to you.
Those cancellations are no joke. Morgan, thank you. Well, another member of President Biden's cabinet is now in quarantine after testing positive for COVID-19. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin tweeted that he's experiencing mild symptoms and will stay at home for the next 5 days. The 68-year-old said he was fully vaccinated and received a booster in October. The U.S., meanwhile, surpassed 55 million COVID infections, according to an NBC News count. The pandemic milestone was reached on Sunday, which is just 3 days after the U.S. hit 54 million COVID cases. Meanwhile, Dr. Anthony Fauci says the CDC may soon toughen isolation guidance. In an interview with ABC's This Week, Dr. Fauci said that the agency is now considering adding a negative test to its new isolation guidelines. Well, this comes after the CDC got massive pushback on its new guidelines, which cut the isolation days in half and did not recommend asymptomatic people have to get a negative test before leaving isolation. The latest COVID surge is overwhelming some U.S. hospitals. Holy Cross Health in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, is temporarily shutting down its labor and delivery unit. The hospital spokesman told the Sun Sentinel that it is facing a critical staffing shortage. No word on when a reopening date will actually happen. Here's NBC's Ann Thompson.
New year, new rush for at-home COVID tests.
How are you? Happy New Year.
Cars lined up in Bethel, Connecticut for one per household. Others waited in long lines over the holiday weekend to be tested as the Omicron variant surges. While Omicron's infection may be less severe, because it spreads so fast and infects so many, it's already straining a healthcare system struggling to treat the unvaccinated.
Even if you have a less of a percentage of severity, when you have multifold more people getting infected, the net amount is you're still going to get a lot of people that are going to be needing hospitalization. And that's the reason why we're concerned about stressing and straining the hospital system.
As for the much criticized and shortened 5-day isolation period for people who test positive, Fauci says there could soon be a new requirement.
There has been some concern about why we don't ask people at that 5-day period to get tested. That is something that is now under consideration.
A nation barreling toward peak infection suggests models from Columbia University. This week for New York City, next week for the rest of the country, with anywhere from 2.5 to 5.4 million cases during the peak.
We can just hope that it's going to be mild and that it doesn't strain our hospitals the way they were last winter.
In New York City, the virus shredding the ranks of frontline workers. 30% of emergency services employees are out, 21% of the police department, 18% of the fire department. A lack of employees impacting subway and bus services as well. And this morning, the MTA says it anticipates suspending service on 3 lines as both the subway and the bus services try to do the best with the people they have. I'm Ann Thompson in Grand Central Station. Now back to you.
And thank you. Well, a weekend snowstorm left smoldering debris after those devastating Colorado wildfires. That blanket of snow complicating search and rescue efforts. 2 people are still unaccounted for after the blaze quickly tore through about 10 square miles. Nearly 1,000 homes and other buildings burned in the Boulder suburbs, making this the most destructive fire in that state's history. Investigators initially thought downed power lines were to blame for this, but they now say that theory seems less likely. Wide receiver Antonio Brown's sideline meltdown was the talk of the league on a busy Sunday in the NFL.
He tossed his shoulder pads, stripped off his shirt and glove, threw those into the crowd, then ran across the field while the teams were still on the field.
Brown didn't return to the field in the Bucs win over the Jets, and after the game, the team's coach said Brown was no longer a Buccaneer. Brown took to Instagram with a photo from that game, writing, quote, "Big Mad, making a difference. Thanks for the opportunity." And from controversy in New Jersey to an incident in Landover, Maryland, with fans falling out of the stands. At least 5 of those fans at FedEx Field were waiting for Philadelphia quarterback Jalen Hurts to walk by after his win over Washington. The railing they were leaning against collapsed. Those fans fell, nearly hitting Hurts in the process. Thankfully, none of them appeared to be seriously injured. They were able to get up after that fall. In a statement, the Washington football team said they're glad no one appeared to be seriously hurt, and they're now investigating that incident. Now to the action on the field as the playoff picture began to get clearer after an intense Week 17. On a chilly night at Lambeau Field, Aaron Rodgers turned up the heat against the Vikings. The Packers got out to a 20-0 lead under the arm of Rodgers and did not look back. Green Bay won handedly, 37-10, and clinched the NFC's top seed in the process. But it was another team in the Midwest turning heads on offense.
There's a 2nd and 7. Got an open target. It's Chase at the 40. Look at that move. Look at Chase go! Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case. The stacks for penalties.
Wow, Chase is on the case. Jamar Chase clawed his way through the Chiefs' defense in Cincinnati, catching 11 passes for 266 yards and 3 scores. The Bengals outscored Kansas City by 14 in the second half, kicking a field goal as time expired to win it 34-31 and to clinch in the AFC North. Well, the Joe Burrow to Jamar Chase combo lands the Bengals upstarts on the week's top performers list. Burrow has thrown for 971 yards and 8 touchdowns in the last 2 weeks. Around the NFL, the Cardinals got out to a big lead in Dallas, trying to end a 3-game losing streak. Well, the Cowboys came back to bring the game within a field goal, but they'd never get that chance. Arizona runs the clock out and runs out of Dallas with the win, 25-22. And the Chargers offense had themselves a party in LA. Justin Herbert broke the franchise record for touchdowns in a season as the Chargers eliminated the Broncos from playoff contention with that win, 34-13. LA's win puts them in the last wild card spot in the AFC. They'll play the Raiders in Las Vegas for a spot in the playoffs next Sunday night on NBC. All right, let's check in on today's winter storms. NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb already tracking a lot going on for 2022. Happy New Year to you, Janessa.
Happy New Year, Stephen. You know, this storm system is going to be in and out fairly quickly, but it's definitely going to be leaving a mark. Already seeing heavy snow just out of Alabama to the Atlanta area, now making its way across Tennessee. It's rapidly moving, and even watching some severe weather this morning for the Carolinas. Tornado warnings have expired in that area, but flash flood watches will continue. This storm system not in agreement with our models. If it lifts to the north just a little bit more, we could see heavier snow for New York City. Right now calling for about an inch. It's really across DC to the Philadelphia area. I'm going to be watching at least 3 to 5 inches before the storm system makes its way offshore. Behind that, very chilly air, but you can see these winter weather alerts. They stretch from Alabama all the way into Jersey. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Temperatures dropping as well for the Great Lakes. They're clearing up today for the Ohio Valley, greater Cleveland area. Lower 30s for daytime highs, so dropping about 15 to 20 degrees. Ton of sunshine across the deep south. This is storm number 1. I have another one coming this week. We'll talk about that forecast coming up.
All right, another one to watch out for. Janessa, thanks. Well, Congress prepares to mark 1 year since the Capitol riot next. Plus, a game changer for college sports, how young athletes are finally cashing in.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. extraordinary operation. Witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Leading the news, Thursday marks 1 year since the Capitol riot. Lawmakers are planning to commemorate that date with a series of events. The National Park Service issued a permit for about 500 people to gather at the National Mall for a candlelight vigil in remembrance of that attack. House and Senate lawmakers are also planning to hold a prayer vigil of their own. And we're learning new details from the House panel investigating the insurrection. Republican Liz Cheney confirmed that former President Trump's own daughter asked him to intervene on January 6th.
We know his daughter, we have firsthand testimony that his daughter Ivanka went in at least twice to ask him to please stop this violence.
Cheney added that Mr. Trump could have walked to the press briefing room and appeared on TV at any time to tell the rioters to stop. All right, turning now to this next story. It was a big weekend in college football with several high-profile games, but it's the $1 billion at stake off the field we're talking about. They're changing the game as much as the trophies at stake on the field. Here's NBC's Steve Patterson with more.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Joe Spivak. I have officially joined the newly announced NIL program.
The new era of college athletics has kicked off. Joe Spivak, a graduating Northwestern University defensive lineman, is in the first class of students who can now start cashing in on the $18 billion college sports industry. This fall, the General Counsel for the National Labor Relations Board issued this memo supporting NCAA athletes who can now collect payment on their name, image, and likeness, or NIL.
I'm jacked up for the NFL. I'm going at it with everything I have while getting my iron hot for the WWE, and I'm going to be ready to go.
He just signed with World Wrestling Entertainment, the WWE.
To allow college students to sort of monetize and utilize their name, image, and likeness, it's opened up an avenue for us.
WWE superstar and executive Paul Triple H Levesque signed 15 college athletes after the rule change.
This allows them to have that open door to earn money while in college.
What's going on, world? DTR here, and I'm officially partnered with Cameo.
UCLA quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson, sidelined from the Holiday Bowl due to positive COVID cases on his team, now finding fame off the field. He's growing his brand as a spokesperson on Cameo and launching a clothing brand with his mother.
I think the biggest thing for me is that it gives me a lot of options to do it kind of whatever I want. If you can be your own boss.
Thompson-Robinson is among a few college football stars developing limited edition NFTs, online digital collectibles developed with the company Candy Digital.
To be able to put a little bit of money in our pockets and in our family's pockets is definitely a blessing.
A new generation of athlete entrepreneurs finally able to capitalize on their talent.
And I am a future WWE superstar.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
So much excitement. Steve, thanks. Well, still to come, Spider-Man swings past yet another record after dominating the holiday box office. And a new year, new laws. We'll break down some of the most interesting, from protecting pups to a lesson in financial literacy.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
They all die fighting Spider-Man. It's their fate. I'm sorry, kid.
Yeah, me too.
Don't.
Still gives me chills. Spider-Man No Way Home continues to dominate at the box office for the third week in a row. The film brought in just over $52 million during the New Year's holiday, totaling $609 million domestically. Universal's Sing 2, meanwhile, earned $19.6 million, while The Kingsman landed in third with $4.5 million. Still ahead, states across the country ring in 2022 with some new laws on the books, how some of those could affect you. Plus some must-see TV, a Janet Jackson documentary years in the making, coming to the small screen and tackling that infamous Super Bowl scandal with Justin Timberlake.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everyone. Kicking off your week with this winter storm that's going to quickly make its way out of the mid-Atlantic to the northeast later on this afternoon. Clear and cool for the southern plains. Temperatures were just in the 80s yesterday, so we're going to be dropping back down to the upper 40s, lower 50s in some spots. Then we'll watch our next storm system for the Pacific Northwest. This will be our next coast-to-coast system that will watch for the Rockies going into your Wednesday and Great Lakes. And then it really starts to enter the northeast as we go into your Friday and for the weekend. Most of the country, though, we are back to reality, feeling like winter temp with blustery conditions, daytime highs in the teens in some spots of the Ohio Valley. Stephen?
Reality's back. Janessa, thanks. Well, new year, new laws taking effect in your state. Our Pete Williams explains next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I want to be the one in control.
I think I have to start being independent.
The most important thing was for her to take that stage and own it.
Now I know I've got to take it.
An official trailer released for the first installment of Janet Jackson's new documentary set to air on Lifetime and A&E on January 28th. The 4-hour doc has been in the works for 5 years now, and it debuts on the 40th anniversary of Jackson's 1982 self-titled debut album. Wow, was 1982 40 years ago? That's hard to believe. Well, the latest COVID surge forcing changes at the White House now. Seating capacity in the briefing room is temporarily reduced because of the spread of the Omicron variant. The White House Correspondents Association board voted unanimously to reduce the number of seats from 49 to just 14. Association President Stephen Portnoy cited medical advice on the transmissibility of Omicron and cramped, poorly ventilated conditions in the briefing room. He added that this issue will be revisited on January 21st. Well, the new year means new laws across the country, from new rules protecting man's best friend to a law that already has restaurants and customers saying cheers. NBC's Pete Williams breaks it all down for us.
Students entering high school in Ohio in the new year won't be allowed to graduate until they complete a course in financial literacy about such issues as taxes and interest rates. Many students say it's what they need to know.
I would say, yeah, that undoubtedly the most important, because it helps you manage your money.
It's illegal to chain up your dog in Texas. Any outdoor restraint must be lighter and more flexible, and dogs must have adequate shelter, shade, and water.
Texas wants to lead the way when it comes to animal abuse. And with this new tethering bill, I think we're going to be able to do that.
But once again, Governor Greg Abbott at first vetoed the law, then signed a new version after he was hit by a flood of tweets with the hashtag Abbott hates dogs. A new law in Nevada makes it illegal for insurance companies to deny coverage to homeowners based on the breed of dogs they have. In Washington State, home to tech giants, a new law requires anyone selling a house to disclose whether the property has internet service. Florida will now require child care providers to install alarms in any car, bus, or van that will alert drivers to make sure everyone is out before locking up to reduce deaths from children stuck in hot cars.
It's going to be maybe a financial burden. We don't really know yet, but if it's going to keep the children safe and save lives, we'll do it.
And Oregon says cheers by allowing the sale of cocktails to go even after the pandemic ends.
We do need to improve upon that portion of our business, and certainly we'll be doing so in the future.
Drinks must be sold in a sealed container to be opened at home. Pete Williams, NBC News, Washington.
Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, new year, new warning. 2022 off to a tense start. New COVID cases driven by the fast-spreading Omicron strain skyrocketing to record highs with peak infection rates expected in the coming weeks. Now, experts cautioning that while Omicron's infection may be less severe overall, the sheer number of Americans getting sick could overwhelm hospitals once again.
We've got to be careful about that, because even if you have a less of a percentage of severity, when you have multifold more people getting infected, the net amount is you're still going to get a lot of people that are going to be needing hospitalization.
This as schools welcome students back to class after holiday break, putting new COVID guidelines to the test. We have team coverage with the very latest. Flight frustration, another day of cancellations and delays at airports from coast to coast. This morning, millions of passengers left stranded during the New Year travel rush as airlines struggle to recover from the spread of Omicron and winter weather. Why it's taking so long to get back on schedule. Banned for life, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene taking on Twitter after the social media giant permanently suspended her personal account. More on the policy Twitter says the lawmaker repeatedly violated and why she's now calling the company an enemy to America. And busted. Authorities in California uncovering a black market of stolen goods. Millions of dollars worth of items were taken from stores in brazen burglaries, then packaged and shipped before being intercepted. Exclusive details on the operation that ended with several suspects behind bars. And it is so good to be back with you this morning. Happy New Year to all of you at home. I obviously haven't been here for a while. You might have noticed after dealing with COVID myself and then some holidays with my family. So I'm so happy to now be kicking off this new year with you. And we begin this morning with millions of kids and teachers returning to school, uncertain of how COVID will impact the rest of their school year. The U.S. is averaging nearly 400,000 new infections every day, the highest number since the pandemic began. And hospitalization rates among kids are skyrocketing. The 7-day average between December 21st and December 27th was up more than 58%. Experts are calling for all parents to get their children vaccinated immediately. Several New Jersey school districts have already transitioned to remote learning in light of the rising COVID cases, but public schools in New York City are opening today under a new test-to-stay policy. We'll get into that, and we also have NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel standing by to answer all of our COVID questions. First, though, we'll bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber outside of PS 163 with the latest on New York City's return to school. Ellison, good morning. Thanks for being out there. I know it's cold this morning for us. So give us some context here. Walk us through the COVID policy. What does this mean, test to stay? How's this going to work?
In short, it is a dramatic increase in testing and also a change to the quarantine policy. Previously, in New York City schools, if a student tested positive for COVID-19, they would have any of those students' close contacts quarantined for 10 days, regardless of their vaccination status, regardless of symptoms. So in theory, you could have an entire classroom at home quarantined. Under the new plan, that will change. If there is a positive COVID case, teachers will distribute at-home testing kits to the entire classroom so that students can test on the first and fifth day since exposure. Students can continue to attend school as long as they test negative and do not have any symptoms. If a test comes back positive, then it's a 10-day quarantine for that particular student who tested positive. In addition to all of that, New York City schools, they already have a weekly PCR testing at school. That amount of accessibility is expected, and it is supposed to double, according to both the mayor and the governor. It's something that students have to opt into. Their parents have to give consent, but they can be tested at school, and staff as well, regardless of vaccination status, twice a week. That's double of what they had previously. Savannah?
Interesting there also, and I think this leads to so much of the confusion that some of those guidelines just here for New York City schools is different, is more strict in some cases than CDC guidance is now as we kind of walk through all this. Ellison, how are teachers, though, feeling about this, about the decision to keep schools open this week as these COVID cases reach record levels? What did they tell you about reopening? Are they feeling pressure to return to work? Are they feeling safe?
You know, some are incredibly apprehensive. The United Federation of Teachers, the president, put out a statement almost as soon as this plan was released and announced last week, saying that it's a step to making schools safer, but not quite there yet. And they said that they had concerns about whether or not there really will be the level, the number of tests that have been promised available to every staff, every student with every single school in New York City. Teachers, they have told us that they feel nervous about returning to school and feel like the school district has not done enough to ensure that it would be a safe return given where things are in terms of New York City's infection rate. Listen.
I am extremely concerned. I'm terrified. I'm upset. I'm angry. I'm thinking about all my students. I'm thinking about all my colleagues.
I'm feeling really frustrated and angry because the Department of Education has had 2 years to prepare us for this. Teachers have been saying, educators, school workers have been saying for 2 years what we need in order to have in-person schooling be safer.
I'm worried for more for the people who are maybe immunocompromised, for younger students who aren't able to have the vaccination, and for the families of my students who may have people who are immunocompromised at home.
This is the nation's largest school district with over 1,800 schools and about 1.1 million students. Savannah?
All right, Ellison Barber, thank you so much for kicking us off this morning. Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel for more on this. Dr. Patel, good morning. Happy New Year. Always great to see you. So New York City Mayor Eric Adams is also considering a booster shot mandate for all city workers. What do you make of this? Will that be enough to bring down cases in New York City? And something like, let's say, maybe a bunch of teachers getting sick, which then means there's staff shortages. Do you think a booster shot can help there, or do we not really know with this variant?
Yeah, Savannah, Happy New Year and glad to see you safe, back and healthy. So with respect to boosters, they can definitely help, but it's not clear that it's going to make an immediate dent. We know boosters work effectively immediately, but with so much Omicron in the community and cases spreading so quickly, it's difficult to imagine a scenario where it has such a significant dent, Savannah, that you have a lot of these teachers that are able to come back. So it's going to have to be an emphasis on boosters, knowing that that may not necessarily show up in how much a teacher is absent because of quarantine or isolation that particular week, but perhaps weeks later.
And let's talk about that quarantine isolation period and some of the confusion going on here. So cases are going up across the country, as we've all been hearing about, as we've just been talking about, but the CDC is continuing to receive backlash for those new isolation guidelines that they put out there. But Dr. Anthony Fauci says those guidelines could be changing again soon. Let's first listen to some of that.
You're right, there has been some concern about why we don't ask people at that 5-day period to get tested. That is something that is now under consideration. The CDC is very well aware that there has been some pushback about that. Looking at it again, there may be an option in that testing could be a part of that. And I think we're going to be hearing more about that in the next day or so from the CDC.
So, Dr. Patel, what do you make of that potential change? Do you think those updated guidelines that Dr. Fauci just potentially mentioned there are necessary at this time? And also, what do you just make of this confusion? I mean, the fact we hear from Ellison a moment ago, teachers who test positive, students who test positive in New York, it's 10 days, CDC's 5 days without symptoms. What does this all mean for everyone?
Yeah, I think it means chaos when people are confused. And by the way, many health professionals themselves are confused over how to give advice to patients because it's not so black and white.
Yeah.
I think that chaos is leading to people who are unintentionally going to work and could be infectious still. And then unintentionally, employers kind of putting pressure on employees, and perhaps intentionally, to make an environment where they feel they have to come back, and all with schools and childcare trying to stay open. But I do think that this test to kind of determine if you're still infectious is incredibly critical. I think it's going to come, though, with some really tough questions about the fact that we don't have enough tests for everyone to do this. With so many cases, we simply do not have enough rapid tests to make that type of kind of 5-day accommodation possible today. I'm hoping the administration, if they change this, can answer some of that need.
And let's talk about what it sort of does mean if you do get a case right now and what the severity of these cases is looking like. So we have an example. Defense Secretary Lloyd J. Austin III has tested positive for COVID and says he's experiencing mild symptoms. He's one of several people in Washington to test positive. I had COVID, as I mentioned at the top of the show. Mine was quite mild. I'm vaccinated. Have vaccinations stopped these cases from being more severe? And what do you think, what would you say to somebody who didn't get the vaccine yet and thinks, well, everybody's still getting it anyway. Do I really need it? Does this help with the severity?
Yeah, if you're unvaccinated, let me be clear, not only are you 31 times or higher, according to some recent data in Omicron, more likely to both get infected and then possibly also related is being in the hospital and death, no matter what age, by the way, young people, older people, of course, at higher risk. So vaccination matters. And I think you're absolutely right. In your case, in this defense secretary, several senators, we're now reading about people every single day, very prominent public figures who are experiencing positive cases, mild symptoms to no symptoms. That is absolutely a byproduct of vaccinations and intentional booster doses where applicable. So I do feel very strongly in encouraging patients, by the way, not too late to go ahead and start a vaccine series. It may not take effect again today, but we're not looking at the last, unfortunately, of surges. I hope this is the worst, but not the last.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, as always, thank you for your insight here. Good to see you. Now, travel chaos is continuing across the country. The spread of the Omicron variant, as we've been talking about, combined with winter storms, created a real mess for Americans trying to fly this weekend. Airports across the U.S. were filled with stranded flyers desperate for a way home. Get this, more than 2,700 flights were canceled yesterday, and today, more than 1,700 flights have already been canceled.
Never seen the line like this ever in, gosh, 10 years. We're not even going to make it. I'm just going to rebook it till tomorrow.
So far, it's a little bit wild in here. I've seen some things. I'm ready to go.
Makes me uneasy. You know, just a lot of uncertainty on whether or not we're going to get home today or tomorrow.
Joining me now with more on these travel issues is Melanie Lieberman, senior editor at The Points Guy. Melanie, good morning. So I have to say, I was in an airport this weekend coming back from seeing family. I was so worried that I was not going to make it because of how many people are experiencing that. Luckily, I did. But walk us through how bad some of these situations have been over the weekend and which airports have experienced the worst amounts of delays and cancellations.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you made it where you're going. We are seeing just thousands of flights have been canceled really since prior to Christmas. And it does not look like it's going to improve for at least a few more days. We're seeing not only the issue with staffing shortages caused by flight crew members and airline crew members, staff members calling out sick because of the variant, but also the weather. So we've had a lot of issues in Denver, Chicago, places where the weather and on those typical holiday flying troubles are compounding with the COVID variant to cause a lot of issues for people all across the country trying to get home from the holidays.
And Melanie, what advice do you have for one of these people who's stuck at an airport, stranded right now, trying to fly today? What should you do if you're dealing with a canceled flight or if you're just concerned that there's a potential yours might be?
As frustrating as it can be, the most important thing to be thinking about right now is being flexible. And so if you are one of those people who is currently stranded or facing a severe delay or cancellation, the thing to do is think about your backup plan. So if you are flying into a major metropolitan area, see if there is another airport you can fly into. Even if it's not as convenient, it might still get you where you're going faster. We want travelers to be thinking about going to the airline with their ideal scenario. If you're looking for compensation, if you want to be put up at a hotel, anything that you can think of that will make the experience better for you is what you should be asking for. So we really want travelers to feel empowered to make those decisions in advance.
And Melanie, before I let you go, so when do you think this headache will be over?
We are anticipating that there will still be issues in the days to come. Fortunately, we are entering that slightly quieter period for people who are traveling in the weeks to come. Things could improve, but in the next few days, it's still really a toss-up as we're looking at more bad weather. And I don't think we're on the other side of this in terms of staffing shortages right now.
Oh, all right. Melanie Lieberman, thank you so much for walking us through that. Now let's stay on some of that bad weather, and it does seem like much of the nation is in actually weather whiplash with mild temperatures across the country on Saturday, then freezing weather and snow moving across the country this morning. So what can you expect in your area? Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather with Bill Cairns. Bill, good morning. I missed you. Happy New Year.
Yeah, good morning. Glad you're all better, and Happy New Year to you. And yeah, it's been a wild ride to start 2022. We had areas that were 80 degrees, and then the next day they saw sleet and snow. And one of those spots was in Alabama and Mississippi. It snowed last night, and they set record highs as they rang in the New Year. So yeah, weather whiplash. I mean, we knew winter had to arrive sooner or later, but this is Coleman, Alabama. I saw pictures of people in Huntsville, Alabama, going down hills on sleds and even snowboards. So yeah, winter has arrived, and now this wintry mess is all moving through the mid-Atlantic. And this is the first snowstorm of the year. This will be the biggest snowstorm in 3 years for Washington, D.C. Now, it's a narrow band of heavy snow. Not everyone is getting it. Sorry, New York City. Sorry, Hartford, Boston. No snow for you. But from Philadelphia southwards to Richmond, that's the area that has the best chance of getting the snow out of this. We've already seen some pretty heavy snow in the mountains of North Carolina overnight, and that continues this morning. We even do have a tornado watch until 11 a.m. We've had very strong winds around South Carolina, Charleston this morning. We have 500,000 people without power in areas of the Southeast. So I'm not so concerned with a ton of tornadoes, but these strong winds will move through. So for today, heavy snow for the morning commute. I know a lot of the schools are already closed from the D.C. area to Fredericksburg to Richmond, all the way through southern New Jersey. Preemptively, they just closed the schools. They didn't want the kids trying to get to school in the middle of a snowstorm. So here's the timing of it. So here's where we are now. And as we head through the middle of the day, this storm is in and out in a hurry. So by noon today, the snow is over in Roanoke. It's ending in D.C. So this is really just a quick hitter early this morning, a lot of heavy snow, and then it is gone. By about 6 p.m., the only people left getting any snow will be Cape Cod and the islands. So how much snow are we talking? For the D.C. area, there's still the possibility that we could end up with up to 8 inches of snow. Wow. That's the high end of the totals. Richmond, right around 3 to 6. Philly, around 1 to 3. Notice that cutoff line north of Philadelphia, little to hardly any snow whatsoever. So for Savannah, snowy travel to say the least in the mid-Atlantic, but not our turn yet in New York City. Maybe Friday for areas in New England. That'll be our next chance of a snowstorm for us.
All right. It certainly was weather whiplash, Bill. It was actually colder in San Diego, where I was for part of the weekend, than it was when I landed back here in New York. I was like, what is going on? Is it January or not?
Yeah, it doesn't happen often.
Yeah. All right, Bill. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Now, in Colorado, crews are searching for 2 people missing since last week's devastating wildfire. The fire destroyed nearly 1,000 homes, and people are just now getting a chance to see what's left behind. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the latest.
Well, in a positive development, officials say that one person who was unaccounted for has been found alive and well. Still, they say 2 people are missing and feared dead. You can see why the search process is so complicated. Not only are they having to contend with rubble and smoldering hotspots, but also several inches of snow. For hundreds of families in Colorado, the new year ringing in a harsh reality. There's no returning home from the holidays. Nearly 1,000 homes incinerated and more than 100 additional damaged.
People are saying Happy New Year, and it's kind of far from that.
The snow has helped tame the monstrous Marshall Fire, but it's complicating the recovery process, burying what's left of torched communities. Authorities searching for 3 missing people, but they fear the worst.
We unfortunately believe these are going to turn into recovery cases. We're calling in cadaver dogs and search teams to help us with an effort tomorrow.
Nadine Turnbull's family waiting with bated breath. The 91-year-old was last seen while frantically evacuating her home, family says, but they lost track of her in the chaos.
They tried to go out the front door with the neighbor. It was engulfed. Check the back door. It was engulfed.
The Marshall Fire, now the most destructive in state history. Superior and Louisville, apocalyptic wastelands. Unrecognizable even to longtime residents like Police Chief Dave Hayes, who lost his own home while trying to save others.
I mean, you spend 30 plus years of your life there and it's all gone. I mean, it's ashes.
Yet amid utter devastation, remarkable stories of survival. Patients were able to evacuate a hospital as staff hosed down flames rushing towards oxygen tanks.
It is a miracle that did not happen.
And at a nearby mall, Catherine Lopez. Your car was running out of gas. You were stuck in traffic. The flames are closing in. What's going through your mind?
That I just wanted to get out safe to my family. I even, told my son I left him. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get out.
But she did, thanks to a fast-acting police officer who drove her out of the danger zone.
And I'm so thankful and grateful.
Officials believe they know where the fire started, but not how. Initially, authorities thought downed power lines were to blame, but now say that theory seems less likely. Back to you.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much. And now to a major development in the growing tensions between the U.S. and Russia. President Biden spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky on Sunday, reaffirming U.S. support for Ukraine as it faces growing aggression from Russia. Right now, Russia has up to 100,000 troops along its border with Ukraine, prompting fears of an invasion. President Biden spoke with Vladimir Putin last week, urging the Russian leader to de-escalate tensions on the Ukrainian border. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins me now. Mike, good morning. So what happened during yesterday's call with President Biden and Ukraine's president? What kind of support will the U.S. give if tensions along the Russian border continue to grow?
Good morning, Savannah. Happy New Year. What White House officials have said in December is that if Russia were to further escalate this situation, and by escalate they mean a full-blown invasion, then the U.S. would provide additional defensive weapons to Ukraine beyond what they have already been providing. They also would see additional troop deployments through NATO in some of those Eastern Bloc nations that border Ukraine as part of an effort to deter any further Russian aggression. What the White House is saying now, at least after this call yesterday, in a statement from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, is that President Biden, in this call yesterday, made clear that the U.S. and its allies and partners will respond decisively if Russia further invades Ukraine. The statement went on to say that President Biden committed to President Zelensky that as we move forward into a round of diplomatic negotiations, the U.S. will stick to its principle of no decisions about Ukraine without Ukraine at the table, an important one, especially with Ukraine facing this potential Russian assault.
And now, Mike, what did Ukrainian President Zelensky say about this call? Does he think American and other Western leaders will hold up their promise of support here?
He certainly hopes so. And what we've seen throughout this standoff is that any time a top U.S. official, up to and including President Biden himself, speaks with his Russian counterpart, the Ukrainians want to see sort of reciprocal, is the term of art in diplomacy, conversations happening with Ukraine. And so President Zelensky yesterday was quick to tweet a response to the phone call, making a point of the fact that, as he put it, this was the first international talk of the year with POTUS and proves the special nature of our relations. conference talking about the joint actions of Ukraine and the U.S. and partners in keeping peace in Europe, preventing further escalation as well. President Zelensky, a big fan of flag emojis, as you see, as he takes to Twitter. I should mention that President Biden, in addition to speaking with Zelensky yesterday, also spoke with what's called the Bucharest Nine, the leaders of those 9 NATO countries that are also in Eastern Europe who have a lot at stake here as well.
Now, Mike, we mentioned a moment ago that this call also came just days after Biden spoke with Vladimir Putin. It was the second call between the two leaders in just the past month. Can we expect more communication between them soon? And do we know what Putin thinks about this call with Ukraine?
Yeah, well, we certainly will be keeping an eye out. Remember, the call that President Biden and President Putin had at the beginning of December was one that the U.S. had initiated, and then President Putin was the one who asked for the call that took place last week. What White House officials have said is that these new round of diplomatic negotiations that are going to start next Sunday in Geneva, first just the U.S. and Russian officials, then expanding to include NATO officials, and then expanding again to include a broader coalition that includes Ukraine. They will not include Presidents Putin and Biden at this stage. The U.S. delegation is going to be led largely by the State Department. But you can be sure, as the White House has said, if President Putin were to request another call, their inclination is typically to accept. If the U.S. is going to request one, we certainly would hope from the U.S. perspective that President Putin accepts as well.
Absolutely. All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much. Great to see you. Happy New Year.
Thanks.
And coming up, account suspended, a social media showdown between lawmaker Marjorie Taylor Greene and Twitter. We'll explain why her personal account was banned for life. Plus, lockdown will take you to the Chinese city going to extreme measures to overcome the spread of Omicron. You're watching Morning News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. One of the most talked about moments from Sunday's NFL matchups took place away from the ball. During the third quarter of a game against the New York Jets, Tampa Bay Buccaneers receiver Antonio Brown pulled off his jersey, as you can see here, tossed his shirt and gloves into the crowd, and then ran off the field. After the outburst, the Bucs head coach said the controversial wide receiver was no longer a part of the team. Now, according to Fox Sports' Jay Glazer, the coach had tried to get Brown back in the game multiple times before he ran off, but he refused. For his part, Brown took to Instagram writing, "Thanks for the opportunity." The roster shakeup is now leaving the defending Super Bowl champs without a star receiver, with just under 2 weeks to go until the playoffs. Now this morning, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is off Twitter for spreading false information about the pandemic. The social media giant permanently suspended Greene's personal account over repeated violations of its COVID-19 misinformation policy. Twitter says it gave her several warnings before pulling her account altogether. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins me now. Leanne, good morning. So Greene's personal account is gone. Her congressional one is still up. So what's Twitter saying about her suspension and what will happen to her other account?
Good morning, Savannah. So yes, Twitter permanently suspended the account that she uses most often. She doesn't use her congressional account nearly as much. So that one is still working. We'll see what her Twitter activity resorts to now if she starts to use that. But Twitter says that she violated policies once again. It was regarding a tweet about COVID vaccines in a database that many anti-vaxxers cite as the vaccines as being dangerous, which is something that is not true. Twitter says we permanently suspended the account you referenced for repeated violations for COVID-19 misinformation policy. We've been clear that per our strike system for this policy, we will permanently suspend accounts for repeated violations of the policy. She does have another account to use, but she hasn't tweeted on that account just yet.
So tell us a little bit more, Leanne, about this history that she has with violating Twitter rules, the fact that she'd been warned before.
Yeah, as we know, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a very controversial member of Congress. She operates in conspiracy theories on a daily basis, and she publicizes them. So her account has been suspended in the past, in January of 2021, for false statements about the Georgia election. And then again last summer, once again, for the anti-vaxxer statements, conspiracy theories about the vaccine. And so she is a repeat offender, and that is why Twitter decided to permanently suspend her account.
And Leanne, what is Marjorie Taylor Greene saying about this?
Well, she is not using her normal Twitter account to say it, but she did use Telegram, another social media company, where she shot back at Twitter, obviously, saying Twitter is an enemy to America and can't handle the truth. That's fine, she says. I'll show America we don't need them, and it's time to defeat our enemies. They can't successfully complete a communist revolution when people tell the truth. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been kicked off her committees in Congress by Democrats for previous violent threats. She's now kicked off Twitter. She is someone who likes controversy, and she will find a way to continue to do that, if not on Twitter, Savannah.
Yeah, and we'll certainly have that other account to continue watching. Leanne Caldwell, great to see you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's head to China now, where COVID cases in the lockdown city of Xi'an appear to be falling, according to local authorities. China's strict zero COVID policy meant the city was put under tough quarantine measures a week ago to curb the spread of its worst outbreak in almost 2 years. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
Well, health officials in Xi'an say there are positive changes, that the numbers are declining, but those numbers remain stubbornly high by Chinese standards, and the city is now in its second week of a lockdown. These are primarily Delta variant cases, according to officials there. And here in China, with the zero COVID policy, that means tough quarantine restrictions. There are 13 million people in Xi'an, and most are now confined to their homes, struggling to meet even basic needs. On social media, there are calls for help, primarily primarily for food. Officials acknowledge that there are shortages, there are supply issues and problems with online deliveries that they have yet to work out. There have been more than 1,500 cases there since the 9th of December, and while those numbers are low when you compare them to other cities in the world like New York, new infections are reaching highs here that China has not seen since the early days of the pandemic back in March 2020. And this lockdown we're seeing in Xi'an is similar to what officials imposed in Wuhan, which was the original epicenter. There's almost daily mass testing. 12,000 testing sites have been set up. And it's a sign that Chinese officials are not going to ease on their zero COVID strategy, even as the rest of the world is adjusting restrictions, knowing the high economic and emotional toll that these hard lockdowns bring. And that's why people in Xi'an are so frustrated and they're critical. This is a tourist spot famous for the terracotta warriors, and it's now sealed off from the rest of the world. And all of this happening with 1 month to go before Beijing hosts the Winter Olympics, an event that is facing challenges beyond the pandemic and one that China's government is adamant will go smoothly. And that's why they're racing to get these outbreaks under control.
All right, Janice Mackey-Freyer reporting for us there from China. Thank you so much. Obviously, a lot to keep our eyes on as we head into the Olympics. Let's now look at what else is making news around the world this morning. Matt Bodner joins us from Moscow. Good morning, Matt.
Savannah, good morning. Happy New Year. We're going to start this year off in Amsterdam, where riot police met protesters with shields and batons on Sunday. Thousands took to the streets to protest a new COVID-19 lockdown and, of course, vaccinations against the virus. The Netherlands went into an unexpected and swift lockdown on December 19th. This is part of an effort to prevent, of course, the fast-spreading Omicron variant from overwhelming their nation's healthcare system. We move along now to South Africa, where a man has been arrested after a large fire severely damaged the Parliament building in Cape Town. The suspect does not work in the building, and he reportedly entered through a back window. He's due in court tomorrow on charges of arson, housebreaking, and theft. He could also see charges under legislation that protects sites of strategic importance, such as parliaments. No one was injured. Parliament was not in session. And we finished off this hour with a dire warning out of South Korea. Your cat could be setting your house on fire. Fire safety officials in Seoul say that more than 100 fires over the past 3 years were started by cats, often by turning on electric stoves. Half of the fires were started when their owners were not home. Data from the U.S. is even less encouraging. About 1,000 house fires every year in the U.S. are caused by our pets. Back to you.
Wow. I guess because a cat runs around on countertops and stuff. I'm not a cat person, so I don't know so much. But if my dog knew how to turn on the stove, I'd be pretty concerned. All right, Matt, thank you so much. And coming up, it's been nearly 1 year since the Capitol Hill riot. Now, freshman lawmakers are looking back at the attack and the lasting impacts it's had on their time in office. That story's next on Morning News Now.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
A little girl from Ohio got an extra special Christmas present. 1-year-old Jelaine Sutherland dressed up as Queen Elizabeth for Halloween. She wore an overcoat and matching hat, and the real kicker, she even had 2 corgis, as you can see, to complete the look. Her mother, Caitlin, told the British tabloid The Mirror their dogs are Jalen's best friends and were the main inspiration for the costumes. Now, she sent pictures to Buckingham Palace, never expecting a reply, but sure enough, the Queen's lady-in-waiting responded just before Christmas, and there you can see her holding up that letter, writing in part, "The Queen was pleased to see the photograph of your daughter in her splendid outfit," and they enclosed a little information about the royal pets. That is, of course, going to be a tough gift to top next year. Look how adorable. All right, now Thursday marks 1 year since the deadly insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. All this week, NBC News is focusing on the attack and its aftermath, including the impact on brand new members of Congress who were just a few days into the job on January 6th. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has their stories.
January 6th, 2021 was Sarah Jacobs' 4th day on the job.
Really didn't know my way around the complex yet at all.
After an alert that the nearby Madison building was evacuated,
I screenshotted it and sent it to my chief of staff, and I was like, who's Madison?
Jacobs was in the House chamber. Her parents, used to her being in dangerous situations during her stints overseas, were worried.
And I'm like, don't worry, I'm in the chamber. I'm in the safest place I can possibly be.
Everybody stay down! Get down! As insurrectionists neared the floor, Jacobs donned a gas hood.
It was this buzzing that I will never forget. Actually, I can't watch the clips of that day with the sound on.
On the floor below her, another freshman, Texas Republican Troy Nels, a former sheriff. That's him in blue.
That was day number 3. I think that again, I believe the good Lord put me in this position.
He took off his jacket and prepared to hold the chamber.
I am going to stay right here with my brothers and sisters in blue.
He felt the doors, the ones presidents have used for decades, shaking, and armed himself with a hand sanitizer dispenser. Were you prepared to use that?
Well, that's what I had.
When a rioter shattered the window, Nels engaged him.
I had my Texas mask on, and he looked at me through that broken glass, and he said, "You're from Texas, you should be with us." And at that point in time, I said, "No, sir, I cannot support what you're doing. This is criminal."
There were 64 freshman members whose first week on the job here became one of the darkest days in American political history. For both Nels and Jacobs, the 6th has shaped every day on the job since. But despite experiencing the same day in the same room, their views of what happened couldn't be more different.
There were several people inside that building that really did not commit any criminal violation of the law other than entering the building.
I was convinced that someone was going to open a door with a machine gun, and that would be it.
This freshman class and their mission in Congress forever linked to those first days.
And now it's my job to do everything I can to make sure it never happens again.
They say whenever you stop feeling that feeling inside of seeing the Capitol Dome, that's when you need to leave Congress. And I'm sitting here like, well, they tried to kill me here on my 4th day.
Ali Vitale, NBC News, Washington.
And coming up, a big bust after a series of smash and grabs. We'll take you to California, where authorities have uncovered a black market of stolen goods, adding up to millions of dollars. Plus, no surprises. The new law meant to protect hospital patients from unexpected medical bills. This is Morning News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Now, during a smash and grab robbery, burglars walk out with everything from jewelry to high-end purses to baby formula. But where does that stuff go once it's stolen? Well, in San Francisco, some of those items ended up in a nondescript warehouse where detectives busted the operation. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward has this story.
We've all seen footage of organized groups emptying store shelves. But understanding why this is happening requires understanding what happens to the goods once they've been stolen. In 2020, thieves robbing San Francisco stores found buyers for bags of over-the-counter pharmaceuticals in the Tenderloin neighborhood, according to police.
The thieves brought their stolen merchandise to this street corner right here and then gave it to a middleman. And then it wound up at this warehouse.
Lieutenant Jake Trickett with the San Mateo Sheriff's Department showed us around. His department had been tracking a group of people renting this space. When deputies opened it up, he says it looked like any retailer's warehouse.
Floor-to-ceiling racks of what looked like inventory. Everything was itemized. It was all organized by product type.
270,000 items in all, according to charging documents, worth almost $8 million.
The group had even set up its own store called Deluxe OTC to sell what it had to the highest bidder.
Authorities say these fences even use major e-commerce sites to move what they've stolen.
Some of these other retailers, they may not know that they are supporting, illicit product to be redistributed. They may not know that.
The fences in this case were caught and prosecuted, but California's Attorney General says fighting organized thefts will require other options.
If we can create some restrictions, some verifications on those secondary marketplaces, some brick and mortar, some online, then we can freeze out the demand, freeze the market.
In this case, San Mateo County, together with the California Highway Patrol and the California DOJ, took out the boss, shown here in police video, his warehouse and his website. He and 4 co-defendants pled guilty. He's scheduled to begin a 6-year prison term in February.
If you take away that demand for this product, like there's no endpoint for this stolen product. The street-level fences have nowhere to turn this product.
But there's something larger fueling this, according to experts. Products are being stolen from real-world stores and flowing online to this secondary market.
The way the current system works, all of the burden of these stolen goods seems to fall on the brick-and-mortar retailers who are having their goods stolen. We have, I think, a classic market failure. We have a social harm that's occurring as a result of these thefts, but all the costs are being borne by one party, which is in a weaker position to try to solve the problem.
Law enforcement agencies in California say they will continue to focus on the fencing operations. But the frictionless resale of stolen goods online seems to be driving this wave of high-profile thefts. Under current law, nothing short of a subpoena gives authorities the ability to look inside online retailers to find out whether what's being sold there is stolen. And experts say that making those retailers responsible for where their goods come from could have an effect here. In the meantime, authorities say that if you see pharmaceuticals or other goods available online at a price that you really couldn't have otherwise imagined, don't fuel the economy for stolen goods by buying them.
All right, that's a good tip there, Jake Ward. Thank you so much for that report. And now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Dominic Chu is with us now. Hi, Dom. Good morning.
Good morning and Happy New Year. We've got a number of stories, but the first one we're going to talk about is AT&T and Verizon, because the two telecom giants have rejected a request by the FAA to delay the rollout of 5G wireless technology this week. Now, a letter sent yesterday by the company's CEOs seeks to dismiss some concerns by airline companies that a new service that operates on the so-called C-band wireless spectrum could interfere with the plane's electronics. Airline companies want more time for the FAA and FCC to resolve some of those issues. AT&T and Verizon say they are willing to accept some temporary measures to limit service around certain airport runways, limits, by the way, that are already in place in other countries. And the global semiconductor chip business has seen a big win during the course of the pandemic, and that momentum could stay strong in 2022. A new report out today from an industry watcher projects that chip sales are going to grow another 9% this year. That follows a 26% increase last year. Analysts say sales are being driven by strong demand, higher prices, and a better mix of products, but they also point to some risks, including supply chain issues and the standoff between the U.S. and China in the battle for technology supremacy. And speaking of technology, big tech companies are jumping on the NFT bandwagon. The latest is Samsung, which has unveiled an NFT platform for its smart TVs. Users can browse and buy digital tokens directly for their screens, pulling in items from several marketplaces. You can actually preview the art and see other details as well, such as who created it and the blockchain data behind it. You can also use the TV set to showcase your growing collection of those digital collectibles. So an interesting move there. I could see myself maybe showing some digital work on my TV as well, guys.
Yeah, Dom, this kind of stuff. Well, because, there's those art TVs. I just don't get how, because you could still kind of do that already, but I know this is more valuable or something.
I don't know what I would still like to. I'm just still looking for that one nice oil on canvas piece that I can put somewhere in my living room right now.
And that's not an NFT. That's something you can hold on to.
I want something real, yes.
All right, Dom, thank you so much, and Happy New Year to you too. Now, new year means new laws, and there's one that will save you money and trouble if you or a loved one end up in the hospital. The No Surprises Act means surprise medical bills for thousands of dollars are hopefully a thing of the past. It's now illegal to get a bill from a doctor you did not choose and who did not accept your insurance. NBC News senior business reporter Ben Popkin joins me now. Ben, good morning. So let's talk through kind of how something like this could happen. So let's say when someone's rushed to the hospital, so they don't know if the doctor there is covered by their insurance. In many cases, they're not choosing that doctor. They might not even know they're getting treated by that doctor. And then if they are, the bill can still be really high. So how does this new law change that?
Well, this new law changes that, bans that exact situation, the surprise medical bills that can happen through no fault of your own when you end up using, like you said, an out-of-network facility or provider, usually an emergency situation. These costs can be sky high. Average cost, this is everything from $750 for childbirth, $2,600 for surgical assistant, or even $30,000 for an air ambulance. Now, those procedures are going to be billed to the patient as if they were in-network. Patients are still going to have to pay in-network deductibles and copay, but now the insurer and provider duke it out behind the scenes. You don't have to get involved. If the insurer and provider can't resolve it, it goes to an arbitrator. According to studies, 1 in 5 emergency room visits results in one of these surprise medical bills. So this is a big win for patients in the new year.
And Ben, what does it mean for routine hospital procedures?
Well, for something like a knee operation or a colonoscopy, you still need to choose a facility and doctor who is in network. Then you're covered under this new bill. No one there can send you a surprise medical bill. Previously, it was common for anesthesiologists, pathologists, or labs in those situations. But if you do happen to choose an out-of-network doctor, say there's a doctor you just really like for that particular procedure, that doctor has to notify you 3 days ahead of time before the procedure with what is known as a good faith estimate of the costs. And if you sign that form agreeing to it, you could be on the hook for the extra charges. So definitely read the fine print there.
And so, Ben, even with this law, I mean, we're kind of saying it, like surprise medical bills go away. Could that still happen in certain instances? And if it does happen, what should people do?
Well, patients may still get surprise medical bills for ground ambulance services, which are not covered in the bill. And some studies have found up to half of all ground ambulance rides result in a surprise medical bill. Lawmakers feel that area still needs more study. And this is not going to apply to a lot of any non-emergency situation. But if you do have an emergency situation, you get a bill you think doesn't comply with the law, you should first appeal to the insurer and provider. And if that doesn't work, the government has set up a new website, cms.gov/no surprises. You can file a complaint there and get advice on your case.
All right, Ben, great advice there, great information, good news for a lot of patients. Thank you so much. Good to see you. And coming up, made by veterans for veterans. When we return on Morning News Now, the unique project that's now a daily reminder of service and sacrifice. You'll see what we mean.
City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Welcome back. Now, you might want to hang up a new calendar for the year 2022. And if you don't have one yet, a group of veterans has created one to help their fellow vets. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow shows us this unique project.
This is a story about veterans helping veterans and also having some fun for themselves as well.
Good, you got it.
For these women,
I love it.
this is a rare chance to step into the spotlight.
Perfect.
It's not every day that you get all dolled up.
But this isn't just any photo shoot. The women here share a unique bond. Each is a military veteran representing the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines. On this day, it's all about the glam.
Hey, I like it.
And all for a great cause.
Yeah, love it.
They've made a fundraising calendar with a nod to the 1940s called Pin-Ups for Vets.
Oh, so glam.
Gina Elise founded the group back in 2006 to help veterans in need.
There were a lot of stories coming out in the news about our troops coming back from Iraq needing medical care, and I felt so strongly that I wanted to do something to help out.
The calendars are sold to support military causes like rehab equipment for VA hospitals, care packages for troops, and visits with veterans. Elise says the idea came from her love of those World War II planes with pictures of beautiful women painted on the aircraft, reminding troops of what they were fighting for back home.
They're going from, their combat boots to being totally transformed, sort of a time warp back to the 1940s. Some of them have started to cry. It's very, it's very emotional for them.
Rochelle LaFleur served in the U.S. Marine Corps.
There's so much strength in this room. Every single one of these women signed up for their country, and they serve their country, and they're absolutely beautiful.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Amber Shear was in the Air Force for 9 years, working on fighter jets.
If it weren't for the people that serve, then we would be jeopardizing our freedoms.
Carolyn Martin was an aviation mechanic in the Marines.
Being able to be dressed up and show that we can be strong and feminine is just so important.
Like so many veterans, former Army medic Bliven Roman has battled depression. For her, this project has a deeper meaning.
Being in the military, we struggle mentally very deeply, and I nearly lost my life to depression. And I was given that chance to be here today and to see myself accomplishing my own dreams. I wouldn't have been able to do that if I didn't survive.
This band of sisters helping others get through too.
I am all about serving our fellow veterans because we are still often forgotten, and giving back is a really true passion for me.
The calendars are available now for sale, and again, they're raising money for all sorts of things to help fellow veterans. Back to you.
All right, Kate Snow, what a great story. Thank you so much. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning and Happy New Year. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, back to reality. An unfortunate truth on this Monday morning. Another holiday season is in the books, and that means many Americans are now forced to deal with an airport wake-up call as they head back home. Hundreds of delays and cancellations are plaguing runways from coast to coast as wicked winter weather slams tarmacs up and down the eastern seaboard as the sun rises, and hundreds of TSA agents remain off the job because of COVID. But there is a silver lining to this New Year's nightmare. We'll tell you how you can keep your trip home turbulence-free from gate to garage. Making the grade, yet another COVID test for the nation's school systems as millions of kids head back to class this morning, faced with a mixed response from states on how exactly to educate with record positivity rates. Will remote learning make a comeback this winter? We'll take you across the country. Also this morning, leave it on the field. We got a different kind of highlight reel from this weekend's NFL matchups. Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver Antonio Brown making a splash online for a dramatic game exit from yesterday's meeting with the Jets. Now the Bucs head coach says he's off the squad. Could Brown still have a future in the NFL? Plus, on this first Monday of 2020, we remember an American icon, Betty White, a Hollywood mainstay for well over a half century, who graced television sets on sitcoms and studio game shows alike, passed away at age 99, just days shy of her 100th birthday. Take a look back at her wide-ranging career and all things that made White gold. We begin this hour, though, with the latest on those travel headaches people across the country are dealing with. Thousands of flights have already been canceled this morning as winter weather and COVID callouts leave airports and airlines struggling to catch up. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Yeah, good morning. We've got heavy snow hitting the D.C. area, expecting 7, 8, 9 inches of snow today. Already system-wide, 1,700 flights canceled today, 600 delays already. The hardest hit airports, Reagan National is up top. Dulles is on the list. LaGuardia is on the list. Denver. And we're also seeing Chicago O'Hare and Chicago Midway. And we are just getting started. The hope this morning that today is a day of recovery and rebound for airlines and stranded passengers after a week of mass cancellations. But instead, another challenging day is shaping up. Even more delays and more cancellations, with January storms and the rampant spread of the Omicron variant proving too much for airlines and airports.
They already pushed my flight back twice, so I might miss my connection.
Nearly 1,800 TSA officers off the job with COVID. On Sunday, FlightAware showing 2,700 canceled flights, more than 9,000 delays, all part of more than 12,000 cancellations over the last week. Among the airports hardest hit, Denver, Chicago O'Hare, and Atlanta.
It's usually a well-oiled machine here, and it runs very smoothly. Today, it just isn't that way.
Jen Fabian and her dad came to Florida for the Gator Bowl, but the weekend took a turn when Delta canceled their flight home. After more delays caused them to miss a connection, they finally made it back home 22 hours later.
Just felt like every time my phone buzzed, it was a text from United saying your flight was delayed. You just get to the point where you're like, okay, the trip isn't fun anymore.
All of it coming at the worst time for passengers and airlines alike.
The demand was higher, the stakes were higher, and there were more people who are traveling, so it's harder to accommodate them on whatever flights are left.
If your flight is delayed or canceled last minute, try to rebook yourself using the airline's app or an airport kiosk. If you have airline lounge access, consider seeing an agent there. One silver lining, airlines are trying to cancel or delay flights in advance. So
keep checking your reservation, just stay on top of it, because the earlier you spot a problem, the easier it is to deal with.
So we mentioned 1,700 flights canceled today so far, and here's the breakdown. Southwest Airlines, 11% of flights right now. JetBlue, 13%. SkyWest, they cover the regionals, the commuters. They're at about 8%. United, 4%. Delta, 2%. And American, right now, just 1%. But it is early, and we're just getting started. I'm Tom Costello at Reagan National Airport here in Washington. It's snowy Washington. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to you, Tom. Thanks so much for that report. And now, as you just mentioned, snowy Washington, well, it may be later than usual, but the eastern part of the country altogether is finally getting its first real snowstorm of the season, with parts of Virginia receiving the largest snowfall in 3 years. It's time for Bill Cairns, of course, to join us. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, this storm will, cause a lot of issues in a short period of time. And now we're getting into the peak of it in areas around Washington, D.C. So where Tom was, a lot of pavement was still very warm from yesterday when it was in the 60s. So some of the areas it's not going to stick, but eventually it's going to snow hard enough this morning that it will stick everywhere. Wilmington, Delaware could be one of those spots. We're expecting around maybe 3 to 5 inches in Wilmington, Delaware. So parts of the mid-Atlantic are going to get a significant first snow of the season. And yes, it's late for this, all the way into now January. So let's get to the maps. We do have the tornado watch. I have not heard any reports of any tornadoes or even any tornado warnings. The blue on this map shows you where the heavy snow is. It's starting to end in the mountains of North Carolina. And the really heavy snow now is just north of Richmond, up around Fredericksburg, and just south of D.C. And that's kind of the area, if we're going to get a foot of snow out of this, that's where it could happen as we go throughout the next 3 to 5 hours. That's how quickly it's going to fall. So winter storm warnings are everywhere in that reddish, maroonish type color. Winter weather advisories in white, and that's the heavy snow band is south of Philadelphia. Notice New York City, Hartford, Providence, Boston. This is not a snowstorm for you. So the snowfall totals, this is additional snowfall anywhere around 4 to 6 inches possible. Washington, D.C., that's on top of the 1 to 2 on the grass already. But from Fredericksburg to Salisbury, Maryland, Atlantic City, all the way through southern half of New Jersey, that's where some of the higher totals could happen. Notice we're still thinking an additional 4 to 8 inches in those areas. And what a weather whiplash this has been. Savannah actually said this last hour, all on her own without even knowing I was doing this. But yesterday, temperatures in the 70s and the 80s. Today's temperatures are coming crashing down in the 40s and the 50s. So for many areas, it'll feel much colder. This is how it should be, actually. I mean, it was 60 almost yesterday in New York City. Today, more like January with temperatures in the 30s. So, Savannah, you did that all on your own last hour. You called it weather whiplash.
There we go, Bill. I know what I'm talking about. I know how to read your mind now. We're a year and a half or so into this together.
Oh, that's scary.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Great to see you. Now to new concerns over skyrocketing COVID infections. Nationwide, the country is averaging nearly 400,000 new infections every day. It's the highest number since the pandemic began. And as children head back to school this morning after the holiday break, a growing number of districts are temporarily switching to remote learning, while others, like here in New York City, are still holding classes in person, but with new safety measures. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Cases have really skyrocketed here in New York City. 20% of sanitation and police workers have called out sick. But even so, the doors to the schools are opening up to in-person learning amid strict new testing protocols. Nationwide, that's the case in a lot of school systems, some making last-minute changes which are leaving already concerned parents now confused. This morning, those back-to-school jitters now amplified by record COVID rates and a very mixed response from states. While schools in Atlanta, Cleveland, and Newark are opting to go remote temporarily, in New York, which saw over 85,000 cases on New Year's Eve, its highest one-day total ever, schools are still in person, with students and staff now required to submit a negative test before returning.
We can't close down our city every time there's a new variant. We can't allow our children to keep missing school.
LA adopting the same protocol, but in Detroit and Washington, D.C., schools are delaying their start until midweek to allow more time for testing. Massachusetts is bringing in the National Guard to hand out test kits to families. But with a massive testing backlog, will the results come in time? In Chicago, this video of an overflowing testing drop box for students and staff is raising concern. The Biden administration has vowed to help, insisting widespread testing and keeping schools open is the right way to go.
Our students belong in the classroom, and we can do it safely.
In Florida's Miami-Dade County, where 1 in 4 people are testing positive for the virus, there's no testing mandate in schools. Instead, staff and visitors must now wear masks, with state law banning the same mandate for students.
Mandating masks would help slow and stop the spread. But the governor made it impossible for school boards to do that.
It comes as the CDC has faced some pushback for its new guidelines that asymptomatic people with COVID can leave quarantine after 5 days rather than 10 without testing. Dr. Fauci now saying the CDC may update its guidance again.
Testing could be a part of that, and I think we're going to be hearing more about that in the next day or so from the CDC.
With the surge of overall cases has come a surge in pediatric cases as well. Nearly 200,000 pediatric cases in that week leading up to Christmas. That has also led to an increase in children being put in the hospital, the vast majority of them unvaccinated with underlying conditions. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more. Dr. Azar, good morning. Happy New Year. Great to have you with us. So what should parents know this morning before sending their children off to school? Is there anything they can do to better protect their kids while in the classroom? Does this really just come down to vaccination?
Well, certainly vaccination is that probably most important layer of protection, Savannah, and that 5 to 11 group really needs to catch up with their older counterparts. Look, school systems are doing everything that they can. They're trying to be very flexible and nimble in terms of response to local rates. For example, my high schooler has to go remote today because they don't have enough staff, which means that teachers, janitorial staff, et cetera, have been infected with coronavirus. And my daughter, who's in middle school is going to be in person for only half day. They're omitting the lunch time because that's when, of course, people are eating and taking their masks off. So all of these approaches, whether it's, a delayed opening, online schooling for a couple of days, testing, you can see, Savannah, what a patchwork it is across the country with different areas doing different things depending on their leadership and rates in their communities.
And much of the guidance even differing from the CDC, ultimately just leading to a lot of confusion. Now, Dr. Fauci recently suggested that testing might not be the best way to monitor COVID anymore. First, let's listen.
As you get further on and the infections become less severe, it is much more relevant to focus on the hospitalizations as opposed to the total number of cases.
So, Dr. Azar, what exactly does that mean? I mean, do you think hospitalization is where we should focus our attention? And is this because those cases seem to be less severe with this variant? What happens to those, though, who get long COVID but are not hospitalized? Just walk us through what exactly that meant.
You make a very good point, Savannah, and thank you for making it because, I think we forget, we do think that the end game is always, death as the worst outcome. But as we know, COVID-19 can lead to a lot of different complications, even if you do survive it. But I think what he's really getting to is the fact that we just honestly cannot really get an accurate case count at this point, given how transmissible it is. And also, given the number of home tests that people are doing, I think our daily estimate, as scary as this might sound, Savannah, is probably a significant underestimate of the true number of cases. So if we're speaking from just a sort of big picture epidemiological perspective, I do think that hospitalization rates and deaths are the main metric that people are going to be focusing on right now, really just to determine the virulence of the Omicron variant. I will just also say that analogous to flu counts, we actually don't base our annual flu numbers on lab-based flu positivity. It's really when people present to the hospital with influenza-like illness. So this isn't unprecedented, but the daily case counts are really an estimate. They're actually not even remotely a clear, hard and fast number that everyone would necessarily agree on.
Yeah, no, it's such a good point. I mean, so many people that I know that have had COVID in the last couple of weeks only knew because of a rapid they did at home, and then they just stayed there. They weren't reporting it anywhere. They weren't showing up at the doctor who was kind of, taking a tally of that. Now, finally, Doctor, Puerto Rico is experiencing the biggest surge of cases on the island actually since the pandemic began. But the island was also the most vaccinated territory in the U.S., including all 50 states. What does this tell us about vaccinations? What would you say to someone who's not vaccinated, that you don't want the message to just be that, it means you can still get it? Kind of walk us through that.
To me, I would say the message that we're getting loud and clear with this Omicron variant is that in spite of the fact that you may get a mild infection or a breakthrough infection, the vaccine is still a gift that keeps on giving. The latest data shows that if you've had 2 shots of the mRNA vaccine, your likelihood of being hospitalized is about 60% lower. And if you've gotten the booster, Savannah, it's approximately 80% lower. So this, if any message should be sent to Puerto Ricans and everyone around the world, is get your vaccine. And if you've been vaccinated, but you're more than 6 months out from the mRNA or more than 2 months out from your Johnson & Johnson, you need to get that booster.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. Good to see you. Now, Congress is preparing to mark the anniversary of the deadly January 6th insurrection on Capitol Hill. Democratic leaders have plans for a solemn day of remembrance as the investigation into the attack continues, and with former President Trump planning to speak about it from Florida. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Cake has it all covered for us from the Hill this morning. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. I promise the Capitol is somewhere behind me in the snow, but we now know that those solemn remembrances will include remarks by the president at the Capitol on Thursday. Meanwhile, the efforts to understand exactly what happened here on the 6th and to prevent it from ever happening again still continue. But a year out, it's clear there is much more work to be done.
This morning, the insurrection investigation focusing ever tighter on what former President Trump did and did not do as the deadly January 6th attack unfolded.
The committee has firsthand testimony that President Trump was sitting in the dining room next to the Oval Office watching on television as the Capitol was assaulted. That is clearly a supreme dereliction of duty.
Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney also revealing multiple advisors asked Trump to intervene, including Republican leader Kevin McCarthy and the former president's daughter.
We have firsthand testimony that his daughter Ivanka went in at least twice to ask him to please stop this violence.
The bipartisan committee probing the actions of Mr. Trump and his allies in and out of government now seeking testimony from some congressional Republicans, along with White House aides and Stop the Steal activists. Since its creation last summer, the committee says it has interviewed more than 300 people and collected more than 35,000 pages of documents, including emails and text messages, while still battling the former president in court for more White House records. A spokesman for the former president telling NBC News the committee is, quote, obsessed with waging a political war against President Donald J. Trump. In the past year, 725 people have been charged with crimes related to the attack. The FBI says they're still looking for 350 more people they believe committed violence on that day. On Capitol Hill, a new police chief says reforms to how the Capitol Police collect and share intelligence and train officers have made the complex safer, but challenges remain.
What keeps you up at night now?
Right now, probably 200 officers below what we had pre-January 6th, and we're 400 below what we really need today.
Over the holiday break, Speaker Pelosi announced her plans to mark the anniversary of the attack Thursday with historical discussions, member reflections, and an evening prayer vigil at the Capitol. Former President Trump will be marking the anniversary, too, with a press conference at his Florida club. Two totally different viewpoints on the meaning of that day. Savannah?
Absolutely, and we know there will be lots to watch for throughout the week that I know you'll stay on. And yeah, you could have been part of our weather coverage a little bit earlier with that background.
Every reporter is a weather reporter. That's my belief.
Exactly. All right, Garrett. Thanks so much. Good to see you. And coming up on Morning News Now, this gridiron stunner now gone viral. Bucs wide receiver Antonio Brown throwing in the towel against the Jets yesterday. What the wide world of sports is saying about his future in the NFL after the break.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome back. One of Tom Brady's favorite targets, Antonio Brown, has been kicked off the Super Bowl champion Bucs after a wild outburst Sunday on the field. It happened in the third quarter of the Bucs-Jets game when the star wide receiver took off his jersey and pads. He then threw his shirt and gloves to fans and then ran off the field, as you can see there. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with more on this story. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And this really was a stunning scene. And now you have the defending Super Bowl champions without one of their star players just weeks before the playoffs. The all-pro receiver has already been cut from the team and now faces an uncertain future in football yet again.
Antonio Brown. That's Antonio Brown without his uniform.
This morning, an NFL star that's been no stranger to controversy calling it quits in the middle of a game. Antonio Brown taking off his jersey and pads, then running off the field during Sunday's battle between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and New York Jets.
Ran across the field while the teams were still on the field, giving the crowd a peace out sign.
The surreal scene also captured from the stands. Brown, who would not return, was spotted interacting with teammate Mike Evans on the sidelines during the third quarter before taking off his jersey and eventually heading to the locker room. After the game, Tampa Bay's head coach Bruce Arians not mincing words.
He is no longer a Buck.
According to Fox Sports' Jay Glazer, Arians said before Brown ran off, he had tried to get him back into the game multiple times, but Brown refused. And Arians then told him to get out. Later, Brown taking to Instagram, writing, "Big mad, making a difference. Thanks for the opportunity." And shown smiling in videos from an acquaintance after leaving the game. The decision to release Brown coming just weeks after the seven-time Pro Bowler's latest incident. The 33-year-old suspended 3 games for violating the NFL's COVID protocols by using a fake vaccine card. But his team stuck by him and gave him another chance.
I made a decision that this was best for our football team.
Brown's career was already on delicate footing. In 2019, he was accused of sexual assault by a former trainer. He denied the allegations, and a settlement was eventually reached. 2 years ago, Brown faced multiple charges after he was accused of attacking a truck driver in front of his Florida home. He pleaded no contest and received 2 years probation and was ordered to undergo a psychological evaluation and attend anger management. But for now, Brown is out. His now former teammate Tom Brady calling it a difficult situation.
I think everybody should find, hopefully do what they can to help him in ways that he really needs it. We all love him. We care about him deeply. We want to see him be at his best, and unfortunately won't be with our team.
Now, Morgan, not only did this outburst cost Brown his spot on the Buccaneers, it seems, but what are the implications for his contract?
Yeah, Savannah, this was an expensive decision that Brown made during that game. A company that tracks sporting contracts says that Brown was 8 catches, 55 receiving yards, and 1 touchdown short of what would have been a $1 million bonus. Money that Brown will now not be seeing a penny of.
All
Savannah?
right, Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. Now, Prince Andrew was dealt a major setback in his efforts to block a lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre, who says he sexually assaulted her when she was 17. His lawyers requested to dismiss the lawsuit because they allege Giuffre does not live in the U.S., but a judge rejected that argument. Giuffre says she was assaulted by the prince after being trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. Prince Andrew denies the allegations and has said he has no recollection of ever meeting her. This all comes as a 2009 settlement between Epstein and Giuffre is scheduled for public release today. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from outside Buckingham Palace in London. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Savannah. That's right. The lawyers for Prince Andrew are going to try to use that settlement, which has been sealed up until today, to argue that Prince Andrew cannot be sued civilly. The next few days absolutely crucial for the prince as his lawyers try to avoid what could be an ugly public civil trial over these allegations that Virginia Giuffre was forced to have sex with the prince. This morning, Prince Andrew back in the headlines. Pressure intensifying after the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell last week, who's facing up to 65 years in prison for trafficking girls for Jeffrey Epstein. It comes as lawyers for the Queen's second son fight again to get a civil suit thrown out. Virginia Giuffre alleges she was forced to have sex with the prince 3 times in 2001 when she was 17. After being introduced to him at Maxwell's London home and dancing with him at a nightclub. Giuffre telling Today last week she believes the Maxwell verdict could lead to other revelations.
There's others who are involved that made this sex trafficking operation possible. Maxwell is just the beginning.
Prince Andrew has denied all of Giuffre's allegations, telling the BBC in 2019,
"I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady."
The prince has said he was at a pizza restaurant with daughter Princess Beatrice that night. In court documents, Giuffre's lawyers have asked for proof, including witnesses or the prince's official schedule, and for proof of the prince's assertion he's unable to sweat. In response to a claim from Giuffre, he was sweating profusely the night she met him. Prince Andrew's lawyers pushing back tried twice last week to have the suit dismissed and lost. They'll try again in a hearing tomorrow, arguing in part that a 2009 settlement between Epstein and Giuffre, unsealed today, protects the royal from legal action. The big question now, will Maxwell have anything to say about Prince Andrew?
Well, clearly, if she's pursuing an appeal against the verdict, then she will probably keep her mouth shut. But when it comes to sentencing, we know she's essentially looking at the rest of her life in jail.
So that virtual hearing in New York over whether or not this case can go to trial happens tomorrow. Meantime, Prince Andrew hasn't been the public face of the royals for a very long time, since that interview in 2019 with the BBC. But he hasn't stepped back permanently, and there could be more pressure on Buckingham Palace to remove him officially and permanently from those royal duties, and also strip him from his remaining 9 military titles if, in fact, this goes forward, Savannah, and if it gets even uglier.
Absolutely. Something to watch there. Kelly, thank you so much. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning. Matt Bodner is with us from Moscow this hour again. Hi, Matt.
Savannah, good morning. We'll start this hour off in Brazil, where President Bolsonaro says that he was admitted to a hospital early this morning, may potentially undergo surgery for a possible intestinal obstruction. Bolsonaro wrote on Twitter that he started to feel ill yesterday after eating lunch, and he actually said that this is the second time he's been hospitalized with these same symptoms. He attributes this all to a stab wound that he received at a 2018 campaign rally. We move along now to Hong Kong, where news outlet Citizen News says it will be shutting its doors on Tuesday in light of growing concerns over the safety of the independent press in Hong Kong following the imposition of a new national security law by Beijing back in 2020. Citizen News was the last remaining independent outlet in Hong Kong following the closure of Apple Daily back in June and Stand News just last week. We finish this hour at the nexus of streaming news and negative Eastern European stereotypes. Netflix is under fire for its portrayal of a Ukrainian character in the latest season of Emily in Paris. The character is shown to shoplift, fear deportation from France, and sport a questionable fashion sense. Ukraine's culture minister says he sent a letter to Netflix claiming the character is an insulting depiction of Ukrainians. Savannah.
All right, a lot of people have been talking about that show, so that's interesting. Matt, thank you so much. And there's much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. A 4th COVID shot is being rolled out in Israel starting today. What that could mean for the future of the fight across the globe. Up next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power. Michaela Schifrin, with just 1 more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. A Vancouver Canucks staffer finally got to thank the hockey fan who he says saved his life. During a game in October, a woman in the stands noticed a mole on Brian Hamilton's neck as he was moving equipment. She wrote a note on her phone, there you can see it, and pushed it up against the glass to warn him it could be cancerous. And it turns out she was right. Brian had the mole removed, and his doctors said in a few years it could have become life-threatening. The Vancouver hockey team posted this letter on Saturday to find the woman so Brian could thank her. And they did. They found her, 22-year-old Nadia Popovici, a recent college graduate who plans to attend medical school next year. They brought Nadia to the game Saturday night where she received a standing ovation and a gift of $10,000 to help with med school. Wow, what an incredible story. Now back to the pandemic and the rapid spread of Omicron worldwide. One country is taking a different approach to control the variant. Starting today, Israel is now handing out a 4th dose of the COVID vaccine for anyone over 60 years old. It's the first country in the world to offer a second booster. And what's happening there may offer a glimpse of the future for the rest of the world, including here in the U.S. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So Israel was one of the first countries, actually, to get the majority of its population vaccinated. So how will this new booster program work?
Savannah, good morning. The new booster program is going to work in stages. Starting today, all Israelis over 60 who got their 3rd dose more than 4 months ago are eligible to come to a vaccination center like this one and get that 4th dose. They join a growing list of Israelis who are eligible, people with weakened immune systems, care home patients, medical staff can all get the 4th dose. The obvious question, is it going to be rolled out to the entire population? And if past is precedent, then it probably will. So far, the 3rd dose rolled out like this, the same way before going to everyone. Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett didn't speak to that last night, but he said Israel will remain dynamic in the face of a fast-changing situation. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Israel will once again be pioneering the global vaccination effort. Omicron is not Delta. It's a different ballgame altogether. We must keep our eye on the ball, act swiftly and decisively if we want to continue engaging and working with an open country as much as possible throughout this pandemic.
So it's something of a race against time now. Omicron cases are rising quickly here, and the Israeli government trying to get that fourth dose out to as many people as possible before the peak. Savannah?
Now, Raf, Israel had imposed super strict travel restrictions in the face of Omicron. Where do those stand right now?
Yes, so those travel restrictions are easing somewhat, but they are still extremely tight. Right now, the U.S. is still on Israel's red list. That means no travel back and forth between Israel and the U.S. without special permission. Starting on Sunday, some fully vaccinated tourists from a few select countries are going to be allowed to come into Israel, but vast swaths of the world, the U.S., UK, Canada, Turkey are still off limits for Israeli travelers. Those restrictions have absolutely hammered the Israeli tourism industry, but the Israeli government says they did succeed in slowing down the arrival of Omicron. Savannah?
And aside from those restrictions and then this booster if you're over 60, what are the other ways that Israel's been trying to contain Omicron?
So one innovation they're trying, they are offering vaccinations to kids in schools. If parents sign a permission form, they can get their kids vaccinated in schools the same way some other vaccinations are offered. Israel has also been leaning heavily on this green pass, which you have on your cell phone, which you need to show to go into malls, into movie theaters, other public places to show that you've been fully vaccinated. Savannah?
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much. Now, right now, a lot of us are trying to get our hands on a COVID test or go get tested. But which one should we get, a rapid test or a PCR test? And what happens if you don't have a choice? NBC's medical fellow, Dr. Akshay Sayal, breaks down the differences between the two.
As the Omicron variant surges across the U.S., so has the demand for at-home rapid COVID tests. But access and cost have been barriers for people looking to get their hands on them. And the new variant could be impacting the test's sensitivity.
They will be positive if you have a lot of virus, which usually means that you are infectious. So that's why I like to think of these tests not so much as medical diagnostic devices that can tell you if you've been infected with COVID, in the last couple of weeks, but rather these tools should be thought of more as contagiousness indicating tests, that if they're positive, you should certainly assume that they mean that you are very high risk for being contagious at that moment.
Experts say the tests sacrifice some accuracy in detecting virus for faster results than a traditional PCR test. But rapid tests can be a powerful tool for making quick decisions about travel, gatherings, or when to seek additional medical care. So which one is right for you? PCR tests are considered the gold standard, but they require special lab equipment to detect tiny pieces of the virus's genetic material. So you might have to wait days to get your results, especially when demand surges. A rapid test, on the other hand, is great at predicting if you are likely infectious and pose a risk to others. With rapid tests, you don't have to leave the house, and they can provide results in about 15 minutes. Unlike PCR tests, rapid tests detect molecules on the virus's surface, called antigens. While antigen tests may work best when someone is showing symptoms, they can still detect asymptomatic cases, but there's a slightly higher chance of getting a false negative. So a single negative antigen test doesn't necessarily mean you're in the clear.
If you're negative and you still say, I really don't feel well, the virus might not have migrated up into your nose yet. So you might have to actually do another test, and you might turn positive 2 days later instead of 1. But in general, assume right now that symptoms of COVID are COVID.
On the other hand, PCR tests are better at detecting the virus at any point, whether you're showing symptoms or not. But these tests can remain positive for up to 12 weeks, well after you are no longer contagious.
If you're asking the question, do I need to isolate right now? Can I go see my grandmother right now? These types of public health questions where the action is not about yourself, but really about the people around you. The PCR, unfortunately, is not accurate because it stays positive for so long. Whereas an antigen test, I would argue, is more accurate to answer the question, am I infectious? Do I need to isolate to keep those around me safe?
For both types of tests, access is still a major issue. Drugstore shelves have been wiped out of rapid tests amid a surge in holiday travel. But higher demand for PCR tests at pharmacies and clinics means you could be waiting days before you see a result.
Omicron will come crashing down over the next few weeks, I suspect. And so hopefully by the time we hit the next wave, whatever that might look like, we will have access to these tests.
The FDA announced that it's monitoring how well antigen tests work on the Omicron variant, but early data has found a possible decrease in sensitivity. Still, the findings are fairly new, and the FDA says it will continue to evaluate antigen test performance. For now, it's still a good idea to take a rapid test if you're worried you're sick, if you can get your hands on one.
All right, our thanks to Dr. Akshay Syal for breaking that all down for us. And coming up, a broadband battle shaping up between the federal government and top telecom companies. Why the rollout of 5G in America just got a little more turbulent. That story's up next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. That Larry, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Welcome back. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter too. Dominic Chu is back with us this hour. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Savannah. So let's talk Tesla first. They delivered more than 308,000 cars to customers in the fourth quarter of last year. That blew away analysts' forecasts. The electric car maker shipping around 936,000 vehicles all of last year. That's up nearly 90% from 2020. The majority of those were the Model 3 sedan and Model Y SUVs. Now, that increase in production is even more impressive given the global computer chip shortage and supply chain issues that have plagued the auto industry overall over the course of the last year plus. Goldman Sachs joins other big banks in asking employees to work from home amid the current rise in COVID cases. Offices will remain open, but anyone who is eligible to work remotely is being encouraged to do so through January 18th. Goldman has already announced staff will be tested twice a week when they return, and all employees must have received a booster shot by February 1st. And Hollywood closes out 2021 with even more fireworks for Spider-Man: No Way Home. The Sony and Marvel flick topping the box office for the third straight week with around $53 million in receipts. That's according to ComScore. The film has already earned around $610 million in North America, which makes it 10th all-time in that market. Now, worldwide, it's made just under $1.4 billion. That's the 12th highest grossing film ever. Overall, the North American box office, Savannah, made around $4.5 billion last year. That's down 60% from pre-pandemic back in 2019. I don't know about you. I have not yet seen a movie in a theater, but I want to do so sometime soon, Savannah.
I totally agree with that. Now, of course, with this new spread and everything, I'm not sure, but I haven't in so long either, and I miss it. But that's great to hear that the industry is bouncing back in general.
Yes, and I just want that big, massively overpriced popcorn and big gulp and everything else.
I
And
know. See, I'm a
nice
sucker for the
blockbuster.
ices, which I think is like meant for children, but I still love them. All right, Don,
I love
thank
them
you.
too.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thanks so much. Now, the battle over the rollout of 5G is intensifying this morning after the airline industry said the new ground signal could potentially interfere with important safety instruments on planes. AT&T and Verizon are denying a request to postpone their 5G launches, but have agreed to temporarily weaken the signal around airports instead. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Fort Lauderdale Airport with more on this. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Savannah. It's at airports like this where those 5G frequencies could interfere with a plane's radar altimeter, which is a critical piece of equipment for pilots, especially used on landings and even more so in inclement weather like we're seeing across the country today. But AT&T and Verizon spent billions of dollars for these frequencies, and it's only now that they and the FAA are trying to finally figure out how this will all begin.
With just 2 days until AT&T and Verizon go live with their 5G coverage, the FAA is getting very little cooperation from the major phone carriers. And overnight, the world's largest pilots union backed a top airline trade group calling to delay the rollout of 5G near certain airports. It comes after AT&T and Verizon declined a request from federal transportation officials to postpone the launch of their 5G signals for up to 2 weeks. The FAA has warned this next generation of cell service could interfere with some vital monitors pilots rely on to safely land planes in bad weather. This morning, the phone companies say they won't fully put their plans on hold, but for the next 6 months, they would agree to fade or decrease 5G signals around some airports. It's the same approach phone companies have used overseas in countries like France. AT&T and Verizon believe it will give the FAA and plane manufacturers time to determine if interference is simply theoretical or indeed real.
They're testing the airplanes about as rapidly as they can. All we need to do is give them time to find out which devices are susceptible.
The FAA has already said it may order pilots to land planes manually, starting this week when arriving at airports near 5G stations. Writing in a letter to the phone companies on New Year's Eve, failure to reach a solution by January 5th will force the U.S. aviation sector to take steps to protect the safety of the traveling public.
You're talking about hundreds of cancellations and thousands of people whose travel plans are disrupted.
More travel disruptions? The last thing those who have been facing major flight cancellations and delays say is needed. Now, there's hope both sides will answer the call for compromise.
So what's at stake here? Well, of course, this all comes down to money as well as safety. AT&T and Verizon spent upwards of $70 billion for the use of these frequencies in an auction with the federal government, and they feel the need to turn it on and get it going because T-Mobile already has its 5G operating in many parts of the country. They're on a different frequency that the federal government says does not appear to interfere with planes. Of course, AT&T and Verizon and the FAA are up against a deadline here because this was all supposed to begin in 2 days. Airlines say, well, turn on those frequencies, and that could cause problems for planes. Pilots would then have to space out their landings because they can't rely on their altimeters. And if they have to space out the landings, that slows down the whole process and will cost the airlines billions of dollars. Money.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
So, yeah.
It all comes down to money, but wow, can you even imagine something like that happening in the middle of all this other travel chaos? Ay, ay, ay. Lots to watch for. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. Now, a Pennsylvania woman was 6 months pregnant when she learned that there was a tumor growing on the heart of her unborn child that could be fatal. Now, a pioneering operation saved the baby's life. NBC News' Kate Snow has more on this remarkable story.
Rylan Drinnen is just 5 months old, but when he gets older, his parents, David and Sam, look forward to telling him the incredible story.
Well, you can barely see it.
Yeah.
Behind that scar on his chest.
What will you say, Sam?
That you went through so much, so little, before you even knew what life was. And now you're helping the medical community in ways you never thought possible. Yeah.
When Sam was 26 weeks pregnant, doctors found a cancerous tumor growing on Rylan's tiny developing heart and suggested a groundbreaking operation that had only succeeded once before.
It was squishing the heart, and there was a ton of fluid already around the heart at that time. We're going to do the very best we can.
Dr. Daryl Cass led a team at the Cleveland Clinic that first had to operate on mom-to-be Sam, opening her uterus to reach little Rylan. Dr. Cass called on surgeon Dr. Hani Najam to remove the dangerous tumor.
My first response to him is that I've done these after birth. I could do this procedure, but you gotta have to get me to that fetus in the uterus so I could do something about it.
After 4 hours of surgery, the tumor was out, and Rylan back in place in what doctors call the best intensive care unit, the womb.
We talked every day. I would just tell him that everything's gonna be okay and I got you. We're gonna get through this and you're gonna come out strong.
Rylan spent 10 more weeks growing and recovering inside mom. When Sam went into labor, they were nervous about whether his heart would pump on its own.
We're putting him in a ground one. I was his bypass machine, like keeping him alive.
Because he was attached to you,
Yes.
and your heart was doing all the work.
Yeah.
So the minute he comes out and they cut the umbilical cord,
He's on his own.
Yes.
what happened?
He screamed. He took over. He knew. He was like, it's my time to shine. Let's go.
Rylan's heart kept pumping.
You're so beautiful.
He's now a healthy infant who just celebrated his first Christmas, the best present his family could ask for.
It's a time of year when we think a lot about giving and appreciating family.
Oh, absolutely.
I just wonder how you guys are feeling now.
We're thankful for the doctors up at the clinic that took care of him and saved his life. We're thankful for our family for helping take care of me and him. Every time I see him, it's a feeling that you never thought you would have, knowing that he could have been gone and that I get to hold him every day and just keep him as happy as I can.
Wow, what an amazing story. And yes, thank you to those doctors. Now, Rylan will be getting surgery in February to fix the bones in his chest cavity, and his parents are just grateful that their little boy is thriving. And Kate Snow, thank you so much for that report. Coming up, an icon of American television and entertainment is remembered this morning. The career, impact, and life of Betty White after this break.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
On the last day of 2021, America lost a national icon. Betty White died Friday, just 3 weeks shy of her 100th birthday. A legendary actor, her career spanned 8 decades, making it the longest-running career of any female TV entertainer. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith joins us now for a look back at her extraordinary life. Hi, Harry. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. I'll tell you what, you think about that amazing sort of devilish smile she had, her impeccable comedic timing. She was indeed a national treasure.
Betty White always came to play.
I happen to be in the neighborhood. Doing what? Coming to see you.
There was never a role,
I don't know.
a talk show appearance,
Now we're up to Betty White there.
or even a game show where she didn't bring it.
Oh, I wouldn't touch that line. One who'd walk.
The sparkle in her eyes, her charm and wit,
So grateful.
and that smile
I've been smiling for 11 years.
that so often said, I know what you're thinking, and I may be thinking it too.
I didn't go to college. I just went into show business. Thank you, Rhoda.
Really, Betty White, 90 and naughty.
Cheers.
She alone could pull it off.
Coins.
Things you flip.
Many of us first got to know Betty White from her frequent appearances on game shows back in the day.
What are your plans for the summer, Betty?
Well, I'm going to do some... What did you have in mind, Al?
She was funny, clever. She brought with her an infectious energy, no matter the show.
Oh, Lou, you're so thoughtful.
But it was as Sue Ann Nivens on Mary Tyler Moore, where week after week she dazzled us as the spectacularly insincere talk show host.
Just cue me and then stick a sock in it. Good news, people.
At manipulation, she made Machiavelli look like an amateur.
You mean Gloria made the mistake of not refrigerating the cream?
No. Gloria made the mistake of asking me to do it. Can't stand the heat, dear. Get out of my kitchen.
Then came the Golden Girls.
Thank you for being a friend.
We were the king and queen of the rumba.
Olay.
It takes a special kind of smarts
It goes something like this.
to play someone who is perpetually a step behind. That was Betty.
If you could have any 2 people in the world, living or dead, to your house for dinner, what would you eat?
You're playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said.
The more we saw Betty White, the more we liked her. For instance, this interview with Al.
You look like you're enjoying yourself. You're still enjoying
It's
yourself.
such fun. How can you not enjoy it?
Do you have any plans to slow down or retire?
Why? No.
Whatever it was she had, we wanted too. She made getting old look easy, effortless. How else to explain her appeal to multiple generations?
Ladies and gentlemen, Betty White.
When she hosted Saturday Night Live a decade ago, the show had its highest ratings in more than a year.
I'm 88 and a half years old, so it's great to be here for a number of reasons.
And the movie she made with Sandra Bullock and Ryan Reynolds, The Proposal. If there were an Academy Award for scene stealing, she'd have won it.
Now, do you prefer being called Margaret or Satan's mistress? We've heard it both ways.
Would you do me a favor?
Well, maybe on my lunch hour.
Betty White had the rare ability to be naughty and nice at the same time.
What are you still doing here?
She truly was one of a kind.
Savannah, a national treasure, no question. So funny.
So funny. And by the way, from one of our own national treasures, that's how you get a line like, it takes a special kind of smart to play someone who's perpetually a step behind. Only Harry Smith can do something like that. Harry, thank you so much. Great tribute.
Thank you.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Thanks for being with us. Happy New Year. The news continues right now. Good morning and Happy New Year. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, back to reality. An unfortunate truth on this Monday morning. Another holiday season is in the books, and that means many Americans are now forced to deal with an airport wake-up call as they head back home. Hundreds of delays and cancellations are plaguing runways from coast to coast as wicked winter weather slams tarmacs up and down the eastern seaboard as the sun rises, and hundreds of TSA agents remain off the job because of COVID. But there is a silver lining to this New Year's nightmare. We'll tell you how you can keep your trip home turbulence-free from gate to garage. Making the grade, yet another COVID test for the nation's school systems as millions of kids head back to class this morning, faced with a mixed response from states on how exactly to educate with record positivity rates. Will remote learning make a comeback this winter? We'll take you across the country. Also this morning, leave it on the field. We got a different kind of highlight reel from this weekend's NFL matchups. Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver Antonio Brown making a splash online for a dramatic game exit from yesterday's meeting with the Jets. Now the Bucs head coach says he's off the squad. Could Brown still have a future in the NFL? Plus, on this first Monday of 2020, we remember an American icon, Betty White, a Hollywood mainstay for well over a half-century, who graced television sets on sitcoms and studio game shows alike, passed away at age 99, just days shy of her 100th birthday. Take a look back at her wide-ranging career and all things that made White gold. We begin this hour, though, with the latest on those travel headaches people across the country are dealing with. Thousands of flights have already been canceled this morning as winter weather and COVID callouts leave airports and airlines struggling to catch up. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Yeah, good morning. We've got heavy snow hitting the D.C. area, expecting 7, 8, 9 inches of snow today. Already system-wide, 1,700 flights canceled today, 600 delays already. The hardest hit airports, Reagan National is up top. Dulles is on the list. LaGuardia is on the list. Denver. And we're also seeing Chicago O'Hare and Chicago Midway. And we are just getting started. The hope this morning that today is a day of recovery and rebound for airlines and stranded passengers after a week of mass cancellations. But instead, another challenging day is shaping up. Even more delays and more cancellations, with January storms and the rampant spread of the Omicron variant proving too much for airlines and airports.
They already pushed my flight back twice, so I might miss my connection.
Nearly 1,800 TSA officers off the job with COVID. On Sunday, FlightAware showing 2,700 canceled flights, more than 9,000 delays, all part of more than 12,000 cancellations over the last week. Among the airports hardest hit, Denver, Chicago O'Hare, and Atlanta.
It's usually a well-oiled machine here, and it runs very smoothly. Today, it just isn't that way.
Jen Fabian and her dad came to Florida for the Gator Bowl, but the weekend took a turn when Delta canceled their flight home. After more delays caused them to miss a connection, they finally made it back home 22 hours later.
Just felt like every time my phone buzzed, it was a text from United saying your flight was delayed. You just get to the point where you're like, okay, the trip isn't fun anymore.
All of it coming at the worst time for passengers and airlines alike.
The demand was higher, the stakes were higher, and there are more people who are traveling, so it's harder to accommodate them on whatever flights are left.
If your flight is delayed or canceled last minute, try to rebook yourself using the airline's app or an airport kiosk. If you have airline lounge access, consider seeing an agent there. One silver lining, airlines are trying to cancel or delay flights in advance. So
keep checking your reservation. Just stay on top of it, because the earlier you spot a problem, the easier it is to deal with.
So we mentioned 1,700 flights canceled today so far, and here's the breakdown. Southwest Airlines, 11% of flights right now. JetBlue, 13%. SkyWest, you know, they cover the regionals, the commuters. They're at about 8%. United, 4%. Delta, 2%. And American, right now, just 1%. But it is early, and we're just getting started. I'm Tom Costello at Reagan National Airport here in Washington. It's snowy Washington. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to you, Tom. Thanks so much for that report. And now, as you just mentioned, snowy Washington. Well, it may be later than usual, but the eastern part of the country altogether is finally getting its first real snowstorm of the season, with parts of Virginia receiving the largest snowfall in 3 years It's time for Bill Cairns, of course, to join us. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, this storm will, cause a lot of issues in a short period of time. And now we're getting into the peak of it in areas around Washington, D.C. So where Tom was, a lot of pavement was still very warm from yesterday when it was in the 60s. So some of the areas it's not going to stick, but eventually it's going to snow hard enough this morning that it will stick everywhere. Wilmington, Delaware could be one of those spots. We're expecting around maybe 3 to 5 inches in Wilmington, Delaware. So parts of the mid-Atlantic are going to get a significant first snow of the season. And yes, it's late for this, all the way into now January. So let's get to the maps. We do have the tornado watch. I have not heard any reports of any tornadoes or even any tornado warnings. The blue on this map shows you where the heavy snow is. It's starting to end in the mountains of North Carolina. And the really heavy snow now is just north of Richmond, up around Fredericksburg, and just south of D.C. And that's kind of the area, if we're going to get a foot of snow out of this, that's where it could happen as we go throughout the next 3 to 5 hours. That's how quickly it's going to fall. So winter storm warnings are everywhere in that reddish, maroonish type color. Winter weather advisories in white, and that's the heavy snow band is south of Philadelphia. Notice New York City, Hartford, Providence, Boston. This is not a snowstorm for you. So the snowfall totals, this is additional snowfall anywhere around 4 to 6 inches possible. Washington, D.C., that's on top of the 1 to 2 on the grass already. But from Fredericksburg to Salisbury, Maryland, Atlantic City, all the way through southern half of New Jersey, that's where some of the higher totals could happen. Notice we're still thinking an additional 4 to 8 inches in those areas. And what a weather whiplash this has been. Savannah actually said this last hour, all on her own without even knowing I was doing this. But yesterday, temperatures in the 70s and the 80s. Today's temperatures are coming crashing down in the 40s and the 50s. So for many areas, it'll feel much colder. This is how it should be, actually. I mean, it was 60 almost yesterday in New York City. Today, more like January with temperatures in the 30s. So, Savannah, you did that all on your own last hour. You called it weather whiplash.
There we go, Bill. I know what I'm talking about. I know how to read your mind now. We're a year and a half or so into this together.
Oh, that's scary.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Great to see you. Now to new concerns over skyrocketing COVID infections. Nationwide, the country is averaging nearly 400,000 new infections every day. It's the highest number since the pandemic began. And as children head back to school this morning after the holiday break, a growing number of districts are temporarily switching to remote learning, while others, like here in New York City, are still holding classes in person, but with new safety measures. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Cases have really skyrocketed here in New York City. 20% of sanitation and police workers have called out sick. But even so, the doors to the schools are opening up to in-person learning amid strict new testing protocols. Nationwide, that's the case in a lot of school systems, some making last-minute changes which are leaving already concerned parents now confused. This morning, those back-to-school jitters now amplified by record COVID rates and a very mixed response from states. While schools in Atlanta, Cleveland, and Newark are opting to go remote temporarily, in New York, which saw over 85,000 cases on New Year's Eve, its highest one-day total ever, schools are still in person, with students and staff now required to submit a negative test before returning.
We can't close down our city every time there's a new variant. We can't allow our children to keep missing school.
LA adopting the same protocol, but in Detroit and Washington, D.C., schools are delaying their start until midweek to allow more time for testing. Massachusetts is bringing in the National Guard to hand out test kits to families. But with a massive testing backlog, will the results come in time? In Chicago, this video of an overflowing testing drop box for students and staff is raising concern. The Biden administration has vowed to help, insisting widespread testing and keeping schools open is the right way to go.
Our students belong in the classroom, and we can do it safely.
In Florida's Miami-Dade County, where 1 in 4 people are testing positive for the virus, there's no testing mandate in schools. Instead, staff and visitors must now wear masks, with state law banning the same mandate for students.
Mandating masks would help slow and stop the spread. But the governor made it impossible for school boards to do that.
It comes as the CDC has faced some pushback for its new guidelines that asymptomatic people with COVID can leave quarantine after 5 days rather than 10 without testing. Dr. Fauci now saying the CDC may update its guidance again.
Testing could be a part of that, and I think we're going to be hearing more about that in the next day or so from the CDC.
With the surge of overall cases has come a surge in pediatric cases as well. Nearly 200,000 pediatric cases in that week leading up to Christmas. That has also led to an increase in children being put in the hospital, the vast majority of them unvaccinated with underlying conditions. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more. Dr. Azar, good morning. Happy New Year. Great to have you with us. So what should parents know this morning before sending their children off to school? Is there anything they can do to better protect their kids while in the classroom? Does this really just come down to vaccination?
Well, certainly vaccination is that probably most important layer of protection, Savannah, and that 5 to 11 group really needs to catch up with their older counterparts. Look, school systems are doing everything that they can. They're trying to be very flexible and nimble in terms of response to local rates. For example, my high schooler has to go remote today because they don't have enough staff, which means that teachers, janitorial staff, et cetera, have been infected with coronavirus. And my daughter, who's in middle school, is going to be in person for only half day. They're omitting the lunch time because that's when, of course, people are eating and taking their masks off. So all of these approaches, whether it's, a delayed opening, online schooling for a couple of days, testing, you can see, Savannah, what a patchwork it is across the country with different areas doing different things depending on their leadership and rates in their communities.
And much of the guidance even differing from the CDC, ultimately just leading to a lot of confusion. Now, Dr. Fauci recently suggested that testing might not be the best way to monitor COVID anymore. First, let's listen.
As you get further on and the infections become less severe, it is much more relevant to focus on the hospitalizations as opposed to the total number of cases.
So, Dr. Azar, what exactly does that mean? I mean, do you think hospitalization is where we should focus our attention? And is this because those cases seem to be less severe with this variant? What happens to those, though, who get long COVID but are not hospitalized? Just walk us through what exactly that meant.
You make a very good point, Savannah, and thank you for making it because, I think we forget, we do think that the end game is always, death as the worst outcome. But as we know, COVID-19 can lead to a lot of different complications, even if you do survive it. But I think what he's really getting to is the fact that we just honestly cannot really get an accurate case count at this point, given how transmissible it is. And also, given the number of home tests that people are doing, I think our daily estimate, as scary as this might sound, Savannah, is probably a significant underestimate of the true number of cases. So if we're speaking from just a sort of big picture epidemiological perspective, I do think that hospitalization rates and deaths are the main metric that people are going to be focusing on right now, really just to determine the virulence of the Omicron variant. I will just also say that analogous to flu counts, we actually don't base our annual flu numbers on lab-based flu positivity. It's really when people present to the hospital with influenza-like illness. So this isn't unprecedented, but the daily case counts are really an estimate. They're actually not even remotely a clear, hard and fast number that everyone would necessarily agree on.
Yeah, no, it's such a good point. I mean, so many people that I know that have had COVID in the last couple of weeks only knew because of a rapid they did at home, and then they just stayed there. They weren't reporting it anywhere. They weren't showing up at the doctor who was kind of, taking a tally of that. Now, finally, Doctor, Puerto Rico is experiencing the biggest surge of cases on the island actually since the pandemic began. But the island was also the most vaccinated territory in the U.S., including all 50 states. What does this tell us about vaccinations? What would you say to someone who's not vaccinated, that you don't want the message to just be that, it means you can still get it? Kind of walk us through that.
To me, I would say the message that we're getting loud and clear with this Omicron variant is that in spite of the fact that you may get a mild infection or a breakthrough infection, the vaccine is still a gift that keeps on giving. The latest data shows that if you've had 2 shots of the mRNA vaccine, your likelihood of being hospitalized is about 60% lower. And if you've gotten the booster, Savannah, it's approximately 80% lower. So this, if any message should be sent to Puerto Ricans and everyone around the world, is get your vaccine. And if you've been vaccinated, but you're more than 6 months out from the mRNA or more than 2 months out from your Johnson & Johnson, you need to get that booster.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. Good to see you. Now, Congress is preparing to mark the anniversary of the deadly January 6th insurrection on Capitol Hill. Democratic leaders have plans for a solemn day of remembrance as the investigation into the attack continues, and with former President Trump planning to speak about it from Florida. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Cake has it all covered for us from the Hill this morning. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. I promise the Capitol is somewhere behind me in the snow, but we now know that those solemn remembrances will include remarks by the president at the Capitol on Thursday. Meanwhile, the efforts to understand exactly what happened here on the 6th and to prevent it from ever happening again still continue. But a year out, it's clear there is much more work to be done.
This morning, the insurrection investigation focusing ever tighter on what former President Trump did and did not do as the deadly January 6th attack unfolded.
The committee has firsthand testimony that President Trump was sitting in the dining room next to the Oval Office watching on television as the Capitol was assaulted. That is clearly a supreme dereliction of duty.
Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney also revealing multiple advisors asked Trump to intervene, including Republican leader Kevin McCarthy and the former president's daughter.
We have firsthand testimony that his daughter Ivanka went in at least twice to ask him to please stop this violence.
The bipartisan committee probing the actions of Mr. Trump and his allies in and out of government now seeking testimony from some congressional Republicans, along with White House aides and Stop the Steal activists. Since its creation last summer, the committee says it has interviewed more than 300 people and collected more than 35,000 pages of documents, including emails and text messages, while still battling the former president in court for more White House records. A spokesman for the former president telling NBC News the committee is, quote, obsessed with waging a political war against President Donald J. Trump. In the past year, 725 people have been charged with crimes related to the attack. The FBI says they're still looking for 350 more people they believe committed violence on that day. On Capitol Hill, a new police chief says reforms to how the Capitol Police collect and share intelligence and train officers have made the complex safer, but challenges remain.
What keeps you up at night now?
Right now, probably 200 officers below what we had pre-January 6th, and we're 400 below what we really need today.
Over the holiday break, Speaker Pelosi announced her plans to mark the anniversary of the attack Thursday with historical discussions, member reflections, and an evening prayer vigil at the Capitol. Former President Trump will be marking the anniversary, too, with a press conference at his Florida club. Two totally different viewpoints on the meaning of that day. Savannah?
Absolutely, and we know there will be lots to watch for throughout the week that I know you'll stay on. And yeah, you could have been part of our weather coverage a little bit earlier with that background.
Every reporter is a weather reporter. That's my belief.
Exactly. All right, Garrett. Thanks so much. Good to see you. And coming up on Morning News Now, this gridiron stunner now gone viral. Bucs wide receiver Antonio Brown throwing in the towel against the Jets yesterday. What the wide world of sports is saying about his future in the NFL after the break.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Welcome back. One of Tom Brady's favorite targets, Antonio Brown, has been kicked off the Super Bowl champion Bucs after a wild outburst Sunday on the field. It happened in the third quarter of the Bucs-Jets game when the star wide receiver took off his jersey and pads. He then threw his shirt and gloves to fans and then ran off the field, as you can see there. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with more on this story. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And this really was a stunning scene. And now you have the defending Super Bowl champions without one of their star players just weeks before the playoffs. The all-pro receiver has already been cut from the team and now faces an uncertain future in football yet again.
Antonio Brown. That's Antonio Brown without his uniform.
This morning, an NFL star that's been no stranger to controversy calling it quits in the middle of a game. Antonio Brown taking off his jersey and pads, then running off the field during Sunday's battle between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and New York Jets.
Ran across the field while the teams were still on the field, giving the crowd a peace out sign.
The surreal scene also captured from the stands. Brown, who would not return, was spotted interacting with teammate Mike Evans on the sidelines during the third quarter before taking off his jersey and eventually heading to the locker room. After the game, Tampa Bay's head coach Bruce Arians not mincing words.
He is no longer a Buck.
According to Fox Sports' Jay Glazer, Arians said before Brown ran off, he had tried to get him back into the game multiple times, but Brown refused. And Arians then told him to get out. Later, Brown taking to Instagram, writing, "Big mad, making a difference. Thanks for the opportunity." And shown smiling in videos from an acquaintance after leaving the game. The decision to release Brown coming just weeks after the seven-time Pro Bowler's latest incident. The 33-year-old suspended 3 games for violating the NFL's COVID protocols by using a fake vaccine card. But his team stuck by him and gave him another chance.
I made a decision that this was best for our football team.
Brown's career was already on delicate footing. In 2019, he was accused of sexual assault by a former trainer. He denied the allegations, and a settlement was eventually reached. 2 years ago, Brown faced multiple charges after he was accused of attacking a truck driver in front of his Florida home. He pleaded no contest and received 2 years probation and was ordered to undergo a psychological evaluation and attend anger management. But for now, Brown is out. His now former teammate Tom Brady calling it a difficult situation.
I think everybody should find, hopefully do what they can to help him in ways that he really needs it. We all love him. We care about him deeply. We want to see him be at his best, and unfortunately won't be with our team.
Now, Morgan, not only did this outburst cost Brown his spot on the Buccaneers, it seems, but what are the implications for his contract?
Yeah, Savannah, this was an expensive decision that Brown made during that game. A company that tracks sporting contracts says that Brown was 8 catches, 55 receiving yards, and 1 touchdown short of what would have been a $1 million bonus. Money that Brown will now not be seeing a penny of.
All right,
Savannah?
Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. Now, Prince Andrew was dealt a major setback in his efforts to block a lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre, who says he sexually assaulted her when she was 17. His lawyers requested to dismiss the lawsuit because they allege Giuffre does not live in the U.S., but a judge rejected that argument. Giuffre says she was assaulted by the prince after being trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. Prince Andrew denies the allegations and has said he has no recollection of ever meeting her. This all comes as a 2009 settlement between Epstein and Giuffre is scheduled for public release today. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from outside Buckingham Palace in London. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Savannah. That's right. The lawyers for Prince Andrew are going to try to use that settlement, which has been sealed up until today, to argue that Prince Andrew cannot be sued civilly. The next few days absolutely crucial for the prince as his lawyers try to avoid what could be an ugly public civil trial over these allegations that Virginia Giuffre was forced to have sex with the prince. This morning, Prince Andrew back in the headlines, pressure intensifying after the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell last week, who's facing up to 65 years in prison for trafficking girls for Jeffrey Epstein. It comes as lawyers for the Queen's second son fight again to get a civil suit thrown out. Virginia Giuffre alleges she was forced to have sex with the prince 3 times in 2001 when she was 17. After being introduced to him at Maxwell's London home and dancing with him at a nightclub. Giuffre telling Today last week she believes the Maxwell verdict could lead to other revelations.
There's others who are involved that made this sex trafficking operation possible. Maxwell is just the beginning.
Prince Andrew has denied all of Giuffre's allegations, telling the BBC in 2019,
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady.
The prince has said he was at a pizza restaurant with daughter Princess Beatrice that night. In court documents, Giuffre's lawyers have asked for proof, including witnesses or the prince's official schedule. And for proof of the prince's assertion he's unable to sweat. In response to a claim from Giuffre, he was sweating profusely the night she met him. Prince Andrew's lawyers pushing back tried twice last week to have the suit dismissed and lost. They'll try again in a hearing tomorrow, arguing in part that a 2009 settlement between Epstein and Giuffre, unsealed today, protects the royal from legal action. The big question now, will Maxwell have anything to say about Prince Andrew?
Well, clearly, if she's pursuing an appeal against the verdict, then she will probably keep her mouth shut. But when it comes to sentencing, we know she's essentially looking at the rest of her life in jail.
So that virtual hearing in New York over whether or not this case can go to trial happens tomorrow. Meantime, Prince Andrew hasn't been the public face of the royals for a very long time, since that interview in 2019 with the BBC. But he hasn't stepped back permanently, and there could be more pressure on Buckingham Palace to remove him officially and permanently from those royal duties, and also strip him from his remaining 9 military titles if, in fact, this goes forward, Savannah, and if it gets even uglier.
Absolutely. Something to watch there. Kelly, thank you so much. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning. Matt Bodner is with us from Moscow this hour again. Hi, Matt.
Savannah, good morning. We'll start this hour off in Brazil, where President Bolsonaro says that he was admitted to a hospital early this morning, may potentially undergo surgery for a possible intestinal obstruction. Bolsonaro wrote on Twitter that he started to feel ill yesterday after eating lunch, and he actually said that this is the second time he's been hospitalized with these same symptoms. He attributes this all to a stab wound that he received at a 2018 campaign rally. We move along now to Hong Kong, where news outlet Citizen News says it will be shutting its doors on Tuesday in light of growing concerns over the safety of the independent press in Hong Kong following the imposition of a new national security law by Beijing back in 2020. Citizen News was the last remaining independent outlet in Hong Kong following the closure of Apple Daily back in June and Stand News just last week. We finish this hour at the nexus of streaming news and negative Eastern European stereotypes. Netflix is under fire for its portrayal of a Ukrainian character in the latest season of Emily in Paris. The character is shown to shoplift, fear deportation from France, and sport a questionable fashion sense. Ukraine's culture minister says he sent a letter to Netflix claiming the character is an insulting depiction of Ukrainians. Savannah?
All right, a lot of people have been talking about that show, so that's interesting. Matt, thank you so much. And there's much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. A fourth COVID shot is being rolled out in Israel starting today. What that could mean for the future of the fight across the globe. Up next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. Hi, Larry, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. A Vancouver Canucks staffer finally got to thank the hockey fan who he says saved his life. During a game in October, a woman in the stands noticed a mole on Brian Hamilton's neck as he was moving equipment. She wrote a note on her phone, there you can see it, and pushed it up against the glass to warn him it could be cancerous. And it turns out she was right. Brian had the mole removed, and his doctors said in a few years it could have become life-threatening. The Vancouver hockey team posted this letter on Saturday to find the woman so Brian could thank her. And they did. They found her, 22-year-old Nadia Popovici, a recent college graduate who plans to attend medical school next year. They brought Nadia to the game Saturday night where she received a standing ovation and a gift of $10,000 to help with med school. Wow, what an incredible story. Now back to the pandemic and the rapid spread of Omicron worldwide. One country is taking a different approach to control the variant. Starting today, Israel is now handing out a fourth dose of the COVID vaccine for anyone over 60 years old. It's the first country in the world to offer a second booster. And what's happening there may offer a glimpse of the future for the rest of the world, including here in the U.S. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So Israel was one of the first countries, actually, to get the majority of its population vaccinated. So how will this new booster program work?
Savannah, good morning. The new booster program is going to work in stages. Starting today, all Israelis over 60 who got their third dose more than 4 months ago are eligible to come to a vaccination center like this one and get that fourth dose. They join a growing list of Israelis who are eligible, people with weakened immune systems, care home patients, medical staff can all get the fourth dose. The obvious question, is it going to be rolled out to the entire population? And if past is precedent, then it probably will. So far, the third dose rolled out like this, the same way before going to everyone. Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett didn't speak to that last night, but he said Israel will remain dynamic in the face of a fast-changing situation. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Israel will once again be pioneering the global vaccination effort. Omicron is not Delta. It's a different ballgame altogether. We must keep our eye on the ball, act swiftly and decisively if we want to continue engaging and working with an open country as much as possible throughout this pandemic.
So it's something of a race against time now. Omicron cases are rising quickly here, and the Israeli government trying to get that fourth dose out to as many people as possible before the peak. Savannah?
Now, Raf, Israel had imposed super strict travel restrictions in the face of Omicron. Where do those stand right now?
Yes, so those travel restrictions are easing somewhat, but they are still extremely tight. Right now, the U.S. is still on Israel's red list. That means no travel back and forth between Israel and the U.S. without special permission. Starting on Sunday, some fully vaccinated tourists from a few select countries are going to be allowed to come into Israel, but vast swaths of the world, the U.S., UK, Canada, Turkey are still off limits for Israeli travelers. Those restrictions have absolutely hammered the Israeli tourism industry, but the Israeli government says they did succeed in slowing down the arrival of Omicron. Savannah?
And aside from those restrictions and then this booster if you're over 60, what are the other ways that Israel's been trying to contain Omicron?
So one innovation they're trying, they are offering vaccinations to kids in schools. If parents sign a permission form, they can get their kids vaccinated in schools the same way some other vaccinations are offered. Israel has also been leaning heavily on this green pass, which you have on your cell phone, which you need to show to go into malls, into movie theaters, other public places to show that you've been fully vaccinated. Savannah?
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much. Now, right now, a lot of us are trying to get our hands on a COVID test or go get tested. But which one should we get, a rapid test or a PCR test? And what happens if you don't have a choice? NBC's medical fellow, Dr. Akshay Sayal, breaks down the differences between the two.
As the Omicron variant surges across the U.S., so has the demand for at-home rapid COVID tests. But access and cost have been barriers for people looking to get their hands on them. And the new variant could be impacting the test sensitivity.
They will be positive if you have a lot of virus, which usually means that you are infectious. So that's why I like to think of these tests not so much as medical diagnostic devices that can tell you if you've been infected with COVID, in the last couple of weeks, but rather these tools should be thought of more as contagiousness indicating tests, that if they're positive, you should certainly assume that they mean that you are very high risk for being contagious at that moment.
Experts say the tests sacrifice some accuracy in detecting virus for faster results than a traditional PCR test. But rapid tests can be a powerful tool for making quick decisions about travel, gatherings, or when to seek additional medical care. So which one is right for you? PCR tests are considered the gold standard, but they require special lab equipment to detect tiny pieces of the virus's genetic material. So you might have to wait days to get your results, especially when demand surges. A rapid test, on the other hand, is great at predicting if you are likely infectious and pose a risk to others. With rapid tests, you don't have to leave the house, and they can provide results in about 15 minutes. Unlike PCR tests, rapid tests detect molecules on the virus's surface, called antigens. While antigen tests may work best when someone is showing symptoms, they can still detect asymptomatic cases, but there's a slightly higher chance of getting a false negative. So a single negative antigen test doesn't necessarily mean you're in the clear.
If you're negative and you still say, I really don't feel well, the virus might not have migrated up into your nose yet. So you might have to actually do another test, and you might turn positive 2 days later instead of 1. But in general, assume right now that symptoms of COVID are COVID.
On the other hand, PCR tests are better at detecting the virus at any point, whether you're showing symptoms or not. But these tests can remain positive for up to 12 weeks, well after you are no longer contagious.
If you're asking the question, do I need to isolate right now? Can I go see my grandmother right now? These types of public health questions where the action is not about yourself, but really about the people around you. The PCR, unfortunately, is not accurate because it stays positive for so long. Whereas an antigen test, I would argue, is more accurate to answer the question, am I infectious? Do I need to isolate to keep those around me safe?
For both types of tests, access is still a major issue. Drugstore shelves have been wiped out of rapid tests amid a surge in holiday travel. But higher demand for PCR tests at pharmacies and clinics means you could be waiting days before you see a result.
Omicron will come crashing down over the next few weeks, I suspect. And so hopefully by the time we hit the next wave, whatever that might look like, we will have access to these tests.
The FDA announced that it's monitoring how well antigen tests work on the Omicron variant, but early data has found a possible decrease in sensitivity. Still, the findings are fairly new, and the FDA says it will continue to evaluate antigen test performance. For now, it's still a good idea to take a rapid test if you're worried you're sick, if you can get your hands on one.
All right, our thanks to Dr. Akshay Syal for breaking that all down for us. And coming up, a broadband battle shaping up between the federal government and top telecom companies. Why the rollout of 5G in America just got a little more turbulent. That story's up next.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter too. Dominic Chu is back with us this hour. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Savannah. So let's talk Tesla first. They delivered more than 308,000 cars to customers in the fourth quarter of last year. That blew away analyst forecasts. The electric car maker shipping around 936,000 vehicles all of last year. That's up nearly 90% from 2020. The majority of those were the Model 3 sedan and Model Y SUVs. Now, that increase in production is even more impressive given the global computer chip shortage and supply chain issues that have plagued the auto industry overall over the course of the last year plus. Goldman Sachs joins other big banks in asking employees to work from home amid the current rise in COVID cases. Offices will remain open, but anyone who is eligible to work remotely is being encouraged to do so through January 18th. Goldman has already announced staff will be tested twice a week when they return, and all employees must have received a booster shot by February 1st. And Hollywood closes out 2021 with even more fireworks for Spider-Man: No Way Home. The Sony and Marvel flick topping the box office for the third straight week with around $53 million in receipts. That's according to ComScore. The film has already earned around $610 million in North America, which makes it 10th all-time in that market. Now, worldwide, it's made just under $1.4 billion. That's the 12th highest-grossing film ever. Overall, the North American box office, Savannah, made around $4.5 billion last year. That's down 60% from pre-pandemic back in 2019. I don't know about you. I have not yet seen a movie in a theater, but I want to do so sometime soon, Savannah.
I totally agree with that. Now, of course, with this new spread and everything, I'm not sure, but I haven't in so long either, and I miss it. But that's great to hear that the industry is bouncing back in general.
Yes, and I just want that big, massively overpriced popcorn and big gulp and everything else.
I know. See, I'm a
nice
sucker for the
blockbuster.
ices, which I think is like meant for children, but I still love them. All right, Dom,
I love
thank
them
you.
too.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Now, the battle over the rollout of 5G is intensifying this morning after the airline industry said the new ground signal could potentially interfere with important safety instruments on planes. AT&T and Verizon are denying a request to postpone their 5G launches, but have agreed to temporarily weaken the signal around airports instead. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Fort Lauderdale Airport with more on this. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Savannah. It's at airports like this where those 5G frequencies could interfere with a plane's radar altimeter, which is a critical piece of equipment for pilots, especially used on landings and even more so in inclement weather like we're seeing across the country today. But AT&T and Verizon spent billions of dollars for these frequencies, and it's only now that they and the FAA are trying to finally figure out how this will all begin.
With just 2 days until AT&T and Verizon go live with their 5G coverage, the FAA is getting very little cooperation from the major phone carriers. And overnight, the world's largest pilots union backed a top airline trade group calling to delay the rollout of 5G near certain airports. It comes after AT&T and Verizon declined a request from federal transportation officials to postpone the launch of their 5G signals for up to 2 weeks. The FAA has warned this next generation of cell service could interfere with some vital monitors pilots rely on to safely land planes in bad weather. This morning, the phone companies say they won't fully put their plans on hold, but for the next 6 months, they would agree to fade or decrease 5G signals around some airports. It's the same approach phone companies have used overseas in countries like France. AT&T and Verizon believe it will give the FAA and plane manufacturers time to determine if interference is simply theoretical or indeed real.
They're testing the airplanes about as rapidly as they can. All we need to do is give them time to find out which devices are susceptible.
The FAA has already said it may order pilots to land planes manually, starting this week when arriving at airports near 5G stations. Writing in a letter to the phone companies on New Year's Eve, failure to reach a solution by January 5th will force the U.S. aviation sector to take steps to protect the safety of the traveling public.
You're talking about hundreds of cancellations and thousands of people whose travel plans are disrupted.
More travel disruptions? The last thing those who have been facing major flight cancellations and delays say is needed. Now, there's hope both sides will answer the call for compromise.
So what's at stake here? Well, of course, this all comes down to money as well as safety. AT&T and Verizon spent upwards of $70 billion for the use of these frequencies in an auction with the federal government, and they feel the need to turn it on and get it going because T-Mobile already has its 5G operating in many parts of the country. They're on a different frequency that the federal government says does not appear to interfere with planes. Of course, AT&T and Verizon and the FAA are up against a deadline here because this was all supposed to begin in 2 days. Airlines say, well, turn on those frequencies, and that could cause problems for planes. Pilots would then have to space out their landings because they can't rely on their altimeters. And if they have to space out the landings, that slows down the whole process and will cost the airlines billions of dollars. Money.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
Savannah?
It all comes down to money, but wow, can you even imagine something like that happening in the middle of all this other travel chaos? Ay, ay, ay. Lots to watch for. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. Now, a Pennsylvania woman was 6 months pregnant when she learned that there was a tumor growing on the heart of her unborn child that could be fatal. Now, a pioneering operation saved the baby's life. NBC News' Kate Snow has more on this remarkable story.
Rylan Drinnen is just 5 months old, but when he gets older, his parents, David and Sam, look forward to telling him the incredible story.
Oh, you can barely see it.
Yeah.
Behind that scar on his chest.
What will you say, Sam?
That you went through so much, so little, before you even knew what life was.
Yeah, so
and
little.
now you're helping the medical community in ways you never thought possible. Yeah.
When Sam was 26 weeks pregnant, doctors found a cancerous tumor growing on Rylan's tiny developing heart and suggested a groundbreaking operation that had only succeeded once before.
It was squishing the heart, and there was a ton of fluid already around the heart at that time. We're going to do the very best we can.
Dr. Daryl Cass led a team at the Cleveland Clinic that first had to operate on mom-to-be Sam, opening her uterus to reach little Rylan. Dr. Cass called on surgeon Dr. Hani Najam to remove the dangerous tumor.
My first response to him is that I've done these after birth. I could do this procedure, but you gotta have to get me to that fetus in the uterus so I could do something about it.
After 4 hours of surgery, the tumor was out, and Rylan back in place in what doctors call the best intensive care unit, the womb.
We talked every day. I would just tell him that everything's gonna be okay and I got you. We're gonna get through this and you're gonna come out strong.
Rylan spent 10 more weeks growing and recovering inside mom. When Sam went into labor, they were nervous about whether his heart would pump on its own.
We're putting him in a Browns one. I was his bypass machine, like keeping him alive.
Because he was attached to you
Yes.
and your heart was doing all the work.
Yeah.
So the minute he comes out and they cut the umbilical cord,
He's on his own.
Yes.
what happened?
He screamed. He took over. He knew. He was like, it's my time to shine. Let's go.
Rylan's heart kept pumping.
You're so beautiful.
He's now a healthy infant who just celebrated his first Christmas, the best present his family could ask for.
It's a time of year when we think a lot about giving and appreciating family.
Oh, absolutely.
I just wonder how you guys are feeling now.
We're thankful for the doctors up at the clinic that took care of him and saved his life. We're thankful for our family for helping take care of me and him. Every time I see him, it's a feeling that you never thought you would have, knowing that he could have been gone and that I get to hold him every day and just keep him as happy as I can.
Wow, what an amazing story. And yes, thank you to those doctors. Now, Rylan will be getting surgery in February to fix the bones in his chest cavity, and his parents are just grateful that their little boy is thriving. And Kate Snow, thank you so much for that report. Coming up, an icon of American television and entertainment is remembered this morning. The career, impact, and life of Betty White after this break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
On the last day of 2021, America lost a national icon. Betty White died Friday, just 3 weeks shy of her 100th birthday. A legendary actor, her career spanned 8 decades, making it the longest-running career of any female TV entertainer. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith joins us now for a look back at her extraordinary life. Hi, Harry. Good morning.
Morning, Savannah. I'll tell you what, you think about that amazing sort of devilish smile she had, her impeccable comedic timing. She was indeed a national treasure.
Betty White always came to play.
I happen to be in the neighborhood. Doing what? Coming to see you.
There was never a role,
I don't know.
a talk show appearance,
Now we're up to Betty White there.
or even a game show where she didn't bring it.
Oh, I wouldn't touch that line.
One who'd walk.
The sparkle in her eyes, her charm and wit,
So grateful.
and that smile
I've been smiling for 11 years.
that so often said, I know what you're thinking, and I may be thinking it too.
I didn't go to college. I just went into show business. Thank you, Rhoda.
Really, Betty White, 90 and naughty.
Cheers.
She alone could pull it off.
Coins. Things you flip.
Many of us first got to know Betty White from her frequent appearances on game shows back in the day.
What are your plans for the summer, Betty?
Well, I'm going to do some... What did you have in mind, Al?
She was funny, clever. She brought with her an infectious energy, no matter the show.
Oh, Lou, you're so thoughtful.
But it was as Sue Ann Nivens on Mary Tyler Moore, where week after week she dazzled us as the spectacularly insincere talk show host.
Just cue me and then stick a sock in it. Good news, people.
At manipulation, she made Machiavelli look like an amateur.
You mean Gloria made the mistake of not refrigerating the cream? No. Gloria made the mistake of asking me to do it. Can't stand the heat, dear. Get out of my kitchen.
Then came the Golden Girls.
Thank you for being a friend.
We were the king and queen of the rumba.
Olay.
It takes a special kind of smarts
It goes something like this.
to play someone who is perpetually a step behind. That was Betty.
If you could have any 2 people in the world, living or dead, to your house for dinner, what would you eat?
You're playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said. Baby.
The more we saw Betty White, the more we liked her. For instance, this interview with Al.
You look like you're enjoying yourself. You're still enjoying yourself.
Such fun. How can you not enjoy it?
Do you have any plans to slow down or retire?
Why? No.
Whatever it was she had, we wanted too. She made getting old look easy, effortless. How else to explain her appeal to multiple generations?
Ladies and gentlemen, Betty White.
When she hosted Saturday Night Live a decade ago, the show had its highest ratings in more than a year.
I'm 88 and a half years old, so it's great to be here for a number of reasons.
And the movie she made with Sandra Bullock and Ryan Reynolds, The Proposal. If there were an Academy Award for scene stealing, she'd have won it.
Now, do you prefer being called Margaret or Satan's mistress? We've heard it both ways.
Would you do me a favor?
Well, maybe on my lunch hour.
Betty White had the rare ability to be naughty and nice at the same time.
What are you still doing here?
She truly was one of a kind.
Savannah, a national treasure, no question. So funny.
So funny. And by the way, from one of our own national treasures, that's how you get a line like, "It takes a special kind of smart to play someone who's perpetually a step behind." Only Harry Smith can do something like that. Harry, thank you so much. Great tribute.
Thank you.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Thanks for being with us. Happy New Year. The news continues right now. Good morning and Happy New Year. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, back to reality. An unfortunate truth on this Monday morning. Another holiday season is in the books, and that means many Americans are now forced to deal with an airport wake-up call as they head back home. Hundreds of delays and cancellations are plaguing runways from coast to coast as wicked winter weather slams tarmacs up and down the eastern seaboard as the sun rises, and hundreds of TSA agents remain off the job because of COVID. But there is a silver lining to this New Year's nightmare. We'll tell you how you can keep your trip home turbulence-free from gate to garage. Making the grade, yet another COVID test for the nation's school systems as millions of kids head back to class this morning, faced with a mixed response from states on how exactly to educate with record positivity rates. Will remote learning make a comeback this winter? We'll take you across the country. Also this morning, leave it on the field. We got a different kind of highlight reel from this weekend's NFL matchups. Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver Antonio Brown making a splash online for a dramatic game exit from yesterday's meeting with the Jets. Now the Bucs head coach says he's off the squad. Could Brown still have a future in the NFL? Plus, on this first Monday of 2020, we remember an American icon, Betty White, a Hollywood mainstay for well over a half century, who graced television sets on sitcoms and studio game shows alike, passed away at age 99, just days shy of her 100th birthday. Take a look back at her wide-ranging career and all things that made White gold. We begin this hour, though, with the latest on those travel headaches people across the country are dealing with. Thousands of flights have already been canceled this morning as winter weather and COVID callouts leave airports and airlines struggling to catch up. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Yeah, good morning. We've got heavy snow hitting the D.C. area, expecting 7, 8, 9 inches of snow today. Already system-wide, 1,700 flights canceled today, 600 delays already. The hardest hit airports, Reagan National is up top. Dulles is on the list. LaGuardia is on the list. Denver, and we're also seeing Chicago O'Hare and Chicago Midway. And we are just getting started. The hope this morning that today is a day of recovery and rebound for airlines and stranded passengers after a week of mass cancellations. But instead, another challenging day is shaping up. Even more delays and more cancellations, with January storms and the rampant spread of the Omicron variant proving too much for airlines and airports.
They already pushed my flight back twice, so I might miss my connection.
Nearly 1,800 TSA officers off the job with COVID. On Sunday, FlightAware showing 2,700 canceled flights, more than 9,000 delays, all part of more than 12,000 cancellations over the last week. Among the airports hardest hit, Denver, Chicago O'Hare, and Atlanta.
It's usually a well-oiled machine here, and it runs very smoothly. Today, it just isn't that way.
Jen Fabian and her dad came to Florida for the Gator Bowl, but the weekend took a turn when Delta canceled their flight home. After more delays caused them to miss a connection, they finally made it back home 22 hours later.
Just felt like every time my phone buzzed, it was a text from United saying your flight was delayed. You just get to the point where you're like, okay, the trip isn't fun anymore.
All of it coming at the worst time for passengers and airlines alike.
The demand was higher, the stakes were higher, and there are more people who are traveling, so it's harder to accommodate them on whatever flights are left.
If your flight is delayed or canceled last minute, try to rebook yourself using the airline's app or an airport kiosk. If you have airline lounge access, consider seeing an agent there. One silver lining, airlines are trying to cancel or delay flights in advance. So
keep checking your reservation. Just stay on top of it, because the earlier you spot a problem, the easier it is to deal with.
So we mentioned 1,700 flights canceled today so far, and here's the breakdown. Southwest Airlines, 11% of flights right now. JetBlue, 13%. SkyWest, you know, they cover the regionals, the commuters. They're at about 8%. United, 4%. Delta, 2%. And American, right now, just 1%. But it is early, and we're just getting started. I'm Tom Costello at Reagan National Airport here in Washington. It's snowy Washington. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to you, Tom. Thanks so much for that report. And now, as you just mentioned, snowy Washington. Well, it may be later than usual, but the eastern part of the country altogether is finally getting its first real snowstorm of the season, with parts of Virginia receiving the largest snowfall in 3 years. It's time for Bill Cairns, of course, to join us. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, this storm will, cause a lot of issues in a short period of time. And now we're getting into the peak of it in areas around Washington, D.C. So where Tom was, a lot of pavement was still very warm from yesterday when it was in the 60s. So some of the areas it's not going to stick, but eventually it's going to snow hard enough this morning that it will stick everywhere. Wilmington, Delaware could be one of those spots. We're expecting around maybe 3 to 5 inches in Wilmington, Delaware. So parts of the mid-Atlantic are going to get a significant first snow of the season. And yes, it's late for this, all the way into now January. So let's get to the maps. We do have the tornado watch. I have not heard any reports of any tornadoes or even any tornado warnings. The blue on this map shows you where the heavy snow is. It's starting to end in the mountains of North Carolina. And the really heavy snow now is just north of Richmond, up around Fredericksburg, and just south of D.C. And that's kind of the area, if we're going to get a foot of snow out of this, that's where it could happen as we go throughout the next 3 to 5 hours. That's how quickly it's going to fall. So winter storm warnings are everywhere in that reddish, maroonish type color. Winter weather advisories in white, and that's the heavy snow band is south of Philadelphia. Notice New York City, Hartford, Providence, Boston. This is not a snowstorm for you. So the snowfall totals, this is additional snowfall, anywhere around 4 to 6 inches possible. Washington, D.C., that's on top of the 1 to 2 on the grass already. But from Fredericksburg to Salisbury, Maryland, Atlantic City, all the way through southern half of New Jersey, that's where some of the higher totals could happen. Notice we're still thinking an additional 4 to 8 inches in those areas. And what a weather whiplash this has been. Savannah actually said this last hour, all on her own without even knowing I was doing this. But yesterday, temperatures in the 70s and the 80s. Today's temperatures are coming crashing down in the 40s and the 50s. So for many areas, it'll feel much colder. This is how it should be, actually. I mean, it was 60 almost yesterday in New York City. Today, more like January with temperatures in the 30s. So, Savannah, you did that all on your own last hour. You called it weather whiplash.
There we go, Bill. I know what I'm talking about. I know how to read your mind now. We're a year and a half or so into this together.
Oh, that's scary.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Great to see you. Now to new concerns over skyrocketing COVID infections. Nationwide, the country is averaging nearly 400,000 new infections every day. It's the highest number since the pandemic began. And as children head back to school this morning after the holiday break, a growing number of districts are temporarily switching to remote learning, while others, like here in New York City, are still holding classes in person, but with new safety measures. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Cases have really skyrocketed here in New York City. 20% of sanitation and police workers have called out sick. But even so, the doors to the schools are opening up to in-person learning amid strict new testing protocols. Nationwide, that's the case in a lot of school systems, some making last-minute changes which are leaving already concerned parents now confused. This morning, those back-to-school jitters now amplified by record COVID rates and a very mixed response from states. While schools in Atlanta, Cleveland, and Newark are opting to go remote temporarily, in New York, which saw over 85,000 cases on New Year's Eve, its highest one-day total ever, schools are still in person, with students and staff now required to submit a negative test before returning.
We can't close down our city every time there's a new variant. We can't allow our children to keep missing school.
L.A. adopting the same protocol, but in Detroit and Washington, D.C., schools are delaying their start until midweek to allow more time for testing. Massachusetts is bringing in the National Guard to hand out test kits to families. But with a massive testing backlog, will the results come in time? In Chicago, this video of an overflowing testing drop box for students and staff is raising concern. The Biden administration has vowed to help, insisting widespread testing and keeping schools open is the right way to go.
Our students belong in the classroom, and we can do it safely.
In Florida's Miami-Dade County, where 1 in 4 people are testing positive for the virus, there's no testing mandate in schools. Instead, staff and visitors must now wear masks, with state law banning the same mandate for students.
Mandating masks would help slow and stop the spread. But the governor made it impossible for school boards to do that.
It comes as the CDC has faced some pushback for its new guidelines that asymptomatic people with COVID can leave quarantine after 5 days rather than 10 without testing. Dr. Fauci now saying the CDC may update its guidance again.
Testing could be a part of that, and I think we're going to be hearing more about that in the next day or so from the CDC.
With the surge of overall cases has come a surge in pediatric cases as well. Nearly 200,000 pediatric cases in that week leading up to Christmas. That has also led to an increase in children being put in the hospital, the vast majority of them unvaccinated with underlying conditions. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more. Dr. Azar, good morning. Happy New Year. Great to have you with us. So what should parents know this morning before sending their children off to school? Is there anything they can do to better protect their kids while in the classroom? Does this really just come down to vaccination?
Well, certainly vaccination is that probably most important layer of protection, Savannah, and that 5 to 11 group really needs to catch up with their older counterparts. Look, school systems are doing everything that they can. They're trying to be very flexible and nimble in terms of response to local rates. For example, my high schooler has to go remote today because they don't have enough staff, which means that teachers, janitorial staff, et cetera, have been infected with coronavirus. And my daughter, who's in middle school, is going to be in person for only half day. They're omitting the lunch time because that's when, of course, people are eating and taking their masks off. So all of these approaches, whether it's, a delayed opening, online schooling for a couple of days, testing, you can see, Savannah, what a patchwork it is across the country with different areas doing different things depending on their leadership and rates in their communities.
And much of the guidance even differing from the CDC, ultimately just leading to a lot of confusion. Now, Dr. Fauci recently suggested that testing might not be the best way to monitor COVID anymore. First, let's listen.
As you get further on and the infections become less severe, it is much more relevant to focus on the hospitalizations as opposed to the total number of cases.
So, Dr. Azar, what exactly does that mean? I mean, do you think hospitalization is where we should focus our attention? And is this because those cases seem to be less severe with this variant? What happens to those, though, who get long COVID but are not hospitalized? Just walk us through what exactly that meant.
You make a very good point, Savannah, and thank you for making it because, I think we forget, we do think that the end game is always, death as the worst outcome. But as we know, COVID-19 can lead to a lot of different complications, even if you do survive it. But I think what he's really getting to is the fact that we just honestly cannot really get an accurate case count at this point, given how transmissible it is. And also, given the number of home tests that people are doing, I think our daily estimate, as scary as this might sound, Savannah, is probably a significant underestimate of the true number of cases. So if we're speaking from just a sort of big picture epidemiological perspective, I do think that hospitalization rates and deaths are the main metric that people are going to be focusing on right now, really just to determine the virulence of the Omicron variant. I will just also say that analogous to flu counts, we actually don't base our annual flu numbers on lab-based flu positivity. It's really when people present to the hospital with influenza-like illness. So this isn't unprecedented, but the daily case counts are really an estimate. They're actually not even remotely a clear, hard and fast number that everyone would necessarily agree on.
Yeah, no, it's such a good point. I mean, so many people that I know that have had COVID in the last couple of weeks only knew because of a rapid they did at home, and then they just stayed there. They weren't reporting it anywhere. They weren't showing up at the doctor who was kind of, taking a tally of that. Now, finally, Doctor, Puerto Rico is experiencing the biggest surge of cases on the island actually since the pandemic began. But the island was also the most vaccinated territory in the U.S., including all 50 states. What does this tell us about vaccinations? What would you say to someone who's not vaccinated, that you don't want the message to just be that, it means you can still get it? Kind of walk us through that.
You know, to me, I would say the message that we're getting loud and clear with this Omicron variant is that in spite of the fact that you may get a mild infection or a breakthrough infection, the vaccine is still a gift that keeps on giving. The latest data shows that if you've had 2 shots of the mRNA vaccine, your likelihood of being hospitalized is about 60% lower. And if you've gotten the booster, Savannah, it's approximately 80% lower. So this, if any message should be sent to Puerto Ricans and everyone around the world, is get your vaccine. And if you've been vaccinated, but you're more than 6 months out from the mRNA or more than 2 months out from your Johnson & Johnson, you need to get that booster.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. Good to see you. Now, Congress is preparing to mark the anniversary of the deadly January 6th insurrection on Capitol Hill. Democratic leaders have plans for a solemn day of remembrance as the investigation into the attack continues, and with former President Trump planning to speak about it from Florida. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Cake has it all covered for us from the Hill this morning. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. I promise the Capitol is somewhere behind me in the snow, but we now know that those solemn remembrances will include remarks by the president at the Capitol on Thursday. Meanwhile, the efforts to understand exactly what happened here on the 6th and to prevent it from ever happening again still continue. But a year out, it's clear there is much more work to be done.
This morning, the insurrection investigation focusing ever tighter on what former President Trump did and did not do as the deadly January 6th attack unfolded.
The committee has firsthand testimony that President Trump was sitting in the dining room next to the Oval Office watching on television as the Capitol was assaulted. That is clearly a supreme dereliction of duty.
Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney also revealing multiple advisors asked Trump to intervene, including Republican leader Kevin McCarthy and the former president's daughter.
We have firsthand testimony that his daughter Ivanka went in at least twice to ask him to please stop this violence.
The bipartisan committee probing the actions of Mr. Trump and his allies in and out of government now seeking testimony from some congressional Republicans, along with White House aides and Stop the Steal activists. Since its creation last summer, the committee says it has interviewed more than 300 people and collected more than 35,000 pages of documents, including emails and text messages, while still battling the former president in court for more White House records. A spokesman for the former president telling NBC News the committee is, quote, obsessed with waging a political war against President Donald J. Trump. In the past year, 725 people have been charged with crimes related to the attack. The FBI says they're still looking for 350 more people they believe committed violence on that day. On Capitol Hill, a new police chief says reforms to how the Capitol Police collect and share intelligence and train officers have made the complex safer, but challenges remain.
What keeps you up at night now?
Right now, probably 200 officers below what we had pre-January 6th, and we're 400 below what we really need today.
Over the holiday break, Speaker Pelosi announced her plans to mark the anniversary of the attack Thursday with historical discussions, member reflections, and an evening prayer vigil at the Capitol. Former President Trump will be marking the anniversary, too, with a press conference at his Florida club. 2 totally different viewpoints on the meaning of that day. Savannah?
Absolutely, and we know there will be lots to watch for throughout the week that I know you'll stay on. And yeah, you could have been part of our weather coverage a little bit earlier with that background.
Every reporter is a weather reporter. That's my belief.
Exactly. All right, Garrett. Thanks so much. Good to see you. And coming up on Morning News Now, this gridiron stunner now gone viral. Bucs wide receiver Antonio Brown throwing in the towel against the Jets yesterday. What the wide world of sports is saying about his future in the NFL after the break.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
and forth because they.
Oh, yeah. Nice to see you.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah. Nice to see you.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah. Nice to see you.
Welcome back. One of Tom Brady's favorite targets, Antonio Brown, has been kicked off the Super Bowl champion Bucs after a wild outburst Sunday on the field. It happened in the third quarter of the Bucs-Jets game when the star wide receiver took off his jersey and pads. He then threw his shirt and gloves to fans and then ran off the field, as you can see there. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with more on this story. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And this really was a stunning scene. And now you have the defending Super Bowl champions without one of their star players just weeks before the playoffs. The all-pro receiver has already been cut from the team and now faces an uncertain future in football yet again.
Antonio Brown. That's Antonio Brown without his uniform.
This morning, an NFL star that's been no stranger to controversy calling it quits in the middle of a game. Antonio Brown taking off his jersey and pads, then running off the field during Sunday's battle between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and New York Jets.
Ran across the field while the teams were still on the field, giving the crowd a peace out sign.
The surreal scene also captured from the stands. Brown, who would not return, was spotted interacting with teammate Mike Evans on the sidelines during the third quarter before taking off his jersey and eventually heading to the locker room. After the game, Tampa Bay's head coach Bruce Arians not mincing words.
He is no longer a Buck.
According to Fox Sports' Jay Glazer, Arians said before Brown ran off, he had tried to get him back into the game multiple times, but Brown refused. And Arians then told him to get out. Later, Brown taking to Instagram, writing, "Big mad, making a difference. Thanks for the opportunity." And shown smiling in videos from an acquaintance after leaving the game. The decision to release Brown coming just weeks after the 7-time Pro Bowler's latest incident. The 33-year-old suspended 3 games for violating the NFL's COVID protocols by using a fake vaccine card. But his team stuck by him and gave him another chance.
I made a decision that this was best for our football team.
Brown's career was already on delicate footing. In 2019, he was accused of sexual assault by a former trainer. He denied the allegations, and a settlement was eventually reached. 2 years ago, Brown faced multiple charges after he was accused of attacking a truck driver in front of his Florida home. He pleaded no contest and received 2 years probation and was ordered to undergo a psychological evaluation and attend anger management. But for now, Brown is out. His now former teammate Tom Brady calling it a difficult situation.
I think everybody should find, hopefully do what they can to help him in ways that he really needs it. We all love him. We care about him deeply. We want to see him be at his best, and unfortunately won't be with our team.
Now, Morgan, not only did this outburst cost Brown his spot on the Buccaneers, it seems, but what are the implications for his contract?
Yeah, Savannah, this was an expensive decision that Brown made during that game. A company that tracks sporting contracts says that Brown was 8 catches, 55 receiving yards, and 1 touchdown short of what would have been a $1 million bonus. Money that Brown will now not be seeing a penny of.
All
Savannah?
right, Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. Now, Prince Andrew was dealt a major setback in his efforts to block a lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre, who says he sexually assaulted her when she was 17. His lawyers requested to dismiss the lawsuit because they allege Giuffre does not live in the U.S., but a judge rejected that argument. Giuffre says she was assaulted by the prince after being trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. Prince Andrew denies the allegations and has said he has no recollection of ever meeting her. This all comes as a 2009 settlement between Epstein and Giuffre is scheduled for public release today. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from outside Buckingham Palace in London. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Savannah. That's right. The lawyers for Prince Andrew are going to try to use that settlement, which has been sealed up until today, to argue that Prince Andrew cannot be sued civilly. The next few days absolutely crucial for the prince as his lawyers try to avoid what could be an ugly public civil trial over these allegations that Virginia Giuffre was forced to have sex with the prince. This morning, Prince Andrew back in the headlines. Pressure intensifying after the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell last week, who's facing up to 65 years in prison for trafficking girls for Jeffrey Epstein. It comes as lawyers for the Queen's second son fight again to get a civil suit thrown out. Virginia Giuffre alleges she was forced to have sex with the prince 3 times in 2001 when she was 17. After being introduced to him at Maxwell's London home and dancing with him at a nightclub. Giuffre telling Today last week she believes the Maxwell verdict could lead to other revelations.
There's others who are involved that made this sex trafficking operation possible. Maxwell is just the beginning.
Prince Andrew has denied all of Giuffre's allegations, telling the BBC in 2019,
"I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady."
The prince has said he was at a pizza restaurant with daughter Princess Beatrice that night. In court documents, Giuffre's lawyers have asked for proof, including witnesses or the prince's official schedule, and for proof of the prince's assertion he's unable to sweat. In response to a claim from Giuffre, he was sweating profusely the night she met him. Prince Andrew's lawyers pushing back tried twice last week to have the suit dismissed and lost. They'll try again in a hearing tomorrow, arguing in part that a 2009 settlement between Epstein and Giuffre, unsealed today, protects the royal from legal action. The big question now, will Maxwell have anything to say about Prince Andrew?
Well, clearly, if she's pursuing an appeal against the verdict, then she will probably keep her mouth shut. But when it comes to sentencing, we know she's essentially looking at the rest of her life in jail.
So that virtual hearing in New York over whether or not this case can go to trial happens tomorrow. Meantime, Prince Andrew hasn't been the public face of the royals for a very long time, since that interview in 2019 with the BBC. But he hasn't stepped back permanently, and there could be more pressure on Buckingham Palace to remove him officially and permanently from those royal duties, and also strip him from his remaining 9 military titles if in fact this goes forward, Savannah, and if it gets even uglier.
Absolutely. Something to watch there. Kelly, thank you so much. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning. Matt Bodner is with us from Moscow this hour again. Hi, Matt.
Savannah, good morning. We'll start this hour off in Brazil, where President Bolsonaro says that he was admitted to a hospital early this morning, may potentially undergo surgery for a possible intestinal obstruction. Bolsonaro wrote on Twitter that he started to feel ill yesterday after eating lunch, and he actually said that this is the second time he's been hospitalized with these same symptoms. He attributes this all to a stab wound that he received at a 2018 campaign rally. We move along now to Hong Kong, where news outlet Citizen News says it will be shutting its doors on Tuesday in light of growing concerns over the safety of the independent press in Hong Kong following the imposition of a new national security law by Beijing back in 2020. Citizen News was the last remaining independent outlet in Hong Kong following the closure of Apple Daily back in June and Stand News just last week. We finished this hour at the nexus of streaming news and negative Eastern European stereotypes. Netflix is under fire for its portrayal of a Ukrainian character in the latest season of Emily in Paris. The character is shown to shoplift, fear deportation from France, and sport a questionable fashion sense. Ukraine's culture minister says he sent a letter to Netflix claiming the character is an insulting depiction of Ukrainians. Savannah?
All right, a lot of people have been talking about that show, so that's interesting. Matt, thank you so much. And there's much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. A fourth COVID shot is being rolled out in Israel starting today. What that could mean for the future of the fight across the globe. Up next.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A Vancouver Canucks staffer finally got to thank the hockey fan who he says saved his life. During a game in October, a woman in the stands noticed a mole on Brian Hamilton's neck as he was moving equipment. She wrote a note on her phone, there you can see it, and pushed it up against the glass to warn him it could be cancerous. And it turns out she was right. Brian had the mole removed, and his doctors said in a few years it could have become life-threatening. The Vancouver hockey team posted this letter on Saturday to find the woman so Brian could thank her. And they did. They found her, 22-year-old Nadia Popovici, a recent college graduate who plans to attend medical school next year. They brought Nadia to the game Saturday night, where she received a standing ovation and a gift of $10,000 to help with med school. Wow, what an incredible story. Now back to the pandemic and the rapid spread of Omicron worldwide. One country is taking a different approach to control the variant. Starting today, Israel is now handing out a fourth dose of the COVID vaccine for anyone over 60 years old. It's the first country in the world to offer a second booster. And what's happening there may offer a glimpse of the future for the rest of the world, including here in the U.S. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So Israel was one of the first countries actually to get the majority of its population vaccinated. So how will this new booster program work?
Savannah, good morning. The new booster program is going to work in stages. Starting today, all Israelis over 60 who got their third dose more than 4 months ago are eligible to come to a vaccination center like this one and get that fourth dose. They join a growing list of Israelis who are eligible, people with weakened immune systems, care home patients, medical staff can all get the fourth dose. The obvious question, is it going to be rolled out to the entire population? And if past is precedent, then it probably will. So far, the third dose rolled out like this, the same way before going to everyone. Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett didn't speak to that last night, but he said Israel will remain dynamic in the face of a fast-changing situation. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Israel will once again be pioneering the global vaccination effort. Omicron is not Delta. It's a different ballgame altogether. We must keep our eye on the ball, act swiftly and decisively if we want to continue engaging and working with an open country as much as possible throughout this pandemic.
So it's something of a race against time now. Omicron cases are rising quickly here, and the Israeli government trying to get that fourth dose out to as many people as possible before the peak. Savannah?
Now, Raf, Israel had imposed super strict travel restrictions in the face of Omicron. Where do those stand right now?
Yes, so those travel restrictions are easing somewhat, but they are still extremely tight. Right now, the U.S. is still on Israel's red list. That means no travel back and forth between Israel and the U.S. without special permission. Starting on Sunday, some fully vaccinated tourists from a few select countries are going to be allowed to come into Israel, but vast swaths of the world, the U.S., UK, Canada, Turkey are still off limits for Israeli travelers. Those restrictions have absolutely hammered the Israeli tourism industry, but the Israeli government says they did succeed in slowing down the arrival of Omicron. Savannah?
And aside from those restrictions and then this booster, if you're over 60, what are the other ways that Israel's been trying to contain Omicron?
So one innovation they're trying, they are offering vaccinations to kids in schools. If parents sign a permission form, they can get their kids vaccinated in schools the same way some other vaccinations are offered. Israel has also been leaning heavily on this green pass, which you have on your cell phone, which you need to show to go into malls, into movie theaters, other public places to show that you've been fully vaccinated. Savannah?
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much. Now, right now, a lot of us are trying to get our hands on a COVID test or go get tested. But which one should we get, a rapid test or a PCR test? And what happens if you don't have a choice? NBC's medical fellow, Dr. Akshay Sayal, breaks down the differences between the two.
As the Omicron variant surges across the U.S., so has the demand for at-home rapid COVID tests. But access and cost have been barriers for people looking to get their hands on them. And the new variant could be impacting the test's sensitivity.
They will be positive if you have a lot of virus, which usually means that you are infectious. So that's why I like to think of these tests not so much as medical diagnostic devices that can tell you if you've been infected with COVID, in the last couple of weeks, but rather these tools should be thought of more as contagiousness indicating tests, that if they're positive, you should certainly assume that they mean that you are very high risk for being contagious at that moment.
Experts say the tests sacrifice some accuracy in detecting virus for faster results than a traditional PCR test. But rapid tests can be a powerful tool for making quick decisions about travel, gatherings, or when to seek additional medical care. So which one is right for you? PCR tests are considered the gold standard, but they require special lab equipment to detect tiny pieces of the virus's genetic material. So you might have to wait days to get your results, especially when demand surges. A rapid test, on the other hand, is great at predicting if you are likely infectious and pose a risk to others. With rapid tests, you don't have to leave the house, and they can provide results in about 15 minutes. Unlike PCR tests, rapid tests detect molecules on the virus's surface, called antigens. While antigen tests may work best when someone is showing symptoms, they can still detect asymptomatic cases, but there's a slightly higher chance of getting a false negative. So a single negative antigen test doesn't necessarily mean you're in the clear.
If you're negative and you still say, I really don't feel well, the virus might not have migrated up into your nose yet. So you might have to actually do another test, and you might turn positive 2 days later instead of 1. But in general, assume right now that symptoms of COVID are COVID.
On the other hand, PCR tests are better at detecting the virus at any point, whether you're showing symptoms or not. But these tests can remain positive for up to 12 weeks, well after you are no longer contagious.
If you're asking the question, do I need to isolate right now? Can I go see my grandmother right now? These types of public health questions where the action is not about yourself, but really about the people around you. The PCR, unfortunately, is not accurate because it stays positive for so long. Whereas an antigen test, I would argue, is more accurate to answer the question, am I infectious? Do I need to isolate to keep those around me safe?
For both types of tests, access is still a major issue. Drugstore shelves have been wiped out of rapid tests amid a surge in holiday travel. But higher demand for PCR tests at pharmacies and clinics means you could be waiting days before you see a result.
Omicron will come crashing down over the next few weeks, I suspect. And so hopefully by the time we hit the next wave, whatever that might look like, we will have access to these tests.
The FDA announced that it's monitoring how well antigen tests work on the Omicron variant, but early data has found a possible decrease in sensitivity. Still, the findings are fairly new, and the FDA says it will continue to evaluate antigen test performance. For now, it's still a good idea to take a rapid test if you're worried you're sick, if you can get your hands on one.
All right, our thanks to Dr. Akshay Syal for breaking that all down for us. And coming up, a broadband battle shaping up between the federal government and top telecom companies. Why the rollout of 5G in America just got a little more turbulent. That story's up next.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter too. Dominic Chu is back with us this hour. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Savannah. So let's talk Tesla first. They delivered more than 308,000 cars to customers in the fourth quarter of last year. That blew away analyst forecasts. The electric car maker shipping around 936,000 vehicles all of last year. That's up nearly 90% from 2020. The majority of those were the Model 3 sedan and Model Y SUVs. Now, that increase in production is even more impressive given the global computer chip shortage and supply chain issues that have plagued the auto industry overall over the course of the last year plus. Goldman Sachs joins other big banks in asking employees to work from home amid the current rise in COVID cases. Offices will remain open, but anyone who is eligible to work remotely is being encouraged to do so through January 18th. Goldman has already announced staff will be tested twice a week when they return, and all employees must have received a booster shot by February 1st. And Hollywood closes out 2021 with even more fireworks for Spider-Man: No Way Home. The Sony and Marvel flick topping the box office for the third straight week with around $53 million in receipts. That's according to ComScore. The film has already earned around $610 million in North America, which makes it 10th all-time in that market. Now, worldwide, it's made just under $1.4 billion. That's the 12th highest-grossing film ever. Overall, the North American box office, Savannah, made around $4.5 billion last year. That's down 60% from pre-pandemic back in 2019. I don't know about you. I have not yet seen a movie in a theater, but I want to do so sometime soon, Savannah.
I totally agree with that. Now, of course, with this new spread and everything, I'm not sure, but I haven't in so long either, and I miss it. But G is intensifying this morning after the airline industry said the new ground signal could potentially interfere with important safety instruments on planes. AT&T and Verizon are denying a request to postpone their 5G launches, but have agreed to temporarily weaken the signal around airports instead. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Fort Lauderdale Airport with more on this. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Savannah. It's at airports like this where those 5G frequencies could interfere with a plane's radar altimeter, which is a critical piece of equipment for pilots, especially used on landings and even more so in inclement weather like we're seeing across the country today. But AT&T and Verizon spent billions of dollars for these frequencies, and it's only now that they and the FAA are trying to finally figure out how this will all begin. With just 2 days until AT&T and Verizon go live with their 5G coverage, the FAA is getting very little cooperation from the major phone carriers. And overnight, the world's largest pilots union backed a top airline trade group calling to delay the rollout of 5G near certain airports. It comes after AT&T and Verizon declined a request from federal transportation officials to postpone the launch of their 5G signals for up to 2 weeks. The FAA has warned this next generation of cell service could interfere with some vital monitors pilots rely on to safely land planes in bad weather. This morning, the phone companies say they won't fully put their plans on hold, but for the next 6 months, they would agree to fade or decrease 5G signals around some airports. It's the same approach phone companies have used overseas in countries like France. AT&T and Verizon believe it will give the FAA and plane manufacturers time to determine if interference is simply theoretical or indeed real.
They're testing the airplanes about as rapidly as they can. All we need to do is give them time to find out which devices are susceptible.
The FAA has already said it may order pilots to land planes manually, starting this week when arriving at airports near 5G stations. Writing in a letter to the phone companies on New Year's Eve, failure to reach a solution by January 5th will force the U.S. aviation sector to take steps to protect the safety of the traveling public.
You're talking about hundreds of cancellations. and thousands of people whose travel plans are disrupted.
More travel disruptions? The last thing those who have been facing major flight cancellations and delays say is needed. Now, there's hope both sides will answer the call for compromise.
So what's at stake here? Well, of course, this all comes down to money as well as safety. AT&T and Verizon spent upwards of $70 billion for the use of these frequencies in an auction with the federal government, and they feel the need to turn it on and get it going because T-Mobile already has its 5G operating in many parts of the country. They're on a different frequency that the federal government says does not appear to interfere with planes. Of course, AT&T and Verizon and the FAA are up against a deadline here because this was all supposed to begin in 2 days. Airlines say, well, turn on those frequencies, and that could cause problems for planes. Pilots would then have to space out their landings because they can't rely on their altimeters. And if they have to space out the landings, that slows down the whole process and will cost the airlines billions of dollars. Money.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
So, yeah.
It all comes down to money. But wow, can you even imagine something like that happening in the middle of all this other travel chaos? Ay, ay, ay. Lots to watch for. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. Now, a Pennsylvania woman was 6 months pregnant when she learned that there was a tumor growing on the heart of her unborn child that could be fatal. Now, a pioneering operation saved the baby's life. NBC News' Kate Snow has more on this remarkable story.
Rylan Drinnen is just 5 months old, but when he gets older, his parents, David and Sam, look forward to telling him the incredible story.
Oh, you can barely see it.
Yeah. Behind that scar on his chest.
And what will you say, Sam?
That you went through so much, so little, before you even knew what life was.
Yeah, he's so
and
little.
now you're helping the medical community in ways you never thought possible.
Yeah. When Sam was 26 weeks pregnant, doctors found a cancerous tumor growing on Rylan's tiny developing heart and suggested a groundbreaking operation that had only succeeded once before.
It was squishing the heart, and there was a ton of fluid already around the heart at that time. We're going to do the very best we can.
Dr. Daryl Cass led a team at the Cleveland Clinic that first had to operate on mom-to-be Sam, opening her uterus to reach little Rylan. Dr. Cass called on surgeon Dr. Hani Najam to remove the dangerous tumor.
My first response to him is that I've done these after birth. I could do this procedure, but you gotta have to get me to that fetus in the uterus so I could do something about it.
After 4 hours of surgery, the tumor was out, and Rylan back in place in what doctors call the best intensive care unit, the womb.
We talked every day. I would just tell him that everything's going to be okay and I got you. We're going to get through this and you're going to come out strong.
Rylan spent 10 more weeks growing and recovering inside mom. When Sam went into labor, they were nervous about whether his heart would pump on its own.
We're putting him in a Browns one. I was his bypass machine, like keeping him alive.
Because he was attached to you,
Yes.
and your heart was doing all the work.
Yeah.
So the minute he comes out and they cut the umbilical cord,
He's on his own.
Yes.
what happened?
He screamed. He took over. He knew. He was like, it's my time to shine. Let's go.
Rylan's heart kept pumping.
You're so beautiful.
He's now a healthy infant who just celebrated his first Christmas, the best present his family could ask for.
It's a time of year when we think a lot about giving and appreciating family.
Oh, absolutely.
I just wonder how you guys are feeling now.
We're thankful for the doctors up at the clinic that took care of him and saved his life. We're thankful for our family for helping take care of me and him. Every time I see him, it's a feeling that you never thought you would have, knowing that he could have been gone and that I get to hold him every day and just keep him as happy as I can.
Wow, what an amazing story. And yes, thank you to those doctors. Now, Rylan will be getting surgery in February to fix the bones in his chest cavity, and his parents are just grateful that their little boy is thriving. And Kate Snow, thank you so much for that report. Coming up, an icon of American television and entertainment is remembered this morning. The career, impact, and life of Betty White after this break.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
On the last day of 2021, America lost a national icon. Betty White died Friday, just 3 weeks shy of her 100th birthday. A legendary actor, her career spanned 8 decades, making it the longest-running career of any female TV entertainer. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith joins us now for a look back at her extraordinary life. Hi, Harry. Good morning.
Morning, Savannah. I'll tell you what, you think about that amazing sort of devilish smile she had, her impeccable comedic timing. She was indeed a national treasure.
Betty White always came to play.
I happen to be in the neighborhood. Doing what? Coming to see you.
There was never a role,
I don't know.
a talk show appearance,
Now we're up to Betty White there.
or even a game show where she didn't bring it.
Oh, I wouldn't touch that line.
One who'd walk.
The sparkle in her eyes, her charm and wit,
So grateful.
and that smile
I've been smiling for 11 years.
that so often said, I know what you're thinking, and I may be thinking it too.
I didn't go to college. I just went into show business. Thank you, Rhoda.
Really, Betty White, 90 and naughty.
Cheers.
She alone could pull it off.
Coins. Things you flip.
Many of us first got to know Betty White from her frequent appearances on game shows back in the day.
What are your plans for the summer, Betty?
Well, I'm going to do some... What did you have in mind, Al?
She was funny, clever. She brought with her an infectious energy, no matter the show.
Oh, Lou, you're so thoughtful.
But it was as Sue Ann Nivens on Mary Tyler Moore, where week after week she dazzled us as the spectacularly insincere talk show host.
Just cue me and then stick a sock in it.
Good news, people.
At manipulation, she made Machiavelli look like an amateur.
You mean Gloria made the mistake of not refrigerating the cream?
No. Gloria made the mistake of asking me to do it. Can't stand the heat, dear. Get out of my kitchen.
Then came the Golden Girls.
Thank you for being a friend.
We were the king and queen of the rumba.
Olay.
It takes a special kind of smarts
It goes something like this.
to play someone who is perpetually a step behind. That was Betty.
If you could have any 2 people in the world, living or dead, to your house for dinner, what would you eat?
You're playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said.
The more we saw Betty White, the more we liked her. For instance, this interview with Al.
You look like you're enjoying yourself. You're still enjoying
it's
yourself.
such fun. How can you not enjoy it?
Do you have any plans to slow down or retire?
Why? No.
Whatever it was she had, we wanted too. She made getting old look easy, effortless. How else to explain her appeal to multiple generations?
Ladies and gentlemen, Betty White.
When she hosted Saturday Night Live a decade ago, the show had its highest ratings in more than a year.
I'm 88 and a half years old, so it's great to be here for a number of reasons.
And the movie she made with Sandra Bullock and Ryan Reynolds, The Proposal. If there were an Academy Award for scene stealing, she'd have won it.
Now, do you prefer being called Margaret or Satan's mistress? We've heard it both ways.
Would you do me a favor?
Well, maybe on my lunch hour.
Betty White had the rare ability to be naughty and nice at the same time.
What are you still doing here?
She truly was one of a kind.
Savannah, a national treasure, no question. So funny.
So funny. And by the way, from one of our own national treasures, that's how you get a line like, "It takes a special kind of smart to play someone who's perpetually a step behind." Only Harry Smith can do something like that. Harry, thank you so much. Great tribute.
Thank you.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Thanks for being with us. Happy New Year. The news continues right now.
Right now on NBC News Now, travel nightmare. Millions of Americans facing chaos at our nation's airports. The massive wave of cancellations as airlines struggle to deal with COVID and a new blast of winter weather. Breaking right now, getting a boost. The FDA announcing a major decision for kids ages 12 to 15. This as COVID numbers skyrocket with nearly 400,000 new cases each day. The new fears and protocols in place as millions of kids head back to school this week. Search for survivors. Rescuers in Colorado desperately combing through debris from devastating wildfires. How many people are still unaccounted for as homeowners return to see what's left? And BlackBerry Jam. If you are one of those people still using the retro device on your screen right there, time is running out while your trusty old school service is about to get shut down for good. And welcome to the first Monday of the new year, January 3rd, 2022. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan has the week off. We begin with that powerful winter storm lashing the mid-Atlantic and crippling air travel. Millions of Americans traveling from home from their holiday getaways back home have been stranded. Winter storm warnings are up across several states at this hour. Snow now blanketing the coastline from North Carolina to New Jersey. More than 1,000 flights have been canceled or delayed today. It's not just the winter weather grounding air travel, too. Many airline workers are testing positive for COVID and calling out sick. The strain on the system forcing some airlines to simply cancel flights. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky and meteorologist Bill Cairns. Morgan, I'll start with you on this. You are in Dallas for us today. How is that particular airport handling the combination of travelers who are headed home for the holidays and COVID?
Yeah, Dallas, Aaron, great question. Dallas, one of the lucky places when you look at the big picture across the entire nation right now. These airports are really facing a 1-2 punch, Aaron, and the fact that you have the Omicron variant wreaking havoc on airline staffing, and then you also have that blast of winter weather that's moved in over the last 48 hours or so, proving to be such a problem, particularly in the northern parts of the U.S. There are some numbers, though, that I want to share with you, just giving you a bigger picture of how bad the travel situation is right now, and we are talking about a significant number here. 15,000 cancellations since Christmas Eve. That's according to FlightAware. Yesterday alone on Sunday, we had more than 2,000 canceled flights, more than 8,000 delayed flights, and get this, COVID infections for TSA employees nationwide, 1,778. That's important to know, not just the airline employees being impacted by this variant, Aaron. You combine all of that together, and you have a situation where even in sunny Dallas, people could be showing up thinking their flight's on time, and instead they're finding out it's either canceled or delayed because of a chain reaction throughout the system. Aaron?
So, Morgan, let's talk about best practices then. What are the travel experts saying about how people should try to navigate all these issues?
A little bit different ballgame right now because you have the weather combined with Omicron, and typically they say that obviously check ahead of time, show up to the airport a few hours earlier. But he had this one piece of advice that he shared with me when I interviewed him. Take a listen.
If you are booking, don't skip that box for flight insurance anymore. Get flight insurance. If it's a big trip, get trip insurance. The days of foregoing trip insurance, those days are over. You need trip insurance now. If your flight is canceled, it is federal law. The airline has to offer you a full refund if you ask for it. But also, we also know that if your flight is canceled, the airlines are obligated to get you home. They're just not going to leave you stranded.
Good advice, but Aaron, keep in mind that a lot of people may not be able to get those refunds until they find their way back home, and that could be certainly frustrating considering the situation that's playing out right now. Aaron?
All right, Morgan Chesky in Dallas for us today. Thank you, Morgan. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, I know you're tracking some pretty tricky weather out there. It's adding to the travel nightmare, and it's still got a few more hours we're going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, there's not many flights getting in and out of Dulles right now or Reagan Airport. So the D.C. area is pretty much just shut down in the midst of the heaviest snowfall they've seen in years. And they may end up seeing a snowfall total that, 6 to 10 inches in some cases, which is a lot for the D.C. area. You can see on the radar also, the thunderstorms have just exited North Carolina. The winds behind the system have left behind a lot of damage, too. We have over 500,000 people without power now from areas of Georgia, South Carolina, and up through North Carolina. So power crews have a lot of work to do this afternoon and towards tonight, even in this cold air mass. But it's this area of blue. That's all the snow. And the area of white inside that blue is some very heavy snow bands that are now falling from just north of Raleigh, North Carolina, up through central Virginia, the Richmond area, Washington, D.C., Baltimore's been in it. Most of the heavy snow's been just south of Baltimore, just south of Philadelphia, I should say, and southern portions of New Jersey. We still have winter storm warnings that go from the mountains of North Carolina. I've seen pictures from the Asheville and Boone area where the winds were howling at 40 miles per hour, and they have about 4 to 8 inches of snow on the ground. And then this is what's going to play out this afternoon in areas of New Jersey and also Maryland and Delaware. The good news with this storm, it's a fast-moving storm, so we're going to be in and out in a hurry. So as we go throughout this afternoon, by about 1 o'clock, D.C. is done. Richmond, snow ending by about 2 p.m. Philadelphia, 2 p.m. So that's going to give the crews out there a good chance to get the roads cleared out for anyone that got to work this morning, for a good chance for them getting back. It'll be slippery, but at least the plows will be out there to try to clear things out. Notice that by the time we get through this evening, the only snow we really have to deal with is out on Cape Cod and maybe the Twin Forks of Long Island. As I said, this is not a snowstorm for New York and Boston. So additional snowfall in D.C., maybe another 2-3 inches. That's on top of the 6 inches you've already received, and especially southern Jersey, Maryland, and Delaware right near the coast. You could pick up an additional ½ foot of snow. And Aaron, We're not done yet. We have another storm that we're going to track coming into the Northwest. This one will go coast to coast. By the time we get to Thursday and Friday, we could be talking about another storm, maybe even this time a bigger storm for New England and the Northeast come Friday. So we're starting the new year off with a taste of winter.
All right, we'll be talking to you a lot, Bill. Get your big coffee cup ready for the week ahead. Thank you, sir.
That's right.
Some breaking news right now. The FDA has given emergency approval for Pfizer's booster shots for kids ages 12 to 15. Now, this news comes as the U.S. is surpassing a sobering new milestone in the pandemic. Confirmed cases of COVID-19 now topping 55 million. That includes more than 6 million new cases in just the last month. More than 825,000 Americans have died from the virus. Experts say the true number of cases is likely higher than what you see on the screen there. A lot of people apparently are testing positive at home and not reporting it. Meanwhile, a recent analysis of wastewater adding more proof of an unprecedented surge in COVID infections. Data shows COVID levels detected in sewage samples across the country are higher now than at any previous point in the pandemic. A lot of other coronavirus news to dig into at this hour. We have our team assembled, ready to do that with us. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk. She is in New York City, where COVID concerns are mounting as the nation's largest school system returns from the holiday break now. Hi, Steph.
Hey, Aaron, you know, this city just got slammed over the holidays with the Omicron variant. One day, New Year's Eve day in particular, 85,000 cases were recorded. But even with that surge in cases, the schools are opening up today. The new mayor making it a priority to get kids back in person. He's asking all kids, teachers, and staff to get a negative test before they return to school.
This morning, those back-to-school jitters now amplified by record COVID rates and a very mixed response from states. While schools in Atlanta, Cleveland, and Newark are opting to go remote temporarily, in New York, which saw over 85,000 cases on New Year's Eve, its highest one-day total ever, schools are still in person, with students and staff now required to submit a negative test before returning.
We can't close down our city every time there's a new variant. We can't allow our children to keep missing school.
LA adopting the same protocol, but in Detroit and Washington, D.C., schools are delaying their start until midweek to allow more time for testing. Massachusetts is bringing in the National Guard to hand out test kits to families. But with a massive testing backlog, will the results come in time? In Chicago, this video of an overflowing testing drop box for students and staff is raising concern. The Biden administration has vowed to help, insisting widespread testing and keeping schools open is the right way to go.
Our students belong in the classroom, and we can do it safely.
In Florida's Miami-Dade County, where 1 in 4 people are testing positive for the virus, there's no testing mandate in schools. Instead, staff and visitors must now wear masks, with state law banning the same mandate for students.
Mandating masks would help slow and stop the spread. But the governor made it impossible for school boards to do that.
It comes as the CDC has faced some pushback for its new guidelines that asymptomatic people with COVID can leave quarantine after 5 days rather than 10 without testing. Dr. Fauci now saying the CDC may update its guidance again.
Testing could be a part of that, and I think we're going to be hearing more about that in the next day or so from the CDC.
The head of the largest teachers union here in New York City says that teachers are okay going back into the classroom here, but he has serious doubts on whether the testing system in this city is going to be able to hold up with this increase in demand, Aaron.
All right, Stephanie Gosk for us here in Manhattan today. Stephanie, thank you. Now, as we continue to see new daily case records across the country, 2 major cities are issuing new rules for indoor dining and for recreation. Vaccine requirements go into effect today in Chicago and Philadelphia. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Chicago. Megan, walk us through the vaccine requirements going into effect today and why now?
Well, Aaron, you know, Chicago is seeing a surge in cases of COVID like much of the country here. And so they're trying to stop the spread of the virus. And so what this vaccine mandate looks like here in the city is that anyone ages 5 and older must show proof of being fully vaccinated. 16 and older, they have to provide a photo ID in order to enter bars and restaurants as well as gyms and other entertainment establishments, Aaron.
Well, Megan, what are you hearing from some of those businesses, those establishments you just talked about? How are they going to handle these new rules?
Yeah. You know, there's mixed reaction here. We've talked to business owners who say they are frustrated by this. They feel as though the onus is now placed on them again, the burden placed on them to try and police this new mandate, concerned that this could lead to contentious moments with customers, maybe even alienate customers. But then we talked to some other business owners who say, look, they're willing to roll with this because it's the cost they have to pay to stay open. Take a listen to what one woman had to tell us.
We, you know, like everything else, we had to pivot, we had to scramble, we had to incur a little bit extra cost, but we recognize that this is something that needs to be done, you know, getting people vaccinated, and we want to do everything we can to keep our staff and our customers safe. So we're ready to go forward.
Now, the city of Chicago says they will be enforcing this mandate. Anyone who is violating it will face fines and possibly even forced to close for a day, Aaron.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald for us in Chicago today. Megan, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar now. Dr. Azar, let's talk about this breaking news we have today involving Pfizer's booster shot for kids. So this is the first booster for kids aged 12 to 15 now. Talk to us a little bit about how important this is for kids, especially as we see this spike in pediatric hospitalizations.
Hi, yes, Aaron, absolutely. You know, certainly the booster is important. I do have to make a note, however, that only about 50% of kids who are eligible age 12 to 15 have been fully vaccinated. About 60% have received their first vaccine. So while I certainly welcome this news, you know, my just turned 14-year-old got her vaccine series in May, and so she's definitely eligible now for the booster. And I'm definitely very happy about that. We know, obviously, that these boosters give the kids that extra special layer of protection against infection, Aaron. It's very, very important.
You make a good point about the number of kids who are actually have the initial vaccination, not enough, and a lot of them won't be eligible for the booster at this point. I want to ask you too. We've reported that there might be some changes to the CDC quarantine guidance. Would adding a requirement for a negative test after that 5 days of isolation for asymptomatic cases, would that really help when our testing infrastructure is already overloaded now?
Right. So I'm certainly concerned about supply meeting demand. However, I do think it's an important element. You know, I know the guidance last week received quite a bit of pushback, and for good reason. You know, part of the argument, or two parts of the argument from the CDC, was that number one, that the most infectious period is 2 days prior to the onset of symptoms and 3 days after symptoms begin. But that was really based on the kinetics of prior variants, not necessarily with Omicron. And the other part is really this conjecture or supposition that we don't really understand what rapid tests mean at the end of infection. That's the claim. However, experts have really, you know, sort of argued back and said, no, a rapid test really does mean replicating virus, which could indicate infectivity. So I do think it's an important component, Aaron.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. Now we turn to Colorado, where search and rescue teams are combing through snow-covered debris. They're looking for 2 people who are still missing after the wildfires there. Those fires started late last week, destroying nearly 1,000 homes and buildings in the suburbs between Boulder and Denver. People living there are now returning to their homes to survey the damage. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz is in Boulder County, Colorado for us today. Gotti, talk to us about where search and rescue efforts stand right now.
Yeah, Aaron, unfortunately, a lot of that has shifted over into recovery. As you mentioned, there are still 2 people that are missing. Originally, after the chaos of this fire, there were 5 people missing. 3 of them have been located safe after basically being saved by other people during the fire and brought to safety. But those 2 people, one in Superior, another in Marshall, all we know for certain is that their homes are a complete and total loss. We also know that cadaver dogs have been brought in to search through some of that debris, but so far no word on whether or not anybody's been found. But talking about the debris, this is what a lot of these debris fields look like, fortunately, and I hate to even use the word fortunately, because you're looking at a neighborhood with over 100 houses that have been completely destroyed. But fortunately, in this neighborhood, everybody was able to make it out alive. Many of them were only able to make it out with the clothing on their back. But this is a subdivision of 118 different homes. Right now, only about 3 or 4 of them are standing. All of this starting about 4 miles away. The origin of this fire is still under investigation, but police say that they are trying to make some headway there, so we should have an update a little bit later today. Aaron, back to you.
Gotti Schwartz for us in Boulder County, Colorado. Thank you. Now, people living in Colorado have had not only to deal with the aftermath of the out-of-control wildfires, but a powerful winter storm all at the same time. It all is adding to the ongoing debate over the climate crisis unfolding in this country. NBC News senior meteorologist Catherine Prosiv takes a look at what's behind this extreme weather.
Urban firestorm. That's what we saw happen in Colorado the final week of December. How it happened and why do we expect more to continue in the future? First of all, the weather setup was primed to produce a wildfire. That part of Colorado was coming off of its warmest and driest 90-day period on record. This was on the heels of what was a very wet and snowy spring, which helped build up the vegetation, thicken it, and then you put that warm, dry period on top of it, and it was primed to burn. It was very tinder dry. In fact, that part of Colorado had only seen about 1 to 2 inches of rain since June, and Denver had just recorded its latest first snow on record. You could argue that if snow was on the ground, that wildfire likely would not have happened. Now, you take all of that together, last ingredient needed was strong winds to act as that match to ignite the wildfire, and there were wind gusts as high as nearly 100 miles per hour. And in fact, hurricane force wind gusts occurred for 8 hours straight. So how did climate change play a role? Well, it exacerbated all of these ingredients. Climate change is making Colorado warmer and drier with time. And in fact, winter is the fastest warming season. When you look at the wildfire season as a whole, it's getting longer due to climate change. And you could argue that there isn't even really a wildfire season anymore. It's really just year-round. So it's not really fair to say climate change ignited the fires. However, you can say climate change is changing the characteristics of the fires, and it's also changing the character of the wildfire season itself. Now, here's where construction comes in. The areas that were burned by the Marshall Fire, they're located in what's called the Wildfire Urban Interface. That is a transition zone that's meant to burn. It's meant to separate the wilderness that burns year-round from where people live and what is in construction, but very flammable materials. When you get a fast-moving wildfire that's burning several football fields every few seconds, and it's really a recipe for disaster.
Catherine Prosiv reporting there. All eyes are on the royal family now engulfed in scandal. Coming up, the new legal setback for Prince Andrew involving those accusations of sexual assault.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything from money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed. New season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Former Chicago area police officer Drew Peterson set to be back in court this month. Peterson was convicted of murdering his third wife in 2012. He plans to ask a judge to overturn the conviction on constitutional grounds. Peterson was also convicted of plotting to murder the prosecutor who put him behind bars. He's currently serving a nearly 80-year sentence. New details are emerging in the sexual assault case against Prince Andrew. A secret settlement between the Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew's accuser, Virginia Giuffre, is set to be released. It could have an impact on the overall case. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella.
This is a crucial week for Prince Andrew and his lawyers as they fight once again to try to get the civil lawsuit dismissed and try to avoid what could be a very ugly public trial over allegations that Virginia Giuffre was forced to have sex with the prince. This morning, Prince Andrew back in the headlines. Pressure intensifying after the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell last week, who's facing up to 65 years in prison for trafficking girls for Jeffrey Epstein. It comes as lawyers for the Queen's second son fight again to get a civil suit thrown out. Virginia Giuffre alleges she was forced to have sex with the prince 3 times in 2001 when she was 17. After being introduced to him at Maxwell's London home and dancing with him at a nightclub. Giuffre telling Today last week she believes the Maxwell verdicts could lead to other revelations.
There's others who are involved that made the sex trafficking operation possible. Maxwell is just the beginning.
Prince Andrew has denied all of Giuffre's allegations, telling the BBC in 2019,
"I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady."
The prince has said he was at a pizza restaurant with daughter Princess Beatrice that night. In court documents, Giuffre's lawyers have asked for proof, including witnesses or the prince's official schedule, and for proof of the prince's assertion he's unable to sweat. In response to a claim from Giuffre, he was sweating profusely the night she met him. Prince Andrew's lawyers pushing back tried twice last week to have the suit dismissed and lost. They'll try again in a hearing tomorrow, arguing in part that a 2009 settlement between Epstein and Giuffre, unsealed today, protects the royal from legal action. The big question now, will Maxwell have anything to say about Prince Andrew?
Well, clearly, if she's pursuing an appeal against the verdict, then she will probably keep her mouth shut. But when it comes to sentencing, we know she's essentially looking at the rest of her life in jail.
Prince Andrew stepped back from royal duties after that interview with the BBC in 2019, but he hasn't been removed permanently, and he still holds 9 military titles. If this trial does go forward, it's possible that it could ratchet up the pressure on the Queen and Buckingham Palace to remove him permanently and strip him of his titles. Back to you.
Kelly Kobiella for us in London today. This week marks 1 year since the deadly insurrection on Capitol Hill. Still ahead, how Washington plans to remember that solemn day, while former President Donald Trump plans to host his own event at the same time.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
American Greed. New season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed. Anything from money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, an arson investigation underway at the Baltimore City Jail. The state fire marshal says inmates set 5 fires on Sunday night. Fire officials saying more than 30 inmates needed medical attention, and at least 3 people were seen being wheeled out on stretchers. The president of one of America's top high schools for football has resigned. Reverend Walter Jenkins of Mater D High School in Southern California will step down next week. It comes after a lawsuit filed last year alleged that a player suffered a brain injury from being hazed. The school says the resignation is not connected to the hazing incident. And we are learning more about the plans to honor former Nevada Senator Harry Reid. Reid will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol on January 12th. Formal arrival and departure ceremonies will be held with invited guests only because of the pandemic. The former majority leader died at home last week. He was 82 years old. We are also following the tension between the U.S. and Russia over Ukraine. On Sunday, President Biden spoke with the Ukrainian president, reaffirming U.S. support for his country. This comes after his call last week with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, Russia has tens of thousands of troops at the Ukrainian border. Biden warned Putin last week that the U.S. and its allies will, quote, respond decisively if Russia invades Ukraine. The U.S. and Russia will hold talks in Geneva next week. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow are joining us now. Mike, how is the White House characterizing this call with President Zelensky of Ukraine?
Well, Aaron, the president just returned to the White House this morning after a holiday week in Delaware, where he had those 2 key calls with foreign leaders during this standoff over Ukraine. First, as you mentioned, Vladimir Putin, and then yesterday with President Zelensky of Ukraine. Now, the White House has previously said that if Russia were to escalate the situation further and invade Ukraine, the U.S. would be ready to provide additional defensive weapons to the Ukrainians in that likelihood. But now in this call yesterday with President Zelensky, according to a White House statement, the president reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to Ukraine's territorial sovereignty, reiterated his intent to have the decisive response if Russia invades Ukraine. But there's also an important point I want to read from this statement where they say President Biden expressed the principle of nothing about you without you. Anytime President Biden speaks with President Putin, you can be sure that there will be a conversation very shortly after with President Zelensky. A lot at stake with Ukraine, and so the U.S. wants to send a clear signal that it's standing with Ukraine during this crisis. I should also mention yesterday the president speaking with leaders of the Bucharest 9 nations. These are NATO allies who are also in the region and would be a big part of the U.S. response if Russia were to invade.
So, Matt, let's talk about responses here. How is Ukraine responding after yesterday's call?
Well, Aaron, we have this tweet from President Zelensky in which he essentially celebrated that this call with Biden was the first international call of the year. And that might just seem like fluff, but it really is important for Ukraine right now, for Zelensky probably in particular, because as Mike mentioned, this idea of nothing about you without you, that's a direct response in a sense to what is clearly Russia's more or less de facto policy of trying to make this less of an issue between Ukraine and Russia directly and a bigger issue between Russia and NATO, Russia and the West. So it really gives Ukraine an opportunity to assert that it's part of the conversation, quite obviously, but to try to maneuver around these Russian efforts to isolate it from the conversation.
Matt, I know you have your ear to the ground there in Russia where you are. How is the Kremlin approaching these talks with the U.S. next week?
I would say cautiously. Basically, the way that this is being looked at in Russia generally, again, we're seeing that same basic trend in the Russian narrative and the Russian discourse here, that this is a defensive posturing, that they feel very threatened by NATO buildups, NATO movements, or alleged NATO buildups, perhaps more accurate to characterize it that way. They are making a large fuss about NATO in Eastern Europe. So these, one of the aims of crafting the narrative in that way, at least for the domestic audience, is to really kind of prop up the regime, its international standing. What I'm getting at is these kinds of conversations that will be happening in Geneva next week, exactly what Russia is driving for. It wants to have these strategic dialogues with the United States, but in the end, I think it's basically in everyone's interest, given the tensions on the border right now. But it's all eyes on Geneva, essentially.
All right, we'll be talking more about it in the days to come, and of course following it from Geneva next week. Mike Memoli for us in Washington, Matt Bodner in Moscow. Guys, thank you both. Well, this Thursday, America will mark 1 year since the deadly riot on the U.S. Capitol, a solemn day of remembrances being planned in Washington. And as the investigation ramps up, a new poll is revealing deep divisions over what happened that day. It finds 34% of Americans say violent action against the government is justified at times. 62% say it is never justified. Now, when you break those numbers down by party, about 4 in 10 Republicans and independents agree with that statement, compared to 23% of Democrats. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now from Capitol Hill. Hi, Garrett.
Hey, Aaron.
So, Garrett, as this anniversary is coming on Thursday, what's the sort of lay the groundwork for us? What are we hearing from the Hill going into this anniversary?
Well, Aaron, when it comes to how the Hill is preparing and how it has changed over the last year, there's 2 sets of investigations that are still ongoing. There's the congressional investigation and the criminal investigations. Both of them, the folks involved claim they've made enormous progress, but there's definitely still a lot of work to be done. Take a listen.
This morning, the insurrection investigation focusing ever tighter on what former President Trump did and did not do as the deadly January 6th attack unfolded.
The committee has firsthand testimony that President Trump was sitting in the dining room next to the Oval Office watching on television as the Capitol was assaulted. That is clearly a supreme dereliction of duty.
Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney also revealing multiple advisors asked Trump to intervene, including Republican leader Kevin McCarthy and the former president's daughter.
We have firsthand testimony that his daughter Ivanka went in at least twice to ask him to please stop this violence.
The bipartisan committee probing the actions of Mr. Trump and his allies in and out of government now seeking testimony from some congressional Republicans, along with White House aides and Stop the Steal activists. Since its creation last summer, the committee says it has interviewed more than 300 people and collected more than 35,000 pages of documents, including emails and text messages, while still battling the former president in court for more White House records. A spokesman for the former president telling NBC News the committee is, quote, obsessed with waging a political war against President Donald J. Trump. In the past year, 725 people have been charged with crimes related to the attack. The FBI says they're still looking for 350 more people they believe committed violence on that day. On Capitol Hill, a new police chief says reforms to how the Capitol Police collect and share intelligence and train officers have made the complex safer, but challenges remain.
What keeps you up at night now?
right now probably 200 officers below what we had pre-January 6th, and we're 400 below what we really need today.
Aaron, the calendar of events for the anniversary day itself is still being filled out. We do expect the president and vice president to visit the Hill in the morning to speak. We know Speaker Pelosi is planned for historical remembrances, opportunities for members to speak, and a candlelight vigil in the evening. Also, by the way, the former President Trump, is planning a news conference down in Florida, kind of a choose-your-own-adventure opportunity for folks to look back on what happened this day in a couple of different ways.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on Capitol Hill today. Garrett, thank you. The Omicron variant is driving coronavirus cases to record highs all over the world. As of yesterday, the 7-day average is nearly 1.5 million cases. There have been nearly 300 million cases worldwide. Israel is now administering a fourth COVID shot to people over 60. It's the first country in the world to do that. And despite a record number of cases, Australia is pushing ahead with its phased reopening. The country endured some of the strictest lockdowns in 2020 and 2021. Our team of reporters is covering COVID's impact around the world. NBC's Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv. Ali Arouzi is in London for us. Let's begin with our global correspondent, Raf Sanchez. Raf, what is driving this decision there in Israel for a fourth COVID shot?
Yeah, Aaron, two main factors behind this fourth dose. The first is Israeli researchers are finding some evidence that that third booster dose does wane in effectiveness over time. So they were finding that longer it's been since you had that third dose, the more likely you are to get infected, the more likely you are to get sick. The other factor is Israel has been watching this wave of Omicron sweeping across the world, and the Israeli government is determined to throw everything it has at this new variant to try to slow it down. The Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett talked about this last night, and he said Israel's response will stay dynamic in the face of a rapidly changing Omicron situation. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Israel will once again be pioneering the global vaccination effort. Omicron is not Delta. It's a different ballgame altogether. We must keep our eye on the ball, act swiftly and decisively if we want to continue engaging and working with an open country as much as possible throughout this pandemic.
So this is a real race against time now. Omicron cases are rising very rapidly here in Israel, and the government is determined to try to get as many fourth doses into arms before that wave peaks. Aaron?
Raf, you know, the U.S. is having a lot of difficulty motivating some people to get their first shot, let alone a booster. Is vaccine hesitancy just not an issue in Israel?
It's much less of an issue than it is in the U.S. I think for starters, the vaccines were never politicized here the way they were in the U.S. There's really been support across the Israeli political spectrum for vaccines. There was some hesitation in the religious community early on in the pandemic, but after that ultra-Orthodox Jewish community was hit very hard in the first wave, there's now been much more acceptance. That's not to say there's been no hesitancy at all. The booster shot has been available in Israel since July. Only about half of Israelis have had it so far. And the government is looking for ways to incentivize people not only to get the third dose and the fourth dose once they're eligible, but they're actually going back to that small group of people who never got the first dose and trying to give them new incentives, saying you will be allowed into malls, into public spaces in a way you're not right now if you do get that first dose. Aaron?
All right, Raf Sanchez for us in Tel Aviv today. Raf, thank you. Let's head north now into Europe, where they're seeing surging COVID cases as well, particularly in the UK. That country is now averaging close to 200,000 new cases per day. And just like the United States, it's bracing for crippling staff shortages as employees in a number of industries are out of commission. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from London. Ali, how is the British government preparing for these potential staff shortages?
Hey, Aaron. Well, Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister, has asked his ministers to put a contingency plan into place to minimize the disruption to the supply chain and the public workforce, as it's being affected so dramatically by these record-breaking number of COVID cases in the UK that we're seeing every day. Now, the fear of the government is that as the Omicron variant keeps spreading, up to 25% of the public workforce could be out of action. I mean, you can only imagine how detrimental it is to a country's economy if a quarter of the public workforce are absent. So the Prime Minister is asking nurses that have retired, teachers that have retired to come back to the workforce. They're asking children to wear masks at school again for the time being, and they're asking people to do lateral flow tests as much as they can. Wherever they want to go, do a lateral flow test, and if you're positive, stay at home and isolate. And we're already seeing the effects of the Omicron on the workforce. I mean, just to give you a quick statistic, on the 26th of December, something like 25,000 nurses were off work because of COVID-related issues. That's twice as many people that were off, nurses that were off work on the 1st of December. So the numbers are ticking up dramatically, Aaron.
Ali, very quickly, I'm curious, is there any possibility of new restrictions being imposed there in the UK as we're still seeing this big spike in cases?
The Prime Minister ruled it out this morning. He said that they are not planning on putting any new restrictions into place right now. He says that the plan they have is working. But of course, it's a numbers game. If the infection rate goes up and hospitalizations go up, then they will consider new plans. Let's take a quick listen to what the Prime Minister had to say this morning.
I think the way forward for the country as a whole is to continue with the path that we're on. We'll keep everything under review. Of course, we keep all measures under review, but the mixture of things that we're doing at the moment is, I think, the right one.
And that's the point, Aaron. He's just saying, take lateral flow tests, get your booster. If you haven't had a vaccine, have a vaccine. And the plan is that if all of those are put into place and people follow those procedures, then they're hoping that they'll come out of this okay without having to shut the country down.
All right, Ali Aruzzi for us in London today. Thank you, sir. Also making news around the world, in Brazil, President Jair Bolsonaro has been admitted to the hospital. His office saying he had abdominal discomfort, which doctors later said was caused by an intestinal obstruction. Bolsonaro tweeting a thumbs-up photo from his hospital bed. The 66-year-old was stabbed in the abdomen on the campaign trail back in 2018. South Africa, where a man is set to face an arson charge tomorrow after a fire at the country's parliament building. The Sunday morning fire caused part of a roof to collapse in the upper chambers complex and gutted an entire floor. No one was hurt. And Israel, where hackers targeted a major newspaper's website to mark the anniversary of the U.S. killing of an Iranian general. Hackers replaced the Jerusalem Post's homepage with an image of a missile coming out of a fist wearing a ring of Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general killed by a U.S. drone strike 2 years ago. No claims of responsibility for the hacking. Still to come, grounding 5G. Up next, why some airlines are calling on mobile carriers to delay the rollout of the wireless technology and how the companies are responding.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Wednesday, January 5th, the new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Nathan Chin equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Back now with a look at the safety concerns surrounding the rollout of 5G. The airline industry saying the new ground signal could interfere with safety instruments on planes. Both AT&T and Verizon are refusing to postpone their launches, but have agreed to temporarily weaken signals around airports. Here's NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders.
It's at airports like this where those 5G signals could cause the greatest interruption to airplanes' radar altimeters, which are critical for pilots used on landing, especially in inclement weather like we're seeing in parts of the country today. But AT&T and Verizon, which spent billions of dollars for these frequencies, and the FAA have yet to figure out how this will all begin. With just 2 days until AT&T and Verizon go live with their 5G coverage, the FAA is getting very little cooperation from the major phone carriers. And overnight, the world's largest pilots union backed a top airline trade group calling to delay the rollout of 5G near certain airports. It comes after AT&T and Verizon declined a request from federal transportation officials to postpone the launch of their 5G signals for up to 2 weeks. The FAA has warned this next generation of cell service could interfere with some vital monitors pilots rely on to safely land planes in bad weather. This morning, the phone companies say they won't fully put their plans on hold, but for the next 6 months, they would agree to fade or decrease 5G signals around some airports. It's the same approach phone companies have used overseas in countries like France. AT&T and Verizon believe it will give the FAA and plane manufacturers time to determine if interference is simply theoretical or indeed real.
They're testing the airplanes about as rapidly as they can. All we need to do is give them time to find out which devices are susceptible.
The FAA has already said it may order pilots to land planes manually, starting this week when arriving at airports near 5G stations. Writing in a letter to the phone companies on New Year's Eve, failure to reach a solution by January 5th will force the U.S. aviation sector to take steps to protect the safety of the traveling public.
You're talking about hundreds of cancellations and thousands of people whose travel plans are disrupted.
More travel disruptions? The last thing those who have been facing major flight cancellations and delays say is needed. Now, there's hope both sides will answer the call for compromise. AT&T and Verizon spent $70 billion for these frequencies and say they feel pressure to turn on these signals because T-Mobile, which is on a different frequency, has already started deploying its 5G service. Meantime, as the FAA is trying to figure out what to do, the airlines say if there is a slowdown at airports that flights have to be spaced out upon landing because of the more manual approaches, well, that will cost the airline industry billions of dollars.
Carrie Sanders there reporting for us. You know, if you still use a BlackBerry device as your cell phone, get ready to say goodbye. Tomorrow, BlackBerry will stop service for all of its classic devices. NBC News reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now. And Callan, I have to admit, I was one of those people who had a hard time letting go of the BlackBerry, but that was like 10 years ago. It's surprising that a lot of people still use them. Why won't the BlackBerry service work anymore?
So BlackBerry is discontinuing basically all the operating systems that still run on 7.1, BlackBerry 10, and BlackBerry Playbook. Now, this isn't a shock because they let everyone know in 2020 that this was coming. In 2022, these services were going to be shut down. So things like texting won't work, data won't work, you can't call 911. Nothing will reliably still be working on these phones. So we're going to have to put them to bed and have little funerals for our BlackBerries if you're still using them.
You just tap the keys out as you say goodbye.
Exactly.
You know, everything these days is about touchscreens. The smartphones all have touchscreens now. You write about how BlackBerry phones were sort of a status symbol not too long ago. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, not to date myself, but I remember in high school I had a flip phone and my sister had the BlackBerry, and so she was the cool sibling. We saw celebrities having BlackBerries back in the day. Kim Kardashian, even President Obama had a BlackBerry, and so they were sort of the status symbol. If you had a BlackBerry, you were the cool kid. And then obviously iPhones and smartphones rolled in, and that sort of became the norm, and BlackBerry sort of fell out of vogue. But for a time, they were the item to have, and I remember I wanted one so desperately, and now we all have the iPhones.
My, how times have changed, right? Callan Rosenblatt for us today. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Antonio Brown officially kicked off the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. After the break, what we're learning about this weekend's outburst on the field and how the quarterback, Tom Brady, is responding. Stay with us.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything from money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed. New season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing even for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin. Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Well, one of Tom Brady's favorite receivers, Antonio Brown, has been kicked off the Super Bowl champion Bucs after an outburst on the field. The star wide receiver took off his jersey and pads, throwing them into the stands and running off the field during the Bucs-Jets game last night. Here's NBC's Morgan Chesky.
Yeah, it really was a stunning scene. And now you have the defending Super Bowl champions about to enter the playoffs without one of their key players. Brown, the all-pro receiver, has already been cut from the team and now faces an uncertain future in football yet again.
Antonio Brown. That's Antonio Brown without his uniform.
This morning, an NFL star that's been no stranger to controversy calling it quits in the middle of a game. Antonio Brown taking off his jersey and pads, then running off the field during Sunday's battle between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and New York Jets.
It ran across the field while the teams were still on the field, giving the crowd a peace out sign.
The surreal scene also captured from the stands. Brown, who would not return, was spotted interacting with teammate Mike Evans on the sidelines during the third quarter before taking off his jersey and eventually heading to the locker room. After the game, Tampa Bay's head coach Bruce Arians not mincing words.
He is no longer a Buck.
According to Fox Sports' Jay Glazer, Arians said before Brown ran off, he had tried to get him back into the game multiple times, but Brown refused. And Arians then told him to get out. Later, Brown taking to Instagram, writing, "Big mad, making a difference. Thanks for the opportunity." The decision to release Brown coming just weeks after the 7-time Pro Bowler's latest incident. The 33-year-old suspended 3 games for violating the NFL's COVID protocols by using a fake vaccine card. But his team stuck by him and gave him another chance.
I made a decision that this was best for our football team.
Brown's career was already on delicate footing. In 2019, he was accused of sexual assault by a former trainer. He denied the allegations, and a settlement was eventually reached. 2 years ago, Brown faced multiple charges after he was accused of attacking a truck driver in front of his Florida home. He pleaded no contest and received 2 years probation and was ordered to undergo a psychological evaluation and attend anger management. But for now, Brown is out. His now former teammate Tom Brady calling it a difficult situation.
I think everybody should find, hopefully do what they can to help him in ways that he really needs it. We all love him. We care about him deeply. We want to see him be at his best, and unfortunately won't be with our team.
And this mid-game decision not only cost Brown his spot on the team, but there are also significant financial implications as well. A company that tracks sporting contracts says that Brown was 8 catches, 55 receiving yards, and 1 touchdown shy of what would have equaled a $1 million bonus. Money that Brown will now not be seeing a penny of. We'll send it back to you.
Right now on NBC News Now, new COVID crisis. Hundreds of thousands of cases now being reported across the U.S. What's being done to protect children as some prepare to head back to school? Winter storm threat. Millions across the mid-Atlantic facing their first blast of winter this season. Who's expected to get hit hardest? Plus the mess it's making for U.S. airlines already struggling with COVID. The price of the holidays. The gifts have all been given, and now it is time to pay up. If you've racked up some holiday debt, we'll show you how to wipe it away for good. And thank you for being a friend. Fans the world over remembering the life and career of Betty White. A look back at the beloved actress whose golden star shined for decades. And good Monday, everybody. Happy New Year to you. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan has the week off. We begin this hour with the coronavirus pandemic and some breaking news involving booster shots for kids. The FDA has just signed off on the Pfizer booster for children 12 to 15. Now, the Pfizer shot is now the first available for kids in that age range. The news comes as the U.S. has surpassed 55 million confirmed cases of COVID. That's far and away more than any other country. And people across the country are facing long lines to get tested after the New Year's holiday. And there may be more changes coming to the CDC's quarantine guidelines. Dr. Fauci saying a negative test could soon be required following the new 5-day quarantine rule. A lot of coronavirus news to get to at this hour. Let's begin with NBC's Ellison Barber. She is here in New York City, where students are heading back to school after the holiday break, or they've already done that for today. Ellison, how are the schools handling this return as we're still seeing cases in New York, really nationwide, surge?
Hey, Aaron, one thing to keep in mind is this is the nation's largest school district with about 1.1 million students. The way that they're heading back to school post-winter break is with an increase in testing for New York City schools, staff, and students. The city says they have around 6 million tests on hand. The governor of the state says she is sending an additional 2 million COVID tests to the city specifically for public schools. So previously in New York City schools, if a child tested positive for COVID-19, any close contacts who were unvaccinated around that child would have to quarantine for 10 days. Theoretically, that meant you could have an entire classroom having to quarantine. Under the new plan that started as kids headed back to school today, that is going to change. If there is a positive COVID-19 test among a student, teachers will then distribute at-home COVID tests to everyone in that classroom. And as long as a student does not test positive for COVID-19 or start to exhibit any symptoms, they can keep coming to class. They'll be told to test on the first day after exposure and then also on the 5th day. That is in addition to increasing PCR testing, which the city already had been offering weekly tests. They're going to double that amount moving forward. But the thing with that is students, if parents want their children to be tested, they have to opt in order for that to go into effect. And that's something that some organizations, teachers unions, have called on the city to consider making it an opt-out option instead of opt-in. But so far they've said that they're not going to do that. But they are dramatically increasing testing as they head into this post-winter break next semester.
So
Aaron?
Let's talk a little bit more about parents and teachers then, Ellison. What are you hearing from those folks, parents and teachers? Are they concerned about in-person learning during this Omicron surge?
You know, there are a lot of mixed reactions. We've spoken to teachers who say they don't feel necessarily like the Department of Education has done everything they possibly could to ensure a safe return, given how high the infection rate is in New York City. Amongst parents, there is really a wide range of opinions. We spoke to one mom this morning who told us that she does not feel comfortable sending her children back to school, given that less than half of eligible children in New York City are fully vaccinated, but she said she has no other option. Listen to some more of what we heard from parents this morning.
I do feel safe bringing her to school, but it's still scary. I mean, she's very small. Social distancing, it's not something that they really know what to do.
We've been through this for almost 2 years now, so, I think we just have to learn to live with it. We can limit our children. We have to give them back a normal life.
I feel like it's because of the surge, they should go back to the remote learning option. Just tentatively speaking until, the spikes are down, so that, everybody can be, pretty much safe.
We spoke to a number of parents this morning who said they do have a little bit of nerves given the city's infection rate, but at the same time, they said that they feel like any possible risks are greatly less than the benefits of having their children in school, in the classroom, learning. Aaron?
Ellison Barber here in New York City. Ellison, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. And Dr. John, I want to start with that breaking news from Pfizer, breaking news about Pfizer and the booster shot for kids 12 to 15. How does this move really sort of fit into the COVID fight?
It fits into the COVID fight by protecting that age group, which we've been all along knowing needs to be protected. They got their primary vaccines, the Pfizer vaccine, and now they're looking at getting a booster shot, which is certainly going to help them because we know that primary vaccine series can wear off over time, although in the kids this age doesn't necessarily wear off as much. And so what the FDA did is they came out authorizing booster shots for kids 12 to 15 years old. They also dropped the timeline for boosters for anybody 12 and above. Instead of 6 months after finishing your Pfizer vaccine, vaccines, it's now 5 months, or that's what they have authorized. And then they're also saying for those that are immunocompromised, getting that extra boost, that third dose is going to be important, especially for younger children. But you have to remember, this is just the FDA step. The CDC has to take their step as well. And we think later in the week, the CDC is going to meet its ACIP, its advisory committee on the booster shots themselves for children. At that point, that's when booster shots for that age group will start to happen, Aaron.
You know, Ellison talked a lot about testing in her report, Dr. John. We know that Dr. Fauci has said that a negative test requirement could be added to the CDC quarantine guidelines that we just learned about last week. How much of a difference do you think that could make?
You know, I think that's going to make a huge difference. And that was the big criticism that was happening last week when the CDC came out with their decision reducing the time in isolation to 5 days, but 5 days without testing as long as you're asymptomatic. And what other countries have done, the UK, for example, they went from 10 to 7 days, but you have to have 2 negative antigen tests at home, day 6 and day 7. We did not do that. Part of the reason, I think, is because tests are not that readily available here, although in the UK, they're having troubles as well getting tests. But now, because of the criticism I think they got over the weekend, they're starting to look at it saying, you know, do we need to add that test requirement? That's going to be a bit of an issue as well, though, because if they do add that test requirement, that means those tests, which are home antigen tests, need to be readily available. They're not at that point yet, although the government has said in mid-January they're going to start sending out those 500 million at-home tests. That will certainly go a long way towards making sure this can happen. And if we do get that testing requirement in there, I think that's going to make things a little bit safer and people feel a little bit more comfortable about leaving isolation and getting out in public again, Aaron.
Going to be really important to keeping things open if we can see that happen, the testing and making people feel like they're healthy enough to actually go out again. Dr. John Torres, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. Let's head to China now, where COVID cases in the locked-down city of Xi'an appear to be falling. That's according to local authorities there. China's strict zero COVID policy means that city was put under tough quarantine measures a week ago to try to curb the spread of its worst outbreak in almost 2 years. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere.
Well, health officials in Xi'an say there are positive changes, that the numbers are declining, but those numbers remain stubbornly high by Chinese standards, and the city is now in its second week of a lockdown. These are primarily Delta variant cases, according to officials there. And here in China, with the zero COVID policy, that means tough quarantine restrictions. There are 13 million people in Xi'an, and most are now confined to their homes, struggling to meet even basic needs. On social media, there are calls for help, primarily for food. Officials acknowledge that there are shortages, there are supply issues and problems with online deliveries that they have yet to work out. There have been more than 1,500 cases there since the 9th of December, and while those numbers are low when you compare them to other cities in the world like New York, new infections are reaching highs here that China has not seen since the early days of the pandemic back in March 2020. And this lockdown we're seeing in Xi'an is similar to what officials imposed in Wuhan, which was the original epicenter. There's almost daily mass testing. 12,000 testing sites have been set up. And it's a sign that Chinese officials are not going to ease on their zero COVID strategy, even as the rest of the world is adjusting restrictions, knowing the high economic and emotional toll that these hard lockdowns bring. And that's why people in Xi'an are so frustrated and they're critical. This is a tourist spot famous for the terracotta warriors, and it's now sealed off from the rest of the world. And all of this happening with 1 month to go before Beijing hosts the Winter Olympics, an event that is facing challenges beyond the pandemic and one that China's government is adamant will go smoothly. And that's why they're racing to get these outbreaks under control.
Well, it is a very turbulent start to the new year for anybody trying to get anywhere in a plane. Over the weekend, flight cancellations and delays impacted thousands of travelers all over the country. Many airlines and airports are still trying to catch up now. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National outside Washington, where passengers are going nowhere fast.
Yeah, good day from a very snowy Washington, D.C., where we're expecting 7+ inches, they say, in the entire metro area. And we are still seeing a compounding problem at airports nationwide, with more than 1,800 flights canceled, more than 800 delays already. The hardest hit airports include Reagan National, Dulles, Baltimore, LaGuardia, Chicago, Denver. And the situation is only going to grow worse through the day. The hope this morning that today is a day of recovery and rebound for airlines and stranded passengers after a week of mass cancellations. But instead, another challenging day is shaping up. Even more delays and more cancellations, with January storms and the rampant spread of the Omicron variant proving too much for airlines and airports.
They already pushed my flight back twice, so I might miss my connection.
Nearly 1,800 TSA officers are currently off the job with COVID. On Sunday, FlightAware showed 2,600 canceled flights, more than 8,000 delays, all part of more than 12,000 cancellations over the last week. Among the airports hit hardest, Denver, Chicago O'Hare, and Atlanta.
It's usually a well-oiled machine here, and it runs very smoothly. Today, it just isn't that way.
Jen Fabian and her dad came to Florida for the Gator Bowl, but the weekend took a turn when Delta canceled their flight home. After more delays caused them to miss a connection, they finally made it back home 22 hours later.
Just felt like every time my phone buzzed, it was a text from United saying your flight was delayed. You just get to the point where you're like, okay, the trip isn't fun anymore.
All of it coming at the worst time for passengers and airlines alike.
The demand was higher, the stakes were higher, and there are more people who are traveling, so it's harder to accommodate them on whatever flights are left.
If your flight is delayed or canceled last minute, try to rebook yourself using the airline's app or an airport kiosk. If you have airline lounge access, consider seeing an agent there. One silver lining, airlines are trying to cancel or delay flights in advance. So
keep checking your reservation. Just stay on top of it, because the earlier you spot a problem, the easier it is to deal with.
Among the airlines hardest hit today, again, we said more than 1,800 cancellations and growing. Southwest Airlines canceling about 13+% of its flights today. We've also got significant cuts coming from SkyWest, the regional commuter airline, JetBlue, Alaska Airlines as well. And again, it's a compounding problem. You've got the weather across much of the country, and you've got the COVID sick-out calls really thinning out the ranks of some of the airlines. I'm Tom Costello at Reagan Airport here. Back to you.
Well, as Tom noted there, snow is blanketing the mid-Atlantic today, grounding more flights and slowing down travel. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. He's been tracking this all morning. Bill, who's getting hit the hardest right now?
This was one of those rare cases, Aaron, where the D.C. area gets a lot more snow than even the mountains of Maryland and up in Pennsylvania. I mean, this was a perfect bullseye storm for the mid-Atlantic. Doesn't happen that often. It's a pretty rare event, and I know people are already out there enjoying it if they can, if they don't have to travel. But for people on the roads, it's just a nightmare. I've seen snow reports of 10 to 11 inches just south of the Beltway into the southeast side of town near Waldorf. A report of 10.5 inches of snow. Washington, D.C. reports are coming in right around 6 to 8 inches. I think some totals will come close to 10 inches. So a very impressive snowstorm, considering this is easily the biggest in 3 years for the region. And all of it's happened during the daylight hours. It's been snowing extremely hard ever since the sun came up this morning. The snow has ended in Roanoke. It has about another hour left in D.C., then it'll be over. Richmond, I say about 2 p.m. you'll be done. And there's a little bit of snow still left over in areas of southern New Jersey. Notice the winter storm warnings are over with in North Carolina, and we've just canceled them in Roanoke. So the worst of the travel is I-95. I've seen many pictures of cars that are stopped, jackknife tractor trailers. We have 700,000 people without power from the high winds with thunderstorms, and because of the heavy snow is now knocking branches down. So here's how it's going to play out the rest of today. As we go throughout this afternoon, notice by about 2 to 3 p.m., almost everyone is done with the snow. You will get a little rare snow around Norfolk and Virginia Beach as we go throughout 3 p.m. hours. So take the kids outside if they're done with school to see that. It doesn't happen that often. The snow will be exiting the Jersey Shore by 3 p.m., and then we're just left with a little bit of snow out on the Cape and Islands. So how much snow additionally are we expecting? D.C. maybe another inch. It's coming to an end. Richmond maybe an inch or two. The higher totals that are left will be around Salisbury up through Delaware, Ocean City, Maryland, maybe another inch. Atlantic City, another 2 to 4 inches. Snow totals when we're done, right around Fredericksburg will be some of the higher totals. D.C. 6 to 10, and even Richmond 3 to 6 doesn't happen all that often. And Aaron, the other thing is, it's cold behind this storm system. Wind chills this morning in the 20s, even in the middle of the day, as far south as Atlanta. And overnight, they did report some snowflakes in the panhandle of Florida. So this is a storm for the record books. After a mild winter, boom, whiplash. Winter is here.
All right, Bill Cairns for us today. Bill, thank you. An urgent search and rescue operation is underway in Colorado now in the aftermath of devastating wildfires there. Teams are picking through snow-covered debris, trying to find 2 people who are still missing. The wildfires have destroyed nearly 1,000 homes and buildings. People there are now left to dig through the damage themselves. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz is in Boulder County, Colorado for us today. Gotti, let's start with the investigation there. What's the latest in terms of figuring out how these fires started?
Well, Aaron, just to give you a perspective on how big this fire was, the point of origin and that investigation on where the fire started is happening about 4 miles that way. And that fire ripped all the way through so many of these neighborhoods. What we can tell you so far about that neighborhood where fire officials believe this fire started is that in the last few days, they've executed a search warrant on a piece of property. At first, there was some speculation that this may have been caused by a downed power line. They have now ruled that out, so they are starting to hone in on a particular piece of property. They haven't given us particulars on who owns that piece of property, but we also know that they're looking at a particular piece of video where it appears as though a shed is burning. Again, investigators have not said if that is the exact point of the fire, but so far from what we've seen, that is the earliest video and the earliest pictures of where that fire started, a single shed burning, and then again, that happening 4 miles that way, that fire wreaking havoc all the way through and continuing on through several different neighborhoods. This neighborhood right here, over 100 homes destroyed. Aaron?
Just unbelievable damage there. Gotti, I know there's also a search and rescue effort that's underway. What's the latest on that?
Well, right now, they're still looking for 2 people. Originally, there were 5 people that were lost in the chaos, some elderly people that lost contact with their families. Those family members are very distraught, trying to find them. We understand 3 people have been located safely, and yet there are still 2 people missing. We know that their homes were completely destroyed. We know that cadaver dogs have been brought in to search through some of that rubble. But you can see over here, some of that rubble is still smoldering, so it's very difficult to search through a lot of this rubble, even though it is under quite a blanket of snow here. But I just want to show you how far this extends. This neighborhood, fortunately, didn't see any loss of life. Everybody is accounted for, but this is over 100 homes. And to put this in perspective again, Aaron, this is 100 homes here in this neighborhood that have been destroyed. That is only a tenth of the total destruction that we've seen out here in Colorado.
Wow.
Aaron?
Just unbelievable. Gotti Schwartz for us in Boulder County, Colorado. Thank you, Gotti. Well, looking at your bank account may be a little frightening after the holidays. Coming up, the 3 things you can do to get your holiday debt under control.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are following some breaking news at this hour. New York State's Attorney General has just issued civil subpoenas for 2 of former President Donald Trump's children, Don Jr. and Ivanka. This is part of the AG's ongoing investigation into the Trump Organization. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining us now. Danny, can you explain a little more this move from the Attorney General here in New York?
You caught me reading it hot off the presses on the New York State e-filing system. Apparently, there was an order filed today, or a proposed order, that indicates that subpoenas for the Trump children have already been issued. We do know that one of the Trump sons, Eric Trump, has appeared in the past and has testified. So that, to me, indicates that if there is more information that's needed from Trump children, why wasn't that resolved at the earlier deposition? That suggests that possibly there's something new that's come up that they're asking one or more of the children to come back in and talk to the AG.
Danny, do we have a sense of how Don Jr. or Ivanka might respond to these subpoenas?
If history is any indication, Eric Trump has appeared already in the past. However, if the nature of this inquiry is something that may give them concern about any personal exposure, then we may possibly see them assert the Fifth Amendment. But there really isn't any indication based on the court filing that I reviewed from today.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, thank you. On the money this hour, stocks rose sharply at the market open. Investors showing hope about the economy's ability to recover from the surge in COVID cases. They're also optimistic about America's automakers. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, what's the market looking like right now? And talk to us a little bit about what's driving it.
So, Aaron, there's still a lot of uncertainty around the COVID Omicron variant and the impact that it could have on the economy overall, not just here in the U.S., but in the world. But the feeling on Wall Street right now for the time being is that this too shall pass, and investors are looking forward to kind of greener pastures for now. And markets have been generally positive, as you point out, in trading, though they're off the best levels of the day at this point. The Dow is currently up around 75 to 100 points. Some of the best performing parts, though, of the market are in companies that are tied to things like oil and gas or consumer retail spending or banks overall. There's a little bit of optimism about what those companies can do as the economy starts to improve. So, Aaron, the market narrative, at least for today, in this first trading day of 2022, seems to be a continuation of some of the more optimistic behavior that we saw in markets from last year.
All right, let's talk about some other things then. I want to ask you about Tesla, specifically that company's fourth quarter. Some promising news there to report, right?
Yeah, so Tesla is the best performing stock in the entire S&P 500 today. It's up around 10% or so right now as of this moment. So Tesla announced that it delivered more than 308,000 cars to customers in the fourth quarter of last year. That blew away analysts' forecasts. So the electric car maker now has shipped around 936,000 plus vehicles in all of last year. That's up nearly 90% from 2020. Analysts were expecting fewer than 900,000 for the full year. So again, beating estimates. Those shares, again, moving higher on the news. The majority, by the way, of those cars were the Model 3 sedans, so one of the lower price models, as well as the Model Y SUV. So that increase in production is even more impressive, given the fact that we've had a global computer chip shortage, supply chain issues that have plagued the entire auto industry. And by the way, Aaron, analysts are now looking for 1.3 million Tesla deliveries in 2022. Tesla CEO Elon Musk says he wants to boost annual sales to over 20 million in the next 9 years, Aaron. So a big deal for EVs.
Yeah, he's on his way. All right, Dom Chu at CNBC for us today. Thanks, Dom.
Sure.
Well, are you feeling the post-holiday pinch? From gifts to travel and meals, all those expenses, we know they can add up pretty quickly. So how can you tackle those bills before they really pile up? Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Rule.
Well, guys, the holidays are over, but for many of us, that means our holiday bills are here. Many Americans have experienced credit card debt over the last month, and we're getting ready to face really big bills. Well, the first thing we have to do is actually face them. Know what you owe. Pick up the phone, call your credit card companies, and figure out the situation that you're in. Over the holidays, if you use some of those buy now, pay later services, make sure you know the dates when you have to make those payments, because you don't want to be hit with big fees. Something else to do that's a little counterintuitive, check your rewards points. If you were spending a lot on those credit cards, you may actually have gotten points, rewards during that time, and you can use those rewards to start paying down those bills. Next, can you actually negotiate? Can you do anything about it? Well, you might be able to. Pick up the phone, call your lenders, and find out, is there any leeway? Can you get some of those fees waived? You can't if you do not ask the question. And next, what can you do to avoid this situation next year? I know you don't want to hear it. You actually can plan for the holidays. You cannot plan for, let's say, your roof caving in, your car breaking down, but you know next December is coming. And you know, based on history, you will have gifts to buy. You might want to get a new outfit. And if you start planning now, even if you put just $25 a month aside in a separate account, come next Christmas, that's going to be around $300. And when the holidays come, you can certainly use that extra cushion. So do not get stressed, but you do have to address these bills. They're coming, and they're yours.
Thanks to Stephanie Rule there. This week marks 1 year since the deadly insurrection on Capitol Hill. Still ahead, we hear stories from the newest members of Congress who had just started their jobs when that riot happened.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it. Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last.
Was talking smack part of this?
Making news right now, beaches in Southern California are closed after several million gallons of wastewater spilled into the ocean. A series of December storms caused part of an LA County sewage system to collapse. That sent untreated wastewater into already overwhelmed storm drains that led to the Pacific. The beaches will remain closed until testing can confirm they are safe. Twitter permanently suspending Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from its platform. The site shut down her personal account, claiming she repeatedly posted misinformation about COVID. Twitter implemented a strike system for violations back in March, 5 strikes or more, resulting in a permanent suspension. The Congresswoman's official Twitter account remains active. And a rare piece of art discovered in the most unusual of places, now set to go to auction. 2 years ago, a woman found 5 pieces of art by artist George Orr in her storage unit. Orr was known as the, quote, Mad Potter of Biloxi. He created pieces that sell for as much as $80,000. That auction will be held on Saturday. President Biden is back at the White House this hour, arriving in a snowy Washington after his holiday break in Delaware. And first thing on his agenda, dealing with the economy and rising prices. He is set to meet with farmers and ranchers about supply, competition, and prices within the meat industry. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joining us from inside this time. Mike, do we have a sense of what to expect out of this discussion today?
Yeah, Aaron, it's so interesting when you think of all the items on President Biden's agenda heading into the new year, that the first presidential event that we'll see at the White House this year is the president announcing what they're calling the Meat and Poultry Supply Chain Action Plan. Now, that might sound a little bit in the weeds, but it really gets to the heart of the economic issues that the president has been navigating through over the last year, especially as it relates to the price of commodities, inflation. The president going to be joined by Attorney General Merrick Garland and Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack in announcing some details of this plan, which will use $1 billion from the American Rescue Plan that was passed last March to do things like investing in new meat processing facilities, making sort of new capital available for lenders, for small farmers and ranchers, and also doing things like strengthening the workforce, safety requirements, doing everything they can to support the economy here. The White House knows that the higher cost of goods on your kitchen table is one of the economic drags on the president's approval rating right now, so they want to set the tone at the start of the year that the president is doing everything he can to try to deal with these.
Mike, let's look at the bigger picture here if we can as we kick off 2022. What's the roadmap look like for President Biden's agenda as we go into the second year of his presidency?
Well, when you think about it, Aaron, some of the biggest items on the president's agenda this year are leftover items that they would have hoped to have completed in 2021. Right. Certainly, the president wanted to see the COVID pandemic behind him in the rearview mirror. Think back to last July when he declared independence from the virus. Of course, the president also wants to see his Build Back Better legislation passed. We have some international hotspots of concern. We've talked about the situation in Ukraine, the Iran nuclear program, also a major concern. And then look at one of the items there on the list. It's the midterm elections. Everything else really revolves around what is going to happen in November. So much of what the president is going to try and do is going to be to try to help Democrats' chances of holding on to their very slim majorities in the House and Senate beyond 2022.
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Washington today. Mike, thank you. In North Carolina, a bitter fight over the state's new election maps headed to court today. Democrats are trying to put a stop to new districts that were approved by the Republican-controlled General Assembly, and they're alleging the maps were gerrymandered. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, can you break down this case for us? What are both sides saying here?
Yeah, Aaron, Happy New Year. The Democrats are alleging that this is a partisan gerrymander that is unconstitutional according to the state's constitution, and that it dilutes the power of Democrats, including African Americans, in this key presidential battleground state. And Aaron, Republicans argue how everything was done in a transparent way, that Republicans control the legislature and can do what they want and kind of create the maps that they want to be able to do. And this is all eventually going to go to the state Supreme Court. And it is important to note that these are partisan people who are on the Supreme Court. They're elected Democrats and elected Republicans. And Democrats right now have a 4-3 advantage in the North Carolina Supreme Court, state Supreme Court.
You know, at the same time, Mark, North Carolina is not the only state with a lawsuit that looks at new voting maps. What are the potential implications of this case for some of those other lawsuits?
Aaron, that's right. You know, we started out in the redistricting stage and the drafting, that is the state legislatures and governors all coming together and actually drafting new redistricting maps. Now we've entered the litigation stage. And not only is it in North Carolina, but we're actually seeing the Biden Justice Department having a lawsuit against Texas and their new redistricting map. We're seeing litigation filed by Republicans in places like Maryland and Illinois that they think that are actually benefiting Democrats. We're seeing Democrats launching lawsuits in places like Georgia. And so it is taking place all over the country. And we actually have to see how these different courts end up ruling.
All right, Mark Murray for us in Washington today. Mark, thank you. Now, with the new year underway and the White House and congressional Democrats looking to pick up their work on their Build Back Better plan, they're still working to find a way to pass the president's $1.7 trillion social spending and climate package. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joining us now from her post. Leanne, how do Democrats plan to tackle the Build Back Better Act in the weeks to come?
Hey, Aaron. Well, they're not giving up, and they're continuing to negotiate with Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, the Democrat, who really put an end to Build Back Better before the holidays. He says that they're not walking away from the table. They're trying to get him on board. We could see legislation, though, that looks much different than what the House passed, that $1.75 trillion bill. One thing that Senator Manchin doesn't support is the child tax credit, which is a big priority for a lot of Democrats, not only progressive Democrats, but a lot of moderate Democrats, too. So there could be big battles ahead. But I will say that the Senate most immediately is focusing on voting rights, and that's what they're going to turn to when they come back here tomorrow, Aaron.
Well, you know, Leanne, Mike Memoli mentioned it in his reporting that we are officially in an election year now. If we look a little farther down the road, what should we be watching for as the midterms really heat up now?
We are in an election year, and one of the things we will be watching for is what Congress can, in fact, do. Democrats think that the Build Back Better plan will help them in the midterm elections, but there's a lot of other things. Mark Murray was just talking about it, too. Redistricting is underway in every single state across the country. Some have completed theirs, most have not. And this is pitting some lawmakers against other lawmakers, these incumbents whose districts have been redrawn. Remember, a lot of these House members, they're just now finding out what their districts are going to look like. So there's a lot of decisions going to be made on if they're going to run or not, if they're going to fight or go against another lawmaker, or perhaps if their district got easier. And of course, President Biden is going to be a central figure in these midterm elections, because even though he's not on the ballot, his agenda is. And Republicans at this point think that they have a much better chance of taking back the House than Democrats do of keeping it. Aaron.
All right, we'll see how it all shakes out in a few months. Leanne Caldwell on the Hill for us today. Leanne, thank you. This Thursday marks 1 year since the deadly riot at the U.S. Capitol, and throughout this week, NBC News is taking a closer look at the attack, including its impact on the newest members of Congress. They were only on the job a few days on January 6th. Here's NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale.
January 6th, 2021 was Sarah Jacobs' fourth day on the job.
Really didn't know my way around the complex yet at all.
After an alert that the nearby Madison building was evacuated,
I screenshotted it and sent it to my chief of staff, and I was like, who's Madison?
Jacobs was in the House chamber. Her parents, used to her being in dangerous situations during her stints overseas, were worried.
And I'm like, don't worry, I'm in the chamber. I'm in the safest place I can possibly be.
Everybody stay down, get down. As insurrectionists neared the floor, Jacobs donned a gas hood.
It was this buzzing that I will never forget. Actually, I can't watch the clips of that day with the sound on.
On the floor below her, another freshman, Texas Republican Troy Nels, a former sheriff. That's him in blue.
That was day number 3. I think that you know, again, I believe the good Lord put me in this position.
He took off his jacket and prepared to hold the chamber.
I am going to stay right here with my brothers and sisters in blue.
He felt the doors, the ones presidents have used for decades, shaking, and armed himself with a hand sanitizer dispenser. Were you prepared to use that?
Well, that's what I had.
When a rioter shattered the window, Nels engaged him.
I had my Texas mask on, and he looked at me through that broken glass, and he said, "You're from Texas, you should be with us." And at that point in time, I said, "No, sir, I cannot support what you're doing. This is criminal."
There were 64 freshman members whose first week on the job here became one of the darkest days in American political history. For both Nels and Jacobs, the 6th has shaped every day on the job since. But despite experiencing the same day in the same room, their views of what happened couldn't be more different.
There were several people inside that building that really did not commit any criminal violation of the law other than entering the building.
I was convinced that someone was going to open a door with a machine gun, and that would be it.
This freshman class and their mission in Congress forever linked to those first days.
And now it's my job to do everything I can to make sure it never happens again.
They say whenever you stop feeling that feeling inside of seeing the Capitol Dome, that's when you need to leave Congress. And I'm sitting here like, well, they tried to kill me here on my 4th day.
That was Ali Vitale reporting. With the start of a new year comes the enforcement of new laws. Up next, the new legislation in effect, including a new rule about to-go cocktails. Stay with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Across the country, the new year is bringing a host of new laws. They're tackling everything from surprise medical bills to carry-out cocktails. Here to break down some of the most significant new laws is NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney. And so, Ken, one of these new laws getting the most attention right now addresses unexpected medical bills. So tell us how it works and who it covers.
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. Happy New Year to you. This federal law applies to most people with private insurance, and it is designed to address what many consider to be unfair medical billing practices during emergencies. One recent study found that 1 in every 6 hospital visits results in a surprise medical bill because the care took place outside of the patient's approved provider network. Now, under this new law, patients with insurance may only be billed at their plan's in-network rate, which is usually much lower and better covered by their insurance. This law also addresses situations when a patient is getting an in-network procedure, but one of the doctors happens to be out of network. The law requires out-of-network providers to give patients notice of their charges 72 hours in advance of a planned procedure, and patients will have to agree to those charges. And if there's a dispute, Aaron, it goes to an independent arbitrator.
So what sort of a scenario might play out where you would not be covered by the No Surprises Act?
Well, one big thing to know is that this law does not cover ground ambulance services, so patients may still be hit with out-of-network charges for those. But overall, patient advocates say this is a big victory for consumers, Aaron.
Let's head out to Oregon if we can for a second here. Ken, what does the new law on to-go cocktails do there?
So when the pandemic kicked in 2020, Oregon temporarily legalized the sale of takeout cocktails. And it turned out people liked it so much the state has now made it permanent. And Oregon is not alone. 20 states are now allowing cocktails to go, and 14 of those have made that permanent. And this comes, Aaron, as a number of studies show that Americans are drinking more alcohol during the pandemic, and they are turning more to hard liquor over beer and wine. Aaron.
Yeah, I ordered some stuff the other day. It's a nice convenience to have, all things in moderation, though, right?
Absolutely.
Ken Delaney for us in Washington today. Thank you, Ken. Well, after an extended holiday break, the jury in the trial of former Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes is set to resume deliberations today. So far, jurors have spent roughly 40 hours deliberating, but there's no real sense of how close they are to reaching a decision. Holmes is facing 11 felony counts of fraud and conspiracy. CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram has been following this trial closely from the beginning. She joins us now. Yasmin, several high-profile trials have come and gone since this one started back in September. How unusual is it for deliberations to be taking this long in a case like this?
Aaron, it's a new year and a new day of deliberations. This jury of 8 men and 4 women have been deliberating over 45 hours without a verdict at this point. They are weighing 11 charges of wire fraud and conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Now, as you pointed out, some people might wonder why, this deliberation process is taking a little bit longer. It's important to remember that this jury heard from 32 witnesses, heard over 900 exhibits over the span of 4 months. Elizabeth Holmes herself took the stand to defend herself, and she knows a thing or two about persuading people out here in Silicon Valley. I also should point out that in other high-profile corporate wire fraud cases, deliberations have taken this long, if not longer. So what's the holdup? Legal experts tell me that there are 2 competing narratives inside this jury room that they are mulling over. Aaron, on one side, there's a visionary who made mistakes, and on the other, a cunning CEO who broke the law.
And we'll be waiting to see what this jury decides, which side this jury lands on in the end. CNBC's Yasmin Khorram for us in San Jose, California. Thank you, Yasmin. Well, tributes are pouring in for America's Golden Girl. After the break, a look back at the legacy of the legendary actress Betty White.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hollywood is remembering its forever golden girl, legendary television and film actress and cultural icon Betty White. She died on New Year's Eve just weeks before her 100th birthday. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith takes a look back at her remarkable life.
That devilish smile, the impeccable comedic timing. Betty White was one of a kind and a national treasure.
Betty White always came to play.
I happen to be in the neighborhood. Doing what? Coming to see you.
There was never a role.
I don't know.
A talk show appearance.
Now we're up to Betty White there.
Or even a game show where she didn't bring it.
Oh, I wouldn't touch that line. One who'd walk.
The sparkle in her eyes, her charm and wit.
So grateful.
And that smile.
I've been smiling for 11 years.
It so often said, I know what you're thinking, and I may be thinking it too.
I didn't go to college. I just went into show business. Thank you, Rhoda.
Really, Betty White, 90 and naughty.
Cheers.
She alone could pull it off.
Coins.
Things you flip.
Many of us first got to know Betty White from her frequent appearances on game shows back in the day.
What are your plans for the summer, Betty?
Well, I'm going to do some... What did you have in mind, Al?
She was funny, clever. She brought with her an infectious energy, no matter the show.
Oh, Lou, you're so thoughtful.
But it was as Sue Ann Nivens on Mary Tyler Moore, where week after week she dazzled us as the spectacularly insincere talk show host.
Just cue me and then stick a sock in it. Good news, people.
At manipulation, she made Machiavelli look like an amateur.
You mean Gloria made the mistake of not refrigerating the cream?
No. Gloria made the mistake of asking me to do it. Can't stand the heat, dear. Get out of my kitchen.
Then came the Golden Girls.
Thank you for being a friend.
We were the king and queen of the rumba.
Olay.
It takes a special kind of smarts
It goes something like this.
to play someone who is perpetually a step behind. That was Betty.
If you could have any two people in the world, living or dead, to your house for dinner, what would you eat?
You're playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said.
The more we saw Betty White, the more we liked her. For instance, this interview with Al.
You look like you're enjoying yourself. You're still enjoying yourself.
Such fun. How can you not enjoy it?
Do you have any plans to slow down or retire?
Why? No.
Whatever it was she had, we wanted too. She made getting old look easy, effortless. How else to explain her appeal to multiple generations?
Ladies and gentlemen, Betty White.
When she hosted Saturday Night Live a decade ago, the show had its highest ratings in more than a year.
I'm 88 and a half years old, so it's
it's great to be here for a number of reasons.
And the movie she made with Sandra Bullock and Ryan Reynolds, The Proposal. If there were an Academy Award for scene stealing, she'd have won it.
Now, do you prefer being called Margaret or Satan's mistress? We've heard it both ways.
Would you do me a favor?
Well, maybe on my lunch hour.
Betty White had the rare ability to be naughty and nice at the same time.
What are you still doing here?
She truly was one of a kind.
I could watch that piece and look at those clips over and over and over again and always laugh. She was really great.
Harry Smith for us there. Finally this hour, a Pennsylvania woman was 6 months pregnant when she learned there was a tumor growing on the heart of her unborn child. That tumor could actually have turned deadly, but for a pioneering operation that saved the baby's life. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow.
Ryland Drinnen is just 5 months old, but when he gets older, his parents, David and Sam, look forward to telling him the incredible story.
Oh, you can barely see it.
Yeah.
Behind that scar on his chest.
Yep. What will you say, Sam?
That you went through so much, so little, before you even knew what life was.
Yeah, so
and
little.
Now you're helping the medical community in ways you never thought possible. Yeah.
When Sam was 26 weeks pregnant, doctors found a cancerous tumor growing on Ryland's tiny developing heart and suggested a groundbreaking operation that had only succeeded once before.
It was squishing the heart, and there was a ton of fluid already around the heart at that time. We're going to do the very best we can.
Dr. Daryl Cass led a team at the Cleveland Clinic that first had to operate on mom-to-be Sam, opening her uterus to reach little Ryland. Dr. Cass called on surgeon Dr. Hani Najam to remove the dangerous tumor.
My first response to him is that I've done these after birth. I could do this procedure, but you gotta have to get me to that fetus in the uterus so I could do something about it.
After 4 hours of surgery, the tumor was out, and Ryland back in place in what doctors call the best intensive care unit, the womb.
We talked every day. I would just tell him that everything's going to be okay and I got you. We're going to get through this and you're going to come out strong.
Ryland spent 10 more weeks growing and recovering inside mom. When Sam went into labor, they were nervous about whether his heart would pump on its own.
We're putting him in a Browns one. I was his bypass machine, like keeping him alive.
Because he was attached to you,
Yes.
and your heart was doing all the work.
Yeah.
So the minute he comes out and they cut the umbilical cord,
He's on his own.
Yes.
what happened?
He screamed. He took over. He knew. He was like, it's my time to shine. Let's go.
Ryland's heart kept pumping.
You're so beautiful.
He's now a healthy infant who just celebrated his first Christmas, the best present his family could ask for.
It's a time of year when we think a lot about giving and appreciating family.
Oh, absolutely.
I just wonder how you guys are feeling now.
We're thankful for the doctors up at the clinic that took care of him and saved his life.
It's
We're
okay.
thankful for our family for helping take care of me and him. Every time I see him, it's a feeling that you never thought you would have, knowing that he could have been gone and that I get to hold him every day and just keep him as happy as I can.
It's Kate Snow reporting. Thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Right now on NBC News Now, travel nightmare. Millions of Americans facing chaos at our nation's airports. The massive wave of cancellations as airlines struggle to deal with COVID and a new blast of winter weather. Breaking right now, getting a boost. The FDA announcing a major decision for kids ages 12 to 15. This as COVID numbers skyrocket with nearly 400,000 new cases each day. The new fears and protocols in place as millions of kids head back to school this week. Search for survivors. Rescuers in Colorado desperately combing through debris from that devastating wildfire. How many people are still unaccounted for as homeowners return to see what's left? And BlackBerry Jam. If you are one of those people still using the retro device, time is running out, while your old school service is about to be shut down for good. And welcome to the first Monday of the new year, January 3rd, 2022. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan has the week off. We begin with that powerful winter storm lashing the mid-Atlantic and crippling air travel. Millions of Americans traveling from their holiday getaways back home have been stranded. Winter storm warnings are up across several states at this hour. Snow now blanketing the coastline from North Carolina to New Jersey. More than 1,000 flights have been canceled or delayed today. It's not just the winter weather grounding air travel, too. Many airline workers are testing positive for COVID and calling out sick. The strain on the system forcing some airlines to simply cancel flights. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky and meteorologist Bill Cairns. Morgan, I'll start with you on this. You are in Dallas for us today. How is that particular airport handling the combination of travelers who are headed home for the holidays and COVID?
Yeah, Dallas, Aaron, great question. Dallas, one of the lucky places when you look at the big picture across the entire nation right now. These airports are really facing a 1-2 punch, Aaron, and the fact that you have the Omicron variant wreaking havoc on airline staffing, and then you also have that blast of winter weather that's moved in over the last 48 hours or so, proving to be such a problem, particularly in the northern parts of the U.S. There are some numbers, though, that I want to share with you, just giving you a bigger picture of how bad the travel situation is right now, and we are talking about a significant number here. 15,000 cancellations since Christmas Eve. That's according to FlightAware. Yesterday alone on Sunday, we had more than 2,000 canceled flights, more than 8,000 delayed flights, and get this, COVID infections for TSA employees nationwide, 1,778. That's important to know, not just the airline employees being impacted by this variant, Aaron. You combine all of that together, and you have a situation where even in sunny Dallas, people could be showing up thinking their flight's on time, and instead they're finding out it's either canceled or delayed because of a chain reaction throughout the system. Aaron?
So, Morgan, let's talk about best practices then. What are the travel experts saying about how people should try to navigate all these issues?
A little bit different ballgame right now because you have the weather combined with Omicron, and typically they say that obviously check ahead of time, show up to the airport a few hours earlier, but he had this one piece of advice that he shared with me when I interviewed him. Take a listen.
If you are booking, don't skip that box for flight insurance anymore. Get flight insurance. If it's a big trip, get trip insurance. The days of foregoing trip insurance, those days are over. You need trip insurance now. If your flight is canceled, it is federal law. The airline has to offer you a full refund if you ask for it. But also, we also know that if your flight is canceled, the airlines are obligated to get you home. They're just not going to leave you stranded.
Good advice, but Aaron, keep in mind that a lot of people may not be able to get those refunds until they find their way back home, and that could be certainly frustrating considering the situation that's playing out right now. Aaron?
All right, Morgan Chesky in Dallas for us today. Thank you, Morgan. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, I know you're tracking some pretty tricky weather out there. It's adding to the travel nightmare, and it's still got a few more hours we're going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, there's not many flights getting in and out of Dulles right now or Reagan Airport. So the D.C. area is pretty much just shut down in the midst of the heaviest snowfall they've seen in years. And they may end up seeing a snowfall total that, 6 to 10 inches in some cases, which is a lot for the D.C. area. You can see on the radar also, the thunderstorms have just exited North Carolina. The winds behind the system have left behind a lot of damage, too. We have over 500,000 people without power now from areas of Georgia, South Carolina, and up through North Carolina. Carolina. So power crews have a lot of work to do this afternoon and towards tonight, even in this cold air mass. But it's this area of blue. That's all the snow. And the area of white inside that blue is some very heavy snow bands that are now falling from just north of Raleigh, North Carolina, up through central Virginia, the Richmond area, Washington, D.C., Baltimore's been in it. Most of the heavy snow's been just south of Baltimore, just south of Philadelphia, I should say, and southern portions of New Jersey. We still have winter storm warnings that go from the mountains of North Carolina. I've seen pictures from the Asheville and Boone area where the winds were howling at 40 miles per hour, and they have about 4 to 8 inches of snow on the ground. And then this is what's going to play out this afternoon in areas of New Jersey and also Maryland and Delaware. The good news with this storm, it's a fast-moving storm, so we're going to be in and out in a hurry. So as we go throughout this afternoon, by about, I'd say about 1 o'clock, D.C. is done. Richmond, snow ending by about 2 p.m. Philadelphia, 2 p.m. So that's going to give the crews out there a good chance to get the roads cleared out for anyone that got to work this morning, for a good chance for them getting back. It'll be slippery, but at least the plows will be out there to try to clear things out. Notice that by the time we get through this evening, the only snow we really have to deal with is out on Cape Cod and maybe the Twin Forks of Long Island. As I said, this is not a snowstorm for New York and Boston. So additional snowfall in D.C., maybe another 2-3 inches. That's on top of the 6 inches you've already received, and especially southern Jersey, Maryland, and Delaware right near the coast. You could pick up an additional ½ foot of snow. And Aaron, We're not done yet. We have another storm that we're going to track coming into the Northwest. This one will go coast to coast. By the time we get to Thursday and Friday, we could be talking about another storm, maybe even this time a bigger storm for New England and the Northeast come Friday. So we're starting the new year off with a taste of winter.
All right, we'll be talking to you a lot, Bill. Get your big coffee cup ready for the week ahead. Thank you, sir.
That's right.
Some breaking news right now. The FDA has given emergency approval for Pfizer's booster shots for kids ages 12 to 15. Now, this news comes as the U.S. is surpassing a sobering new milestone in the pandemic. Confirmed cases of COVID-19 now topping 55 million. That includes more than 6 million new cases in just the last month. More than 825,000 Americans have died from the virus. Experts say the true number of cases is likely higher than what you see on the screen there. A lot of people apparently are testing positive at home and not reporting it. Meanwhile, a recent analysis of wastewater adding more proof of an unprecedented surge in COVID infections. Data shows COVID levels detected in sewage samples across the country are higher now than at any previous point in the pandemic. A lot of other coronavirus news to dig into at this hour. We have our team assembled, ready to do that with us. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk. She is in New York City, where COVID concerns are mounting as the nation's largest school system returns from the holiday break now. Hi, Steph.
Hey, Aaron, you know, this city just got slammed over the holidays with the Omicron variant. One day, New Year's Eve day in particular, 85,000 cases were recorded. But even with that surge in cases, the schools are opening up today. The new mayor making it a priority to get kids back in person. He's asking all kids, teachers, and staff to get a negative test before they return to school. This morning, those back-to-school jitters now amplified by record COVID rates and a very mixed response from states. While schools in Atlanta, Cleveland, and Newark are opting to go remote temporarily, in New York, which saw over 85,000 cases on New Year's Eve, its highest one-day total ever, schools are still in person, with students and staff now required to submit a negative test before returning.
We can't close down our city every time there's a new variant. We can't allow our children to keep missing school.
L.A. adopting the same protocol, but in Detroit and Washington, D.C., schools are delaying their start until midweek to allow more time for testing. Massachusetts is bringing in the National Guard to hand out test kits to families. But with a massive testing backlog, will the results come in time? In Chicago, this video of an overflowing testing drop box for students and staff is raising concern. The Biden administration has vowed to help, insisting widespread testing and keeping schools open is the right way to go.
Our students belong in the classroom, and we can do it safely.
In Florida's Miami-Dade County, where 1 in 4 people are testing positive for the virus, there's no testing mandate in schools. Instead, staff and visitors must now wear masks, with state law banning the same mandate for students.
Mandating masks would help slow and stop the spread. but the governor made it impossible for school boards to do that.
It comes as the CDC has faced some pushback for its new guidelines that asymptomatic people with COVID can leave quarantine after 5 days rather than 10 without testing. Dr. Fauci now saying the CDC may update its guidance again.
Testing could be a part of that, and I think we're going to be hearing more about that in the next day or so from the CDC.
The head of the largest teachers union here in New York City says that teachers are okay going back into the classroom here, but he has serious doubts on whether the testing system in this city is going to be able to hold up with this increase in demand, Aaron.
All right, Stephanie Gosk for us here in Manhattan today. Stephanie, thank you. Now, as we continue to see new daily case records across the country, 2 major cities are issuing new rules for indoor dining and for recreation. Vaccine requirements go into effect today in Chicago and Philadelphia. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Chicago. Megan, walk us through the vaccine requirements going into effect today and why now?
Well, Aaron, you know, Chicago is seeing a surge in cases of COVID like much of the country here. And so they're trying to stop the spread of the virus. And so what this vaccine mandate looks like here in the city is that anyone ages 5 and older must show proof of being fully vaccinated. 16 and older, they have to provide a photo ID in order to enter bars and restaurants as well as gyms and other entertainment establishments, Aaron.
Well, Megan, what are you hearing from some of those businesses, those establishments you just talked about? How are they going to handle these new rules?
Yeah. You know, there's mixed reaction here. We've talked to business owners who say they are frustrated by this. They feel as though the onus is now placed on them again, the burden placed on them to try and police this new mandate, concerned that this could lead to contentious moments with customers, maybe even alienate customers. But then we talked to some other business owners who say, look, they're willing to roll with this because it's the cost they have to pay to stay open. Take a listen to what one woman had to tell us.
We, you know, like everything else, we had to pivot, we had to scramble, we had to incur a little bit extra cost, but we recognize that this is something that needs to be done, you know, getting people vaccinated, and we want to do everything we can to keep our staff and our customers safe. So we're ready to go forward.
Now, the city of Chicago says they will be enforcing this mandate. Anyone who is violating it will face fines and possibly even forced to close for a day, Aaron.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald for us in Chicago today. Megan, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar now. Dr. Azar, let's talk about this breaking news we have today involving Pfizer's booster shot for kids. So this is the first booster for kids aged 12 to 15 now. Talk to us a little bit about how important this is for kids, especially as we see this spike in pediatric hospitalizations.
Hi, yes, Aaron, absolutely. You know, certainly the booster is important. I do have to make a note, however, that only about 50% of kids who are eligible age 12 to 15 have been fully vaccinated. About 60% have received their first vaccine. So while I certainly welcome this news, you know, my just turned 14-year-old got her vaccine series in May, and so she's definitely eligible now for the booster. And I'm definitely very happy about that. We know, obviously, that these boosters give the kids that extra special layer of protection against infection, Aaron. It's very, very important.
You make a good point about the number of kids who are actually have the initial vaccination, not enough, and a lot of them won't be eligible for the booster at this point. I want to ask you too. We've reported that there might be some changes to the CDC quarantine guidance. Would adding a requirement for a negative test after that 5 days of isolation for asymptomatic cases, would that really help when our testing infrastructure is already overloaded now?
Right. So I'm certainly concerned about supply meeting demand. However, I do think it's an important element. You know, I know the guidance last week received quite a bit of pushback, and for good reason. You know, part of the argument, or two parts of the argument from the CDC, was that number one, that the most infectious period is 2 days prior to the onset of symptoms and 3 days after symptoms begin. But that was really based on the kinetics of prior variants, not necessarily with Omicron. And the other part is really this conjecture or supposition that we don't really understand what rapid tests mean at the end of infection. That's the claim. However, experts have really, you know, sort of argued back and said, no, a rapid test really does mean replicating virus, which could indicate infectivity. So I do think it's an important component, Aaron.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. Now we turn to Colorado, where search and rescue teams are combing through snow-covered debris. They're looking for 2 people who are still missing after the wildfires there. Those fires started late last week, destroying nearly 1,000 homes and buildings in the suburbs between Boulder and Denver. People living there are now returning to their homes to survey the damage. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz is in Boulder County, Colorado for us today. Gotti, talk to us about where search and rescue efforts stand right now.
Yeah, Aaron, unfortunately, a lot of that has shifted over into recovery. As you mentioned, there are still 2 people that are missing. Originally, after the chaos of this fire, there were 5 people missing. 3 of them have been located safe after basically being saved by other people during the fire and brought to safety. But those 2 people, one in Superior, another in Marshall, all we know for certain is that their homes are a complete and total loss. We also know that cadaver dogs have been brought in to search through some of that debris, but so far no word on whether or not anybody's been found. But talking about the debris, this is what a lot of these debris fields look like, fortunately, and I hate to even use the word fortunately, because you're looking at a neighborhood with over 100 houses that have been completely destroyed. But fortunately, in this neighborhood, everybody was able to make it out alive. Many of them were only able to make it out with the clothing on their back. But this is a subdivision of 118 different homes. Right now, only about 3 or 4 of them are standing. All of this starting about 4 miles away. The origin of this fire is still under investigation, but police say that they are trying to make some headway there, so we should have an update a little bit later today. Aaron, back to you.
Gotti Schwartz for us in Boulder County, Colorado. Thank you. Now, people living in Colorado have had not only to deal with the aftermath of the out-of-control wildfires, but a powerful winter storm all at the same time. It all is adding to the ongoing debate over the climate crisis unfolding in this country. NBC News senior meteorologist Catherine Prosiv takes a look at what's behind this extreme weather.
Urban firestorm. That's what we saw happen in Colorado the final week of December. How it happened and why do we expect more to continue in the future? First of all, the weather setup was primed to produce a wildfire. That part of Colorado was coming off of its warmest and driest 90-day period on record. This was on the heels of what was a very wet and snowy spring, which helped build up the vegetation, thicken it, and then you put that warm, dry period on top of it, and it was primed to burn. It was very tinder dry. In fact, that part of Colorado had only seen about 1 to 2 inches of rain since June, and Denver had just recorded its latest first snow on record. You could argue that if snow was on the ground, that wildfire likely would not have happened. Now, you take all of that together, last ingredient needed was strong winds to act as that match to ignite the wildfire, and there were wind gusts as high as nearly 100 miles per hour. And in fact, hurricane force wind gusts occurred for 8 hours straight. So how did climate change play a role? Well, it exacerbated all of these ingredients. Climate change is making Colorado warmer and drier with time. And in fact, winter is the fastest warming season. When you look at the wildfire season as a whole, it's getting longer due to climate change. And you could argue that there isn't even really a wildfire season anymore. It's really just year-round. So it's not really fair to say climate change ignited the fires. However, you can say climate change is changing the characteristics of the fires, and it's also changing the character of the wildfire season itself. Now, here's where construction comes in. The areas that were burned by the Marshall Fire, they're located in what's called the Wildfire Urban Interface. That is a transition zone that's meant to burn. It's meant to separate the wilderness that burns year-round from where people live and what is in construction, but very flammable materials. When you get a fast-moving wildfire that's burning several football fields every few seconds, and it's really a recipe for disaster.
Catherine Prosiv reporting there. All eyes are on the royal family now engulfed in scandal. Coming up, the new legal setback for Prince Andrew involving those accusations of sexual assault.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. There's no better place for fun with friends.
quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Wednesday, January 5th, the new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with a little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Former Chicago area police officer Drew Peterson set to be back in court this month. Peterson was convicted of murdering his third wife in 2012. He plans to ask a judge to overturn the conviction on constitutional grounds. Peterson was also convicted of plotting to murder the prosecutor who put him behind bars. He's currently serving a nearly 80-year sentence. New details are emerging in the sexual assault case against Prince Andrew. A secret settlement between the Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew's accuser, Virginia Giuffre, is set to be released. It could have an impact on the overall case. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea.
This is a crucial week for Prince Andrew and his lawyers as they fight once again to try to get the civil lawsuit dismissed and try to avoid what could be a very ugly public trial over allegations that Virginia Giuffre was forced to have sex with the prince. This morning, Prince Andrew back in the headlines. Pressure intensifying after the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell last week, who's facing up to 65 years in prison for trafficking girls for Jeffrey Epstein. It comes as lawyers for the Queen's second son fight again to get a civil suit thrown out. Virginia Giuffre alleges she was forced to have sex with the prince 3 times in 2001 when she was 17. After being introduced to him at Maxwell's London home and dancing with him at a nightclub. Giuffre telling Today last week she believes the Maxwell verdict could lead to other revelations.
There's others who are involved that made this sex trafficking operation possible. Maxwell is just the beginning.
Prince Andrew has denied all of Giuffre's allegations, telling the BBC in 2019,
"I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady."
The prince has said he was at a pizza restaurant with daughter Princess Beatrice that night. In court documents, Giuffre's lawyers have asked for proof, including witnesses or the prince's official schedule. and for proof of the prince's assertion he's unable to sweat, in response to a claim from Giuffre he was sweating profusely the night she met him. Prince Andrew's lawyers pushing back tried twice last week to have the suit dismissed and lost. They'll try again in a hearing tomorrow, arguing in part that a 2009 settlement between Epstein and Giuffre, unsealed today, protects the royal from legal action. The big question now, will Maxwell have anything to say about Prince Andrew?
Well, clearly, if she's pursuing an appeal against the verdict, then she will probably keep her mouth shut. But when it comes to sentencing, we know she's essentially looking at the rest of her life in jail.
Prince Andrew stepped back from royal duties after that interview with the BBC in 2019, but he hasn't been removed permanently, and he still holds 9 military titles. If this trial does go forward, it's possible that it could ratchet up the pressure on the Queen and Buckingham Palace to remove him permanently and strip him of his titles. Back to you.
Kelly Kobiella for us in London today. This week marks 1 year since the deadly insurrection on Capitol Hill. Still ahead, how Washington plans to remember that solemn day, while former President Donald Trump plans to host his own event at the same time.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. That Larry, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making news right now, an arson investigation underway at the Baltimore City Jail. The state fire marshal says inmates set 5 fires on Sunday night. Fire officials saying more than 30 inmates needed medical attention and at least 3 people were seen being wheeled out on stretchers. The president of one of America's top high schools for football has resigned. Reverend Walter Jenkins of Mater D High School in Southern California will step down next week. It comes after a lawsuit filed last year alleged that a player suffered a brain injury from being hazed. The school says the resignation is not connected to the hazing incident. And we are learning more about the plans to honor former Nevada Senator Harry Reid. Reid will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol on January 12th. Formal arrival and departure ceremonies will be held with invited guests only because of the pandemic. The former majority leader died at home last week. He was 82 years old. We are also following the tension between the U.S. and Russia over Ukraine. On Sunday, President Biden spoke with the Ukrainian president, reaffirming U.S. support for his country. This comes after his call last week with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, Russia has tens of thousands of troops at the Ukrainian border. Biden warned Putin last week that the U.S. and its allies will, quote, respond decisively if Russia invades Ukraine. The U.S. and Russia will hold talks in Geneva next week. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow are joining us now. Mike, how is the White House characterizing this call with President Zelensky of Ukraine?
Well, Aaron, the president just returned to the White House this morning after a holiday week in Delaware, where he had those two key calls with foreign leaders during this standoff over Ukraine. First, as you mentioned, Vladimir Putin, and then yesterday with President Zelensky of Ukraine. Now, the White House has previously said that if Russia were to escalate the situation further and invade Ukraine, the U.S. would be ready to provide additional defensive weapons to the Ukrainians in that likelihood. But now in this call yesterday with President Zelensky, according to a White House statement, the president reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to Ukraine's territorial sovereignty, reiterated his intent to have the decisive response if Russia invades Ukraine. But there's also an important point I want to read from this statement where they say President Biden expressed the principle of nothing about you without you. Anytime President Biden speaks with President Putin, you can be sure that there will be a conversation very shortly after with President Zelensky. A lot at stake with Ukraine, and so the U.S. wants to send a clear signal that it's standing with Ukraine during this crisis. I should also mention yesterday the president speaking with leaders of the Bucharest 9 nations. These are NATO allies who are also in the region and would be a big part of the U.S. response if Russia were to invade.
So, Matt, let's talk about responses here. How is Ukraine responding after yesterday's call?
Well, Aaron, we have this tweet from President Zelensky in which he essentially celebrated that this call with Biden was the first international call of the year. And that might just seem like fluff, but it really is important for Ukraine right now, for Zelensky probably in particular, because as Mike mentioned, this idea of nothing about you without you, that's a direct response in a sense to what is clearly Russia's more or less de facto policy of trying to make this less of an issue between Ukraine and Russia directly and a bigger issue between Russia and NATO, Russia and the West. So it really gives Ukraine an opportunity to assert that it's part of the conversation, quite obviously, but to try to maneuver around these Russian efforts to isolate it from the conversation.
Matt, I know you have your ear to the ground there in Russia where you are. How is the Kremlin approaching these talks with the U.S. next week?
I would say cautiously. Basically, the way that this is being looked at in Russia generally, again, we're seeing that same basic trend in the Russian narrative and the Russian discourse here, that this is a defensive posturing, that they feel very threatened by NATO buildups, NATO movements, or alleged NATO buildups, perhaps more accurate to characterize it that way. They're making a large fuss about NATO in Eastern Europe. So these one of the aims of crafting the narrative in that way, at least for the domestic audience, is to really kind of prop up the regime, its international standing. What I'm getting at is these kinds of conversations that will be happening in Geneva next week, exactly what Russia is driving for. It wants to have these strategic dialogues with the United States. But in the end, I think it's basically in everyone's interest, given the tensions on the border right now. But it's all eyes on Geneva, essentially.
All right, we'll be talking more about it in the days to come, and of course following it from Geneva next week. Mike Memoli for us in Washington, Matt Bodner in Moscow. Guys, thank you both. Well, this Thursday, America will mark 1 year since the deadly riot on the U.S. Capitol. A solemn day of remembrances being planned in Washington. And as the investigation ramps up, a new poll is revealing deep divisions over what happened that day. It finds 34% of Americans say violent action against the government is justified at times. 62% say it is never justified. Now, when you break those numbers down by party, about 4 in 10 Republicans and independents agree with that statement, compared to 23% of Democrats. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now from Capitol Hill. Hi, Garrett.
Hey, Aaron.
So, Garrett, as this anniversary is coming on Thursday, what's the sort of lay the groundwork for us? What are we hearing from the Hill going into this anniversary?
Well, Aaron, when it comes to how the Hill is preparing and how it has changed over the last year, there's 2 sets of investigations that are still ongoing. There's the congressional investigation and the criminal investigations. Both of them, the folks involved claim they've made enormous progress, but there's definitely still a lot of work to be done. Take a listen.
This morning, the insurrection investigation focusing ever tighter on what former President Trump did and did not do as the deadly January 6th attack unfolded.
The committee has firsthand testimony that President Trump was sitting in the dining room next to the Oval Office watching on television as the Capitol was assaulted. That is clearly a supreme dereliction of duty.
Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney also revealing multiple advisors asked Trump to intervene, including Republican leader Kevin McCarthy and the former president's daughter.
We have firsthand testimony that his daughter Ivanka went in at least twice to ask him to please stop this violence.
The bipartisan committee probing the actions of Mr. Trump and his allies in and out of government now seeking testimony from some congressional Republicans, along with White House aides and Stop the Steal activists. Since its creation last summer, the committee says it has interviewed more than 300 people and collected more than 35,000 pages of documents, including emails and text messages, while still battling the former president in court for more White House records. A spokesman for the former president telling NBC News the committee is, quote, obsessed with waging a political war against President Donald J. Trump. In the past year, 725 people have been charged with crimes related to the attack. The FBI says they're still looking for 350 more people they believe committed violence on that day. On Capitol Hill, a new police chief says reforms to how the Capitol Police collect and share intelligence and train officers have made the complex safer, but challenges remain.
What keeps you up at night now?
Right now, probably 200 officers below what we had pre-January 6th, and we're 400 below what we really need today.
Aaron, the calendar of events for the anniversary day itself is still being filled out. We do expect the president and vice president to visit the Hill in the morning to speak. We know Speaker Pelosi is planned for historical remembrances, opportunities for members to speak, and a candlelight vigil in the evening. Also, by the way, the former President Trump, is planning a news conference down in Florida, kind of a choose-your-own-adventure opportunity for folks to look back on what happened this day in a couple of different ways.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on Capitol Hill today. Garrett, thank you. The Omicron variant is driving coronavirus cases to record highs all over the world. As of yesterday, the 7-day average is nearly 1.5 million cases. There have been nearly 300 million cases worldwide. Israel is now administering a 4th COVID shot to people over 60. It's the first country in the world to do that. And despite a record number of cases, Australia is pushing ahead with its phased reopening. The country endured some of the strictest lockdowns in 2020 and 2021. Our team of reporters is covering COVID's impact around the world. NBC's Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv. Ali Arouzi is in London for us. Let's begin with our global correspondent, Raf Sanchez. Raf, what is driving this decision there in Israel for a 4th COVID shot?
Yeah, Aaron, 2 main factors behind this 4th dose. The first is Israeli researchers are finding some evidence that 3rd booster dose does wane in effectiveness over time. So they were finding that longer it's been since you had that 3rd dose, the more likely you are to get infected, the more likely you are to get sick. The other factor is Israel has been watching this wave of Omicron sweeping across the world, and the Israeli government is determined to throw everything it has at this new variant to try to slow it down. The Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett talked about this last night, and he said Israel's response will stay dynamic in the face of a rapidly changing Omicron situation. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Israel will once again be pioneering
the global vaccination effort. Omicron is not Delta. It's a different ballgame altogether. We must keep our eye on the ball, act swiftly and decisively if we want to continue engaging and working with an open country as much as possible throughout this pandemic.
So this is a real race against time now. Omicron cases are rising very rapidly here in Israel, and the government is determined to try to get as many fourth doses into arms before that wave peaks. Aaron?
Raf, you know, the U.S. is having a lot of difficulty motivating some people to get their first shot, let alone a booster. Is vaccine hesitancy just not an issue in Israel?
It's much less of an issue than it is in the U.S. I think, for starters, the vaccines were never politicized here the way they were in the U.S. There's really been support across the Israeli political spectrum for vaccines. There was some hesitation in the religious community early on in the pandemic, but after that ultra-Orthodox Jewish community was hit very hard in the first wave, there's now been much more acceptance. That's not to say there's been no hesitancy at all. The booster shot has been available in Israel since July. Only about half of Israelis have had it so far. And the government is looking for ways to incentivize people not only to get the third dose and the fourth dose once they're eligible, but they're actually going back to that small group of people who never got the first dose and trying to give them new incentives, saying you will be allowed into malls, into public spaces in a way you're not right now if you do get that first dose. Aaron?
All right, Raf Sanchez for us in Tel Aviv today. Raf, thank you. Let's head north now into Europe, where they're seeing surging COVID cases as well, particularly in the UK. That country is now averaging close to 200,000 new cases per day. And just like the United States, it's bracing for crippling staff shortages as employees in a number of industries are out of commission. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from London. Ali, how is the British government preparing for these potential staff shortages?
Hey, Aaron. Well, Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister, has asked his ministers to put a contingency plan into place to minimize the disruption to the supply chain and the public workforce, as it's being affected so dramatically by these record-breaking number of COVID cases in the UK that we're seeing every day. Now, the fear of the government is that as the Omicron variant keeps spreading, up to 25% of the public workforce could be out of action. I mean, you can only imagine how detrimental it is to a country's economy if a quarter of the public workforce are absent. So the Prime Minister is asking nurses that have retired, teachers that have retired to come back to the workforce. They're asking children to wear masks at school again for the time being. And they're asking people to do lateral flow tests as much as they can. Wherever they want to go, do a lateral flow test. And if you're positive, stay at home and isolate. And we're already seeing the effects of the Omicron on the workforce. I mean, just to give you a quick statistic, on the 26th of December, something like 25,000 nurses were off work because of COVID-related issues. That's twice as many people that were off, nurses that were off work on the 1st of December. So the numbers are ticking up dramatically, Aaron.
Ali, very quickly, I'm curious, is there any possibility of new restrictions being imposed there in the UK as we're still seeing this big spike in cases?
The Prime Minister ruled it out this morning. He said that they are not planning on putting any new restrictions into place right now. He says that the plan they have is working. But of course, it's a numbers game. If the infection rate goes up and hospitalizations go up, then they will consider new plans. Let's take a quick listen to what the Prime Minister had to say this morning.
I think the way forward for the country as a whole is to continue with the path that we're on. We'll keep everything under review. Of course, we keep all measures under review, but the mixture of things that we're doing at the moment is, I think, the right one.
And that's the point, Aaron. He's just saying, take lateral flow tests, get your booster. If you haven't had a vaccine, have a vaccine. And the plan is that if all of those are put into place and people follow those procedures, then they're hoping that they'll come out of this okay without having to shut the country down.
All right, Ali Aruzzi for us in London today. Thank you, sir. Also making news around the world in Brazil, President Jair Bolsonaro has been admitted to the hospital. His office saying he had abdominal discomfort, which doctors later said was caused by an intestinal obstruction. Bolsonaro tweeting a thumbs-up photo from his hospital bed. The 66-year-old was stabbed in the abdomen on the campaign trail back in 2018. South Africa, where a man is set to face an arson charge tomorrow after a fire at the country's parliament building. The Sunday morning fire caused part of a roof to collapse in the upper chambers complex and gutted an entire floor. No one was hurt. And Israel, where hackers targeted a major newspaper's website to mark the anniversary of the U.S. killing of an Iranian general. Hackers replaced the Jerusalem Post's homepage with an image of a missile coming out of a fist wearing a ring of Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general killed by a U.S. drone strike 2 years ago. No claims of responsibility for the hacking. Still to come, grounding 5G. Up next, why some airlines are calling on mobile carriers to delay the rollout of the wireless technology and how the companies are responding.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Back now with a look at the safety concerns surrounding the rollout of 5G. The airline industry saying the new ground signal could interfere with safety instruments on planes. Both AT&T and Verizon are refusing to postpone their launches, but have agreed to temporarily weaken signals around airports. Here's NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders.
It's at airports like this where those 5G signals could cause the greatest interruption to airplanes' radar altimeters, which are critical for pilots used on landing, especially in inclement weather like we're seeing in parts of the country today. But AT&T and Verizon, which spent billions of dollars for these frequencies, and the FAA have yet to figure out how this will all begin.
With just 2 days until AT&T and Verizon go live with their 5G coverage, the FAA is getting very little cooperation from the major phone carriers. And overnight, the world's largest pilots union backed a top airline trade group calling to delay the rollout of 5G near certain airports. It comes after AT&T and Verizon declined a request from federal transportation officials to postpone the launch of their 5G signals for up to 2 weeks. The FAA has warned this next generation of cell service could interfere with some vital monitors pilots rely on to safely land planes in bad weather. This morning, the phone companies say they won't fully put their plans on hold, but for the next 6 months, they would agree to fade or decrease 5G signals around some airports. It's the same approach phone companies have used overseas in countries like France. AT&T and Verizon believe it will give the FAA and plane manufacturers time to determine if interference is simply theoretical or indeed real.
They're testing the airplanes about as rapidly as they can. All we need to do is give them time to find out which devices are susceptible.
The FAA has already said it may order pilots to land planes manually, starting this week when arriving at airports near 5G stations. Writing in a letter to the phone companies on New Year's Eve, failure to reach a solution by January 5th will force the U.S. aviation sector to take steps to protect the safety of the traveling public.
You're talking about hundreds of cancellations and thousands of people whose travel plans are disrupted.
More travel disruptions? The last thing those who have been facing major flight cancellations and delays say is needed. Now, there's hope both sides will answer the call for compromise.
AT&T and Verizon spent $70 billion for these frequencies and say they feel pressure to turn on these signals because T-Mobile, which is on a different frequency, has already started deploying its 5G service. Meantime, as the FAA is trying to figure out what to do, the airlines say if there is a slowdown at airports that flights have to be spaced out upon landing because of the more manual approaches, well, that will cost the airline industry billions of dollars.
Carrie Sanders there reporting for us. You know, if you still use a BlackBerry device as your cell phone, get ready to say goodbye. Tomorrow, BlackBerry will stop service for all of its classic devices. NBC News reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now. And Callan, I have to admit, I was one of those people who had a hard time letting go of the BlackBerry, but that was like 10 years ago. It's surprising that a lot of people still use them. Why won't the BlackBerry service work anymore?
So BlackBerry is discontinuing basically all the operating systems that still run on 7.1, BlackBerry 10, and BlackBerry Playbook. Now, this isn't a shock because they let everyone know in 2020 that this was coming. In 2022, these services were going to be shut down. So things like texting won't work, data won't work, you can't call 911. Nothing will reliably still be working on these phones. So we're going to have to put them to bed and have little funerals for our BlackBerries if you're still using them.
You just tap the keys out as you say goodbye.
Exactly.
You know, everything these days is about touchscreens. The smartphones all have touchscreens now. You write about how BlackBerry phones were sort of a status symbol not too long ago. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, not to date myself, but I remember in high school I had a flip phone and my sister had the BlackBerry, and so she was the cool sibling. We saw celebrities having BlackBerries back in the day. Kim Kardashian, even President Obama had a BlackBerry, and so they were sort of the status symbol. If you had a BlackBerry, you were the cool kid. And then obviously iPhones and smartphones rolled in, and that sort of became the norm, and BlackBerry sort of fell out of vogue. But for a time, they were the item to have, and I remember I wanted one so desperately, and now we all have the iPhones.
My, how times have changed, right? Callan Rosenblatt for us today. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Antonio Brown officially kicked off the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. After the break, what we're learning about this weekend's outburst on the field and how the quarterback, Tom Brady, is responding. Stay with us.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Wednesday, January 5th, the new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I'm admiring you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Well, one of Tom Brady's favorite receivers, Antonio Brown, has been kicked off the Super Bowl champion Bucs after an outburst on the field. The star wide receiver took off his jersey and pads, throwing them into the stands and running off the field during the Bucs-Jets game last night. Here's NBC's Morgan Chesky.
Yeah, it really was a stunning scene. And now you have the defending Super Bowl champions about to enter the playoffs without one of their key players. Brown, the all-pro receiver, has already been cut from the team and now faces an uncertain future in football yet again.
Antonio Brown, that's Antonio Brown without his uniform.
This morning, an NFL star that's been no stranger to controversy calling it quits in the middle of a game. Antonio Brown taking off his jersey and pads, then running off the field during Sunday's battle between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and New York Jets.
It ran across the field while the teams were still on the field, giving the crowd a peace out sign.
The surreal scene also captured from the stands. Brown, who would not return, was spotted interacting with teammate Mike Evans on the sidelines during the third quarter before taking off his jersey and eventually heading to the locker room. After the game, Tampa Bay's head coach Bruce Arians not mincing words.
He is no longer a Buck.
According to Fox Sports' Jay Glazer, Arians said before Brown ran off, he had tried to get him back into the game multiple times, but Brown refused. And Arians then told him to get out. Later, Brown taking to Instagram, writing, "Big mad, making a difference. Thanks for the opportunity." The decision to release Brown coming just weeks after the 7-time Pro Bowler's latest incident. The 33-year-old suspended 3 games for violating the NFL's COVID protocols by using a fake vaccine card. But his team stuck by him and gave him another chance.
I made a decision that this was best for our football team.
Brown's career was already on delicate footing. In 2019, he was accused of sexual assault by a former trainer. He denied the allegations, and a settlement was eventually reached. 2 years ago, Brown faced multiple charges after he was accused of attacking a truck driver in front of his Florida home. He pleaded no contest and received 2 years probation and was ordered to undergo a psychological evaluation and attend anger management. But for now, Brown is out. His now former teammate Tom Brady calling it a difficult situation.
I think everybody should find, hopefully do what they can to help him in ways that he really needs it. We all love him. We care about him deeply. We want to see him be at his best, and unfortunately won't be with our team.
And this mid-game decision not only cost Brown his spot on the team, but there are also significant financial implications as well. A company that tracks sporting contracts says that Brown was 8 catches, 55 receiving yards, and 1 touchdown shy of what would have equaled $1 million bonus. Money that Brown will now not be seeing a penny of. We'll send it back to you.
Right now on NBC News Now, new COVID crisis. Hundreds of thousands of cases now being reported across the U.S. What's being done to protect children as some prepare to head back to school? Winter storm threat. Millions across the mid-Atlantic facing their first blast of winter this season. Who's expected to get hit hardest? Plus the mess it's making for U.S. airlines already struggling with COVID. The price of the holidays. The gifts have all been given, and now it is time to pay up. If you've racked up some holiday debt, we'll show you how to wipe it away for good. And thank you for being a friend. Fans the world over remembering the life and career of Betty White. A look back at the beloved actress whose golden star shined for decades. And good Monday, everybody. Happy New Year to you. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan has the week off. We begin this hour with the coronavirus pandemic and some breaking news involving booster shots for kids. The FDA has just signed off on the Pfizer booster for children 12 to 15. Now, the Pfizer shot is now the first available for kids in that age range. The news comes as the U.S. has surpassed 55 million confirmed cases of COVID. That's far and away more than any other country. And people across the country are facing long lines to get tested after the New Year's holiday. And there may be more changes coming to the CDC's quarantine guidelines. Dr. Fauci saying a negative test could soon be required following the new 5-day quarantine rule. A lot of coronavirus news to get to at this hour. Let's begin with NBC's Ellison Barber. She is here in New York City where students are heading back to school after the holiday break, or they've already done that for today. Ellison, how are the schools handling this return as we're still seeing cases in New York, really nationwide, surge?
Hey, Aaron, one thing to keep in mind is this is the nation's largest school district with about 1.1 million students. The way that they're heading back to school post-winter break is with an increase in testing for New York City schools, staff and students. The city says they have around 6 million tests on hand. The governor of the state says she is sending an additional 2 million COVID tests to the city specifically for public schools. So previously in New York City schools, if a child tested positive for COVID-19, any close contacts who were unvaccinated around that child would have to quarantine for 10 days. Theoretically, that meant you could have an entire classroom having to quarantine. Under the new plan that started as kids headed back to school today, that is going to change. If there is a positive COVID-19 test among a student, teachers will then distribute at-home COVID tests to everyone in that classroom. And as long as a student does not test positive for COVID-19 or start to exhibit any symptoms, they can keep coming to class. They'll be told to test on the first day after exposure and then also on the 5th day. That is in addition to increasing PCR testing, which the city already had been offering weekly tests. They're going to double that amount moving forward. But the thing with that is students, if parents parents want their children to be tested, they have to opt in order for that to go into effect. And that's something that some organizations, teachers unions, have called on the city to consider making it an opt-out option instead of opt-in. But so far they've said that they're not going to do that, but they are dramatically increasing testing as they head into this post-winter break next semester.
So
Aaron?
let's talk a little bit more about parents and teachers then, Ellison. What are you hearing from those folks, parents and teachers? Are they concerned about in-person learning during this Omicron surge?
You know, there are a lot of mixed reactions. We've spoken to teachers who say they don't feel necessarily like the Department of Education has done everything they possibly could to ensure a safe return, given how high the infection rate is in New York City. Amongst parents, there is really a wide range of opinions. We spoke to one mom this morning who told us that she does not feel comfortable sending her children back to school, given that less than half of eligible children in New York City are fully vaccinated, but she said she has no other option. Listen to some more of what we heard from parents this morning.
I do feel safe bringing her to school, but it's still scary. I mean, she's very small. Social distancing, it's not something that they really know what to do.
We've been through this for almost 2 years now, so, I think we just have to learn to live with it. We can limit our children. We have to give them back a normal life.
I feel like it's because of the surge, they should go back to the remote learning option. Just tentatively speaking until, the spikes are down, so that, everybody can be, pretty much safe.
We spoke to a number of parents this morning who said they do have a little bit of nerves given the city's infection rate, but at the same time, they said that they feel like any possible risks are greatly less than the benefits of having their children in school, in the classroom, learning. Aaron?
Ellison Barber here in New York City. Ellison, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. And Dr. John, I want to start with that breaking news from Pfizer, breaking news about Pfizer and the booster shot for kids 12 to 15. How does this move really sort of fit into the COVID fight?
It fits into the COVID fight by protecting that age group, which we've been all along knowing needs to be protected. They got their primary vaccines, the Pfizer vaccine, and now they're looking at getting a booster shot, which is certainly going to help them because we know that primary vaccine series can wear off over time, although in the kids this age doesn't necessarily wear off as much. And so what the FDA did is they came out authorizing booster shots for kids 12 to 15 years old. They also dropped the timeline for boosters for anybody 12 and above. Instead of 6 months after finishing your Pfizer vaccine, it's now 5 months, or that's what they have authorized. And then they're also saying for those that are immunocompromised, getting that extra boost, that third dose is going to be important, especially for younger children. But you have to remember, this is just the FDA step. The CDC has to take their step as well. And we think later in the week, the CDC is going to meet its ACIP, its advisory committee on the booster shots themselves for children. At that point, that's when booster shots for that age group will start to happen, Aaron.
Ellison talked a lot about testing in her report, Dr. John. We know that Dr. Fauci has said that a negative test requirement could be added to the CDC quarantine guidelines that we just learned about last week. How much of a difference do you think that could make?
I think that's going to make a huge difference. And that was the big criticism that was happening last week when the CDC came out with their decision reducing the time in isolation to 5 days, but 5 days without testing as long as you're asymptomatic. And what other countries have done, the UK, for example, they went from 10 to 7 days, but you have to have 2 negative antigen tests at home, day 6 and day 7. We did not do that. Part of the reason, I think, is because tests are not that readily available here, although in the UK, they're having troubles as well getting tests. But now, because of the criticism I think they got over the weekend, they're starting to look at it saying, do we need to add that test requirement? That's going to be a bit of an issue as well, though, because if they do add that test requirement, that means those tests, which are home antigen tests, need to be readily available. They're not at that point yet, although the government has said in mid-January they're going to start sending out those 500 million at-home tests. That will certainly go a long way towards making sure this can happen. And if we do get that testing requirement in there, I think that's going to make things a little bit safer and people feel a little bit more comfortable about leaving isolation and getting out in public again, Aaron.
It's going to be really important to keeping things open if we can see that happen, the testing and making people feel like they're healthy enough to actually go out again. Dr. John Torres, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. Let's head to China now, where COVID cases in the locked-down city of Xi'an appear to be falling. That's according to local authorities there. China's strict zero COVID policy means that city was put under tough quarantine measures a week ago to try to curb the spread of its worst outbreak in almost 2 years. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere.
Well, health officials in Xi'an say there are positive changes, that the numbers are declining, but those numbers remain stubbornly high by Chinese standards, and the city is now in its second week of a lockdown. These are primarily Delta variant cases, according to officials there. And here in China, with the zero COVID policy, that means tough quarantine restrictions. There are 13 million people in Xi'an, and most are now confined to their homes, struggling to meet even basic needs. On social media, there are calls for help, primarily for food. Officials acknowledge that there are shortages, there are supply issues and problems with online deliveries that they have yet to work out. There have been more than 1,500 cases there since the 9th of December, and while those numbers are low when you compare them to other cities in the world like New York, new infections are reaching highs here that China has not seen since the early days of the pandemic back in March 2020. And this lockdown we're seeing in Xi'an is similar to what officials imposed in Wuhan, which was the original epicenter. There's almost daily mass testing. 12,000 testing sites have been set up. And it's a sign that Chinese officials are not going to ease on their zero COVID strategy, even as the rest of the world is adjusting restrictions, knowing the high economic and emotional toll that these hard lockdowns bring. And that's why people in Xi'an are so frustrated and they're critical. This is a tourist spot famous for the terracotta warriors, and it's now sealed off from the rest of the world. And all of this happening with 1 month to go before Beijing hosts the Winter Olympics, an event that is facing challenges beyond the pandemic and one that China's government is adamant will go smoothly. And that's why they're racing to get these outbreaks under control.
Well, it is a very turbulent start to the new year for anybody trying to get anywhere in a plane. Over the weekend, flight cancellations and delays impacted thousands of travelers all over the country. Many airlines and airports are still trying to catch up now. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National outside Washington, where passengers are going nowhere fast.
Yeah, good day from a very snowy Washington, D.C., where we're expecting 7+ inches, they say, in the entire metro area. And we are still seeing a compounding problem at airports nationwide, with more than 1,800 flights canceled, more than 800 delays already. The hardest hit airports include Reagan National, Dulles, Baltimore, LaGuardia, Chicago, Denver. And the situation is only going to grow worse through the day. The hope this morning that today is a day of recovery and rebound for airlines and stranded passengers after a week of mass cancellations. But instead, another challenging day is shaping up. Even more delays and more cancellations, with January storms and the rampant spread of the Omicron variant proving too much for airlines and airports.
They already pushed my flight back twice, so I might miss my connection.
Nearly 1,800 TSA officers are currently off the job with COVID. On Sunday, FlightAware showed 2,600 canceled flights, more than 8,000 delays, all part of more than 12,000 cancellations over the last week. Among the airports hit hardest, Denver, Chicago O'Hare, and Atlanta.
It's usually a well-oiled machine here, and it runs very smoothly. Today, it just isn't that way.
Jen Fabian and her dad came to Florida for the Gator Bowl, but the weekend took a turn when Delta canceled their flight home. After more delays caused them to miss a connection, they finally made it back home 22 hours later.
Just felt like every time my phone buzzed, it was a text from United saying your flight was delayed. You just get to the point where you're like, okay, the trip isn't fun anymore.
All of it coming at the worst time for passengers and airlines alike.
The demand was higher, the stakes were higher, and there were more people who are traveling, so it's harder to accommodate them on whatever flights are left.
If your flight is delayed or canceled last minute, try to rebook yourself using the airline's app or an airport kiosk. If you have airline lounge access, consider seeing an agent there. One silver lining, airlines are trying to cancel or delay flights in advance. So
keep checking your reservation, just stay on top of it, because the earlier you spot a problem, the easier it is to deal with.
Among the airlines hardest hit today, again, we said more than 1,800 cancellations and growing. Southwest Airlines canceling about 13+% of its flights today. We've also got significant cuts coming from SkyWest, the regional commuter airline, JetBlue, Alaska Airlines as well. And again, it's a compounding problem. You've got the weather across much of the country, and you've got the COVID sick-out calls really thinning out the ranks of some of the airlines. I'm Tom Costello at Reagan Airport here. Back to you.
Well, as Tom noted there, snow is blanketing the mid-Atlantic today, grounding more flights and slowing down travel. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. He's been tracking this all morning. Bill, who's getting hit the hardest right now?
This was one of those rare cases, Aaron, where the D.C. area gets a lot more snow than even the mountains of Maryland and up in Pennsylvania. I mean, this was a perfect bullseye storm for the mid-Atlantic. Doesn't happen that often. It's a pretty rare event, and I know people are already out there enjoying it if they can, if they don't have to travel. But for people on the roads, it's just a nightmare. I've seen snow reports of 10 to 11 inches just south of the Beltway into the southeast side of town near Waldorf. A report of 10.5 inches of snow. Washington, D.C. reports are coming in right around 6 to 8 inches. I think some totals will come close to 10 inches. So a very impressive snowstorm, considering this is easily the biggest in 3 years for the region. And all of it's happened during the daylight hours. It's been snowing extremely hard ever since the sun came up this morning. The snow has ended in Roanoke. It has about another hour left in D.C., then it'll be over. Richmond, I say about 2 p.m. you'll be done. And there's a little bit of snow still left over in areas of southern New Jersey. Notice the winter storm warnings are over with in North Carolina, and we've just canceled them in Roanoke. So the worst of the travel is I-95. I've seen many pictures of cars that are stopped, jackknife tractor trailers. We have 700,000 people without power from the high winds with thunderstorms, and because of the heavy snow is now knocking branches down. So here's how it's going to play out the rest of today. As we go throughout this afternoon, notice by about 2 to 3 p.m., almost everyone is done with the snow. You will get a little rare snow around Norfolk and Virginia Beach as we go throughout 3 p.m. hours. So take the kids outside if they're done with school to see that. It doesn't happen that often. The snow will be exiting the Jersey Shore by 3 p.m., and then we're just left with a little bit of snow out on the Cape and Islands. So how much snow additionally are we expecting? D.C. maybe another inch. It's coming to an end. Richmond maybe an inch or two. The higher totals that are left will be around Salisbury up through Delaware, Ocean City, Maryland, maybe another inch. Atlantic City, another 2 to 4 inches. Snow totals when we're done, right around Fredericksburg will be some of the higher totals. D.C. 6 to 10, and even Richmond 3 to 6 doesn't happen all that often. And Aaron, the other thing is, it's cold behind this storm system. Wind chills this morning in the 20s, even in the middle of the day, as far south as Atlanta. And overnight, they did report some snowflakes in the panhandle of Florida. So this is a storm for the record books. After a mild winter, boom, whiplash. Winter is here.
All right. Bill Cairns for us today. Bill, thank you. An urgent search and rescue operation is underway in Colorado now in the aftermath of devastating wildfires there. Teams are picking through snow-covered debris, trying to find 2 people who are still missing. The wildfires have destroyed nearly 1,000 homes and buildings. People there are now left to dig through the damage themselves. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz is in Boulder County, Colorado for us today. Gotti, let's start with the investigation there. What's the latest in terms of figuring out how these fires started?
Well, Aaron, just to give you a perspective on how big this fire was, the point of origin and that investigation on where the fire started is happening about 4 miles that way. And that fire ripped all the way through so many of these neighborhoods. What we can tell you so far about that neighborhood where fire officials believe this fire started is that in the last few days, they've executed a search warrant on a piece of property. At first, there was some speculation that this may have been caused by a downed power line. They have now ruled that out, so they are starting to hone in on a particular piece of property. They haven't given us particulars on who owns that piece of property, but we also know that they're looking at a particular piece of video where it appears as though a shed is burning. Again, investigators have not said if that is the exact point of the fire, but so far from what we've seen, that is the earliest video and the earliest pictures of where that fire started, a single shed burning, and then again, that happening 4 miles that way, that fire wreaking havoc all the way through and continuing on through several different neighborhoods. This neighborhood right here, over 100 homes destroyed. Aaron?
Just unbelievable damage there. Gotti, I know there's also a search and rescue effort that's underway. What's the latest on that?
Well, right now, they're still looking for 2 people. Originally, there were 5 people that were lost in the chaos, some elderly people that lost contact with their families. Those family members are very distraught, trying to find them. We understand 3 people have been located safely, and yet there are still 2 people missing. We know that their homes were completely destroyed. We know that cadaver dogs have been brought in to search through some of that rubble. But you can see over here, some of that rubble is still smoldering, so it's very difficult to search through a lot of this rubble, even though it is under quite a blanket of snow here. But I just want to show you how far this extends. This neighborhood, fortunately, didn't see any loss of life. Everybody is accounted for, but this is over 100 homes. And to put this in perspective again, Aaron, this is 100 homes here in this neighborhood that have been destroyed. That is only a tenth of the total destruction that we've seen out here in Colorado.
Wow.
Aaron?
Just unbelievable. Gadi Schwartz for us in Boulder County, Colorado. Thank you, Gadi. Well, looking at your bank account may be a little frightening after the holidays. Coming up, the 3 things you can do to get your holiday debt under control.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are following some breaking news at this hour. New York State's Attorney General has just issued civil subpoenas for 2 of former President Donald Trump's children, Don Jr. and Ivanka. This is part of the AG's ongoing investigation into the Trump Organization. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining us now. Danny, can you explain a little more this move from the Attorney General here in New York?
You caught me reading it hot off the presses on the New York State e-filing system. Apparently, there was an order filed today, or a proposed order, that indicates that subpoenas for the Trump children have already been issued. We do know that one of the Trump sons, Eric Trump, has appeared in the past and has testified. So that, to me, indicates that if there is more information that's needed from Trump children, why wasn't that resolved at the earlier deposition? That suggests that possibly there's something new that's come up that they're asking one or more of the children to come back in and talk to the AG.
Danny, do we have a sense of how Don Jr. or Ivanka might respond to these subpoenas?
If history is any indication, Eric Trump has appeared already in the past. However, if the nature of this inquiry is something that may give them concern about any personal exposure, then we may possibly see them assert the Fifth Amendment. But there really isn't any indication based on the court filing that I reviewed from today.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, thank you. On the money this hour, stocks rose sharply at the market open. Investors showing hope about the economy's ability to recover from the surge in COVID cases. They're also optimistic about America's automakers. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, what's the market looking like right now? And talk to us a little bit about what's driving it.
So, Aaron, there's still a lot of uncertainty around the COVID Omicron variant and the impact that it could have on the economy overall, not just here in the U.S., but in the world. But the feeling on Wall Street right now for the time being is that this too shall pass, and investors are looking forward to kind of greener pastures for now. And markets have been generally positive, as you point out, in trading, though they're off the best levels of the day at this point. The Dow is currently up around 75 to 100 points. Some of the best performing parts, though, of the market are in companies that are tied to things like oil and gas or consumer retail spending or banks overall. There's a little bit of optimism about what those companies can do as the economy starts to improve. So, Aaron, the market narrative, at least for today, in this first trading day of 2022, seems to be a continuation of some of the more optimistic behavior that we saw in markets from last year.
All right, let's talk about some other things then. I want to ask you about Tesla, specifically that company's fourth quarter. Some promising news there to report, right?
Yeah, so Tesla is the best performing stock in the entire S&P 500 today. It's up around 10% or so right now as of this moment. So Tesla announced that it delivered more than 308,000 cars to customers in the fourth quarter of last year. That blew away analyst forecasts. So the electric car maker now has shipped around 936,000 plus vehicles in all of last year. That's up nearly 90% from 2020. Analysts were expecting fewer than 900,000 for the full year. So again, beating estimates. Those shares, again, moving higher in the news. The majority, by the way, of those cars were the Model 3 sedans, so one of the lower end, lower price models, as well as the Model Y SUV. So that increase in production is even more impressive, given the fact that we've had a global computer chip shortage, supply chain issues that have plagued the entire auto industry. And by the way, Aaron, analysts are now looking for 1.3 million Tesla deliveries in 2022. Tesla CEO Elon Musk says he wants to boost annual sales to over 20 million in the next 9 years, Aaron. So a big deal for EVs.
Yeah, he's on his way. All right, Dom Chu at CNBC for us today. Thanks, Dom.
Sure.
Well, are you feeling the post-holiday pinch from gifts to travel and meals? All those expenses, we know they can add up pretty quickly. So how can you tackle those bills before they really pile up? Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Rule.
Well, guys, the holidays are over, but for many of us, that means our holiday bills are here. Many Americans have experienced credit card debt over the last month, and we're getting ready to face really big bills. Well, the first thing we have to do is actually face them. Know what you owe. Pick up the phone, call your credit card companies, and figure out the situation that you're in. Over the holidays, if you use some of those buy now, pay later services, make sure you know the dates when you have to make those payments, because you don't want to be hit with big fees. Something else to do that's a little counterintuitive, check your rewards points. If you were spending a lot on those credit cards, you may actually have gotten points, rewards during that time, and you can use those rewards to start paying down those bills. Next, can you actually negotiate? Can you do anything about it? Well, you might be able to. Pick up the phone, call your lenders, and find out, is there any leeway? Can you get some of those fees waived? You can't if you do not ask the question. And next, what can you do to avoid this situation next year? I know you don't want to hear it. you actually can plan for the holidays. You cannot plan for, let's say, your roof caving in, your car breaking down, but you know next December is coming. And you know, based on history, you will have gifts to buy. You might want to get a new outfit. And if you start planning now, even if you put just $25 a month aside in a separate account, come next Christmas, that's going to be around $300. And when the holidays come, you can certainly use that extra cushion. So do not get stressed, but you do have to address these bills. They're coming, and they're yours.
Thanks to Stephanie Rule there. This week marks 1 year since the deadly insurrection on Capitol Hill. Still ahead, we hear stories from the newest members of Congress who had just started their jobs when that riot happened.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making news right now, beaches in Southern California are closed after several million gallons of wastewater spilled into the ocean. A series of December storms caused part of an LA County sewage system to collapse. That sent untreated wastewater into already overwhelmed storm drains that led to the Pacific. The beaches will remain closed until testing can confirm they are safe. Twitter permanently suspending Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from its platform. The site shut down her personal account, claiming she repeatedly posted misinformation about COVID. Twitter implemented a strike system for violations back in March, 5 strikes or more, resulting in a permanent suspension. The Congresswoman's official Twitter account remains active. And a rare piece of art discovered in the most unusual of places, now set to go to auction. 2 years ago, a woman found 5 pieces of art by artist George Orr in her storage unit. Orr was known as the, quote, Mad Potter of Biloxi. He created pieces that sell for as much as $80,000. That auction will be held on Saturday. President Biden is back at the White House this hour, arriving in a snowy Washington after his holiday break in Delaware. And first thing on his agenda, dealing with the economy and rising prices. He is set to meet with farmers and ranchers about supply, competition, and prices within the meat industry. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joining us from inside this time. Mike, do we have a sense of what to expect out of this discussion today?
Yeah, Aaron, it's so interesting when you think of all the items on President Biden's agenda heading into the new year, that the first presidential event that we'll see at the White House this year is the president announcing what they're calling the Meat and Poultry Supply Chain Action Plan. Now, that might sound a little bit in the weeds, but it really gets to the heart of the economic issues that the president has been navigating through over the last year, especially as it relates to the price of commodities, inflation. The president going to be joined by Attorney General Merrick Garland and Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack in announcing some details of this plan, which will use $1 billion from the American Rescue Plan that was passed last March to do things like investing in new meat processing facilities, making sort of new capital available for lenders, for small farmers and ranchers, and also doing things like strengthening the workforce, safety requirements, doing everything they can to support the economy here. The White House knows that the higher cost of goods on your kitchen table is one of the economic drags on the president's approval rating right now, so they want to set the tone at the start of the year that the president is doing everything he can to try to deal with these.
Mike, let's look at the bigger picture here if we can as we kick off 2022. What's the roadmap look like for President Biden's agenda as we go into the second year of his presidency?
Well, when you think about it, Aaron, some of the biggest items on the president's agenda this year are leftover items that they would have hoped to have completed in 2021. Right. Certainly, the president wanted to see the COVID pandemic behind him in the rearview mirror. Think back to last July when he declared independence from the virus. Of course, the president also wants to see his Build Back Better legislation passed. We have some international hotspots of concern. We've talked about the situation in Ukraine, the Iran nuclear program, also a major concern. And then look at one of the items there on the list. It's the midterm elections. Everything else really revolves around what is going to happen in November. So much of what the president is going to try and do is going to be to try to help Democrats' chances of holding on to their very slim majorities in the House and Senate beyond 2022.
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Washington today. Mike, thank you. Now, with the new year underway and the White House and congressional Democrats looking to pick up their work on their Build Back Better plan, they're still working to find a way to pass the president's $1.7 trillion social spending and climate package. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joining us now from her post. Leanne, how do Democrats plan to tackle the Build Back Better Act in the weeks to come?
Hey, Aaron. Well, they're not giving up, and they're continuing to negotiate with Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, the Democrat, who really put an end to Build Back Better before the holidays. He says that they're not walking away from the table. They're trying to get him on board. We could see legislation, though, that looks much different than what the House passed, that $1.75 trillion bill. One thing that Senator Manchin doesn't support is the child tax credit, which is a big priority for a lot of Democrats, not only progressive Democrats, but a lot of moderate Democrats, too. So there could be big battles ahead. But I will say that the Senate most immediately is focusing on voting rights, and that's what they're going to turn to when they come back here tomorrow, Aaron.
Well, you know, Leanne, Mike Memoli mentioned it in his reporting that we are officially in an election year now. If we look a little farther down the road, what should we be watching for as the midterms really heat up now?
We are in an election year, and one of the things will be watching for is what Congress can, in fact, do. Democrats think that the Build Back Better plan will help them in the midterm elections, but there's a lot of other things. Mark Murray was just talking about it, too. Redistricting is underway in every single state across the country. Some have completed theirs, most have not. And this is pitting some lawmakers against other lawmakers, these incumbents whose districts have been redrawn. Remember, a lot of these House members, they're just now finding out what their districts are going to look like. So there's a lot of decisions going to be made on if they're going to run or not, if they're going to fight or go against another lawmaker, or perhaps if their district got easier. And of course, President Biden is going to be a central figure in these midterm elections, because even though he's not on the ballot, his agenda is. And Republicans at this point think that they have a much better chance of taking back the House than Democrats do of keeping it. Aaron.
All right, we'll see how it all shakes out in a few months. Leanne Caldwell on the Hill for us today. Leanne, thank you. In North Carolina, a bitter fight over the state's new election maps headed to court today. Democrats are trying to put a stop to new districts that were approved by the Republican-controlled General Assembly, and they're alleging the maps were gerrymandered. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, can you break down this case for us? What are both sides saying here?
Yeah, Aaron, Happy New Year. Democrats are alleging that this is a partisan gerrymander that is unconstitutional according to the state's constitution, and that it dilutes the power of Democrats, including African Americans, in this key presidential battleground state. And Aaron, Republicans argue how everything was done in a transparent way, that Republicans control the legislature and can do what they want and kind of create the maps that they want to be able to do. And this is all eventually going to go to the state Supreme Court. And it is important to note that these are partisan people who are on the Supreme Court. They're elected Democrats and elected Republicans. And Democrats right now have a 4-3 advantage in the North Carolina Supreme Court, state Supreme Court.
You know, at the same time, Mark, North Carolina is not the only state with a lawsuit that looks at new voting maps. What are the potential implications of this case for some of those other lawsuits?
Aaron, that's right. You know, we started out in the redistricting stage and the drafting, that is the state legislatures and governors all coming together and actually drafting new redistricting maps. Now we've entered the litigation stage. And not only is it in North Carolina, but we're actually seeing the Biden Justice Department having a lawsuit against Texas and their new redistricting map. We're seeing litigation filed by Republicans in places like Maryland and Illinois that they think that are actually benefiting Democrats. We're seeing Democrats launching lawsuits in places like Georgia. And so it is taking place all over the country. And we actually have to see how these different courts end up ruling.
All right, Mark Murray for us in Washington today. Mark, thank you. This Thursday marks 1 year since the deadly riot at the U.S. Capitol. And throughout this week, NBC News is taking a closer look at the attack, including its impact on the newest members of Congress. They were only on the job a few days on January 6th. Here's NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale.
January 6th, 2021 was Sarah Jacobs' fourth day on the job.
Really didn't know my way around the complex yet at all.
After an alert that the nearby Madison building was evacuated,
I screenshotted it and sent it to my chief of staff, and I was like, who's Madison?
Jacobs was in the House chamber. Her parents, used to her being in dangerous situations during her stints overseas, were worried.
And I'm like, don't worry, I'm in the chamber. I'm in the safest place I can possibly be.
Everybody stay down! Get down! As insurrectionists neared the floor, Jacobs donned a gas hood.
It was this buzzing that I will never forget. Actually, I can't watch the clips of that day with the sound on.
On the floor below her, another freshman, Texas Republican Troy Nels, a former sheriff. That's him in blue.
That was day number 3. I think that you know, again, I believe the good Lord put me in this position.
He took off his jacket and prepared to hold the chamber.
I am going to stay right here with my brothers and sisters in blue.
He felt the doors, the ones presidents have used for decades, shaking, and armed himself with a hand sanitizer dispenser. Were you prepared to use that?
Well, that's what I had.
When a rioter shattered the window, Nels engaged him.
I had my Texas mask on, and he looked at me through that broken glass, and he said, "You're from Texas, you should be with us." And at that point, I said, "No, sir, I cannot support what you're doing. This is criminal."
There were 64 freshman members whose first week on the job here became one of the darkest days in American political history. For both Nels and Jacobs, the 6th has shaped every day on the job since. But despite experiencing the same day in the same room, their views of what happened couldn't be more different.
There were several people inside that building that really did not commit any criminal violation of the law other than entering the building.
I was convinced that someone was going to open a door with a machine gun, and that would be it.
This freshman class and their mission in Congress forever linked to those first days.
And now it's my job to do everything I can to make sure it never happens again.
They say whenever you stop feeling that feeling inside of seeing the Capitol dome, that's when you need to leave Congress. And I'm sitting here like, well, they tried to kill me here on my 4th day.
That was Ali Vitale reporting. With the start of a new year comes the enforcement of new laws. Up next, the new legislation in effect, including a new rule about to-go cocktails. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Across the country, the new year is bringing a host of new laws. They're tackling everything from surprise medical bills to carry-out cocktails. Here to break down some of the most significant new laws is NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney. And so, Ken, one of these new laws getting the most attention right now addresses unexpected medical bills. So tell us how it works and who it covers.
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. Happy New Year to you. This federal law applies to most people with private insurance, and it is designed to address what many consider to be unfair medical billing practices during emergencies. One recent study found that 1 in every 6 hospital visits results in a surprise medical bill because the care took place outside of the patient's approved provider network. Now, under this new law, patients with insurance may only be billed at their plan's in-network rate, which is usually much lower and better covered by their insurance. This law also addresses situations when a patient is getting an in-network procedure, but one of the doctors happens to be out of network. The law requires out-of-network providers to give patients notice of their charges 72 hours in advance of a planned procedure, and patients will have to agree to those charges. And if there's a dispute, Aaron, it goes to an independent arbitrator.
So what sort of a scenario might play out where you would not be covered by the No Surprises Act?
Well, one big thing to know is that this law does not cover ground ambulance services, so patients may still be hit with out-of-network charges for those. But overall, patient advocates say this is a big victory for consumers, Aaron.
Let's head out to Oregon if we can for a second here. Ken, what does the new law on to-go cocktails do there?
So when the pandemic kicked in 2020, Oregon temporarily legalized the sale of takeout cocktails. And it turned out people liked it so much the state has now made it permanent. And Oregon is not alone. 20 states are now allowing cocktails to go, and 14 of those have made that permanent. And this comes, Aaron, as a number of studies show that Americans are drinking more alcohol during the pandemic, and they are turning more to hard liquor over beer and wine. Aaron.
Yeah, I ordered some stuff the other day. It's a nice convenience to have, all things in moderation, though, right?
Absolutely.
Ken Delaney for us in Washington today. Thank you, Ken. Well, after an extended holiday break, the jury in the trial of former Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes is set to resume deliberations today. So far, jurors have spent roughly 40 hours deliberating, but there's no real sense of how close they are to reaching a decision. Holmes is facing 11 felony counts of fraud and conspiracy. CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram has been following this trial closely from the beginning. She joins us now. Yasmin, several high-profile trials have come and gone since this one started back in September. How unusual is it for deliberations to be taking this long in a case like this?
Aaron, it's a new year and a new day of deliberations. This jury of 8 men and 4 women have been deliberating over 45 hours without a verdict at this point. They are weighing 11 charges of wire fraud and conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Now, as you pointed out, some people might wonder why, this deliberation process is taking a little bit longer. It's important to remember that this jury heard from 32 witnesses, heard over 900 exhibits over the span of 4 months. Elizabeth Holmes herself took the stand to defend herself, and she knows a thing or two about persuading people out here in Silicon Valley. I also should point out that in other high-profile corporate wire fraud cases, deliberations have taken this long, if not longer. So what's the holdup? Legal experts tell me that there are 2 competing narratives inside this jury room that they are mulling over. Aaron, on one side, there's a visionary who made mistakes, and on the other, a cunning CEO who broke the law.
And we'll be waiting to see what this jury decides, which side this jury lands on in the end. CNBC's Yasmin Khorram for us in San Jose, California. Thank you, Yasmin. Well, tributes are pouring in for America's Golden Girl. After the break, a look back at the legacy of the legendary actress Betty White.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Hollywood is remembering its forever golden girl, legendary television and film actress and cultural icon Betty White. She died on New Year's Eve just weeks before her 100th birthday. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith takes a look back at her remarkable life.
That devilish smile, the impeccable comedic timing. Betty White was one of a kind and a national treasure.
Betty White always came to play.
I happen to be in the neighborhood. Doing what? Coming to see you.
There was never a role,
I don't know.
a talk show appearance,
Now we're up to Betty White there.
or even a game show where she didn't bring it.
Oh, I wouldn't touch that line. One who'd walk.
The sparkle in her eyes, her charm and wit,
So grateful.
and that smile
I've been smiling for 11 years.
which so often said, I know what you're thinking, and I may be thinking it too.
I didn't go to college. I just went into show business. Thank you, Rhoda.
Really, Betty White, 90 and naughty.
Cheers.
She alone could pull it off.
Coins.
Things you flip.
Many of us first got to know Betty White from her frequent appearances on game shows back in the day.
What are your plans for the summer, Betty?
Well, I'm going to do some... What did you have in mind, Al?
She was funny, clever. She brought with her an infectious energy, no matter the show.
Oh, Lou, you're so thoughtful.
But it was as Sue Ann Nivens on Mary Tyler Moore, where week after week she dazzled us as the spectacularly insincere talk show host.
Just cue me and then stick a sock in it. Good news, people.
At manipulation, she made Machiavelli look like an amateur.
You mean Gloria made the mistake of not refrigerating the cream?
No. Gloria made the mistake of asking me to do it. Can't stand the heat, dear. Get out of my kitchen.
Then came the Golden Girls.
Thank you for being a friend.
We were the king and queen of the rumba.
Olay.
It takes a special kind of smarts
It goes something like this.
to play someone who is perpetually a step behind. That was Betty.
If you could have any two people in the world, living or dead, to your house for dinner, what would you eat?
You're playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said.
The more we saw Betty White, the more we liked her. For instance, this interview with Al.
You look like you're enjoying yourself. You're still enjoying
It's
yourself.
such fun. How can you not enjoy it?
Do you have any plans to slow down or retire?
Why? No.
Whatever it was she had, we wanted too. She made getting old look easy, effortless. How else to explain her appeal to multiple generations?
Ladies and gentlemen, Betty White.
When she hosted Saturday Night Live a decade ago, the show had its highest ratings in more than a year.
I'm 88 and a half years old, so it's great to be here for a number of reasons.
And the movie she made with Sandra Bullock and Ryan Reynolds, The Proposal. If there were an Academy Award for scene stealing, she'd have won it.
Now, do you prefer being called Margaret or Satan's mistress? We've heard it both ways.
Would you do me a favor?
Well, maybe on my lunch hour.
Betty White had the rare ability to be naughty and nice at the same time.
What are you still doing here?
She truly was one of a kind.
I could watch that piece and look at those clips over and over and over again and always laugh. She was really great.
Harry Smith for us there. Finally this hour, a Pennsylvania woman was 6 months pregnant when she learned there was a tumor growing on the heart of her unborn child. That tumor could actually have turned deadly, but for a pioneering operation that saved the baby's life. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow.
Ryland Drinnen is just 5 months old, but when he gets older, his parents, David and Sam, look forward to telling him the incredible story.
Well, you can barely see it. Yeah.
Behind that scar on his chest.
And what will you say, Sam? That you went through so much, so little, before you even knew what life was. Yeah, he's so and little. Now you're helping the medical community in ways you never thought possible. Yeah.
When Sam was 26 weeks pregnant, doctors found a cancerous tumor growing on Ryland's tiny developing heart and suggested a groundbreaking operation that had only succeeded once before.
It was squishing the heart, and there was a ton of fluid already around the heart at that time. We're going to do the very best we can.
Dr. Daryl Cass led a team at the Cleveland Clinic that first had to operate on mom-to-be Sam, opening her uterus to reach little Ryland. Dr. Cass called on surgeon Dr. Hani Najam to remove the dangerous tumor.
My first response to him is that I've done these after birth. I could do this procedure, but you gotta have to get me to that fetus in the uterus so I could do something about it.
After 4 hours of surgery, the tumor was out, and Ryland back in place in what doctors call the best intensive care unit, the womb.
We talked every day. I would just tell him that everything's gonna be okay and I got you. We're gonna get through this and you're gonna come out strong.
Ryland spent 10 more weeks growing and recovering inside mom. When Sam went into labor, they were nervous about whether his heart would pump on its own.
We're putting him in a Browns one. I was his bypass machine, like keeping him alive.
Because he was attached to you,
yes.
And your heart was doing all the work.
Yeah.
So the minute he comes out and they cut the umbilical cord,
he's on his own.
Yes.
What happened?
He screamed. He took over. He knew. He was like, it's my time to shine. Let's go.
Ryland's heart kept pumping.
You're so beautiful.
He's now a healthy infant who just celebrated his first Christmas, the best present his family could ask for.
It's a time of year when we think a lot about giving and appreciating family.
Oh, absolutely.
I just wonder how you guys are feeling now.
We're thankful for the doctors up at the clinic that took care of him and saved his life. We're thankful for our family for helping take care of me and him. Every time I see him, it's a feeling that you never thought you would have, knowing that he could have been gone and that I get to hold him every day and just keep him as happy as I can.
It's Kate Snow reporting. Thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Marsh. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. The FDA approves Pfizer's COVID booster for kids as young as 12. What you need to know heading back to school and work. In Colorado, 2 people missing, nearly 1,000 homes destroyed. Now a search warrant executed in the wildfire investigation. NBC's Gotti Schwartz is on the ground with the latest. Plus, winter weather delaying even more flights. The latest on the cancellations and what you should expect if you're going anywhere this month. We start this hour in New York City, where students are back in the classroom today while COVID cases are soaring. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Manhattan for us. Ellison, the country's largest school district, they're back from winter break, but with new at-home COVID testing plans. How does it work? What are parents saying?
Yeah, I mean, this is, as you said, the nation's largest school district with 1.1 million students. The majority of them headed back to school this morning. We spoke to a number of parents as they came here to drop their children off, and a lot of them had nerves about sending their children back to school. They say, looking at the infection rate in the city, they aren't entirely comfortable, but for some, they say this really is the only option. Listen to what the parents have to say.
I wish that they would have gone remote, honestly, with everything going on and just the weather getting colder. I feel like a lot of more kids are going to be getting sick.
Kids need to be together. They need the interaction for learning. And yeah, I feel like, you know, of course I'm worried about her safety a little bit, but I think her mental state is much more important.
I feel like because of the surge, they should go back to the remote learning option. You know, just tentatively speaking until, you know, the spikes are down.
The president of one of the teachers unions here, UFT, they had called, among others, had called on the city to move schools to remote learning at least for a week or so as cases here continue to break records. But the mayor, Eric Adams, he has been adamant in saying that not only do schools need to be open and students need to be in the classroom, but that they have a plan that can ensure that students are in the classroom safely. And that's centered really around a dramatic increase in testing and changes to how they operate if there is a positive COVID case in the classroom. Previously, if a student tested positive for COVID-19, any of their unvaccinated close contacts would have to quarantine for 10 days. So that potentially meant you had an entire classroom having to quarantine. Now, if a student tests positive for COVID-19, the teacher will then distribute at-home rapid tests. If a student tests negative and does not display any sort of COVID symptoms, they can continue going to school. They're going to be told to test on the first day after a known exposure and then also on the 5th day. The only time you would see a student having to quarantine for that 10-day period is if they tested positive. Again, the mayor, the Department of Education, they've been adamant in saying that among other increases in testing, that's going to be enough to keep schools open safely. Allison,
how about the teachers? What are you hearing from them, and how do they feel about being back in school today?
A lot of the teachers that we've spoken to are concerned. They are frustrated. Sure. They feel like this is moving ahead a little bit too quickly, and they don't necessarily feel confident in the safety nets that the city says they have from testing on. Listen to some of what we've heard.
I am extremely concerned. I'm terrified. I'm upset. I'm angry. I'm thinking about all my students. I'm thinking about all my colleagues. I'm thinking about my own daughter who's in public school. She's 4 years old in pre-K. And I think we're walking into such a dire situation, and it really doesn't have to be this way.
I definitely think they should have paused it for this week and maybe next week. That's what some of the surrounding districts like the Yonkers have done. I don't think we needed to be in this position.
So when it comes to New York City children who are eligible to be vaccinated, that 5 to 17-year-old range, only 42% of those children are fully vaccinated. Allison,
has the school district, has the city addressed any of those teachers' concerns? I mean, they're worried about themselves, their own families, the kids that they teach. What else is the city saying on this?
I mean, look, the mayor and the Department of Education, they have been pretty adamant, pretty steadfast in saying that they feel confident that a delay is not necessary, that the increase in testing, the citywide vaccination rate, as well as ventilation in schools, that all of that is enough. They also keep pointing to numbers, and they say that transmission amongst students in classrooms, they say, is very, very low. You had Mayor Eric Adams saying earlier today in an interview on MSNBC that New York City schools, in his view, are one of the safest places for children to be. So they've heard, surely, many of those calls. They are aware of them, but they have been pretty adamant in disagreeing with the need for any sort of delays or any sort of changes. And for now, they seem to be moving full steam ahead with the plan as is. Allison.
All right. Allison Barber outside PS 163. New York City schools open for the kids to be in class today. Thank you. The FDA authorizing Pfizer's COVID booster for kids 12 to 15 today. Let's bring in Dr. Vin Gupta, a critical care pulmonologist and global health policy expert. Dr. Gupta, thanks for being with us. This is good news for this age group, for parents of kids in this age group. The FDA also saying today that it's okay for kids who are immunocompromised as young as 5 to get this booster. What else can you tell us here?
Well, Allison, that's exactly right. Right now, if you're a parent and your son or daughter has received the vaccine at least 5 months ago, that second dose of the vaccine, they can now get that third dose. And what we know from all these studies, and likely this is going to apply to that 5 to 11 age group, regardless of whether or not your son or daughter is immunocompromised before long, What we know is that these vaccines are safe. Getting that third shot is very safe. There's no increased incidence of, say, myocarditis, that inflammation of the heart muscle that I know a lot of parents have been thinking about, just given what we've been talking about throughout 2021. No increased risk of side effects, very safe. And what we know is that that third dose is actually really helpful when it comes to averting infection with Omicron. So ultimately, really good news for those parents that are looking to keep their kids safe as schools resume.
The country set a record Sunday for total pediatric patients hospitalized with confirmed or suspected COVID cases. That's according to our own NBC News data. What are you telling parents who are on the fence about getting a booster shot, whether it's for themselves or their children?
Well, what we know is that third shot, especially if you're 16 years of age and older, is going to help keep you out of the hospital. So for adults 16 years of age and older, to me, the calculus here is, what are you going to do to keep yourself safe from the hospital? That third shot is really critical. For kids, we're seeing week over week, Allison, the rise in cases, 50% increase week over week in just cases, pediatric cases. And now we're seeing up to 4 to 5% of all hospitalizations are the result of kids ending up in the hospital. So this is not a zero-sum game here. There's no zero risk to children. That third dose is really going to help kids stay safe, especially because if you're a parent out there, depending on the zip code that you live in, very different policies and procedures based on the zip code that you live in. The one thing that you can control is how many vaccines your children can get.
Absolutely. The CDC's panel of advisors meets this Wednesday to discuss whether to officially recommend the booster for kids 12 to 15. I know this can be confusing for people because we tell them on one hand, okay, the FDA has authorized it, but we're still waiting to hear from the CDC. What should people know? What are you looking for at that meeting?
I don't think much is going to really change here. By mid to end of this week, Dr. Walensky, the CDC director, from all accounts, is going to greenlight this. So that's just going to be a formality. Expect that third shot is going to be available for 12 to 15-year-olds and immunocompromised less than 12 before long.
We just heard from Ellison Barber in New York City a few minutes ago. Kids are back in the classrooms in city public schools after the holiday break. What's your advice for people who are back to school, back to work this week, and might be nervous and want to just make sure they're keeping themselves and their families as safe as possible?
Well, in addition to what we just talked about, vaccination, the most common sense thing that all of us can do just to keep you away from the hospital, from folks like me, I've upgraded the type of mask I wear when I go to the grocery store, when I'm commuting. You know, if work or if leisure takes me to the airport, to a KN95 mask. Now we have quality control measures in place. They're easily accessible online, great filtration. That gives me that added comfort knowing that I have the best mask possible to protect myself even from a positive test. Because I don't know about you, Allison, but even as a lung doc, I don't want sniffles if I can avoid it. So that way I know I'm trying to be as safe as possible, keeping my kids as safe as possible. The best mask that the child will wear, a multi-layered cloth mask that they're likely to keep on. So I think parents need to focus on what is going to be comfortable for a child, not necessarily getting the best mask possible. Comfort's really important. Fit's important.
Yeah, if they're wearing it, that's the best protection. Dr. Gupta, thanks so much for being with us. I hope you stay safe and healthy.
Thank you.
Omicron and bad weather throwing a 1-2 punch at people trying to get home after the holidays. A major snowstorm blanketing the East Coast with winter storm warnings from North Carolina up to New York. While the TSA says it has more than 2,600 employees out sick with COVID. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is at the Dallas Love Field Airport. Morgan, airlines canceling 5,500 flights over New Year's weekend, making it the worst 2-day stretch of the holiday season. That's according to the flight tracker FlightAware. How's it looking there today? At least the weather looks okay where you are.
Yeah, Allison, it's kind of deceptive, right? You have blue sky sunshine here at Dallas Love Field. A lot of people showing up thinking they'll have no problem whatsoever hopping on their plane and going back home wherever that is. But the problem is that between the Omicron variant and the winter weather that's blasting a lot of the country, it's created a significant trickle-down effect. Dallas Love certainly seeing its fair share of cancellations and delays today. Certainly not to the numbers that we're seeing across the northern part of the country, but it's still part of this travel nightmare that's been playing out in real time, really in earnest over the last 72 hours or so because of the weather and the COVID impact. We do have some new numbers in over the last few minutes here from FlightAware. I want to show you, just showing how widespread this issue is. And from a cancellation standpoint, we're looking at 4,400 nationwide, delays more than 9,800. AAA tells me that should be improving in the next 24 hours or so. But I want you to hear from someone having to face this head on. Take a listen.
We barely made it out of Lake Tahoe because of the weather on the front end of the trip. But once we got here, it was fine.
So you're headed back to California, but how much longer do you have to wait now?
Oh, so we're thinking it's about an hour delay, but we're going to go check the monitors and make sure it's only an hour. So
you think it could be more?
Possibly. Might be staying in Dallas a little longer. Might have to extend our vacation.
Yeah, that 1 hour delay, almost kind of a best case scenario right now. I want to tell you the other side of the spectrum. Interviewed a family yesterday in Orlando who had spent the holidays there. They were trying to get back to Iowa. Their flight was delayed, then canceled. Then the airline did not give them an option to rebook, at least anytime soon. So the family was forced to find a rental car, which were already in short supply. And as we speak, Allison, they're doing upwards of a 20-hour drive from Orlando back to Iowa to try to get back in time to run their small business there. Tough break.
Ooh, so, Morgan, these are the nightmare stories that people are trying to avoid. I know you spoke with a spokesperson from AAA. What advice did he have for people who are just trying to deal with this mess?
Well, he said the game has changed a little bit just because of the fact that it's not just weather, it's not just COVID, but both. He says when you're booking your trip, if you haven't already done so and you do get that option for travel insurance, to go ahead and use it, book it. And he also had this to say. Take a listen.
You are booking. Don't skip that box for flight insurance anymore. Get flight insurance. If it's a big trip, get trip insurance. The days of foregoing trip insurance, those days are over. You need trip insurance now.
Yeah, and he echoed my sentiment there, but he also went on to say that people do need to be aware that this is such a fluid situation. Double, triple check your travel plans. A lot of people have been showing up here at the airport, Allison, thinking everything's fine, only to look down and seeing a delay, even a cancellation. Then you have to pay to go back to your hotel, back to wherever you were staying, and kind of come up with a game plan from there. Allison?
Morgan, do the airlines have any obligation to compensate those stranded passengers if they run into issues like that?
They certainly do. Airlines are legally obligated to offer a full cash refund. Just don't expect it, at the drop of a hat. It will be likely a process. And so if you do need money to get back home, however that may be, driving or rebooking a new ticket, it's likely going to be that you're going to have to pay for that out of pocket before you get that refund from an airline. Allison?
All right, Morgan, a lot for travelers to contend with in the new year. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, new first-hand testimony in the Capitol attack, what Ivanka Trump asked her father to do while it was happening. That's coming up.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Happy New Year to you, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start in Baltimore, where 4 people are being hospitalized after inmates allegedly started several fires at a jail. Officials say the fires were started using things like paper products and clothes. Humans have infected wild deer with COVID-19 in several states across the country. A new study shows there's evidence of the virus spreading among deer, but there aren't cases of deer-infected humans with COVID. Blaxploitation icon Max Julian, best known for his role in the 1973 classic Max, has died. An official cause of death was not immediately available. He was 88 years old. Sudan's prime minister has resigned without naming a cabinet or successor. He had been reinstated in November as part of an agreement with the military after a coup there in October. And Chipotle is adding its first meatless protein in 8 years. A plant-based chorizo will now be on the menu for a limited time starting today. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. The Senate's back in session today while the House had a pro forma session and a snowstorm pummeled D.C., neither slowing down the January 6th investigation, though. Now just days away from the riot's first anniversary, Congresswoman Liz Cheney saying this panel had firsthand testimony that Ivanka Trump asked her father to intervene in the attacks. NBC News senior national reporter Sahil Kapoor here with me now. Sahil, what else is Cheney saying on that today?
Well, Cheney is talking about what the committee intends to do about it, what Congress can do about it, and she is suggesting that as part of the legislative recommendations that the committee could come up with, punishments for future presidents who behave that way, who do, what Cheney accuses Donald Trump of doing, a dereliction of duty as he sat idly by, according to her allegation, and watched the deadly attack on the Capitol unfold without acting on it swiftly. Let's play some of what Liz Cheney had to say about this.
The committee has firsthand testimony now that he was sitting in the dining room next to the Oval Office watching the attack on television as the assault on the Capitol occurred. We have firsthand testimony that his daughter Ivanka went in at least twice to ask him to please stop this violence.
And this is going to be a huge year, 2022, for this committee in terms of putting out its report, holding some public hearings, and trying to get Congress to enact the legislative recommendations that they say are crucial to preventing future January 6th style events from happening again.
Yeah, Sahil, let's talk about those legislative recommendations. What are they talking about here? What are they considering?
A variety of recommendations here. There is what Cheney mentioned just there, punishing presidents who don't act swiftly in situations like that. They're considering changes to the Electoral Count Act, which is an archaic law that governs the way electoral votes are counted. They're considering changes as well to the certification process so that it takes more than just one member of the House and one senator to object, which of course is what happened this past last January, I should say, and led to this fiasco taking place. So they're considering a wave of recommendations that they say are crucial to saving American democracy. The committee has a pretty elevated view of the importance of its work at this moment.
Sahil, today Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer sent a letter to his colleagues linking January 6th to voting protections. What did he say, and what's on the Senate's agenda this week?
Schumer is promising that the Senate will have a robust consideration of voting rights measures. There are two bills in particular that have a majority support in the Senate but don't currently have a way around the 60-vote filibuster. That is the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. What Schumer is promising is that these bills will come to the floor if Republicans maintain their filibuster and refuse to allow a simple up or down vote. Then the Senate will consider and debate and vote on a rules change that would pierce the filibuster, basically subvert it for the purpose of democracy and election-related legislation. That would require 60 votes to pierce the filibuster. So far, Democrats have a majority vote for those bills, but they don't have a majority vote to change Senate rules. This is all going to come to a head, and it looks like Chuck Schumer is going to force every senator on the record to cast their vote as to whether they prefer to pass voting legislation or keep the Senate rules as is. It looks like they're not going to be able to have both.
Sahil, as we know, Thursday is the first anniversary of the attack on the Capitol. How are lawmakers commemorating it?
There is going to be a long program of events that Speaker Pelosi is coordinating in the House. The House is, of course, not in session this week, so it's going to be members are going to be able to participate virtually, but it's going to include a commemoration. It's going to include a vigil. It's going to include testimonials from members and historians about the magnitude of that day. A look back 1 year later at that violent attack on the Capitol, what it means, and of course, as we've just been talking about, what Congress might try to do to prevent anything like that from happening again.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, thank you. President Biden meeting virtually today with farmers, ranchers, and small meat processors to talk about rising meat prices.
And the big companies are making massive profits. While their profits go up, the prices you see at the grocery stores go up commensurate. The prices farmers receive for the products they are bringing to market go down. This reflects the market being distorted by lack of competition.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joining me now. Oh, Mike, D.C. looks absolutely beautiful today. What did the president announce, and how will it make meat prices more affordable?
Yeah, hey there, Allison. We've been talking a lot about inflation, a lot about the prices of goods and services. Well, you heard the president there talking about competition. A lot of the cause for some of these price increases has been about those supply chain challenges. But what the president sees here as it relates to the price of beef, of poultry, of pork, has to do with the consolidation of the sort of ranching and farming industry into sort of big agriculture. A lot of big companies buying up a lot of small farms and raising prices in the process. And so what the president tried to get across today was a plan that's going to use $1 billion from the American Rescue Plan. That's the COVID relief law that was passed last March, and use a lot of that money to sort of stand up new resources for smaller farmers to try to get their products to market. The president at one point said he is a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is actually exploitation. Let's listen to a little bit more of what the president had to say today.
Strengthening competition is good for all of us. Farmers and ranchers deserve a fair shake. American families facing high prices at grocery stores deserve a fair price to put food on the table. Rural communities, which see more good jobs when there's more competition. And our economy as a whole, as we make our food supply chains more resilient.
So stepping back, Allison, I think it's really interesting that the first event that President Biden is holding at the White House this year, when you think of all the items on his agenda, is about sort of kitchen table issues, literally kitchen table issues, what's on your dinner table. And that really signals, as we head into what is obviously an election year, that the White House is maybe sticking to a traditional script. Usually elections are won and lost on the economy, and that's the first issue out of the gate here for the Biden administration this year.
Yeah, so Mike, let's talk about the flip side, right? Because that's the kitchen table side of it. How about the farmers? How will this affect their bottom line? Because I know we got to look out for them as well.
Yeah, so one of the ways in which the funding from the rescue plan will help go to farmers is to open up some more capital to make it easier for them to borrow money. Also, they're going to try and stand up some independent meat processing facilities here. That's obviously something that's going to take a lot of time. So there's really a big question about the immediate impact here. But Allison, as we also talk about what the president's trying to do today, there are other areas we might look to see where the president might use similar authorities. The biggest one has to do with the issue of gas prices. We've heard the president issue some letters in recent weeks to the Federal Trade Commission urging them to look into what he thinks is anti-competitive behavior of some of the biggest oil processors in the world. And we haven't really seen much fallout from that. But what the president has done is do things like tapping the strategic oil reserve. So an indication of other areas in which the president might be trying to use similar authority.
Mike, another big story to ask you about. President Biden spoke with the president of Ukraine about the Russian troops on Ukraine's border. What could you tell us about that call?
Yeah, so the president obviously spent most of the last week in Delaware. He had two big calls on the agenda while he was there, of course. First, the call with President Putin, which was at Putin's request, and then something that we typically see. Whenever Biden speaks with the Russian leader, he talks to Ukraine's president as well, Vladimir Zelensky. That was an important opportunity for President Biden to really show he means what he says when he talks about the principle of no decisions being made about Ukraine's future without Ukraine at the table. So a statement from the White House that was issued after that call said President Biden really reaffirmed, obviously, U.S. support for Ukraine's sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and he reiterated that threat to Vladimir Putin, that if he were to escalate this further, if he were to invade Ukraine, there would be decisive economic sanctions and potentially some military movements, maybe not action, but movements on the part of NATO to try to put more pressure on the Russians.
All right, Mike Memley in an absolutely beautiful, snowy D.C. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
Coming up, COVID vaccine round 4. Israel rolling out an additional shot for people over 60. We've got the latest from Tel Aviv next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our across America journey tonight. St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial.
Boeing's soaring greed. Anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Israel, the first country to offer a fourth COVID shot to people over 60. NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez joins me now from Tel Aviv. So, Raf, tell us about this fourth dose rollout there in Israel.
Hey, Allison. Israel is rolling out this fourth dose in stages, starting with the most vulnerable. So it began with people with weakened immune systems, care home residents, medical staff, and starting today, Israelis over 60 eligible for that fourth dose. Now, two main factors driving this decision. The first, Israeli researchers are starting to see some evidence that the protection you get from the third booster dose does wane over time. And remember, people in this country have had that booster dose for 6 months or more in some cases. The other factor, Israel has just watched this wave of Omicron washing over the U.S., washing over Western Europe, and the government here determined to throw everything they've got in front of it to try to slow it down. Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett talked about this last night. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say.
Israel will once again be pioneering the global vaccination effort. We must keep our eye on the ball, act swiftly and decisively if we want to continue engaging and working with an open country as much as possible throughout this pandemic.
Now, Omicron cases are starting to rise very rapidly in this country, so this is really a race against time at this point. The Israeli government trying to get as many of those fourth doses into arms before that wave peaks. Allison?
Raf, Israel put some very strict travel restrictions in place when Omicron first broke out. Are they working, and are they still in place?
Yeah, so Israel basically cut itself off from the rest of the world back in November when Omicron first emerged. All foreigners banned from entering the country, and much of the world, including the U.S., UK, Canada, Turkey, other major countries, put on Israel's travel red list. That means no travel back and forth without special permission. Israeli officials will tell you those restrictions worked. They did what they were intended to do in that they slowed down the arrival of Omicron by several weeks, and they gave this country time to prepare for that rollout. And that does seem to be right. The case numbers in Israel are rising here, but they're starting to rise several weeks after they started rising in the U.S. and in Western Europe. It's kind of ironically, Allison, the Israeli government is now looking at easing those travel restrictions because domestic case numbers are getting so high. There's really not much point keeping those travel restrictions in place anymore. Allison?
So, Raf, what can other countries, particularly the U.S., take away from Israel's approach to this pandemic, good or bad?
Yeah, so Israel has been ahead of the curve time after time in this pandemic. They had the fastest initial rollout of the first two vaccines. They were the first country with the booster shot back in July. The U.S. followed a couple of months after in September. So it tends to be that where Israel goes, the U.S. and other countries end up following, even if it is a couple of months behind. There's a couple of things you can't really replicate that Israel has. It's a small country. It has a very modern, sophisticated healthcare system. But I think the most important factor here is Israel's government has just been incredibly aggressive from the beginning in terms of procuring these vaccines. Israeli prime ministers, both Benjamin Netanyahu and his replacement Naftali Bennett, have been getting on the phone personally to the CEOs of the vaccine makers, trying to get more and more doses for their country. And there's also been real political consensus here around the vaccines in a way that you haven't seen in the U.S. Allison?
All right, Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv. Thank you. Cries for help in Xi'an, the Chinese city in lockdown, dealing with its worst COVID outbreak in almost 2 years. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer reports.
Well, health officials in Xi'an say there are positive changes, that the numbers are declining, but those numbers remain stubbornly high by Chinese standards, and the city is now in its second week of a lockdown. These are primarily Delta variant cases, according to officials there. And here in China, with the zero COVID policy, that means tough quarantine restrictions. There are 13 million people in Xi'an, and most are now confined to their homes, struggling to meet even basic needs. On social media, there are calls for help, primarily for food. Officials acknowledge that there are shortages, there are supply issues and problems with online deliveries that they have yet to work out. There have been more than 1,500 cases there since the 9th of December, and while those numbers are low when you compare them to other cities in the world, like New York, new infections are reaching highs here that China has not seen since the early days of the pandemic back in March 2020. And this lockdown we're seeing in Xi'an is similar to what officials imposed in Wuhan, which was the original epicenter. There's almost daily mass testing. 12,000 testing sites have been set up. And it's a sign that Chinese officials are not going to ease on their zero COVID strategy, even as the rest of the world is adjusting restrictions, knowing the high economic and emotional toll that these hard lockdowns bring. And that's why people in Xi'an are so frustrated and they're critical. This is a tourist spot famous for the terracotta warriors, and it's now sealed off from the rest of the world. And all of this happening with 1 month to go before Beijing hosts the Winter Olympics, an event that is facing challenges beyond the pandemic and one that China's government is adamant will go smoothly. And that's why they're racing to get these outbreaks under control.
The UK is getting ready in case staff shortages hit hospitals and schools there. COVID cases keep breaking records in the country. But Prime Minister Boris Johnson says they don't need any new measures right now to fight the Omicron surge. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi has the latest.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has asked his ministers to put a contingency plan into place to minimize the disruption to the public workforce and supply chain being caused by record numbers of COVID cases in this country. The government's fear here is that as this wave of Omicron spreads across the country, it could put up to 25% of the public workforce out of action. That's a quarter of public workforce employees being absent from work, which would be detrimental to the economy. And we're already seeing the effects of that in certain sectors, like healthcare, like public transport, and at the education. The one snapshot of how badly this is affecting some of the public workforce is hospitals. On the 26th of December, 25,000 nurses were off work because of COVID-related issues. That's twice as many that were off work on the 1st of December, which gives you an indication of how quickly the Omicron and COVID is spreading in this country. And of course, the more cases rise, the more people have to self-isolate, and that's having a detrimental effect on industries that have employees that can't self-isolate at home. Now, ministers here say that because Omicron is so contagious, it is going to have a very disruptive effect on the work situation in this country. But they're saying for now, they've been able to control major disruption in most parts of the public sector. And Prime Minister Boris Johnson has ruled out any new measures at this stage. He says what they're doing right now is enough, that getting boosters out there into people's arms, getting people to take lateral flow tests, getting children to wear masks at school is creating enough of a buffer not to have to close the country down. But of course, it's a numbers game. If the hospitalization rate, the infection rate keeps going up, they're going to have to re-review the situation.
Coming up, surprise medical bills, chained dogs, and takeout drinks. The new laws affecting millions of Americans in the new year. Next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The new year bringing some new laws on everything from surprise medical bills to chain pets, even cocktails to go. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is in Washington, D.C. to break them down for us. Pete, the Federal No Surprises Act getting the most attention. It protects people from unexpected medical bills. How does it work and who does it cover?
Well, it covers nationwide because it is a federal law, and it requires insurance companies to cover even out-of-network expenses, the kind of cost that can sneak up on unsuspecting patients, especially in emergencies. Advocates say, by the way, 2/3 of adults fear these unforeseen medical bills, so it bans unforeseen fees when receiving emergency care in a hospital, ER, or at an in-network health facility when transported by air ambulance, but it doesn't cover fees charged by addiction treatment centers, birthing centers, clinics, hospices, and nursing homes, and it doesn't cover ground ambulance transportation, Allison.
Pete, some states also have some interesting new laws in 2022, including Oregon's new cocktails to go policy. Could you tell us about that one and some of the others?
Sure. Let's go through them quickly. Students entering high school in Ohio in the new year won't be allowed to graduate until they complete a course in financial literacy about such issues as taxes and interest rates. It's now illegal to chain up your dog in Texas. Any outdoor restraint has to be lighter and more flexible, and dogs have to have adequate shelter, shade, and water. The governor, Greg Abbott, actually at first vetoed the first version of this law, but he signed a new version after he was hit with a flood of tweets with this hashtag, Abbott hates dogs. Nevada has a new dog-related law making it illegal for insurance companies to deny coverage to homeowners based on the breed of the dogs that they have. Another homeowner law, this one in Washington State, requires anybody selling a house to disclose whether the property has internet service. Florida will now require child care providers to put alarms in any car, bus, or van that's used to transport children so that drivers can be alerted to make sure everybody is out before locking up. And the idea here is to reduce deaths from children stuck in hot cars. And you asked about it. Oregon is among the latest states allowing the sale of cocktails to go even after the pandemic ends. The drinks have to be sold in a sealed container so they can be opened at home.
Well, Pete, while that is my personal favorite, my dog is giving you very approving barks about that new law in Texas. So thank you very much for sharing that one as well.
Okay.
Bye-bye BlackBerry. The company is discontinuing service on its classic devices starting tomorrow. BlackBerry now says it's focused on providing intelligent security software and services to enterprises and governments around the world. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins me now. So, Callan, what does this mean for people who still use BlackBerries? There are some of them still out there.
Yeah, there was a statistics website that basically said there's roughly 200,000 people who are still using the BlackBerry. You're going to have to find a new phone if you're still using it. It's going to be a paperweight, essentially, after the 4th. They're discontinuing the operating system that is 7.1, 10, and something called Playbook. So if you have a BlackBerry, you're going to need to give it like a tiny little funeral and find a new phone to use.
I have to tell you, I threw my pink BlackBerry away this fall. It had been sitting in a closet for years, and it killed me to do it. I still miss the little keypad. That thing was great. Before iPhones and Androids, BlackBerry's basically ruled the smartphone market. Would you just remind our viewers about the history here? I mean, how did the company fall out of favor?
Yeah, I mean, listen, for a long time, BlackBerry was the device to have. Kim Kardashian had one. President Obama had one. My cooler younger sister had one. Everyone had a BlackBerry. And then what came along was the iPhone, and it revolutionized what a smartphone is and what a smartphone can do. There was the Android smartphone as well. And as those things became popular, BlackBerry really started to fall out of favor. And now we're seeing it's in its final throes. And you know, like we mentioned earlier, if you're still using it, that's incredible. And I really love that external keyboard too, but it's time to move on.
Yeah, those were good times, but I think they're over. So BlackBerry says it's shifting towards software. Can you tell us more about what they make, who their customers are now, what they're doing since those phones are going by the wayside?
Yeah, as you mentioned at the top of the segment, they're actually moving into cybersecurity. That is their bread and butter. They actually announced in 2016 that cybersecurity was what they were doing now in terms of how the company had moved over and away from smartphones. So it's not necessarily even a new thing. And people knew that this shift was coming for a long time. What they actually do is cybersecurity for a lot of people who are, like many of us, myself included, working from home and keeping those computers secure and making sure that malware doesn't make its way onto those computers. So I'm sure a lot of employers are going to be taking advantage, if they haven't already, of BlackBerry cybersecurity. But again, they're out of the phone game.
The BlackBerry is dead. Long live the BlackBerry. Callan, thank you so much. It was a good time, even if it's a time that's passed.
Absolutely. Thank you, Allison.
Over in Colorado, 2 people are missing after the devastating wildfires. They ripped through nearly 1,000 homes and buildings in the suburbs between Denver and Boulder. Today's frigid temperatures and a weekend snowstorm really complicating the search and rescue there. Investigators, meanwhile, are still trying to determine what caused this rare December fire. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz is in Louisville, Colorado. So, Gotti, the Boulder County Sheriff is saying that his office carried out a search warrant at one particular location. What can you tell us about that, and what else is the sheriff saying about their investigation into what caused this fire?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about that particular piece of property, and many of those questions stem from what appears to be the first video that we've seen, at least, of this fire that was taken. You could see what looked like a shed on fire, and the sheriff has been asked repeatedly about that particular shed, whether this might have been a point of ignition. The sheriff so far has said that they are still investigating. He said that they have ruled out downed power lines. Originally, they thought this was a fire that may have been started by downed power lines. But he wouldn't specify on whether that shed was a point of origin, instead just saying that they are aware of it. That's something that they're looking into. But check this out, Allison. Imagine being an investigator, a fire investigator, and then having to determine where a fire started underneath snow. I mean, this is 8 inches of snow that fell right after this inferno ripped through. And you can see right here, this is a neighborhood of over 100 homes that was completely leveled by this fire. fire swept through so quickly. This fire started, we know, about 4 miles away. It swept through the ridge over here, took out this neighborhood, took out several other neighborhoods. Again, this is 100 homes. This is just a tenth of the 991 homes that were lost here. So many people are now coming back to their homes, searching, sifting through the remnants of what's left, and they're finding little tiny pieces of metal as mementos, maybe a spoon, but it's incredible how hot this fire burned. We just talked to a couple a little bit ago, Joel and Dawn. They told us that they had a grand piano, and they were hoping that they could salvage at least some of the ivory keys from the grand piano, but the entire piano had been completely incinerated, just like the rest of their house. So many of these houses falling down into the basement. And you can see we've got members from the Sheriff's Department there going through here. One of the good things about this particular neighborhood is that there was no loss of life that we're aware of. We're told that there are only 2 people that are still missing. At first, it was 5 people. 3 people have been found evacuated after the fire, safe with other people. But both of those 2 people, we know that their houses have been lost, but they are about 3 miles from here. So everything from here on down, everybody was able to get out alive, barely getting what they could out of their homes. But today, very grateful for what they were able to get. Take a listen to that interview that we had just a little bit ago with Dawn and Joel.
All my paperwork, all my documents, all my tax stuff, even divorce papers, all my letters, I used to collect postcards. I lost my families. I lost their history.
And she says one of the most difficult parts about it is that her father, her late father, had left her this huge art collection that meant the world to her. Unfortunately, that art collection, just like the rest of their belongings, has now been lost to this fire. They say that the one thing that they're clinging to at this point is family. Back to you, Allison.
Oh, Gotti, heartbreaking there. But as you've said, the fact that there were not widespread deaths in Colorado, just unbelievable after you've seen all of those videos of the fire and the damage. Thanks so much for your reporting.
No problem. Thank you.
Coming up, mounting pressure on Prince Andrew. Will newly unsealed documents protect him against a sexual abuse lawsuit? We'll take a look.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
American Greed. New season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed. Anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Go ahead. This is it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
A 2009 legal settlement between Virginia Giuffre and Jeffrey Epstein unsealed today. Lawyers for Prince Andrew says it protects Britain's prince from legal action. The prince and Giuffre prepping for a court hearing tomorrow over a sexual abuse lawsuit. Meanwhile, a federal judge denied the prince's latest attempt to block that suit. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea.
Prince Andrew back in the headlines. Pressure intensifying after the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell last week, who's facing up to 65 years in prison for trafficking girls for Jeffrey Epstein. It comes as lawyers for the Queen's second son fight again to get a civil suit thrown out. Virginia Giuffre alleges she was forced to have sex with the prince 3 times in 2001 when she was 17. After being introduced to him at Maxwell's London home and dancing with him at a nightclub. Giuffre telling Today last week she believes the Maxwell verdict could lead to other revelations.
There's others who are involved that made this sex trafficking operation possible. Maxwell is just the beginning.
Prince Andrew has denied all of Giuffre's allegations, telling the BBC in 2019,
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady.
The prince has said he was at a pizza restaurant with daughter Princess Beatrice that night. In court documents, Giuffre's lawyers have asked for proof, including witnesses or the prince's official schedule, and for proof of the prince's assertion he's unable to sweat, in response to a claim from Giuffre he was sweating profusely the night she met him. Prince Andrew's lawyers pushing back tried twice last week to have the suit dismissed and lost. They'll try again in a hearing tomorrow, arguing in part that a 2009 settlement between Epstein and Giuffre, unsealed today, protects the royal from legal action. The big question now, will Maxwell have anything to say about Prince Andrew?
Well, clearly, if she's pursuing an appeal against the verdict, then she will probably keep her mouth shut. But when it comes to sentencing, we know she's essentially looking at the rest of her life in jail.
There it is, the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. CVS ringing the closing bell today as the Dow closes up 239 points. That is not a bad way to end the first trading day of the year. We'll talk about today's big business stories and how they affect you coming up in the next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Want to go out to eat? Get a shot. Go to a concert? Get a shot. Go to, all right, you get it. The latest cities to vet that you're vaxxed. It is time to pay the piper. The new year bringing in those holiday bills. We have some tips on how to reduce your debt. And a face-off over 5G. AT&T and Verizon refusing to delay the rollout despite concerns from the FAA how it could disrupt thousands of flights. We start with the new vaccine requirements. Philadelphia and Chicago, the latest big cities to require proof of vaccination to go to certain places. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Chicago. So, Megan, what do people in that city have to show? Who has to show it? And what does Chicago consider fully vaccinated?
Allison, really good question. So fully vaccinated here in Chicago means you've gotten 2 shots of Pfizer, Moderna, or the 1 shot of the Johnson & Johnson. And how this is going to work is if you're 5 years of age or older, you have to show proof of vaccination. You can have a picture of the vaccination card. You can have the actual card, a tangible copy of it, or you can have a digital version. If you're 16 years of age and older, that card needs to be accompanied by a photo ID, Allison.
Checking vaccine status is a pretty tall order, Megan, for a lot of businesses that are already short-staffed. I know you spoke to a restaurant owner there. What did she tell you?
So this particular woman understands. She kind of sees both sides. There is a bit of frustration because it's added pressure onto these business owners to have to sort of police this mandate. They're going to have to hire more staff to be put in place. They can't just have, as she said, a 16-year-old stand at the door. They need to look at more of a security presence to be able to screen, because they are anticipating that there could be some contentious situations. But all in all, she says she understands that this is what needs to be done in order to operate. Take a listen to what she had to say. So is there a procedure in place? How are you going to enforce this?
We are going to have actually the managers right now start doing this until we can figure out exactly what the response is going to be. But we're going to have managers at the door. They're going to be checking for IDs and for Vax cards. Like everything else, we had to pivot. We had to scramble. We had to incur a little bit extra cost. But we recognize that this is something that needs to be done, you know, getting people vaccinated. And we want to do everything we can to keep our staff and our customers safe.
Now, the city of Chicago says they will be enforcing this mandate, and anyone who's caught violating it could be charged with a penalty, a fine, or they may be forced to close for a day, Allison.
Philadelphia is also requiring proof of vaccination. Megan, what can you tell us there?
So Philadelphia, a bit different than Chicago. They're doing more of a phased-in approach until January 17th. So patrons will be able to show a negative COVID test until that date. And kids between the ages of 5 and 11 can still enter these businesses with just 1 shot until February 3rd. And then, of course, they're allowing for religious exemptions here, Allison.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald in Chicago. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
The U.S. now seeing the most daily COVID cases since the start of the pandemic, while pediatric COVID hospitalizations are up 77% over the last 2 weeks. That's according to our NBC News data. And students from coast to coast are back in the classroom. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk reports.
Those back-to-school jitters now amplified by record COVID rates and a very mixed response from states. While schools in Atlanta, Cleveland, and Newark are opting to go remote temporarily, in New York, which saw over 85,000 cases on New Year's Eve, its highest one-day total ever, schools are still in person, with students and staff now required to submit a negative test before returning.
We can't close down our city every time there's a new variant. We can't allow our children to keep missing school.
LA adopting the same protocol, but in Detroit and Washington, D.C., schools are delaying their start until midweek to allow more time for testing. Massachusetts is bringing in the National Guard to hand out test kits to families. But with a massive testing backlog, will the results come in time? In Chicago, this video of an overflowing testing drop box for students and staff is raising concern. The Biden administration has vowed to help, insisting widespread testing and keeping schools open is the right way to go.
Our students belong in the classroom, and we can do it safely.
In Florida's Miami-Dade County, where 1 in 4 people are testing positive for the virus, there's no testing mandate in schools. Instead, staff and visitors must now wear masks, with state law banning the same mandate for students.
Mandating masks would help slow and stop the spread. But the governor made it impossible for school boards to do that.
It comes as the CDC has faced some pushback for its new guidelines that asymptomatic people with COVID can leave quarantine after 5 days rather than 10 without testing. Dr. Fauci now saying the CDC may update its guidance again.
Testing could be a part of that, and I think we're going to be hearing more about that in the next day or so from the CDC.
Kids 12 and up can now get Pfizer's booster shot, the FDA authorizing the third dose for that age group today. Let's bring in NBC News contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. She's a physician and fellow at the Brookings Institution, as well as former Obama White House policy director. Dr. Patel, great to see you. The timing here couldn't be better, right? A lot of kids back to school today. What do parents need to know about Pfizer's third shot?
Yeah, so a couple of things, Allison. The third shot is recommended by an authorization for the FDA, but the CDC's advisory committee still needs to take action. Once that happens, which we expect to soon in the next day or so, then we can have broader, I can give these boosters. Remember, the 12 to 15 age group got the same dose that adults did. So I think what parents need to do is, number one, kind of assess that time period. Most 12 to 15-year-olds are in that 5-month, 6-month range. Try to get your cards out, look at when they were due. And then also think about timing. After the booster, they might have some of those side effects that just make them not feel so great. So plan for that. And then finally, I know there's been a lot of talk about the myocarditis, inflammation of the heart. If you had any concerns about that with your original vaccine series, pause, talk to your pediatrician. It's hard to talk to them. They're very busy. But pause, talk to your pediatrician, and get the booster upon timely recommendation.
Dr. Patel, some parents and teachers are pretty nervous about going back to the classroom this week. What advice can you give them?
Yeah, so what my advice is what I'm following for my own kids, doing my best to give them high quality masks. I've got my kids in KF94 masks, which are easier to get and more available. Teaching them also to remember the basics, washing hands, keeping some distance. We don't need 6 feet with kids. We know 3 feet can work. And then I also think it's worth having a conversation with your school's classroom teacher and other adults in there, and just reinforcing that, you know, if they are vaccinated and if your household is vaccinated, you're all better protected. I know these are hard and tough conversations to have, but those are the best ways to keep children protected.
Dr. Patel, Dr. Fauci is saying that the CDC is considering adding testing requirements to its new isolation guidelines for asymptomatic COVID patients, guidelines that have been a little bit controversial. What do you make of that?
Look, I'm a fan of doing anything possible based in science that can help people return to work. A lot of the folks I'm seeing have very mild symptoms, Allison, and they do resolve by day 5, 6, or 7. So I want to give them a way to return and know that it's safe, that they're not going to infect anyone else. I think you're hitting, though, what we just heard about with those overloaded tests and lack of tests. We're going to need a supply of tests. And Allison, I'm worried that I need tests today. I don't know if changing that guidance and not having those tests is going to make that much of a dent, but it's definitely helpful if we can make it black and white. It needs to be clear. It needs to be understandable. Here's my bottom line, though. If you're sick, you stay home. If you get a positive rapid test, stay home. Believe the test.
So, Dr. Patel, you bring up a great point, one that we've been discussing a lot in my house. I ordered tests 2 weeks ago that still haven't shown up. I know a lot of people in the same boat. You can't get them at the store. You try to order them online and they keep getting delayed. What should families do if they would like to send their kids back, or they would like to participate in more activities, but they can't even access tests?
Yeah, no kidding. No, look, I feel that pain on such a visceral level. I can't tell you. I'm lucky I work in healthcare. I can get testing, but I'm preserving those tests for times when my kids are sick or when I'm sick. So I think the best thing to do, no matter where you live, states and counties and cities are trying to do these kind of give outs and drive ups that are, I know they're crowded, but you can make appointments, try to do that. Next, urgent care centers. Not all urgent cares are established, but some will have the ability to make it easy to do sidewalk, curbside, walk-up testing. Try to scout that out now before you need it, because when you need it, it's hard to find. And if you can scout these things out. Good news on the way, though. I've talked to some of the manufacturers of these tests. They are ramping up manufacturing. It's not today, but it should be in the next several weeks.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Patel, I used to have an old boss who would say, never pass up the opportunity to use a restroom if you see one. I think the prevailing wisdom now is never pass up an opportunity to get a rapid at-home test. If you see one in the store, you don't know when you'll see them again.
Yeah, it's true. That's absolutely right. It's like the Cabbage Patch doll of my era. Grab it while you can. Take it.
That was mine as well. I won't even share the story of how my mom got my first one. Dr. Patel, thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Will Omicron create major staffing shortages and cripple critical care services across the country? That's a big question medical experts are asking. Plus, the CDC considering new testing guidelines for the asymptomatic, as we mentioned. Here's NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson.
New year, new rush for at-home COVID tests.
How are you? Happy New Year.
Cars lined up in Bethel, Connecticut for one per household. Others waited in long lines over the holiday weekend to be tested as the Omicron variant surges. While Omicron's infection may be less severe, because it spreads so fast and infects so many, it's already straining a healthcare system struggling to treat the unvaccinated.
Even if you have a less of a percentage of severity, when you have multifold more people getting infected, the net amount is you're still going to get a lot of people that are going to be needing hospitalization. And that's the reason why we're concerned about stressing and straining the hospital system.
As for the much criticized and shortened 5-day isolation period for people who test positive, Fauci says there could soon be a new requirement.
There has been some concern about why we don't ask people at that 5-day period to get tested. That is something that is now under consideration.
A nation barreling toward peak infections, suggest models from Columbia University. This week for New York City, next week for the rest of the country, with anywhere from 2.5 to 5.4 million cases during the peak.
We can just hope that it's going to be mild and that it doesn't strain our hospitals the way they were last winter.
In New York City, the virus shredding the ranks of frontline workers. 30% of emergency services employees are out, 21% of the police department, 18% of the fire department. A lack of employees impacting subway and bus services as well.
Essential or expendable? According to our next guest, many frontline workers say the CDC's new COVID guidelines make them feel disposable. Stephen Greenhouse wrote an opinion piece for NBC News saying many of them saw the agency's more relaxed recommendation as a concession to essential businesses experiencing severe staffing shortages and a danger to employees. Stephen joins me now. He's a former labor reporter for the New York Times and author of Beaten Down, Worked Up, The Past, Present, and Future of American Labor. Stephen, thanks so much for being here. The CDC has taken a lot of heat for cutting the recommended isolation period for people who test positive for COVID but are asymptomatic from 10 to 5 days. Dr. Fauci defended the guidelines, saying we need to balance the safety of the public and the need to have society not be disrupted. What is in this middle ground? Cut it for American workers. Let's talk about that.
There's kind of a tug of war, Allison. On one hand, businesses, we're seeing airlines, we're seeing hotels, we're seeing restaurants, we're seeing police departments, fire departments facing a real shortage of workers, hospitals too. And they say we need workers, and an isolation period of 10 days is too long. We could really we could really reduce it to 5 days. That would make business happy. On the other hand, workers say, wait a second, if you're going to reduce the isolation period from 10 days to 5 days, that means some of my coworkers will be coming back to work when perhaps they're still infectious. And that's going to be bad for me and bad for other coworkers. So the CDC is trying to figure out a sweet spot that will make both sides happy. And I think the 5-day isolation period they announced makes a lot of businesses happy, but it has left a lot of workers and union leaders very worried.
Yeah, well, the New York State Nurses Association believes that this new guidance will only make staff shortages even worse, not better, saying in a statement, this guidance is only going to worsen the shortage and put our patients at risk. Our healthcare workers deserve better and our patients deserve better. Of course, medical workers, healthcare workers are top of mind here, but let's talk about some of the other fields facing the biggest challenges with COVID right now.
So look at meatpacking. They had huge numbers of COVID cases, and the workers worked, cheek by jowl, 2 feet, 3 feet apart. And I would imagine if I were a meatpacking worker and they said workers couldn't come back after 5 days, perhaps being infectious, I would be very worried. I guess if I were working in the kitchen of a restaurant with 10 other, kitchen helpers, all very close together, I'd be worried if some of my coworkers came back after 5 days without having a test showing they're negative. That's why a lot of worker advocates and medical experts and union leaders are saying, yeah, okay, we can move towards the 5-day isolation period, but it would be much safer if the workers who had COVID take a COVID test showing they're negative before they return to work. And Dr. Fauci hinted yesterday that the CDC might rethink its policy of letting people go back to work after 5 days without a test. Maybe they'll start requiring a test. Again, one of the big problems, as we all know, is that there aren't enough tests to go around. And when I said that the CDC is trapped between a rock and a hard place, they want workers to go back to work faster, but they know there aren't enough tests to go around.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. If people were able to get those tests, and if the CDC did add that testing requirement after the 5 days of isolation, would that be enough? Or are there other things workers would like to see, or other things that companies should be seriously considering here to keep everybody safe?
That's a great question, Allison. I'm sure some people would say just the test alone is enough. That would generally show that workers who had COVID are no longer infectious. However, like the New York State Nurses Association said, it would also be good if workers who had COVID when they return to work are required to wear N95 masks. That would greatly reduce the chances of them infecting other people. But again, we have the problem as with tests that there aren't enough N95 masks to go around. So in the best of all possible worlds, there'd be plenty of tests and plenty of N95 masks, but right now there aren't enough.
It used to be toilet paper. Now it's tests and N95 masks. What a time to be alive. Stephen, thank you so much.
Okay, great to be here, Allison. Good luck.
Thanks. Coming up, deadlocked. The Elizabeth Holmes jury says they can't agree on several counts. We're live outside the California courtroom. That's just ahead.
Wednesday, January 5th, the new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is that time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. Happy New Year. We start in Michigan, where middle school students at Oxford Community Schools are being given clear backpacks. This is one of several security measures taken following the deadly school shooting in November. Some Philadelphia Eagles fans fell to the ground after a railing collapsed at FedEx Field in Maryland Sunday. Video shows them nearly tackling an Eagles player, but no one was seriously injured. New York Attorney General Letitia James has subpoenaed Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump Jr. This is part of her civil case against the Trump Organization and the former president. Brazil's president was hospitalized today with an intestinal obstruction. The 66-year-old is in stable condition, but may need surgery. And R&B singer Omarion says he's, quote, an artist, not a variant, after a spike of social media jokes have been referencing the COVID-19 Omicron variant as Omarion. He posted a TikTok saying there's no need to isolate if you see him. Allison, back to you.
Good to know, Maya. Thank you so much. After deliberating for over 7 days, the jury in the Elizabeth Holmes trial says they can't reach unanimous verdict on 3 of the 11 fraud charges against the Theranos founder. CNBC special correspondent Scott Cohn's in San Jose, California. So, Scott, what's the latest from the courtroom there, and what could this lack of consensus mean for Holmes?
Well, we'll see. We don't know which 3 counts that the jury says they are deadlocked on, and they have been sent back to the jury room to essentially try harder. That's what Judge Edward Davila instructed them after they came back. As you said, after about 7 days or 46 hours of deliberations that began back on the 17th of December, saying that they cannot reach agreement, a unanimous agreement, on the 3 counts. Again, we don't know what those counts are, but we know how the indictment breaks down. She is charged with a total of 11 counts. They include 2 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, 6 counts of conspiracy, or of wire fraud against Theranos investors, and 3 counts. No, we're not sure if that's the ones we're referring to. 3 counts of wire fraud against Theranos patients. So they'll be sent back to try this some more. The judge telling them that they have a duty to try and reach a unanimous verdict if they can do so without violating their judgment, in his words, but also telling them that it's the government's burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Allison.
So, Scott, the instructions there basically go back and keep at it. Do we have any sense of how long these deliberations could continue, or how long the jury could be still working on this?
We don't. I mean, it really depends on how deadlocked they are, whether they go back and they take the judge's instructions to heart and they try harder and they can put it all together today. We don't know. Or it could take several days. Or they could come back again and say, we are still deadlocked, and the judge could send them back some more. We just don't know. What we also don't know what the ultimate verdict will be. The way that this works is that they will not render a verdict until they've come to some sort of resolution on all 11 counts. So we won't know if there's an acquittal on or a conviction on these 8 counts that they seem to have reached an agreement on, and a hung jury on the others, or whatever. We'll know it all when we know it, and we won't know when we know it until we do.
Well, Scott, the bottom line is there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of waiting, but we're so glad that you're there to let us know what's going on. Really appreciate it.
Will do. You bet.
Congress commemorating the first anniversary of the Capitol attack with several events this Thursday. The Senate came back from its holiday break to a snowy Washington, D.C. today, while the House has one more week off. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor here with me now. Sahil, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announcing several events to honor and remember January 6th. What's she planning for Thursday?
That's right, Allison. There will be a moment of silence on the House floor to begin this. Then there'll be a conversation between historians John Meacham and Doris Kearns Goodwin. We have a graphic of this. So let's put it up. We see it right now. A conversation between those 2 historians about that deadly day, kind of to mark it in history. There'll be testimonials from members of Congress led by the Congressman Jason Crow from Colorado. And then later, late afternoon, there'll be a prayer vigil from members of the House and the Senate. Speaker Pelosi further said that all events will be live streamed so that members of Congress who are not in Washington this week can participate by live stream. Remember, the House is out of session.
Today, Devin Nunes officially resigned from Congress. He was the ranking member of the House Intel Committee. He's leaving to head former President Trump's social media company. What did he say today, and who replaces him on the Intel Committee?
Right. Devin Nunes quit Congress officially today. His resignation letter was read on the floor of the House of Representatives. He is no longer a member of Congress. He is leading former President Trump's social media company, and he will be replaced by Mike Turner, a congressman from Ohio, a Republican who will become the ranking member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He has served for about 20 years in the House of Representatives.
Sahil, yesterday, Twitter permanently suspended Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's personal account over, quote, repeated violations of Twitter's COVID misinformation policy. Today, the Ethics Committee fined her for not wearing a mask, and Facebook suspended her account for 24 hours. Could you tell us more about that and how she and Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy are responding to these bans?
Yeah, so the Twitter suspension is permanent of her personal account. She still retains access to her professional account, which is much more mild and which doesn't have these kinds of controversial or false statements that ended up violating Twitter's policy. Facebook is only suspending her for 24 hours. That will be reinstated, and it's unclear whether she will face further repercussions on Facebook. But look, this is very damaging to Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is more damaging in some ways than her getting thrown off committee assignments in the House of Representatives, because this lawmaker is not known as a particularly prolific legislator. She's better known as a provocateur, someone who is, creating content in far-right circles for conservative media. That is her relevance here. That is her claim to fame. And the fact that she has been removed from one major platform, one major mainstream platform, and suspended from another is problematic. Now, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy released a statement today sticking up for Marjorie Taylor Greene. He didn't mention her by name, but you see it on the screen here. He's accusing Twitter of silencing the voices of Americans. He obliquely alluded to her by saying that they're doing this to including a member of Congress. And he is asking his caucus to get together and find ways to hold these companies, meaning tech companies, accountable. It's not clear what that means, but we can certainly expect this to be a focal point of conversation among Republicans over the next year, and more so if they take control of the House of Representatives. One last point on this, Allison. There's talk about censorship and the First Amendment. Marjorie Taylor Greene is accusing these companies of censoring her. The First Amendment is completely irrelevant here. The First Amendment protects American citizens from censorship by the government. It does not require private companies to publish any content created by government officials or anybody else for that matter.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. They were only on the job a few days when that violent mob attacked the U.S. Capitol, trapping them in the House chamber. Two members of the freshman class of lawmakers talked to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale about January 6, 2021, and how it forever changed their view of Congress and their jobs.
January 6th, 2021 was Sarah Jacobs' fourth day on the job.
Really didn't know my way around the complex yet at all.
After an alert that the nearby Madison building was evacuated,
I screenshotted it and sent it to my chief of staff, and I was like, who's Madison?
Jacobs was in the House chamber. Her parents, used to her being in dangerous situations during her stints overseas, were worried.
And I'm like, don't worry, I'm in the chamber. I'm in the safest place I can possibly be.
Everybody stay down! Get down! As insurrectionists neared the floor, Jacobs donned a gas hood.
It was this buzzing that I will never forget. Actually, I can't watch the clips of that day with the sound on.
On the floor below her, another freshman, Texas Republican Troy Nels, a former sheriff. That's him in blue.
That was day number 3. I think that again, I believe the good Lord put me in this position.
He took off his jacket and prepared to hold the chamber.
I am going to stay right here with my brothers and sisters in blue.
He felt the doors, the ones presidents have used for decades, shaking, and armed himself with a hand sanitizer dispenser.
Were you prepared to use that?
Well, that's what I had.
When a rioter shattered the window, Nels engaged him.
I had my Texas mask on, and he looked at me through that broken glass, and he said, "You're from Texas, you should be with us." And at that point, I said, "No, sir, I cannot support what you're doing. This is criminal."
There were 64 freshman members whose first week on the job here became one of the darkest days in American political history. For both Nels and Jacobs, the 6th has shaped every day on the job since. But despite experiencing the same day in the same room, their views of what happened couldn't be more different.
There were several people inside that building that really did not commit any criminal violation of the law other than entering the building.
I was convinced that someone was going to open a door with a machine gun, and that would be it.
This freshman class and their mission in Congress forever linked to those first days.
And now it's my job to do everything I can to make sure it never happens again.
They say whenever you stop feeling that feeling inside of seeing the Capitol Dome, that's when you need to leave Congress. And I'm sitting here like, well, they tried to kill me here on my 4th day.
Coming up, if you've spent today scrolling through your credit card statement or avoiding looking at it, we're here to help. Some tips to get that holiday debt under control next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
It's time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Nike named Best Idea by Guggenheim, Tesla reporting record car deliveries, and Apple bigger than ever before, pushing the Dow higher on this first trading day of 2022. Check out the Dow close, up 246 points on the day. Not bad at all. CNBC reporter Leslie Pickard joining me now. So, Leslie, let's start with Apple in the markets. What a start to the year. Apple, the first U.S. company to hit a $3 trillion market cap. Tell us what happened today.
Yeah, it's a remarkable milestone, Allison. Of course, Apple didn't quite close at $3 trillion, but it did hit that level intraday today. Now, this may be the fastest $1 trillion in wealth creation ever. It was just 16 months and 15 days ago that the company hit its $2 trillion market cap. And a few years ago, in 2018, Apple was actually the first company to ever be worth $1 trillion in terms of its market cap. Now, Microsoft not far behind with a market cap of about $2.5 trillion. Apple and Alphabet, the parent company of Google, each approaching $2 trillion. So as the stock churns higher, and this is important to note for those of you out there who may not necessarily be invested in Apple per se, it is such a large weighting in the indexes you may be following. For example, it represents a 7% weighting in the S&P 500 and a 12% weighting in the NASDAQ. So most investors do have some exposure to Apple, even if they don't own the stock outright.
Yeah, what's good for Apple is good for a whole lot of investors, that's for sure. Let's talk about Nike. They got some solid recognition. A Guggenheim analyst calling Nike his best idea for 2022, thanks in part to its push into the metaverse. Tell us more there, please.
Yeah, so this was an interesting note because Nike has actually faced a lot of headwinds recently, especially as it pertains to its supply chain. Its sales in China have been on a downward trajectory. That's a key market for them. However, analysts, Wall Street love the word innovation, and these days it's all about the metaverse. So what they basically are looking at is that Nike has been essentially making some moves in the metaverse. It bought a virtual sneaker company called RTFKT. It's also partnering with Roblox to create a virtual world called Nike Land. Now, what that transpires to become, it remains to be seen whether it actually impacts their bottom line, but it's that keyword metaverse and the keyword innovation that has Wall Street excited.
I'm so fascinated to see how that plays out in the sports world, because that's when I have trouble wrapping my brain around the metaverse of running sneakers, but that's another conversation. Let's talk Tesla, reporting record deliveries for 2021 in spite of the global chip shortages, in spite of the supply chain hang-ups. How did the electric car company pull that off, and what's Tesla CEO Elon Musk saying about it?
Yeah, so this is interesting because Tesla's really been able to navigate these chip shortages much better than its incumbent peers in the auto sector. One of the main reasons, and the Wall Street Journal really highlighted this in a deep dive last week, is that they're at its core, Tesla is a Silicon Valley company. It's a software company. So when these challenges arrived, essentially engineers just kind of pivoted the software code, so to make it so that the cars didn't rely as much on the chips that were experiencing shortages, that they were able to change the software so that it could handle chips that were in ample demand, and therefore they've been able to kind of navigate this. Now, Elon Musk took to where else but Twitter to, express his congratulations to the worldwide Tesla teams for a job well done. He is clearly very excited about 2022.
Yeah, no doubt. Before you go, a look ahead to the end of the week. December's jobs report due out this Friday. That's a big one. What are you expecting there?
Yeah, I can't believe it's already the December jobs report, but here we are. It's 2022. This is actually going to be our first jobs report since Omicron really appeared in earnest here in the U.S. So we're going to get a good sense on whether or not it actually impacted the unemployment picture. Economists aren't actually expecting that it will. They project that the economy will add something like 400,000 jobs in December, which is actually double the levels we saw in November. And they're also anticipating that the unemployment rate goes down to 4.1%, which is remarkably low for the economy. We've heard time and time again about all of those job openings out there. The real issue is that there aren't enough people to fill those jobs. So it'll be interesting to see whether those numbers actually come true in the report that comes out on Friday, or if we do see some sort of reaction to Omicron and various shutdowns and how that's affected the economy.
Friday's going to be a big one. Leslie, always great to see you. Thanks for being on.
Thank you, Allison.
The holidays can be expensive. Between the meals, the travel, the gifts, those bills can really pile up. And if your New Year's resolutions include getting rid of some of that debt, NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Rule has a few ideas to help get you started.
The holidays are behind us, but that means the holiday bills are here, and 1 in 3 Americans is expected to have accrued some credit card debt. And the first thing you need to do is address that. Pick up the phone and find out all that you owe, interest included, and the dates. If you used any of those buy now, pay later services, make sure you know the dates you need to pay. And if you're saying, I don't have the money, check again. Check your credit card statement. Check your rewards. If you were using a lot of credit cards to pay for a lot of those things you bought over the holidays, you may have acquired rewards points and cash back, and you can use that money to start paying down those bills. You can also ask those companies, is there any leeway? Can you possibly get your interest rate lowered? Can you get any of those fees waived? You can't unless you ask the question. So start asking now, and also start planning for next year. If you put $25 aside every month from now until next Christmas, you could actually have $300 saved, and that $300 is going to come in handy next holiday season.
Toy stores in California now taking steps toward gender inclusivity. A new law there requires large toy stores to create gender-neutral sections. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward shows us how this could change not only the toy industry, but also kids' TV.
If you've been inside a big toy store, you know how it's traditionally organized. A boys' aisle, a girls' aisle, right? The new California law gives retailers with more than 500 employees 2 years to add a gender-neutral section or face big fines. This might seem like a silly piece of typical California politics, but the truth is that big box toy stores across the country have been moving in this direction. Both Walmart and Target have done away with gendered toy sections. And experts say that's good because gendered toys shape how children see themselves and each other.
We learn teaching them to be separated, to be competitive, to be inhabiting very different worlds.
Companies looking to maximize sales tend to focus on traditionally boy toys. Media studies professor Daphne Lemish says the industry assumes girls will play with boy toys and watch boy programs, but not vice versa, a destructive market force.
Girls mature and stop playing with toys and games much earlier. So it's more, again, economical to produce more action-oriented boys' toys that are supporting the programs.
In children's television, the toy-making potential can even determine what a show is about.
Broadcasters look at the children's block on television as a 30-minute commercial for a commercial product that they want to sell.
And because toys have usually been gendered, TV producers who make gender-neutral characters might miss out on that money.
Because of profit motives that exist, corporations and media companies are not going to put that stuff out there on their own.
Bias experts say it's been a terrible cycle. TV producers generally had to feed into stereotypes in order to get toys onto store shelves, and stores with gendered toy sections didn't know where to put toys that weren't explicitly and stereotypically masculine or feminine. The bill's opponents call it government overreach, but the bill's co-author says it's part of a state effort to fight bias in society.
In the state of California, we recognize the disparities. That's why we've passed gender pay equity legislation. That's why we've also passed legislation to require women and minorities on corporate boards. This piece of legislation with gender-neutral retail continues in that spirit.
Now the question is whether the reshaping of the toy aisles can inspire toy makers and broadcasters to change as well.
If you made it home from your holiday travels, consider yourself lucky. Plenty of people are still stranded with flights canceled across the country. A look at the latest travel nightmares nationwide next.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed. New season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Rescue workers sifting through smoldering and snow-covered rubble 4 days after a wildfire ripped through Colorado. 2 people are still missing today, while the Boulder County Sheriff's Office is ramping up its investigation. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz is in Louisville, Colorado. So, Gotti, I understand the sheriff just wrapped up a briefing on their investigation into this wildfire. What's the latest?
Yeah, the main questions for that briefing were, was there an update on the 2 people that were missing, and was there an update on the origin of the fire? And the update is basically that they are still investigating, but the reason why is the same for both. And you can kind of see it. We're actually 4 miles away from where the fire started, but this is some of the condition that investigators are finding themselves in, and some of the same conditions that rescuers are having to sift through. You've got fire, and you've got some of the embers here still smoldering. Now, remember, Allison, it has now been 4 or 5 days since this fire ripped through. We've had 8 inches of snow. We've had temperatures below freezing, and you've still got an active burn in some of these areas. Fortunately, it's not cause for concern around here because there is so much snow blanketing this, but this is the backside of a neighborhood where over 100 homes once stood. You've got this path that went up to somebody's backyard just a few days ago, and then you've got house after house after house that has been completely demolished. In fact, over on the other side, you've got several cul-de-sacs that look exactly the same. These houses have collapsed in on their basement, and we're seeing temperatures that are as high as about 2,500 degrees because some of the steel I-beams are starting to melt. So it just shows you the destructive force of this firestorm that ripped all the way down at least 4 miles, because again, this neighborhood is about 4 miles away from that origin point. But here's the sheriff just a little while ago talking about how difficult it's been for investigators.
We are still attempting to locate 2 people. We are actively working at 2 scenes. It is very, very difficult work given the debris, the heat, that kind of thing, and essentially working by hand and with small tools to try to get through those locations.
So at this point, no update on when we could possibly see an origin for this fire. They have narrowed it down to a specific neighborhood, but to get into the actual spread of which way the fire went is going to be difficult because we've got so much snow on the ground and still no update on those 2 missing people. Allison?
Gotti, it's just wild to see that smoke there coming up from out of the snow. I know you spoke with one of the victims who lost her home in those fires. How are people in that community coping? What did she tell you?
She says that right now, the only thing that really gives her comfort is hugs. When she sees people, she hugs them and they hug her. And it's something that's very, very difficult for this community right now because as they come back into their neighborhoods, she described it so hauntingly. She said it was kind of like looking at a cemetery of their lives. Here's how she described some of what she lost.
All my paperwork, all my documents, all my tax stuff, even divorce papers, all my letters, I used to collect postcards. I lost my families. I lost their history.
And out here live, Allison, you can see people coming from different neighborhoods. Some of them haven't lost their homes. In fact, their homes were spared. But then when you come to an area like this and you look at the devastation of over 100 homes just in this little subdivision yourself, a lot of these people are feeling that survivor's guilt, that, you know, there was nothing they could do to save this. And so many of their neighbors have lost everything. Allison?
Gotti, to imagine every piece of paper from your life, from your family history just wiped out, your heart just breaks for that woman and everyone else going through that. Thank you so much for your reporting today.
Absolutely.
Wicked winter weather and a COVID surge are creating even more travel headaches, if you can believe it. More than 4,000 U.S. flights canceled today, more than 11,000 delayed, according to FlightAware. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National.
The hope that today is a day of recovery and rebound for airlines and stranded passengers after a week of mass cancellations. But instead, another challenging day, even more delays and more cancellations, with January storms and the rampant spread of the Omicron variant proving too much for airlines and airports.
They already pushed my flight back twice, so I might miss my connection.
Nearly 1,800 TSA officers off the job with COVID. On Sunday, FlightAware showing 2,700 canceled flights, more than 9,000 delays, all part of more than 12,000 cancellations over the last week. Among the airports hardest hit, Denver, Chicago O'Hare, and Atlanta.
It's usually a well-oiled machine here, and it runs very smoothly. Today, it just isn't that way.
Jen Fabian and her dad came to Florida for the Gator Bowl, but the weekend took a turn when Delta canceled their flight home. After more delays caused them to miss a connection, they finally made it back home 22 hours later.
Just felt like every time my phone buzzed, it was a text from United saying your flight was delayed. You just get to the point where you're like, okay, the trip isn't fun anymore.
All of it coming at the worst time for passengers and airlines alike.
The demand was higher, the stakes were higher, and there are more people who are traveling, so it's harder to accommodate them on whatever flights are left.
If your flight is delayed or canceled last minute, try to rebook yourself using the airline's app or an airport kiosk. If you have airline lounge access, consider seeing an agent there. One silver lining, airlines are trying to cancel or delay flights in advance. So
keep checking your reservation, just stay on top of it, because the earlier you spot a problem, the easier it is to deal with.
Another air travel hang-up, AT&T and Verizon rejecting a government request to postpone their January 5th 5G rollout. The FAA is warning the cell tower service could actually interfere with the equipment on planes. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has the latest.
With just 2 days until AT&T and Verizon go live with their 5G coverage, the FAA is getting very little cooperation from the major phone carriers. And overnight, the world's largest pilots union backed a top airline trade group calling to delay the rollout of 5G near certain airports. It comes after AT&T and Verizon declined a request from federal transportation officials to postpone the launch of their 5G signals for up to 2 weeks. The FAA has warned this next generation of cell service could interfere with some vital monitors pilots rely on to safely land planes in bad weather. This morning, the phone companies say they won't fully put their plans on hold, but for the next 6 months, they would agree to fade or decrease 5G signals around some airports. It's the same approach phone companies have used overseas in countries like France. AT&T and Verizon believe it will give the FAA and plane manufacturers time to determine if interference is simply theoretical or indeed real.
They're testing the airplanes about as rapidly as they can. All we need to do is give them time to find out which devices are susceptible.
The FAA has already said it may order pilots to land planes manually starting this week when arriving at airports near 5G stations. Writing in a letter to the phone companies on New Year's Eve, failure to reach a solution by January 5th will force the U.S. aviation sector to take steps to protect the safety of the traveling public.
You're talking about hundreds of cancellations. And thousands of people whose travel plans are disrupted.
More travel disruptions? The last thing those who have been facing major flight cancellations and delays say is needed. Now, there's hope both sides will answer the call for compromise.
If you didn't see it live, you've probably heard about it by now. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers showing Antonio Brown the door after he showed fans his bare chest, leaving the field in the middle of the Bucs-Jets game, why it happened, and what Brown's future looks like. Next.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed. New season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Tampa Bay wide receiver Antonio Brown, no longer an NFL player. The Buccaneers kicking him off the team after he took off his gear and ran off the field in the middle of the game yesterday. As NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky reports, Brown, who has had many second chances, may have just blown his last.
Antonio Brown. That's Antonio Brown without his uniform.
An NFL star that's been no stranger to controversy, calling it quits in the middle of a game. Antonio Brown taking off his jersey and pads, then running off the field during Sunday's battle between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and New York Jets.
Ran across the field while the teams were still on the field, giving the crowd a peace out sign.
The surreal scene also captured from the stands. Brown, who would not return, was spotted interacting with teammate Mike Evans on the sidelines during the third quarter before taking off his jersey and eventually heading to the locker room. After the game, Tampa Bay's head coach Bruce Arians not mincing words.
He is no longer a buck.
According to Fox Sports' Jay Glazer, Arians said before Brown ran off, he had tried to get him back into the game multiple times, but Brown refused. And Arians then told him to get out. Later, Brown taking to Instagram, writing, "Big mad, making a difference. Thanks for the opportunity." And shown smiling in videos from an acquaintance after leaving the game. The decision to release Brown coming just weeks after the 7-time Pro Bowler's latest incident. The 33-year-old suspended 3 games for violating the NFL's COVID protocols by using a fake vaccine card. But his team stuck by him and gave him another chance.
I made a decision that this was best for our football team.
Brown's career was already on delicate footing. In 2019, he was accused of sexual assault by a former trainer. He denied the allegations, and a settlement was eventually reached. 2 years ago, Brown faced multiple charges after he was accused of attacking a truck driver in front of his Florida home. He pleaded no contest and received 2 years probation and was ordered to undergo a psychological evaluation and attend anger management. But for now, Brown is out. His now former teammate Tom Brady calling it a difficult situation.
I think everybody should find, hopefully do what they can to help him in ways that he really needs it. We all love him. We care about him deeply. We want to see him be at his best, and unfortunately won't be with our team.
That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We are back on the air in this new year with new concerns over COVID and new questions about the explosion of the Omicron variant, with the FDA now letting more teens get more access to boosters. But we're still waiting on the CDC to maybe clarify those testing and isolation rules if you do get COVID. And listen, yes, this whole pandemic world can be confusing, but we're here to help you navigate through it with our experts coming up to talk about what's really concerning and what's really not. Plus, it's not just COVID, but all the snow here in the Northeast, making it a nightmare for people trying to get home after the holidays. We'll take you live to one of the harder hit spots, and the snow in Colorado also making it harder for rescuers to find 2 people after a huge wildfire in suburban Denver. We'll talk about what families are telling our team on the ground. Plus, in just a few days from now, Democratic leaders in D.C. will pause to mark 1 year since the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Hundreds of people have faced charges, but what about the thousands who went home after the insurrection? Our Ben Collins will give us the backstory on how the big lie's gone local. And Antonio Brown, what is up? Taking off his shirt, throwing it into the stands, walking off the field in the middle of a Tampa Bay game. He's been given more chances than Tom Brady has Super Bowl rings. What his coach is saying today about whether he deserves another one. Hey, I'm Hallie. Happy New Year, and I hope yours is so far, unless, of course, you are totally stressed out or totally over this pandemic, or both. Case numbers are at record highs, and you probably know somebody who's tested positive in the last couple weeks. You probably know more than one person who's tested positive in the last couple weeks. But those big numbers really only tell a little part of the story, because to a lot of people, it seems like this is just confusing. How long to quarantine? When to get tested? How do I even find a test? And then a big part of this for so many families is what to do about school as districts figure out how to teach our kids and how to keep our kids safe. We did get closer to a new weapon today in the fight against the virus, with the FDA approved expanding boosters for 12 to 15-year-olds. The CDC now has to sign off. We've got a whole team here to talk you through where we're at and where we're going. Meg Terrell is here to talk predictions for this surge. Dr. John Torres is going to break down some of those quarantine guidelines. But we start with Megan Fitzgerald in Chicago, where some new vaccine requirements are being put in place. And Megan, you and I have talked about this. Chicago does feel like this microcosm for what's happening nationally, right? With vaccine mandates in place, questions about schools, questions about what you do with kids, dealing with this surge and trying to figure out what the best policy is.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. And today, you're seeing Chicago and Philadelphia following the lead of big cities like New York City, Los Angeles, San Francisco, New Orleans, who have implemented these vaccine mandates. And so a lot to know, a lot to understand. I'll start here in Chicago, where they're calling for kids 5 years and older, people 5 years and older, to show proof of vaccination to be able to enter these establishments, these bars, these restaurants, these bowling alleys. And what that looks like is you have to either have the tangible copy of the vaccination card, a picture of it, or a digital copy. And then if you're 16 years of age or older, that needs to be accompanied by a photo ID. Now, in Philadelphia, for example, a bit different. There, it's more of like a phased-in process where people have until January 17th to be fully vaccinated. In the meantime, they can show a negative COVID test. And then kids between the ages of 5 and 11, they can enter right now with one shot until February 3rd. So many numbers, so much going on. But the bottom line is you're hearing these cities say, look, we are trying to control the spread of this virus. And we think the best way to do that, they say, is by making sure that people are vaccinated. Hallie?
You talk about that, Megan, but what goes hand in hand with those new vaccine mandates are the inevitable, vaccine mandate backlash from businesses who are saying, hey, this handcuffs us again nearly 2 years into this pandemic, and we need some relief.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And we've talked to business owners who say, look, this puts the burden once again on us. They're saying that they have to sort of police these mandates. They now have to hire staff. That can't just be anybody. It's more of like a security person, they say, that needs to be asking for vaccination cards because they are bracing for what could be some contentious situations with the public. And then, of course, there's the concern of possibly alienating clients and customers when they so desperately need them. I want you to listen to what one business owner had to say.
Like everything else, we had to pivot, we had to scramble, we had to incur a little bit extra cost, but we recognize that this is something that needs to be done, getting people vaccinated, and we want to do everything we can to keep our staff and our customers safe.
Yeah, so the city of Chicago says that they are going to be enforcing this mandate, and anyone who is caught violating will receive a penalty, a fine, or even have to be closed for a day. Hallie.
Megan Fitzgerald live for us there in Chicago. Megan, thank you. I want to bring in senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell, who's joining us now. So, Meg, listen, you look at these numbers, right? They're getting a lot of attention. 55 million confirmed cases of COVID in this country. But you have Dr. Anthony Fauci, who says, don't look at that number necessarily, right? Look at hospitalizations, because that is what tells the story, and that is what we should be focused on. So when you're looking at some of these new forecast models, Meg, what are you seeing on that front?
Yeah, so in some ways, the forecast models and looking at what's happened in other countries like South Africa is actually pretty reassuring. When we see these eye-popping numbers like 400,000 average daily cases, that's nuts. But the modeling, at least from the academic perspective, sees hospitalizations going up at a much slower rate. And that's actually what we're seeing in the numbers right now. Looking forward, one model looks to see hospitalizations, because cases are going to be so high, they could actually get as high as they got last winter, and that could cause a lot of stress on the system, and already is. But if you look to South Africa and specifically at deaths, whereas you saw a gigantic case spike there, deaths really have not gone up nearly as much, and the academic models for what's going to happen here in the U.S. suggest that as well. So while we are in for a crazy month and there is going to be strain on the healthcare system, there is at least a little silver lining that this does look to be milder, and folks should have better outcomes.
I so appreciate what you're talking about there, because yes, silver lining, that is something we should be, looking to in a hopeful note. But also the strain on the hospital system, right? The strain on the healthcare system is very real. It's what doctors keep on emphasizing here, that even if you don't have COVID, if hospitals are jam-packed treating some of these patients, that is going to become problematic in and of itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we've all seen warnings, and this is really scary, like drive really carefully right now, because hospitals are already overwhelmed and we don't need to add anything to that pile. One other thing we've been hearing a lot about has been rising hospitalizations in children, and that's something that we're paying close attention to. There have been some warnings that what will this variant look like for little kids who can't yet get vaccinated? So that's something I think experts are paying very close attention to right now.
There's also this question about these CDC guidelines that may or may not be coming out potentially, relatively any minute or sometime in the next few days, that Dr. Fauci has alluded to, basically saying that he expects the CDC to clarify, if you will, some of what you need to do if you do get a breakthrough infection, if you do test positive and are looking to go back to work after 5 days of isolation rather than 10, and maybe adding a new testing requirement. I know you know the CDC very well. You're very well sourced. What are you hearing on that front, Meg?
Well, there's been a ton of controversy over that guidance, which essentially allowed you to leave isolation if you didn't have symptoms or if they were resolving after 5 days. A lot of folks said we need to be testing at that point. But I've spoken to a lot of people who, yes, believe that what Dr. Fauci said is true, that the CDC might come out and change this due to the pushback it's received, but that also the original guidelines made sense in that it's really difficult to get tests right now, to actually be able to test out of that 5-day isolation period. And that also, we can't necessarily trust the test results then at that very moment to say, okay, we don't have COVID. Yes, the tests are helpful, but are they perfect? No, not necessarily. And so a lot of experts I've talked to actually think the CDC guidelines made sense, but we might see a change anyway due to the pushback.
Meg Terrell, thank you very much for that. I want to bring in our NBC senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres, here now. So, John, Dr. John, let me pick up on that. Should the CDC clarify those testing and isolation guidelines?
Yeah, I think the CDC needs to clarify a lot of things about the guidelines they put out there for the simple reason that they've made it extremely confusing, and I think people don't really have a good understanding of what they need to do. But as far as the testing itself, you know, the experts I talk to, for the most part, say if we could add testing in there, meaning that we have the testing available, that would give us a lot more assurances that the people that are leaving isolation or quarantining and going out there in the public are better protected, don't have less a chance of having COVID and spreading it to others, even though the guidelines do say wear a mask for the next 5 days. We know that not everybody does that. So that testing part could be important, but making sure that we have the tests are an important link to get to that testing point.
You know, just to get into the making of the sausage of the news business a little bit, Dr. John, when we're talking about something like Omicron every single night, you're often looking for, okay, what is today's headline? What is like the big news coming out of today? And today it seems to be this FDA approval of boosters for kids ages 12 to 15. Not a done deal yet, but significant, right? Because that's a third shot to boost the immune systems of these kids. Talk about how important that is, especially right now.
You know, that is going to be important because all along the pandemic, we've been saying, you know, let's get vaccinated as many people as we can in all the age groups. And we've gotten it down to age 5 now. Now they're talking about boosters for, you know, 12 to 15-year-olds and above, 12 and above, and even reducing the time frame for those boosters. And I think that's going to be important because we know that these shots do wear off over time, especially when it comes to Omicron. And we know that that booster can help make sure that people not only stay out of the hospital and prevent them from dying, but also hopefully prevent them from spreading it to others as well. But we need to make sure that we get those boosters to the age groups that need them when they need them. And this is one step in that direction, Hallie, and I think it's a good step.
We talked a minute ago with Megan Fitzgerald about how Chicago feels in some ways like a microcosm of what we're seeing in the rest of the country. I would add to that Capitol Hill, which you can't tell is the building that's like 3 blocks away from me here, is also acting in that way as well, because we're just learning today that there's been a spike of people getting tested at the Capitol who are testing positive for COVID, going from about 1% to something like 13%, right? Much like we're seeing everywhere coast to coast. What's interesting is that you had the top physician there say, and we want better masks, right? So cloth masks, not going to cut it. They're asking for things like KN95s and some of those more robust masks. Do you think that is going to make a difference? Explain that piece of it. Why would somebody recommend that?
And I think it is going to make a difference because one of the things we found out about Omicron is the viral load, the amount of virus that comes out is so heavy that it can get around the masks. And what I often tell people is the cloth mask, even from day one, is mainly meant to protect other people from you, but it doesn't necessarily protect you from other people. It's even more so with Omicron. And so you want to make sure that you get the best protection. And the levels I tell people, N95, KN95, best protection if it fits well and you're willing to wear it all day long because it's not the most comfortable mask in the world. Beyond that, you drop down to the surgical mask with the cloth mask on front, and that lets the surgical mask sit on your face. And then a little bit higher risk is just a surgical mask by itself, and then the highest risk is the cloth mask. But even having the cloth mask is better than having nothing. And so just looking at what you can wear, what's available to you, it's important that you do wear something. If you can get to that N95 or KN95 level, that's the best level to get to. But again, not everybody can wear them all day long, especially children. And so we have to look at those alternatives, making sure that they are masked, Hallie, because that's the important point beyond this.
Really quickly, before I let you go, I have to ask you about this quote that's getting a lot of attention from the Surgeon General down in Florida, who says he wants to, quote, unwind the sort of testing psychology, as he put it, put in place by the Biden administration. As we look at these continued political battles, right, between the White House, between the government in Washington, and between some of these state governments who don't like, frankly, what the president is doing. I talked with one doctor today, Dr. John, who said that line of thinking was sort of insane, in her words, that she believed that you've got to test, you've got to know where in the population this disease is. What say you?
You know, I agree, because we have a toolbox I always talk about. In that toolbox are a variety of things: the antivirals, the monoclonal antibodies, the vaccines. Testing is in there as well. We need to make sure that we incorporate all those things. There's not one thing that's going to eliminate this. There's not one thing that's going to protect everybody. We need all those different tools, testing being one of them. So to say that we don't need testing, or we need to roll back what testing we have, we need to push that forward, because our testing right now is not even robust enough to really help us to the point we want it to. So to start talking about pulling it back, I think it gets a little confusing at this point, because we need more of that, not less, Hallie.
Dr. John Torres, always great to have you on. Thanks, Dr. John. I'm sure we'll talk to you again this week. Appreciate it. The TSA says this is one of the busiest travel days of the holiday season. But you know, the surge in COVID cases we're talking about is not helping airlines. Add in a big winter storm and you've got problems. And boy, do we. We're now more than 12,000 flights that have been delayed today. Another 4,600 have been canceled, according to FlightAware.com. That's creating problems everywhere, including in Dallas, where Morgan Chesky is posted up. So, Morgan, let's talk about these flight cancellations. You've got Southwest's home base, where you're at Love Field, and they are the ignominious leader, I'm sure, as far as the cancellation of flight numbers related to other airlines. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a tough day for a lot of travelers, for a lot of airlines, Hallie. And right now, at last check, we've actually looked at Southwest Airlines. They are leading the pack, unfortunately. More than 600 cancellations today. A lot of Southwest flights right here out of Love have been impacted. And it's been kind of an interesting day, because a lot of travelers have shown up here. Blue sky, sunshine. They think they're going to be able to get out just fine. But this is all part of the chain reaction caused by both the Omicron variant that's happening everywhere, and then that batch of winter weather that has grounded flights in Chicago and elsewhere due to those snowy, treacherous conditions. And so right now, things are slowly getting back to normal here, but it's been a rough day for a lot of travelers here in Dallas and, of course, all across the country.
What's interesting, Morgan, when you talk about airlines, you look at, for example, JetBlue, which says that it's cutting more than 1,200 flights through, I think, mid-January, right, because of these issues with staffing and everything else. What are you supposed to do? Like, if you want to book a flight, right, if you're trying to get home or whatever, you're looking ahead to a trip in January, February, what is the best plan of attack for you?
Yeah, well, certainly I had a chance to speak to travel experts with AAA, and they said that this is kind of a time where you want to ignore the old rules. They don't necessarily apply when you have this kind of a double whammy, winter weather and COVID impacting the situation. And it's for that reason he offered up this piece of advice. Take a listen.
If you are booking, don't skip that box for flight insurance anymore. Get flight insurance. If it's a big trip, get trip insurance. The days of foregoing trip insurance, those days are over.
So you have a chance to at least try to recoup some of your, dollars if your flight gets canceled. Important to know that you are entitled to a full cash refund if your flight is canceled. However, that won't necessarily help you in the immediate moment when you show up to an airport, your flight's no longer there. I spoke to one family. They had to face that exact situation, ended up having to rent a car on their own dime, drive from Florida to Iowa because the airline that they were initially booked on didn't offer rebookings as an option. Brutal drive. I think it's like 20 hours. Yep.
I'm hoping they stopped for some breaks along the way. Can I be honest, Mark? Have you ever checked the travel insurance box? I've never in my life checked the flight insurance travel box.
Not once. I never have. This would be the first time if I was flying for vacation with family, I would consider it, just because of how many people are impacted. And, whether or not it's an hour or, canceled altogether, every little bit impacts, the travel down the line.
Yep.
And so that's why they're telling people double, triple check your app. I've spoken to people who have shown up here just assuming everything's fine, only to finally get to where they're supposed to go and realize they got to go right back where they came from and kind of start all over again.
Morgan Chesky, live for us there in Dallas. Morgan, good to see you. Happy New Year, friend. Thank you. So one of the things that is also affecting travel, the weather, right? We know that didn't help folks at the airport in some spots today, with winter's first significant snowstorm putting more than 20 million people under weather warnings and watches across the East, at least in the East, we should say. D.C. here getting 6+ inches. This is the scene. Rather idyllic looking, right? Outside the Capitol. They're plowing some of the snow around the plaza there. Made it for a bit of a dramatic landing for President Biden on Air Force One. He was coming back to the area from a weekend in Delaware. That is like a whiteout style landing. You can see the steps waiting for the plane there. You had 1 million people losing power from Georgia to Maryland. Schools canceled, not just because of the snow, by the way, but the rain, too. That's why some classes shut down in North Carolina. The same system did some damage over the weekend in central Kentucky, where people, look at this, very dramatic footage of some flooding rescues there. I want to bring in Al Roker to talk about this. Al, good to see you. Happy New Year, my friend.
And Happy New Year to you, Hallie.
Listen, first, can I be honest? I walked to work today because my car was buried under 7 inches of snow and I didn't feel like digging it out. It's winter. It snows. That happens, right? This is not altogether shocking.
Yes. No, it's not. But when you come off of a December that is one of the warmest on records, and then all of a sudden, boom, you get a big snowstorm that happens on the weekend when people are trying to get home and you've got COVID restrictions and things like that, it just makes for some problems. So right now, the good news is this storm is a fairly quick mover. If we look at the maps right now, you can see that we do still have some winter storm warnings, winter weather alerts stretching from Nantucket all the way down into parts of eastern Virginia. So nothing all that terrible. And the system is moving. You can see we've got some snow from Nantucket, eastern Long Island, on down right along the Delmarva Peninsula. That moves off pretty quickly. That's the good news. Gets the heck out of here. But snowfall totals, as you mentioned, 6.7 at Reagan National Airport. Washington, D.C., 8.5 inches of snow. Atlantic City, almost 10 inches. Salisbury, Maryland, 3. Charlottesville, 9 inches of snow. Next big weather maker is the storm coming in from the west. That is going to be bringing heavy rain, wind for the northwest coast, snow for the Cascades and the Rockies. That's good news. They need that snow. That's kind of like they're banking water for the warm weather months. So that's good news. But another system hits the coast with more rain, more snow, and areas of flooding possible in Oregon and Washington. And we are looking for a big cool down that's going to be coming a little bit later this week from the Midwest into the plains. And some of the models are hinting at another snowstorm Thursday into Friday for the Northeast. So all of a sudden, 2022, flipping the switch, we went from warmer to all of a sudden a lot colder and a little stormier.
You hit on something that I think is so important, Al, right, when you started talking, which is this is like flipping a switch, because 4 days ago, I was, no joke, in a T-shirt in Washington because it was 65 degrees. You talked about how this is a little bit like weather whiplash. Do you see more of this in the years to come? I'm going to ask you to put on your climate unit hat now, right, and sort of the general climate change hat. Is that part of what's at play here, or is it just a weird weather system?
No, this is what we are seeing more of. That's what climate change does. It doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to happen, but what it does mean is that you get the opportunity, the possibilities for these wide swings of weather, these swaths of cold and then warm, extreme storm systems that overproduce. For example, I had to raise the snowfall amounts for Washington, D.C. because this storm we had thunder snow in 5 states, stretching from Alabama all the way to Maryland. And that gives you an idea of the intensity of these storms. So, these are one of the, we're seeing this more and more. And it is the problem that all of us, you look at what happened in Colorado. The fire this past week. Wildfire season, this is really an unprecedented wildfire season. And then a foot of snow on top of that.
It's surreal.
And these are things that we just haven't been seeing. Yeah.
Al Roker, you're the best. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow morning on the Today Show. Really appreciate you being with us tonight.
All right. Take care, Hallie.
You too. You heard Al mention Colorado, right? The wildfire there. Search teams are actually still looking for 2 people missing tonight after that huge fire in suburban Denver, with people who had been evacuated today getting back to get the chance to see what little is left of their homes. And it is devastating. Watch.
I think one of the saddest things is that I lost, the generations of photos of my great-grandparents in Europe, and I lost my families. I lost their history.
The Marshall Fire burned through more than 6,000 acres, easily making it the most destructive wildfire in Colorado's history. Almost 1,000 homes and other businesses were totally destroyed between Denver and Boulder. We still don't know what caused the fire, what sparked it, but the FBI is on the case now, trying to help local teams figure that out. Gotti Schwartz joins me now live from Colorado. Gotti, I hear that woman talk about losing her family's history. Home is your safe space. Home is your safe shelter, right? And then in an instant, it's gone. And as you heard, I don't know if you heard Al Roker and I just talking about it, a wildfire destroys your home. And then to add insult to injury, Mother Nature comes and dumps a foot on the ashes.
Exactly. It is absolutely unbelievable for so many of these families, especially in the dead of winter, especially during the middle of the day. This is something that they could have never imagined happening. We just heard that heartbreak from Dawn Palak. She told me a little bit earlier that there was so many things in that home that are completely irreplaceable. For example, her late father in New York had left her quite a bit of art, this art collection after he passed, and she was proud of driving it all the way here to her forever home in Colorado, and that art collection was inside of their home. We're talking things like grand pianos. We're talking things like people's recipe books that have been passed down from generation to generation, all those little mementos that you don't really think about. And now we are starting to see people come back into devastation like this, and they are sifting through some of the rubble, and those are the things that they're thinking about. It almost looks unrecognizable to them. And Hallie, the reason why is because what you're seeing here is a very different picture than the two-story homes that were block after block after block. Over 100 homes right here alone. All of the ones that we see down here completely destroyed. Most of those homes had basements, and so what you see is the entire two-story home collapsing in on the basement. And in many cases, a lot of those things, like they were looking for the keys to that piano, incinerated because of the temperature. Now, that fire started 4 miles away. When you think wildfire, you normally think wilderness areas, forest areas. No, that started 4 miles away, and it extended all the way here into the suburbs of Denver, something that was unfathomable just before this happened. And then again, you see fire, and then the next day you see a foot of snow. It's difficult to register.
And it makes it so much harder. You know, God, I'm looking at what's behind you there. Like if you're, you know, I've had the sort of devastating memory, I guess. I had a friend whose home burned down. I remember going with her through the rubble, basically looking for photo albums. It's so much harder to do, you know, under 10 inches of snow. I just feel for those families because that makes it so much difficult to find their property, what's left of it, but also harder for rescuers to get out there and look for example, those 2 missing people, I would imagine.
Absolutely. It's very difficult because of the snow. You can't really tell the direction in which the origin of the fire may have gone. It's making it difficult for investigators. We also understand that there are still 2 people missing. Originally, there were 5 people missing in all of this chaos. And fortunately, 3 of those people have been located. They were found evacuated by people that took them to safety, and they were finally able to reconnect with family. But 2 people are still missing. And we know that cadaver dogs have been going through the different neighborhoods. We know in 2 of those locations, those people, their home looks very much like this. It is a complete loss, and we still do not know where those people may be because the rescue teams that are coming through here are finding a lot of hot spots. In fact, just down the way, there's an area that is still smoldering, and that makes it extremely difficult for those investigators to get in there. You see that right down there? Yep. Again, Hallie, remember, this is 4 or 5 days of sub-freezing temperatures. You got snow on the ground, and that is still burning. So as these investigators go through and as these recovery teams go through, they're having to sift through very carefully with hand tools, and it's making it an extremely difficult process. Hallie?
I know they're looking to see what in the world caused this thing. Gadi Schwartz, live for us there in Colorado. Gadi, thank you. Appreciate it. Coming up on the show, Israel is now the first country to roll out a 4th COVID vaccine dose. People over 60 can now get that extra shot there. Raf Sanchez has posted up in Tel Aviv for us with more on what this means for that country's fight against the pandemic and our own. Coming up.
American Greed. New season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed. Anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
A lot of countries just started rolling out their first booster vaccines, but Israel's not one of them because today they are now in double booster territory. That's right, shot number 3 getting offered to Israelis over the age of 60 if it's been at least 4 months since their last shot. The prime minister rolled this out within just the last 24 hours or so, but the country had already started giving out 4th doses to people with weaker immune systems and some medical staff as early as last week. So once again, Israel kind of taking the lead here, offering yet another booster, first for the most vulnerable and then later for everyone else. Raf Sanchez is posted up there in Tel Aviv. And Raf, listen, it does feel like Israel has been on the sort of leading edge of the pandemic fight efforts. They had the fastest vaccine rate when it all started. They were the first country to offer boosters last summer. Now you have this. Talk about how this is playing out where you are.
So, Hallie, I think Israel has a couple structural advantages. It's a smaller country,
yep.
right? Just 9 million people. There is a very modern, very sophisticated healthcare system. But I think the biggest factor here is the Israeli government has just been unbelievably aggressive in terms of procuring vaccines, in terms of getting them into people's arms. Both former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, current Prime Minister Naftali Bennett have gotten to the habit of personally working the phones with the CEOs of these vaccine companies, getting more doses into their country. I want you to take a listen to what Prime Minister Bennett said last night about Israel being a pioneer when it comes to vaccines.
Israel will once again be pioneering the global vaccination effort. We must keep our eye on the ball, act swiftly and decisively if we want to continue engaging and working with an open country as much as possible throughout this pandemic.
Hallie, I'd say one other factor here. Israelis, no stranger to emergencies, no stranger to wartime. So I do think there is a certain willingness in this country to listen to government officials, follow their instructions, follow their guidance in a way you don't always see in the U.S. Hallie?
You make such an interesting point because you're right, and that Israel almost kind of walled itself off in the early days of the pandemic. What's interesting, Raf, and what caught my attention about this idea of a 4th booster shot ties to something that came out in the New York Times this morning, this deeper dive into people in this country, right? People in the U.S. who are maybe immunocompromised, have weaker immune systems, who are sort of skirting the regulations a little to get an unapproved, unofficial 4th vaccine dose just to protect themselves. And I wonder what that says to you as somebody who's in a country where they're doing that sort of on the books, what that says about, what we might see here in this country coming up.
Yeah, so working backwards, Israel approved the 3rd dose, the first booster, back in July last year, 2021, not that long ago. The U.S. followed suit 2 months later in September. So if that pattern holds, you might see an on-the-books, officially approved 4th vaccine dose in the U.S. 2 months' time, maybe in March. It's obviously speculative. We do know the CDC follows very closely what happens here in Israel. Sure. CDC officials spend a lot of time on the phone with their Israeli counterparts. Hallie, I will say the data justifying the 4th dose, not quite as clear-cut as it was for the 3rd dose. That might lead to a slightly slower rollout in the U.S.
Raf Sanchez, live for us there in Tel Aviv. Raf, it's great to see you tonight. Happy New Year. Thank you for being on. This week marks 1 year since the attack on the Capitol. And while we know the House Select Committee is working to investigate the cause and what happened. There's a lot more work to be done. We're going to explain the new reporting on this after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
While we talk about what Congress is doing to make sure another January 6th insurrection doesn't happen again, we're also taking a look at the people who literally made it an insurrection in the first place. Ben Collins has our backstory on some new NBC reporting coming up in just a second. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things, stories our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former Senate Democratic leader Harry Reid will lie in state in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda next week. The ceremonies will be open only to invited guests because of COVID. Of course, it's restricted. Reid died last week at his home in Henderson, Nevada, after battling pancreatic cancer. Number 2, Brazil's president Jair Bolsonaro was rushed to the hospital earlier today after suffering what's been called an intestinal blockage. You are looking at a picture that Bolsonaro posted of himself from the hospital. He posted on Twitter and said more tests will be done for a potential surgery. Number 3, beaches in Southern California had to shut down over the holiday weekend because of a sewage spill. As many as 7 million gallons of untreated wastewater spilled into the Pacific, affecting beaches from Orange to Los Angeles counties. That's a big stretch if you know Southern California. The spill happened after a whole lot of rain overwhelmed storm drains. Number 4, France has officially banned the use of plastics to package most fruits and veggies to try to phase out single-use plastics. It's part of new regulations that the French president says will address pollution. Number 5, a very happy birthday to the world's oldest living person. Kane Tanaka celebrated her 119 years young. She's at a nursing home in Japan. She was born in 1903 and says she's hoping to live till 120. You do it. We're rooting for you. The Guinness Book of Records recognized her in March 2019 when she was 160. This week, Washington will pause and reflect to mark 1 year since the insurrection at the Capitol, with a day of remembrance planned on Thursday. And there have been changes over the last 12 months to try to make sure that something like this does not happen again. You know that there's a House Select Committee investigating the attacks. That was created last summer. Since then, they've interviewed more than 300 people. They've collected more than 35,000 pages of documents. The Capitol Police have made some improvements. They've tried to fix some of their communication and training systems. But 200 officers have either retired or left the force in the months since January 6th. That is a big number. Then today, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer sent a letter to his Democratic colleagues in the Senate calling for democracy reforms, basically more voting rights changes to try to prevent January 6th ever again from happening in the future. I want to bring in Sahil Kapoor, our congressional correspondent. So Sahil, the group on the front lines of all this were the Capitol Police. You heard those numbers. Some 200 police officers left the force after January 6th. And the police chief told our own Garrett Hake they're about 400 officers short of what they need, which accounts for some shortages before January 6th, too. You hear that number, and I think to the layperson, they think, well, that ain't good. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, Hallie. Well, look, the security situation has improved on Capitol Hill. They're taking more proactive steps in anticipation of events that they believe could be problematic. They are quicker to erect a fence around the Capitol grounds ahead of potentially threatening events. They're doing more to train their officers. About a year ago, nobody really thought that fighting off violent insurrectionists was going to be, what they're signing up for. Now everyone knows it could be part of the call of duty. And beyond that, they're trying harder to share information between these various agencies, between Capitol Police, DC Police, the FBI, so that you don't get into a situation where something horrible happens and they just end up pointing fingers and you get a bunch of recriminations.
Let's look at what the House Select Committee is doing. You've seen a number of them that have been out this past weekend. They're going to be out this week talking about the investigation and its status now. And right now, really zeroing in into what former President Trump did and did not do on the day of the insurrection. You had Liz Cheney, one of the only Republicans on this committee, saying that both Kevin McCarthy, of course, Republican leader, and Ivanka Trump, then President Trump's daughter, pleaded with him personally to try to stop the attacks while Mr. Trump watched it all unfold on TV in the dining room next to the Oval Office. Talk about the significance of this kind of information and any caveats we should take as it relates to, for example, another story about Ivanka Trump. We've heard them before through the Trump administration, sort of saying, reportedly being the one to be the voice of reason with her father.
Right. We have heard plenty of Ivanka Trump stories of that caliber. I share your skepticism, Hallie, but this is certainly relevant to the mandate of this committee on both fronts. So I think of this committee as having two specific goals here. The first is to create a full historical record of what exactly happened on the day of January 6th. This is very relevant to that. If the president's daughter, and at the time White House advisor, was insisting that he take some action to try to stop this, that's significant. If other people were doing the same, as the Select Committee says they have evidence was the case, including the former president's son, by the way, Don Jr., that's also significant. And then this also goes back to the heart of this committee's purpose, which is legislative recommendations, trying to prevent something like this from happening in the future. And that's where Liz Cheney was talking about punishments for a president who watches an insurrection unfolding on TV and doesn't take action to do anything about it. So it does go to the heart of the committee's goals here.
Sahil Kapoor, it's great reporting, and I know we're going to talk to you more this week as we lead up to that one-year anniversary of January 6th. I hope you had a great holiday. I actually know you did because, my friend, you have been engaged. Congratulations, future married man. We're thrilled for you and Emily in your future endeavors. Thanks, Sahil.
Thank you, Hallie, from Emily and from me.
Okay, talk to you soon. We're going to keep the conversation going, not about Sahil's engagement, but about the January 6th anniversary with today's backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into the bigger picture of what's happening. And as we talk about that, we're going to look at who has and who has not faced consequences. More than 725 people have been arrested in connection with the attack on the Capitol, according to the U.S. Attorney in D.C. 165 of them have pleaded guilty to various federal charges. But you've seen the videos from that day, right? There were a lot more than just a few hundred people, thousands of people. I mean, look at that. Thousands of people were at the Capitol as part of this pro-Trump riot. So what happened to all of them? According to an NBC News investigation, turns out a lot of them brought that anger they felt back home, thousands of miles away from D.C., and are trying to transfer this so-called big lie to the local level, looking to upend school boards and county health administrators to influence policy. Listen, what they're really doing is trying to take this to the grassroots level and change things from the ground up by using misinformation and disinformation to propagate the fight. It's all happening as extremist groups like the Proud Boys are resurfacing, trying to rebuild their infrastructure while changing and adapting to restrictions put in place by big tech, by social media companies. All of it is in an effort to get this big lie message out even more broadly than before. Ben Collins has been all over this story for the past year. Ben, it's good to see you and Happy New Year to you. And listen, there's a couple of different pieces of this, right? Because there's the well-organized sort of militia groups that showed up on January 6th. Then there were these kind of average Joe citizens, right? Let's talk about those Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the more organized groups. They're getting the hammer laid down on them by some of these social media moderators, right? How do you keep following them when they keep changing their message, changing their recruiting strategies, changing the platforms that they're on? How do you actually do that reporting fundamentally?
Sure. So they have backup accounts on places like Telegram, and they'll say, hey, if I get banned here, I'm going to go over this other thing, or check out my friend's account. And the friend's account is really that same person. Really, you're just following individuals from platform to platform. And it doesn't get that complicated after that. It just takes a lot of work because they can be banned at any moment. But there are these other new places like Getter or Telegram where they're never going to be banned from there. They're actually, encouraged to be in places like Getter. So you can see them there very easily. So they'll be banned from Facebook, they'll be banned from Twitter, but they're not going to go away entirely. It's pretty easy to track them over time.
I want to quote from one of the women that you spoke with in the course of your reporting, who's part of an all-women militia group in Stockton, California. She's talking about local leaders on city council boards and says, these people live in our community, they work here, and they're going to have to face us every single day. When you're talking with folks who don't necessarily trust authority, who certainly don't trust mainstream media outlets, like the one that we are on now, how do you get them to talk to you? How do you get them to confide in you, to tell their story?
Well, people like Denise, Denise was at the Capitol on January 6th. She called it a revolution. She wants media attention. She likes the fight, really. So she'll talk to you in person and then say something else entirely when she's out there. For example, I asked her about January 6th when I met her at that rally in Stockton. And she said, I don't want to talk about that, basically. And then a couple minutes later on the bullhorn, to all the people around here, she said, the media wants me to talk about January 6th. And all the people around her laughed. Because to them, to anti-vax protesters, that's a big joke. January 6th is not a big deal to them. They think it's something funny that happened. It was just a riot. Nobody got hurt. Nobody really died in their eyes. So it's a different world. So you kind of meet them on their own terms and then let the fallout come afterwards. Usually they say stuff angrily on their social media after the fact that is a lot more interesting than what they'll say to your face.
How confrontational do you get with some of these people who will be saying to your face things that you know are not true, things that you know are lies?
Not that confrontational, to be honest with you. Usually they try to make it really personal, and that's the hard thing to step aside from, right? They will make fun of you. They'll say that, I don't trust anybody in the media and all that stuff. And that's very normal, of course. Yeah. So and if they know who I am specifically, because I've been covering this for so long. Do they say things like, oh, Ben, look at your beard? I don't know. Do they make personal appearance? I don't know how personal. I've had some conversations with people who don't like the media, and it's personal in that they say, well, NBC is terrible. I can't, it's the sort of distrust of mainstream media, but it's not personally personal. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it depends on how into QAnon they are, because if they're really into QAnon, they know who I am, and I'm in that world of, people who worship Satan or something. So, to them, it's a way to get a free shot into them, so they'll know that. But I would say most people are just generally distrustful of the media, but when they meet you face to face, they change their mind. You're a regular person. Right. We've always talked about this, Hallie, local media, that going away has really changed how the national media operates, because if you never met somebody who works at the newspaper, everybody in the media is a villain to you. So when they finally meet somebody face to face, they're like, oh, wait, you don't have horns? You're not going to yell at me or something? Right. It's a very different experience once it's in the flesh.
Ben Collins, it is so fascinating. Honestly, we could do 4 hours on the backstory with you and how you do your reporting. Great piece. I know that more of it is airing on Nightly News tonight. More of it is on NBCNews.com. More of it on NBC News Now and MSNBC too. Thank you, friend. Appreciate it. Coming up.
Thank you.
Here on the show, royal request rejected. Say that 5 times fast. A judge has blocked Prince Andrew's effort to stop a sexual assault lawsuit against him. So what comes next for his legal battle? And 2 teen hikers safe and sound in Oregon after quick thinking helped lead to their rescue. Wait till you see this video coming up in the local.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead, this is it.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, New York City is starting a pilot program that will install public health vending machines to try to fight the opioid epidemic. You're probably thinking, okay, what's in the vending machine? Stuff like sterile syringes, the anti-overdose drug naloxone. The nonprofit Fund for Public Health in New York made the proposal and hopes the program will help people in underserved communities. Out west, from our West Coast Bureau, 2 hikers in Oregon made the most of what they had to get help after they got stuck camping. So look at this. They were able to flag down the Coast Guard. Do you see what they wrote in the snow? I don't know if you can tell from this shot. They literally wrote SOS in the snow so that from the sky they could be seen. They were reported missing on New Year's Eve after not coming back from a trip to a mountaintop a few days earlier. And our LA Bureau also reporting on California's New Year resolution to be more eco-friendly with a new law. Instead of throwing leftovers in the trash, people will need to compost and take it curbside. The state wants to keep food scraps out of landfills to hopefully cut down on some of the pollutants that go into the atmosphere. So if you do not have a compost jar in LA, get one. Britain's Prince Andrew may be under more scrutiny now than ever before. That's because a judge is now publicly releasing a once confidential settlement agreement between his accuser, Virginia Giuffre, and Jeffrey Epstein. The document showed Epstein paid her $500,000 to drop a separate case of sexual abuse against Epstein back in 2009. And this all came out because Prince Andrew's lawyers claim that today's settlement shields him from a civil suit brought by Giuffre in Manhattan federal court. She accuses Prince Andrew of forcing her to have sex with him more than 2 decades ago when she was still a minor, also alleging the abuse happened at 2 of Epstein's homes, as well as the London home of Ghislaine Maxwell. Throughout this whole process, Prince Andrew had denied the allegations. He even told the BBC in a 2019 interview he had, quote, no recollection of ever meeting this lady, none whatsoever. Here to help us understand all this is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, can you please help me put this in plain English? Because I don't know if I'm doing a good enough job at this, right? Prince Andrew's lawyers say she can't sue him because she said she would end the legal action. So how does this work?
Yeah. Anytime you settle a case, as was settled in 2009 between Giuffre and Epstein, the defendant wants lots of broad language in the release document that everybody signs. And in this case, this particular release released not only Epstein, but anyone who could have been a defendant along with Epstein. And so Prince Andrew is now arguing, hey, well, that's me. I'm one of the people that could have been a defendant named in that suit against Epstein. Of course, the plaintiff in this case is going to argue that, no, this did not include Prince Andrew. But if a court concludes that Prince Andrew was covered by that earlier release, then Prince Andrew may get out of this lawsuit.
What are the chances that it happens, Danny? I mean, you've explained how it would happen, but is that likely? Is that a likely result?
It's hard to say. In New York, courts will enforce release language if it appears to have been entered into freely and voluntarily. And there's no indication that this release wasn't. I mean, it was signed by the parties back in 2009. The parties presumably agreed to that language. Normally, the language that I see is more about releasing claims against a particular person. You don't normally see releases against any and all potential defendants. That's a little broader than you normally see. But if Giuffre agreed to it, then it's going to be difficult to convince a judge that it shouldn't apply or be enforced.
Giuffre's lawsuit says Prince Andrew forced her to have sex when she was a minor, that it happened at Ghislaine Maxwell's home in London. We know, because we've talked about it on this show, I think, Danny, that Maxwell was just convicted of recruiting and trafficking young girls last week. How does that affect, potentially, this case against Prince Andrew?
It mostly affects the case against Prince Andrew in the sense that it unearthed a lot of discovery. And by the way, plaintiffs' attorneys, including folks like me, do this fairly often. If there's a pending criminal prosecution, you wait for the outcome to see what the government does for you in discovery in terms of unearthing evidence against the defendant. And that's probably what the plaintiffs' attorneys did here. The Maxwell case involved a lot of evidence and less witnesses than was originally anticipated, but certainly plenty enough for the plaintiffs' attorneys to mine for gold.
Just timeline-wise, Danny, we know that tomorrow morning there's going to be this key hearing, right, where this request by Prince Andrew and his team to dismiss the case will be heard. Is that it? Like, are we going to know, when will we know, like, yes or no on this?
I get amnesty for all my predictions because of all of these, the spike in Omicron and COVID, and even in the last year and a half, the courts are completely unpredictable. Arguably, once the judge hears oral argument, the judge doesn't really need a lot more in terms of people coming to the courthouse. The judge and the clerks and the attorneys who work with the judge can figure this out and write an opinion. So it really is just about how much that judge has on the docket in terms of doing research and writing memoranda. But this oral argument is probably